Welcome to Podapallooza 2025. I am Justin Mason, lead fantasy writer and analyst at friendsoffantasybenefits.com, writer at Fangraphs and Fantasy Pros, and a podcaster on the Sleeper in the Bus podcast and the Friends of Fantasy Benefits podcast. What we are doing today and tomorrow for the pretty much nonstop here for the next 12 hours is we are raising money for Fantasy Cares. Fantasy Cares is an amazing organization that buys toys for people or kids for Toys for Tots every year. It was a thing I got to be a part of this last year. Me and my wife and some fantasy football analysts from the Bay Area went and bought a bunch of toys, and this gets done all around the country. So we're going to be spending the next 2 days raising money for them. And talking fantasy baseball. We're going to talk a ton of fantasy baseball over the course of these next 2 days. And I will be bringing in the first panel here shortly. But let me talk real quick about all the prizes that you can win and how you can win them. If you go to DonorBox/TGFBI-2025, you can donate any amount. And every dollar you donate gets you a raffle ticket to win amazing prizes. We've got NFBC entries. We have subscriptions to Patreons like Reliever Recon and the Bubba and the Bloom podcast. We have music CDs. We have subscriptions to sites like Pitcher List and Fantasy Alarm. We even have a guest appearance on the Baseball HQ radio podcast. We have Baseball HQ forecaster and minor league analysts and Baseball HQ subscriptions. We've got hats. We've got Razzball t-shirts. We have RotoWare t-shirts. We have Rotosaurus t-shirts. We have a year-long subscription to RotoWire. We have jerseys that are being given away, premium jerseys given away by Fantasy Cares themselves. We have Trout, Acuna, and Betts Funko Pops. We have Baseball Perspectives annual subscriptions, and we have 2026 TGFBI entries that we'll be giving out. For every $1,000 we raise, I will give out a TGFBI entry for next season. So if you've ever wanted to get into TGFBI, but you don't qualify because you aren't a fantasy analyst and you haven't won a satellite league, this is the only other way you can get in. Donate now. Go to donorbox.org/TGFBI-2025 to get entered in. Please donate. This is an amazing organization that we're raising money for that me and my wife have been blessed to be a part of. And we love everybody at Fantasy Cares. So let's jump in to our first panel. We've got two amazing guests to kick off the show. We have Henry Wilson and John Legeza. Henry, why don't you tell everybody where you can be reached on social media? Talk about what you do in the industry.
So you can find me at Henry13Wilson13 over on X, or you can also find me on Blue Sky at HenryWilson13 .bsky.social. And you can find my work right now over at Fantasy Alarm. We currently have our draft guide going on, so new articles coming out every day. So every Tuesday, I've got a new starting pitcher article if you want to learn some more about starting pitchers as you go into draft season. And then we'll be doing a lot of DFS stuff as the season gets rolling. But yeah, that's what I'm working on right now.
And John, my friend, why don't you tell everybody where you can be reached and what you do?
Hi, Justin. And hey, Henry, good morning. What's up, everybody? Nothing like, putting some brain power together to do something for a good cause. Just follow me on Twitter, at John Legeza. We're going to spend the whole hour talking about all this stuff. I'm like, I should probably change my handle to the Fantasy Mercenary, Justin. Like, I'm like everywhere and nowhere all at once. People like me enough to like allow me in the room, but no one's actually getting me a bed. So, I'm literally everywhere. Just follow me on Twitter. Check it out. Streamline all my work, fantasy betting, every single thing, man. It's crunch time. How great. Is this the best time of the year?
It absolutely is the best time of the year. Is also
you're a Yankee fan. Whoop. Garrett Cole, second opinion on that arm.
Yeah.
Yankee prospect looking awful right now.
We got some bad news. Why don't we talk just quick about that? Because that is we got some bad news last night that he is having some elbow issues, and already this morning they're saying He is going to seek a second opinion. Second opinions are just never good.
As if someone's going to say like, "Oh no, it's perfectly fine. That MRI was wrong," or like when I look at MRIs, I actually cover one of my eyeballs, and if you look at it like this, guys, like it's fine. He's in big trouble. There's a chance, the worst, right, that he misses the entire season right now. I wouldn't draft. And this is probably a good question for you guys: is how do we handle this stuff, right? If we want to help people right now. I'm really not even looking for discounts. If we're talking arm injuries, waiting for imaging and second opinions, you're off the draft list. All the power to somebody that wants to spend. Even if Cole would have fallen to like pick 60, I'm probably out,
Henry?
Yeah, agreed. I just took him as my SB2 in TGFBI. So, I was totally in on Garrett Cole. I think he was at a great price because I was like, man, he's going late for what could still be an ace SP1. But yeah, with this injury news, right now, he's off my draft board until we learn more. I think the second opinion, there's such a good chance he doesn't pitch a single inning. And I can't put that risk on my team. He's pretty much fully off my draft board.
Yeah. Listen, this is one of those things that we talk about all the time, which is risk management, man. Like, anytime someone's got an elbow issue of any sort, that just scares me. Like, this is why I'm not drafting Brian Wu at cost, right? Like, he's had reoccurring elbow, reoccurring elbow issues. It's stuff like this, and and it was amazing that Garrett Cole came back halfway through the season last year after dealing with this exact same type of thing. And pitched well enough to like give you value. But if we're looking at that same situation, and we're going to talk about guys who are undervalued and overvalued on this episode right now, anybody who's missing a chunk of time at the beginning of the season, you just don't know when they're going to come back or if they're going to come back. And I think Garrett Cole falls into this bucket right now of guys that I just don't know if he's going to come back. And so do I want to waste any sort of draft capital in a draft right now? Absolutely not. There's no way Garrett Cole ends up on any more of my teams. And unfortunately, like Henry, I have drafted Garrett Cole earlier this offseason.
Yeah, why wouldn't you? He checks a lot of boxes, especially if you're not paying a top 25 overall pick. You get distance, you get strikeouts, whether they be per inning or through volume on a winning team. There's no reason, Yankee fan or not, there's no reason to not like him at cost or where he was. The heartbreaker for me today, Justin, because I know you do your own ranks also, was the dreaded new tier of injured starters that I don't really know what to do with. I was more into the good blob this year, right? I've been a good blob guy, and now those guys are starting to go down. Grayson Rodriguez being, one of them. And now even that, until he throws a pitch or we get some kind of definitive timeline, we could be going down the same road with him. And even if it's a pick 100 or pick 120, I don't think I want to eat that zero, because if you look back, you're going to say, what was I doing? What was I chasing? Arm injury? Like already, injured players on their throwing arm? Just could be a disaster right now. Kirby also giving some concern.
And this is one of those things, I like to talk about a lot. It's not even just trying to get that value later on in the season, right? What it ends up doing is setting you up for bad roster construction, because you're having to hold this guy, and that you're anticipating no other guys getting hurt when you do something like that. And that's just not the case. I mean, a week ago, not even a week ago, I was saying on a podcast, this has been a remarkably good spring for pitching injuries. And all of a sudden we lose Luis Gil, we lose Garrett Cole, we lose Grayson Rodriguez. That's how quickly it can happen. And we're still 2-3 weeks away from the season starting, right? So just be careful. I don't draft any of these guys. You shouldn't either. Let's jump into our topic for the day. Let's talk about determining value versus ADP. We are all the time, this guy's going here in ADP, this guy's going here. But ADP is just a average of where everybody in a league or a group of leagues have drafted certain players. It doesn't mean that they're actually valued that way. So, John, how do you determine value versus ADP?
Well, for me, like yourself, I kind of do my own ranks. I don't necessarily hand project everybody, but my nose is in the spreadsheet long enough that I like to really draw up kind of tapestries with input. So I have a good idea of what I'm expecting from players. I want to just take a quick shout out for Ryan Bloomfield because he put together this really great draft pick tracker for TGFBI. It's a huge help. He's updating it like all the time. For me, Justin, this is going to sound weird. And man, I hate to shout out Cerebro so early in the day, but he's right when he says ADP is mostly determined by losers. You know, like he's not wrong. He's not wrong. He's not. It's really funny. He's not wrong. Also, when it comes to like min picks and max picks, 1 out of 12 means, you know, it only takes 7% of the sample to establish that. 7% not having to be in the betting streets is a pretty big outlier. So it's not to say you should ignore it, but you should probably ignore it. You should be ignoring it more than the general consensus does. So for me, I'd say it's more about if that player will come back to me. So for me, on the edges, and I've learned this year, I'm not a fan of the edges because you have to reach. And it's not say reach. You have to reach against this market conception, but it's more about taking that risk of it, especially at NFBC, trying to anticipate a 30-pick sample run or whatever you want to call it is damn near impossible. And I find myself maybe taking someone I thought might not fall back but did, or vice versa. So if I'm in the middle, I'm more likely to play it closer to the vest as far as ADP goes, just knowing that a large sample of people adhere to ADP, and there's a chance that player will come back. This year, I may prioritize 6, 7, 8 over 1, 2, 3 across the board. You know.
What about you, Henry?
Yeah, I fully agreed. I think I'm using ADP not as value at all, but just as a gauge of where can I take guys. And I'm kind of in the same camp where I'm willing to jump guys over ADP like 2 rounds type of thing. And mostly I'm using ADP to make sure I'm not paying crazy prices, that I'm not jumping a guy 4 rounds when I don't need to. So yeah, like I'm drafting at the end right now in TGFBI. And just like you said, I have to have a wide bank then of I'm basically looking at the next 60 picks of ADP to make sure that I'm not going to lose my guys. And
right.
Even if that player is 60, if he's my favorite out of that group, I think he's the best value, I'm drafting him because I can't count on him coming all the way back down. So that's where I'm going to draft that guy if he's my favorite. But that's all I'm using it for, is to figure out who's going to probably make it back to me and which of those then do I need to take now that are best value. But I'm not going to take a guy just because he is higher in the ADP over someone else that I like more.
Also relievers, right? TGFBI, the way relievers, their value now shifts, because if people aren't aware, there's a lot of draft champions, which are, you know, you're drafting 50 rounds, but you get what you get and you don't get upset. So there's no waivers, there's no fab. So for somebody like myself who wants at least one closer, I'm okay finding one on the way. I think I can find one. I'm not going to rely on finding 2 as other people are racking up saves, but it's not say poorly reflected, but fab pricing is not properly reflected in these rooms in particular. So you really need to have your head in a swivel and kind of think on your own.
You know, I've been saying for years, and it's great to hear someone as smart as Mark Cerebro, kind of echo what I've been saying, which is ADP is a mix of a bunch of people who are not winning the league, right? You weigh
vast majority.
You weigh the team that finishes first and the team that finishes last the same. And if, out of 15 people in a league, 3 places are cashing, 12 of those places are being weighed just the same as those 3, and actually kind of more because there's more numbers there. So ADP should be, for me, it's a tiebreaker, right? If I'm going, okay, I have this guy valued around the same as this guy, which guy does ADP tell me should make it back around to me so I can get both?
Yep.
And that is what you should be throwing ADP completely out the window, especially after round 10, right? After round 10, like, don't even worry about ADP. And I think way too often people are going, oh man, can I get this guy in round 12 and I'm in round 10? If that's the guy that you need for your team, go get your guy. Don't worry about, if you might be able, because chances are someone else in your league is probably thinking the exact same thing. And we see this all the time as we start to shift from early March to late March. Guys shoot up the ADP because people are starting to go get their guys, and everybody's like, oh, that's a crazy pick. If that's where you have a guy value, take that guy.
Yep.
Let's talk about your most overvalued player or hitter in ADP right now? I'll start with you, Henry. Who is the hitter you think is most overvalued right now according to ADP?
So I think one of the most overvalued guys right now is Wyatt Langford. And this is not really an anti-Wyatt Langford. I think Wyatt Langford is fantastic. I think he's going to be a great player. I think he's going to take steps forward this season. But man, we're drafting a guy in the top 40 who he hit 16 homers, 19 steals last year, a 250 average. That's all good. He's going to take a step forward. Maybe he'll go 20-20. And maybe he'll take a step forward and average, over 80 runs, over 80 RBIs. It's all going to be fine. But man, we're drafting him so high up that I just think he has to take such a big step forward to return that value. And sure, he can do it. He's really young. He's very talented. But I'm not willing to bet that high when there's so many other guys going around him that are established and have done those numbers before that we can count on.
What about you there, John? Let's piss some people off. I've been the industry's low man on Gunnar Henderson, like by a mile. Although again, at that point, being 8 picks low, you're out. You know what I mean? And that's just something else I've learned from you, Justin. When you're doing rankings, you don't need to bury these guys down 100 picks. If he's, like I said, if he's literally 6 or 8 picks off of consensus, you'll have zero shares. And it's not because of the oblique right now, although part of the argument was repeating 700 some odd plate appearances is very hard to repeat in a vacuum at all. Also, I was writing about this with the elevated ground, like it's really the power stuff that bothered me more than anything. With that ground ball rate, he hit like maybe 6 or 7 more home runs than anyone in the league with that type of elevated ground ball rate. He doesn't pull his fly balls. So there's just a world where, like here, I have it right here. So I have 47.5% ground ball. My numbers are a little off from Fangraphs because I was pulling from True Media, but regardless. So right at the bat, one red flag would be 15% homer to fly ball. That's really, really high. He has a single-digit pulled fly ball line drive rate and a 70% homer to barrel conversion rate. So just those are the underpinning things I'm looking for as far as repeatability for power. And I just don't think it's there. If you start reducing plate appearances, that goes down. You start normalizing a home run to fly ball rate, that goes down. Without all the pulled fly ball stuff, that goes down. And if he's hurt right now, that's going to ding you. So it's similar to what Henry said. Gunnar Henderson is a phenomenal baseball player, right? This guy's ridiculously good. He's in the top 25 overall. But if everyone has him at 7 and I have him at 25, I come across as like I'm out totally, where I'm just not drafting him at cost. Like I can't get there. Though I have been listening to Rob Silver made a really, really good case for the upside case for more steals this year with a really almost anomalous low is as far as stolen base opportunities go. So maybe he makes up for it in that regard. But I think, Justin, this is something also you talk about too. People take age and the home run number and just add 6 and add 7. Doesn't really work like that. So no. I'm not really there for the power, which kind of shorts him at price for me.
That's totally fine. I mean, I think Henderson is one of those guys that is probably going around where I'd be willing to draft him. I just don't end up with him a lot of times because I think there are guys going after him that should be valued over him. So, and if you guys have a disagreement at any point, feel free to jump in and yell at the other one or yell at me when I say Michael Harris is the most overvalued player in fantasy, or hitter in fantasy. This is a guy who still does not have any understanding of the strike zone, swings outside of the zone way too much. Yes, he's going to start towards the top of the lineup right now, but as soon as Acuna is back, he is moving back towards the bottom of the lineup. He also has had a really hard time staying healthy, and I think almost all the projection systems, at least on Fangraphs, are projecting him for like 600 plus plate appearances when that's something he's never done. I have him well below ADP. I think he is one of the most overvalued players in fantasy. Once again, this is something I said last year as well, and I don't think I was necessarily wrong. So Michael Harris is one of those guys. I heard
from you, Justin, that again, I said it, and then I kind of listened to see if there's any, not say confirmation bias, but any other validation. There's a lot of really smart people doing a lot of hard work, and Jerks and Profar archetypes as a front of the order guy, just because his approach, his on-base ability is two or three greater than signs Michael Harris. And if we're just talking like pure, sex pig, it's Michael Harris all day. Totally sexy, all the speed and power stuff. But there's a world where he's the 9-hitter. We saw what that did to a player like Jackson Merrill, who I'm like over the moon for Jackson Merrill. But he played 150 games, but the plate appearances really take a beating, and I think people underscore that when you're at the back of the lineup. Now, Mixon Harris maybe making a trip or two through the IL, and the numbers just aren't there, even on a rate basis. So I'm with you.
Yeah, on a per plate appearance basis, Michael Harris can be really, really good.
Yes.
It's the lack of volume that kills him, and him going as high as he is doesn't work for me.
Isn't Michael Harris basically just the same as Wyatt Langford, but he's had longer in the league to take a step forward and hasn't done it, and they're going at around the same place? I view them fairly equally, actually, even though I think Wyatt Langford actually might have more of a chance to take a step forward than Michael Harris does.
If you're looking for ADP that is very, very recent and deals with a lot of really smart people in the industry, Ryan Bloomfield and Brian Jenner have both made ADP sheets for TGFBI. I will definitely make sure that is linked in or on an article on Fangraphs. And if Ryan throws it into the YouTube comments right now, I will share that as well. Or just go to Ryan's Twitter page. He's got a link right there for you if you want to go check out TGFBI ADP. Some leagues going a lot faster than others. Mine is kind of in the middle. I know, Henry, I think your league was going pretty slow, right?
Yeah, we picked up the pace a little bit. I think we're through like 12 rounds now.
That's fine.
Yeah, okay. But the first 2 days were like glacial. We did nothing.
What about the most overvalued pitcher in ADP right now, John?
Man, overvalued pitchers. I as much as I like him, for me, it was probably Bryce Miller for the lack of strikeout impact. Again, again, this has to do with my own work, and I think everyone should, right? You need to create your narrative like it's fake, but draw up your work the way that you see it, and then be consistent in your approach with that analysis. So if I'm so in love with this tremendous wealth of pitchers going much later than him with more strikeout stuff, the opportunity cost just really never got me there for Miller. I get he could make it with volume. You have to understand that too. But after whatever 500 career innings or whatever we got, I wrote him up recently. I think expecting a step forward, another thing people do. Yeah, man, if he just gets the strikeout rate up another like 4%, you're like, where is it coming from?
Yeah.
Where is it coming from? I don't see it for Miller. And again, I think he's awesome, man. He is so awesome and fun to pitch. And if you're a real baseball team, he's a legitimate frontline starter. But for this thing of ours, I worry about the strikeouts at cost.
What about you there, Henry?
Most of my starting pitchers that I feel are overvalued are because of, injury reasons or a role, and I think they're not going to get innings. So I wanted to pick one guy that's actually not for those reasons, and that's Hunter Green. I'm not as worried about injuries for Hunter Green. I think he's probably going to put up, 150 innings, but I'm concerned about the actual regression of some of those skills. He put up great numbers last season, 2.75 ERA, 1.02 WHIP. I don't think he's going to do that again, because that came with a big drop to the homer per nine, with a sub 7% homer fly ball rate, and he pitches in the best home run park in all of baseball. I think there's no way he can reproduce that, and I think he's going to give up more homers. The BABIP was minuscule. I think that's going to come back to earth a little bit too, and he's still going to be awesome. He's going to strike out a lot of guys because he has great stuff still. Like, he's going to get strikeouts. I think he's going to be decent, but I just think if you're going into this and at top 100 pick and expecting a sub 3 ERA and a sub 1.1 WHIP again, I don't think you're going to get it. And I just think there's a lot of potential for him to take a fairly big step backwards, not even just a small step, where we start seeing like over a 4 ERA and back to that like 1.4 WHIP, and you're not getting nearly what you're having to pay for out of Hunter Green right now.
Yeah, playing with fire with fly balls in that ballpark,
Yeah,
especially. I like to be very careful about auto regressing homer to fly ball rate. I think people do that. I think more often than not, it's directionally a good idea. But then I think a pitcher stylistics really come into play. Like, are they working up in the zone? Well, Hunter Greene is constantly working up in the zone. And I had one number just jump off the page from his foul ball rate was through the roof. And that is what worried me about him, because you're working up in the zone, and a few of those maybe like people got under, ended up in the seats, off to the side of the pole where – yeah, I think you got the best case scenario from Green, where if you put the same inputs in again and ran it back, I don't think it turns out the same way. Again, the ball, he's a phenomenal pitcher, but the ballpark is terrifying.
Yeah, and I'm with you that he is overvalued. I have him about 2 rounds overvalued as opposed to ADP. Unfortunately, my guy, I have way more overvalued than that, and that's Kodai Senga. And this is going to be a common thing for me that I'll be talking over the course of the next few days. Guys coming off of massively injured years, I just don't want, especially pitchers, right? Like, it's just, I'm not going to take the risk that they're not going to be able to volume, because volume is king in fantasy baseball. I know everybody's looking for upside. I know everybody's looking for that guy who can take the next leap. But what wins leagues is volume of stats. And I just don't trust Kodai Senga to be able to volume after missing virtually all of last season.
Did he have the injection also?
Yeah, it just, to me, like, there's just so much that's scary with him.
Those were a nightmare. Yeah, those were a nightmare.
Can we really expect him going from 5 1/3 innings in 2024 to 160, like some projection systems have him projected? Like, that's insane. Like, I just don't believe that he's going to be able to kind of do that a year after virtually missing the entire year. So for me, Kodai Senga, one of those guys pretty much off my board because he's so far down it that he'll never end up to me. Let's pick some players who are undervalued and overvalued at each position. We'll start off with catcher. John, do you have a catcher that is overvalued and a catcher that's undervalued at cost?
Yeah, probably overvalued. Like, I'm not really getting a Cal Raleigh at his cost. You know, he's going so early for you take a massive batting average risk. It's nice to get home runs from the position. I think I might be more worried about getting batting average. Like, I'm just avoiding guys that I think could bury me in batting average. Again, that's my experience. I always come from point leagues where it's like very on base focused. And one of the main rakes I stepped on in Roto, especially at a high level, is batting average stuff. So I've been very kind of weary of staying away from sinkholes and leaning into guys that I think could do more of it. Again, you know, he's an exciting player, and if he asked me for a short list of catchers that could hit 35 dongs, like he's absolutely on the list. But I just worry the ball is always in the air. I'm not crazy about the hit tool, which is something I know you talk about all the time also, Mason. Yeah. And, you know, you and I are very much aligned in that. We're becoming very simpatico and like, give me approach, guys. Like, I don't like guys that chase a lot. I don't like guys that pop up and put the ball in the air a ton. You know, I'd rather level swing planes. So, yeah, I'd probably off of Raleigh. I think I probably like Tyler Stevenson for the converse or inverse, whatever the smart word for that is. You know, he's in the great ballpark, and I think the average is protected. And the way the Reds are dropping like flies, he might even get a couple of DH looks. So, which is also key for a catcher, you know.
I actually don't think, at least from my projections, Raleigh is not an undervalued guy or an overvalued guy. He's actually an undervalued guy. I think there is a problem with roster construction, though, like you're mentioning in terms of that batting average. If you take on a batting average single, and I think people forget, like, hey, like when a catcher volumes the way Cal Raleigh does, having a bad batting average with that really, really hurts, because you're adding 600 plate appearances at a position that you don't usually get 600 plate appearances at with bad batting average. You really kind of limit your options moving forward in terms of what you should be drafting to keep that batting average in check. And for that reason alone, I never draft Cal Raleigh.
And the zone contact, right? He's a poor contact. I was waiting for you to quote. He's not great in the zone. He swings and misses a ton. You know, there's holes in the game. He also chases a bit more than you'd like him to, which is something I think if we're helping people is strikeout rate on its own is not great. You know, neither is swing and miss, because if you were telling me about a power hitter that swings and misses a lot and even strikes out a lot, but doesn't chase, I'm almost fine with that because the selection is correct. They're going after pitches that they can do damage on. If you're like a pop-up miss, swing and miss, big whiff guy, and you're outside the zone, that's a pathway to a floor. You know what I mean? That I'm trying to avoid.
Absolutely. Henry, what about your two guys at catcher? Which ones are undervalued and overvalued?
The overvalued for me is actually right at the top in William Contreras, and not even being overvalued in that I think William Contreras should be the catcher one, but I don't want to pay a second round value for him. Like, I just think that's way too high. And as much as I think William Contreras is great, I don't want to pay that price when there's so many big things that you can get in the second round that you're giving up so much to go get William Contreras as your catcher one, when I can wait longer and I can take his brother, who's my undervalued guy, and Wilson Contreras. Like, I can wait way longer, and I think William's going to be better, but the amount of value I'm going to get in the second round compared to them getting Wilson Contreras, who's now playing first base, could get 600 plate appearances for the first time, and has been fantastic still in what he's been doing. I mean, last season, he had a short season because of injury, only like 350 plate appearances, and he still hit 15 home runs, stole 4 bases, was hitting the crap out of the ball. And now you're telling me he could get 600 plate appearances? I think he's being crazy undervalued as kind of being the end of this like tier 1 of catcher. And I'm just going to skip on William and go to his brother way later.
Yeah, I could not agree more about Wilson Contreras. Like, I think he is the most undervalued catcher. You're talking about a guy who's going to be able to volume because he's not catching, right? We say it all the time on the Sleeper and the Buzz podcast. I love catchers who don't catch, right? Guys who can just volume the plate appearances. And it's terrible the way it happened, having to break his arm because someone in the Cardinals organization told him to move up closer to the hitter. Like, that is awful. But we're now getting, at least for one season, a guy who is a catcher or catcher eligible player who is never going to catch. And you add 600 plate appearances to a guy who was hitting 26 bombs at times with 400 plus, right? Like, now getting 600, and we could have a massive season. The only thing that is a problem is there are a lot of smart people in the fantasy baseball world who are starting to notice this. And I saw some jumps on him from ADP where I was like, oh man, I did not think he was going to go this high, but it's the right call. Like, he should be going as high as he's starting to go. And I think that will continue to rise as we start getting further and further into March.
Yeah, he should DH against lefties also, right? Because Burleson, who I tend to like, I've kind of come off him a little bit as I started seeing just how bad the splits are with Burleson. Now, granted, if it's NFBC and you can maybe try and finagle the biweekly stuff, he's not off the board. But yeah, if Contreras ever needs a day off, he's going to be DHing. They gave him all the money. They're not very good either. That team is not. I don't really like the way that team is shaping up. They've like moved players out. They haven't really brought much in. Yeah, he's the feature bat in the lineup pretty much, So yeah, Contreras, it should be the favorite for me, at least, for guys listed catcher to lead the league in PAs.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and that Cardinals lineup is bad, and I think it could get worse as the season moves on if they're able to move some pieces, maybe even like a guy like Wilson Contreras. So I don't know that anybody's taken on that contract at this point. So my overvalued guy, because Wilson Contreras was my undervalued guy, it's Francisco Alvarez. I understand why a lot of people in the industry still love this guy, but he's never been able to elevate. He's always had kind of a plus 50% ground ball rate. There's a lot of power on the bat. If he figured things out, and there were reports like, hey, he's working on a swing change to try to elevate more. At least so far in spring, it's not working. His ground ball rate is 60+%. He can hit the ball hard, but he's also dealt with injuries. He's not a very good catcher behind the plate to begin with. You could lose time that way. I just don't know how Francisco Alvarez returns value at this point. And I think people are still chasing that prospect pedigree a little bit in the ADP. So I'm not touching Francisco Alvarez at cost.
Yeah. I probably feel similarly about Will Smith also, right? First of all, if you have an ankle injury that's from the work, they're like, oh, you know what happened against like the Yankees? I was like looking in the spring training log. Wait, did they play the Yankees? Wait, he's talking about the World Series, man. He's talking about the World Series. Plus, he's not in line for DH, plate appearances, and he's still kind of being thought of as a elite, catcher. And yeah, so he's another guy. I'm on a short list. I'm probably closer to Henry, and I'm not punting, but give me like give me the meat in the middle, where I'm kind of middling a little bit. Like if I came down with Stevenson and Contreras, I'm loving life, And again, you didn't shell out a second-round pick or a third-round pick for that stuff.
I think this is a really good year if you don't get the guy you want at the top to just wait. Especially right now with Sean Murphy going out, and now they've got Drake Baldwin stepping up. Augustin Ramirez in Miami could get a shot. Like there's some really, Hunter Goodman is one of my favorite guys with catcher eligibility who's not going to catch a ton. There's a lot of really interesting shots kind of late in, especially in 2 catcher leagues. In 1 catcher leagues, always wait. Never take the top guy. But in 2 catcher leagues, there's still some guys that are really interesting kind of in the middle and the back of the catcher pool that you should be taking a shot on if you miss out on the guy that you like kind of at the top tier. Let's move over to first base. Henry, give me your first base guy who's undervalued and overvalued.
My first base guy that is overvalued is Luis Arias. How can you roster this guy? It's just I know if you need average and if you do the right roster construction, he has such great batting average that he can be a value to you. But again, I think if you're paying for that, you shouldn't be having to pay the price that you're having to. And it's not super high. I mean, we're talking, he's going around 170-ish, I think. But I still think that's too high for someone that's going to be so difficult to roster because he doesn't do anything else besides give you average. And so it's just someone that even if he fell, I'm probably not taking him unless it gets absolutely ridiculous because I just can't pay that high for someone that I have to work myself around so much. And I think you can get a similar type of guy a little bit later even, who's one of my, undervalued first baseman, and Yandy Diaz. If I need average, I'm going to wait longer to get after pick 200 Yandy Diaz, who can also hit 300, maybe not quite as high of an average as Luis Arias, but he could do it with 20 bombs and probably more runs and RBIs also in what still should be an okay offense and now a good ballpark. So I think Yandy Diaz is getting criminally underrated when guys are paying higher prices for Luis Arias that's going to hit 0 home runs and give them some rough numbers outside of that batting average.
I like both of those answers. John, what about you at first base?
The first base pool is actually pretty solid, right? There's a lot of good hit tools. So if I'm going to stay consistent, for me, it's probably Tristan Casas. I don't know exactly what we're going to get. We've seen such peaks and valleys. And again, that kind of goes to what I'm saying. It's not like, oh, I told you so. It's when you have such a poor hit tool that's so inconsistent that leads to chasing and swinging outside the zone, you already whiff in the zone as is. He can't really afford to do that. He just can't. It's just part of the approach stuff. I've been calling myself an approachophile, lately. But all the other stuff kind of checks. But then what's the big one for me also is when you're comparing him to the other kind of hulkish profiles, the pulled stuff is not even fantastic. The big ex-Woba all the kind of nerdy underpinning power stuff is not even in line with other players that have better approaches. So where he's going, I just can't get the Casas. Again, he could mash 40 bombs in my face, but I worry the floor is lower than the other comparable guys in this position. Go ahead, go.
Oh yeah, no, I just wanted to pile on and say I think you were spot on there. It's just I don't think we know what Tristan Casas is. We know he's got immense power, but will he be able to unlock that consistently over a full season? I just don't think we know that answer, and I think people are drafting him over guys that we kind of know where they are.
Yeah, my undervalued guy is my favorite maybe player on the entire board. I've started barking up this tree, but then when the Steer injury continued to prolong and give more red flags, I am the Christian Encarnacion Strand fan. He is my guy. If I was putting the my guy label on anybody, he's the man. He is such a dude. He destroyed the minors we get this small sample. To me, last year was totally like a throwaway year. Again, he's in the best ballpark ever. He is mashing taters in the spring. And I feel like it's only a matter of time before people start to realize it. I don't have the exact numbers, but I'm going to be close here. I was putting together his 600 plate appearance piece through his minor league career. It's bananas. Like, he bat 322, 105 runs, 101 ribbies with 33 bombs and 7 steals. It's just like, and that's the guy he was supposed to be, right? This isn't like a shock. Christian Strand is good at baseball. He's totally that guy that everyone's going to go, oh my gosh, did we really punish him for injuries? And he's in Cincinnati, and Spencer Steer was kind of out of the way to begin the year. Like, to me, this is almost too obvious. I'm going after Strand anywhere I can.
And this is one of those guys that really proves my point about volume being king, right? Because prior to the Spencer Steer injury, I had him penciled in. I had Christian Strand penciled in for 476 plate appearances, right? Because there wasn't a lot of room at the end. The moment Steer is out and has a cortisone shot in his shoulder, and we're going, okay, taking that guy off my board, and I'm able to give Christian Strand, and I give him 600 plate appearances, all of a sudden he goes from being extremely overvalued by almost 100 picks to being undervalued by almost 100 picks by
that's
ADP.
where I'm at.
And this is what I talk about with people when I say, like, the plate appearances really, really matter. If you're not getting opportunities, you're not going to be able to volume for that value in fantasy. So, like, I'm with you on Christian Strand.
One last lesson on Strand.
Yeah.
And it's not, I don't want Jason, I didn't want him to catch any strays, because Jason Martinez at Fangraphs does unparalleled work, and he's a literal market mover, right? He's like, that's why we have to focus on him, because of his impact. But people, just because a player is listed on the bench on roster resource does not make it so, right? And again, way more than not, he's correct, like to the T, right? To the accent mark, he's on the mark. But that's one of the places that we can find edge in a very sharp market, is when you pick out a guy that you think is going to play, and like Justin saying that, he's not just going to play, but it might play every day, and all of a sudden takes a 280 plate appearance projection to 550, 600, 625 with that kind of potential. All of a sudden, I mean, like you say, if you're describing a 200 pick swing, I couldn't have said any better. That's tremendous.
Yeah, it is amazing that, and I think that is one of the things that, like, a lot of projection systems just can't capture, right? Is that kind of swing in playing time.
Derek admits that openly.
Yeah.
Derek admits it open. I was the most annoying follower ever. Derek Hardy's best guy. I mean, best hitting projections and the best hair in the business. Go figure.
Absolutely.
But anything you can think of, I try and tell my betting folk this all the time. Any fantasy people along with for me, for the ride. I have thought of anything you can think of. Derek has accounted for it. It's accounted for. Anything that you think you have, and I'm sorry, we're all very sharp. We all know ball and all that stuff. It's been accounted for. You're going to double count. He will be the first to tell you, if you want to improve his projections, don't be a gremlin and jump under the hood and start ripping out hoses and pipes and stuff like that. You just tweak the plate appearances. He will tell you he does not know that part. So if you think you have a beat on plate appearances, use the very smart quant guys' rates to then come up with those different outputs like Justin was. That's a huge step. It made me a much better player.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you want to do that for very, very cheaply, but very, very efficiently, I highly recommend Tanner Bell's Smart Fantasy Baseball software. In my opinion, the best in the business. He doesn't sponsor anything. I just love it so much that I keep shouting it out. And you can do that. You can pretty much go in, and this is what I do. I put my projections in the system or in the software, and I, when something happens, like Spencer Steer gets injured and I gotta take his plate appearances down, I just type in the new plate appearances into the plate appearance used column, and it changes everything for me.
Dude, the way you do it in real time is insane on those shows. Yeah. I never miss your stuff. Again, everyone should be listening to Sleeper in the Box with Justin and Paul. You do it first of all, you should be commended for your guy. Both of you guys are both very malleable, and say, oh, I'm going to change that. And I'm not going to change it after the show. I'm going to change it right now and show you within 25 Earth seconds how that affects a player. And not only do we get to see how you're able to shift opinions, but to see what 15 runs or what 5 steals, what it does to a player. It's unbelievable.
It's massive, and I did this with Paul offline the other day, and he was questioning my Yamamoto rank, and he was like, "Well, how many wins do you have him for?" And I was all like, "Well, I got him for 10 wins." He's like, "He needs more wins," and I thought about it. I was like, You're right. You're 12. It moved him up 35 spots. Those 2 wins, like within seconds, like the values change really, really fast. So I highly recommend Tanner Bell's sheet. We've only got about 15 minutes, and we have a ton to still get to. So I will just shout out real quick my most undervalued and overvalued guys, and people can yell at me later. Tyler Soderstrom, I think, is one of the most undervalued first basemen. He's going to be moving to this amazing park. Well, not amazing park, but much better park than he was at previously. I think he makes actually better in-zone contact than people give him credit for. Freddie Freeman, my most overvalued first baseman outside of Casas. And it's mostly because they're going to be managing his ankle kind of throughout the season. And I don't love that. And I don't think he's going to be able to volume in the way that he was able to in the past. So he, again, volume king, he moves back a little bit for me. Let's move over to second base there, John. Why don't you tell us who's your most undervalued and overvalued guys at second base?
Man, I think Westberg's probably going a little earlier than I like him. And Thairo Estrada is going way later than he should. Again, I people love Bretton Doyle, and for Roto we should, because Paul calls it Roto juice, which I love. Homer and steals, I love that Roto juice. However, his approach and stuff is not great. He is not a prototypical leadoff hitter. I'm not saying he's going to 9, but I think he could go to 2. They also kind of suck. So there's a really good chance that if Thairo Estrada just reassumes what we liked him for. I mean, he was always like a top 140-ish kind of guy, and now he's like a 300-ish kind of guy because he was hurt. And he's healthy, and he's going to cores, and I think, again, he archetypes as a top third kind of guy. They would love it, some on-base love, and a guy that doesn't strike out 35% of the time. So, yeah, and it's not, again, Westberg's not bad. I just think people have kind of run with it a little bit. So I'm probably off Westberg and high on Thairo.
I love both those calls. What about you there, Henry?
Yeah, I think I'm a little off on the price on Matt McClain. There's no discount on him. I just think, I love the guy, but goodness, we're basically paying the same price we had to pay last season, and he hasn't played baseball in a year. I really like him. I think he could be great, but he had an awesome rookie season, but we haven't even seen a very full season from him, and he just missed a year of baseball. I'm not willing to pay this high of a price to take a chance on someone coming back from injury like that, even though I think he could be awesome. And my undervalued guy is someone who I actually thought I would probably be out on because I thought his price would be higher, is Andres Gimenez going to Toronto. Originally, when that move happened, I thought, I'm probably going to be out because I think people are going to be more in on him. And they're not. I think the price is way too low for someone who is going to steal you mid-20s bases and maybe can tap into a little more power. But even if it's just a 10 homers type of thing, I mean, what's the difference between him and Luis Garcia Jr. at this point, who you have to pay a way higher price for, who I love, but I just don't see that Andres Gimenez is that bad of a player that he should be going this late when he's just going to bank you a lot of steals. He's going to hit for a decent average, and maybe he can get a little more power in Toronto, and it's still a good offense that he should get some decent run RBI numbers. I think he's going way too low right now.
My guys at second base are, I think, undervalued. I mean, come on. It's Colt Keith. Dude actually fared really, really well. We know he's got a ton of power in that bat. He showed really good hit tool at the major leagues. Moving over to first base, where he doesn't have to focus on the defense at second base anymore, and now is going to pick up the second eligibility. Love me some Colt Keith this year. My overvalued guy was Jordan Westberg, so why don't I just talk real quick about Ozzie Albies? I love Ozzie Albies on a per plate appearance basis, but dude has not been able to stay healthy. It's really, really difficult for me to draft him as high as he is going. I think the fact that the second base pool is kind of shallow at the top and deeper at the bottom is having people push up some of these second basemen at the top a little bit too far. And I think Albies is one of those guys. Let's move over to shortstop there, Henry, and tell me who are your two guys there at shortstop.
Yeah, my two guys at shortstop. I think being undervalued right now is Anthony Volpe. Coming from a Red Sox fan here, I don't know why we're hating on Anthony Volpe so much. That I just think that he's still so young. He's in a great offense, and even taking a step back last season, he put up great numbers. Yeah, the power kind of went away, but he's still stealing a lot. He's entering spring training with a new swing. I think he can maybe tap into some of that power a little bit more. And I think worst case scenario, even if he doesn't take this big step forward, he's still going to go out there and he's going to be playing every day in a good offense, steal a bunch of bases, and put up a bunch of runs and RBIs. I think, yeah, he's going way too late. And the odd thing here is now I'm going to go to my overvalued guy, which is a Boston Red Sox in Ceddanne Rafaela. So I'm doing some flipping teams here, but I think Ceddanne Rafaela, even though he's not a super high price, I think he's still going too high because he's someone that might struggle to find full-time playing time in that offense that has a lot of good guys coming up, and he kind of stays in his defense and center field. But like, the bat's not that good. He strikes out way too much. I don't like his plate approach at all. Everything just seems really light for him. He's going to be down at the bottom of that order when he is in the lineup. I just think he's someone that could really easily start losing plate appearances to Roman Anthony. And if Christian Campbell's breaking into a lineup, I know they're paying him decent money, but if all of a sudden guys are healthy and things are going well for some of those younger guys in Boston, he could see himself as the odd man out, at least as a utility man, and losing a handful of plate appearances that, like you said, even a small amount will make a big difference and I think make him pretty hard to roster.
I tend to agree on Rafaela just from a general perspective, looking at his stats last year. But I will point out, and I'm not buying in yet, he's looking much better this spring. Now he's missing time right now with a hamstring issue, but he's got a 91% contact percentage, not a zone contact percentage, overall contact percentage. His swing and strike rate is only at like 4% right now. I'm not saying we should be buying in on Rafael based on that, but something to just keep an eye on if he can continue. Because those are things that actually can translate into the regular season. But generally, I agree with you on guys like Rafaela and Rafaela himself. Yeah. John, what about you at shortstop?
I haven't leaned on the injury thing, but when it comes to cost, I have a hard time getting a Corey Seager. He's awesome. He just doesn't play enough, and he doesn't steal. So I feel you're already kind of taking on one hurdle, and then I have to worry, like, I know they're not exactly the same, but if I want that profile, I'd much rather get it in Carlos Correa much later. My undervalued guy is really at the top of the board is Trea Turner. I love Trea Turner. I don't know what happened. I have that. That's been my running theme, but like I'm buying back in on guys that have been perennial top 5 overall players that are still really good. Turner came back from that injury and went off. He was awesome, and even still in bases and stuff. They're talking about it maybe leading off again, which I get the Schwarber leadoff thing, but he still clogs the bases. It's not that great to go, oh man, we have this guy who's going to get on all the time. Yeah, he's fat and like slow, and he's on first. And basically, the way I've always seen it is, you want a guy to lead off. Yes, that gets on, but the second part of that is you need him to score on a double. And Schwarber is not scoring from first on the double, where Turner is going to score from first on the double, and he's really, really good. I think the power stroke has come along. I just don't think I need to really defend Trea Turner. He's awesome. So, yeah, so there's like one good and one really high, undervalued, and one really low one, right? You can get it all with Turner. You can get it late with Correa.
I love Turner this year. I seen him go in the third round of 15-team leagues, and like that's criminal for me. Yeah, absolutely. My most overvalued guy is Ezequiel Tovar. It's very similar to the Ceddanne Rafaela thing, which is I just don't love the underlying skills. Now, he will volume, and if you're okay with what I think could be a cratering and batting average, even in Colorado, it's probably fine, and I think he probably will be okay because I think he's going to play because Colorado just sucks. But like the underlying skills are really, really scary on a guy like Tovar, and I know there's power and speed there, but it's very similar to like Zach Geloff, where things could just crater out. And one of the reasons I'm just not drafting Tovar. Most undervalued guy, it's really difficult. A guy that I actually hated on for the last few years because I thought he was overvalued in the market. To me now, he's undervalued. That's Jeremy Pena. All the dude does is accumulate. And I think these kind of boring accumulator guys get undervalued in the market. And I think Pena is actually a really, really nice value these days. Dansby Swanson, another one of these guys, where I just think people are undervaluing kind of what they do because they don't have a standout tool for fantasy necessarily, but they just produce numbers, which is what we're looking for. Let's move over to third base real quick. I only got about 5 minutes left. John, go ahead and rattle yours off.
I just don't draft Alec Baum. We're dreaming on this stuff. It's just never happening. You could get the same profile earlier or later, and especially much later. So I'm not really interested. We keep dreaming on the home runs and the lift, and it's just not happening. I'm out. Again, I'm going to go. This is kind of like in the Christian Encarnacion Strand theme, and I'm drafting Connor Norby everywhere. He showed such elite power metrics underneath. You have to pull a layer or two away from the onion. But this is, again, a super highly touted prospect. He's going to play every day. There's zero competition there. I know the lineup is not good, but the top three is not awful. Edwards and Sanchez and Norby make a decent top three at least. So I kind of like, if I'm going to take my shots, I like to take them way back.
Yeah. Henry, what about you?
My guy's a third, overvalued with Jazz Chisholm. I love to believe in what he could do in Yankee Stadium, what we saw last year, but like the injury risk, we haven't seen him really put together. I mean, last season was pretty good. He stayed healthy, but like still the amount of injuries he's dealt with, is he really going to be able to volume and actually stay on the field enough to be worth this like high second round pick? I don't know. And I'm not willing to pay it to find out. And undervalued is Nolan Arenado. I get it that like the power's kind of gone away and he's not what he used to be, but man, he's dropping way too low. He's still going to volume. He's going to play every day, pile up well over 600 plate appearances, and maybe some power comes back. But even if not, he's going to get you runs, RBIs, a decent batting average, do all these things. Like, is he really less valuable than like Josh Young and Isaac Paredes, who he's going behind? Like, I don't believe it. I just think that he's going way too low.
It's a great call. It is. The boring guys are the ones who get undervalued in the market. And you know who gets overvalued in the market? It's the young, sexy guys that everybody's like waiting for the breakout. So my most overvalued guy, someone people are going to be upset about, it's Junior Caminero. I understand he like has all the tools in the world to be an elite player. I think he will be at some point. But unfortunately, I don't know that it's this year. He still has a pretty low launch angle. He's still very, very young, kind of adjusting to major league pitching. I think he's going to be good, but this idea that he's going to be great, and we're seeing his price just rise and rise and rise in the market, I think it's a mistake. I think people are overrating Junior Caminero. The guy that is most underrated is kind of the antithesis of Junior Caminero. It's Eugenio Suarez. Like, all the dude does is hit 30 bombs every year and just volume. And like is in one of the best offenses in baseball. Like, I don't understand why people just continue to sleep on Eugenio Suarez. I think it's a mistake. A few minutes left. Let's do outfield real quick, and then I'll let you guys throw out a picture real quick. I'm going to put a smile
on your face.
There we go. I want to see it.
I don't know why people are drafting Pete Crow Armstrong where he goes. I don't understand it at all. Justin, I had a giant smile on my face. Listen, you guys, you totally laid it out. Check out his episode. The hit tool is poor. He could be at the back of the lineup. Oh, but guess what? He's going to play every day doing bad stuff for you. He's not a great hitter. He's not a great hitter. People are chasing these handful of home runs in a small set. I don't like it. And then like Acuna is an easy, like that's an easy kind of overvalue. People are chasing the yellow batting gloves or something. Double ACL, 2 different knees. I don't think he's going to last. And my other value, I got one for Paul Spore is Seiya Suzuki, man. Should be up there with, I think he should be a full tier ahead of where he's going. Suzuki's an excellent hitter, especially if we get a full season out of him. I think he really impresses. I just like him as a total package. Plus, it's speed and average with steals. I like that lineup a lot. Maybe another time we can get into why I like Kyle Tucker more than everyone else. But yeah, that lineup is pretty damn good.
What about you, Henry?
Overvalued. I'm going to go with Cody Bellinger. I love Cody. I want him to succeed. He's going too high. The lefty power in Yankee Stadium could be awesome, but like he's been not great for so many of recent seasons, and I just don't believe he has the upside he used to, where you can get guys who are both more stable than him and have more upside than him where he's going. And I want to go with undervalued Ian Happ. I think this dude's just yearly criminally undervalued. And again, kind of a boring guy, but going to go out there and just produce. He gives you power, gives you speed, is in a good offense. Like I'll take Ian Happ. He ends up on so many teams because we get past pick 100, and I'm like, Ian Happ's the best player out here. Why is he still on the board? I'm gonna take him.
Yeah, I like both. Well, I don't like the Bellinger slander, but I do like the Ian Happ call. And maybe Sarah Sanchez will still come on the next the next hour after us slandering Pete Crow Armstrong, because I agree with that one. And she is up next. But real quick, overvalued guys or overvalued. Obviously Acuna. I talked about Michael Harris. The other guy that I think is overvalued is O'Neal Cruz. And I love O'Neal Cruz. I think he has a tremendous upside, but I don't think we're factoring in the tremendous downside on a guy that big who struggles with end zone contact and is on a Pirates offense that has not really gotten better. So that is one of the ones that I'm a little afraid of drafting at his current value. I do love Ian Happ, but Nick Castellanos is another one of these guys who's boring. All he does go out and produce, is in a great lineup and a great park. Like, I don't know why people don't love Nick Castellanos more than they already do. Also, shout out Jesus Sanchez, who I think is a really, really underrated guy in the ADP. That is all the time we have for this hour. John, remind everybody where you can reach the social media, plug what you got going on.
Yeah, just check me at the Twitter handle down below, at John Legaze. It'll streamline you to everything, all the links and stuff. Just follow along. It's better than me rattling off a list.
All right. And Henry, you do the same.
Yeah, check me out at Henry13Wilson13 over on X, and Henry Wilson 13 over at Blue Sky, and come check out some of the work I'm doing over at Fantasy Alarm right now.
There we go. Gonna remove you guys unceremoniously like I do every year and every hour. We are raising money for Fantasy Cares right up there. Somewhere up there. There we go. You can donate to Fantasy Cares at donorbox.org /TGFBI-2025. Every dollar you donate goes to Fantasy Cares and gets you entered in to win amazing prizes that we'll be giving away at the end of the weekend. And so far, between TGFBI participants, TGFBI satellite participants, and Podapallooza, we've actually already raised over $5,000. So I'm going to give away at least 5 spots in next year's TGFBI, because for every $1,000 we raise between all these things that we do, including Podapallooza, I give away a spot in next year's TGFBI for people who don't qualify through the satellite leagues. So keep donating. You can win one of those spots. You can also win other amazing prizes like jerseys, t-shirts, subscriptions to fantasy sites and Patreons throughout our industry. Let's bring in our next group. We have my friend Sarah Sanchez, who had to listen to our slander of Pete Crow Armstrong. How you doing?
I honestly agree with it. Like, I think PCA is a great player. He's a fun player, and he goes too high. I will say he's a good value there if you need steals. That's the one thing that he is going to do for you. He's going to run on the bases all day long. But so we're still friends.
Okay, all right. Thank God. I was afraid you were going to be like, I'm not doing this next hour because of Justin slandering my boy. But I'm glad we're on the same page there. We also have Matthew. How you doing, my friend?
Good. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. And we have Mike McGregor. How you doing, my friend?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm going to turn this hour over to Sarah because she graciously agreed to host, and this allows me to actually go and stretch and use the restroom. So enjoy the next hour, everybody. I will talk to you soon.
Yeah, no worries. Have a good break, Justin. Hey, y'all. Welcome. We're going to heat things up this Saturday morning with some bold predictions here on Podapallooza 2025. I'm excited to join the show to give Justin a break for a little bit while we raise some more money for Fantasy Cares. Make sure that you are donating. Every dollar donated to Fantasy Cares gets you a raffle ticket to win some amazing prizes like jerseys, bobbleheads, subscriptions to fantasy sites, and Patreons, TGFBI entries, and more. So be sure, if you can, that you are donating today. As Justin mentioned, I'm Sarah Sanchez. You might know me on social media as at BCB_. Sarah, you can find my fantasy writing at Baseball HQ, and I am the co-host of the Fantasy Feud podcast on the Pitcherless Network with the great Shelley Verstrate. And while this is not set up for a debate format, I'm sure we'll have some big debates today with these bold predictions. I am thrilled to be joined by Matthew Pepler of Stacking Dingers. Matthew, tell people a little bit about your work and where they can find you.
Yeah, absolutely. So I am maybe the person who talks the most about underdog best ball on the internet. So if you're into that and you don't know about stacking dingers, that's my show. I also have a channel, The Sheep Seats, where every Friday night we do underdog MLB drafts all year long as they're in the lobby.
Oh, that's awesome. I need to get more into the underdog game. So I will definitely be checking that out. That's one of the things that I'm working on this season. So really thrilled to have you here with us today. And then we also have, of course, Mike McGregor, who you know as Draft Buddy. Mike, tell people a little bit more about your work and where they can find you.
Yeah, Matthew, I can't play an underdog, unfortunately, in Ontario. So that's a bit of a problem up here.
There's plenty of people that cross the border.
Is DraftBuddy.com I've had for a while. It's the main feature thing. We have a custom cheat sheet and draft tracker software for both baseball and football. And then I have a bunch of other tools and stuff. I'm a web developer. It's mostly me fussing around with web stuff, collecting data. I have a huge database of baseball players, huge football database, and tinkering with tools is my kind of side gig on Draft Buddy, and less content stuff for me personally, I guess. But I thought I'd jump in here, and I wanted to take part for the first time on the Podapallooza.
Awesome. Well, it's a wonderful weekend. We're happy to have you. First time Podapallooza guest here. That's amazing. We're just going to jump right in. We're going to do some bold predictions today. And our instructions were very clear. 5 bold predictions. Bring them to the show. We'll hash them out here together. Matthew, why don't we start with you with your first bold prediction for 2025?
All right. Number 1 goes with Mike's hat. Vlad Guerrero, MVP. He's in the walk year. He's going to be stepping it up. He wants to show everybody what he's worth. Last year his hard hit was back to where it was in the Dunedin year. I think everybody's kind of taken that year and thrown it out from his stats, but he was close to it again last year. He doesn't have quite the chance at the power because the park isn't small like that anymore. But I think we've forgotten that he's only 25 years old because he's been talked about and relevant for so long. Like he's like a year older than Bobby Witt Jr. Like he's still improving. So I think he reaches deep down into the bag this year, comes up with 10 steals to add on to all the power and the average. And I just think he's going to be up there in the, MVP conversation this year.
I love that. Vladito is MVP. There are not many more fun players than that. And with the Toronto hat on, Mike, what do you think of Vladito as MVP?
Nice. I love it. I love the idea. I've been a little skittish on him too, right? Because, love the player, love the guy. Not a little worried about Toronto as a team. They had a very tough start to the season. Worried things could go sideways quickly with the team as a whole, but certainly I'm with you. Like he wants to perform.
Yeah. All right. Can I throw it? Is it bold to say that he could get traded then?
I don't even want to think about that.
Okay, sorry. But I mean, can that help his value if he does? I mean,
sure, it would help.
I mean, if he's having an MVP season in a walk year for a team that doesn't have a shot, I think that's probably the type of thing you would see. I really think it would depend on the package, though. I'm honestly stunned Toronto has not figured out an extension with him right now. He's exactly the type of guy you build your entire franchise around. Mike, we'll pass it to you for your first bold prediction of the morning.
Yeah. Sorry. I'm not shocked they didn't come to an agreement, and I guess that's the Jays fan, not fans of management for a number of years now, right? So I don't think it really came as a surprise. They didn't come to an agreement, and now we're just kind of like, yeah, there we go. So very good chance we lose them. Anyway, sorry. I hope I don't get the comments going too much here with this first bold prediction, but I thought I'd look at the Dodgers who are being drafted in the first, like the early star Dodgers, I think are kind of set to disappoint. That includes Ohtani, Betts, Freeman, Will Smith, all drafted pretty high in our drafts. Obviously, we got 2 first-round picks there. Now, it's made a little more sense with Ohtani before the respite from pitching that the Dodgers are giving him. So they've kind of pushed off the pitching for him at this time is the latest news. But, the pitching's still out there as we think he's going to pitch, and he's got to ramp up for the pitching. And it becomes a bit of a distraction. He's going to become a difficult player to manage. we already see like every time a little nick or ding on one of the Dodgers happens, we're like, oh, well, the Dodgers, we kind of take for granted the Dodgers are going to make the playoffs. They're going to have a great team. They're a stacked team. So they're using an abundance of caution with their star players. They set them aside. They want to, save them for the playoffs, which makes sense. So I just worry that a little bit, that we have overvalued all these guys for fantasy. They're all veteran players. They got nothing left to prove. They're just thinking championships. They're not thinking personal records. So that's kind of my bold prediction in terms of like, where they are. But I guess I put down, what did I put down here? I grouped them all together, and I always hate to put bets in here, but because I love the position flexibility, but they're all getting drafted about a round plus ahead of their end of season value. That's my bold prediction.
Yeah, no, I love this bold prediction. I actually think that, look, the Dodgers are a stacked team. They're a great team. Something's gone catastrophically wrong if they don't at least snag a wild card position in the playoffs. But baseball is it's a game of attrition, right? Like you have a 162 game season. And if your goal is to get to October healthy and win in October, then you're not pushing yourself as much in May or June to really push some of those personal limits. I think it's a great bold prediction. Matthew, what do you think of this one?
I was, before the news came out that Ohtani was going to be held off, one of the things I had penciled in earlier this week was that I didn't think Ohtani was going to pitch till late in the season. So, but for me at this point, I don't put any doubt on Ohtani. I just I'm done trying to put every year, oh, what about this? What about this? And he's like, who cares? I'm superhuman. So, but yeah, that makes sense. I mean, Freeman and Smith are still working off injuries from the World Series. So giving them rest just makes sense.
Yeah, I think Ohtani's the hardest one maybe to put in there. Because if he's just hitting, great. That's what you want. Slot him in and, one or two off the board, totally fine. But I'm like, well, let's group all the Dodgers together. And yeah, I didn't mention Freeman. They're already talking about load management for him. Right. So.
And with that whole roster, you can see backups upon backups, right? Like if Betts needs a break for a little bit, Tommy Edman is right there. Like you have so many options in the outfield to get things done. It would not shock anybody if Max Muncy winds up taking some of the load off Freddie Freeman, right? Like it just seems like the Dodgers at this point in time, they're already well past a 6-man rotation, kind of moving into how can we manage that towards a 7-ish man rotation just to try to keep the workload down. So I think that for fantasy purposes, that's absolutely something we need to remember. They go high because they're on an excellent team and we think those counting stats are going to be high, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're going to match the slot value that you could have at that slot if you took somebody else. And speaking of slot value, I'm gonna go to my second bold prediction here instead of my first one to kick us off, because I actually think that even though he's going as high as he has ever gone in any draft ever, I'm going to be a bit of a homer here and lean into my own priors. I think Wilson Contreras hits 30 home runs for the Cardinals this year, and I think he is a steal where he's going in drafts right now. I think he should be going earlier. I don't understand why people take Adley in front of him. I don't understand why people take Sal Perez in front of him. He's going to play first base. He's going to probably play every day. The only thing that has capped Wilson Contreras' ability to hit bombs in the past has been playing time. He plays about 480 to 520 games a year. Last year, he played 380 plate appearances a season. Last year, it was 385 plate appearances. He had 15 home runs. People are projecting him for 600 plus plate appearances and still projecting him for 20 to 24 home runs. And I think that math is just wrong. He's going to be a better hitter now that he's not catching, and he's just gonna play every single day. And tell me why I'm wrong. Matt, you go first.
Me? Sorry.
I said Mike, but I think I said Adam.
Oh, sorry.
I heard Matt.
Sorry. You're good. It's early here.
No, I don't think you're wrong, really. I mean, I have not been drafting catchers early, which is pretty common. A lot of people, but I do get a bit of FOMO. I'm not against it. If you can get a top catcher, and he is the top catcher off the board, rightfully so, you got a big position advantage there. So I like it.
Matthew, what about you?
Yeah, I've been singing the Wilson Contreras praises over on Underdog since the start of draft season. He was, because of the way that format is laid out, he is labeled as an infielder, and generally, with it being a points volume real heavy type thing, people are afraid of drafting catchers, but like you said, he's not a catcher this year. He's just thought of as a catcher. So just getting that out of your head, and assuming he has full run this year, like if you play daily games and you're using a projection system, like each day that you're looking at the Cardinals stack, like he's the top hitter in that lineup when he's in.
100%. And I just think that, you know, we think, oh, catcher, he should go later, but he's always been an above average hitter. If you actually look at his WRC plus numbers over time, he profiles a lot like a JD Martinez type, and he's just been doing that as a catcher. And so we haven't seen the volume that we've seen from some of these other guys. Matthew, I'm going to go backwards this time. Matthew, you get our next bold prediction. What do you got?
All right. So next up, I have Jung-Hoo Lee I don't know how to word this. It's not like super bold, but I think he's going to be a guy that you wish you drafted more of, because I think he's, last year he hit 260. I think he's going to be higher than that. He hit higher than that in Korea. He's going to be batting third, so he's going to get RBIs this year. He's still got Matt Chapman and Elliot Ramos behind him to drive him in. He's already got 2 home runs in 20 at bats in spring. Caveat there, I didn't see which pitchers those are off of. But I think he has like 15-10 upside and average. And I think he's just sitting around in a group of outfielders and ADP that if a lot of them are just like upside power guys that you're grabbing there. And I think he's just a real good, like 4th or 5th outfielder on your team.
I really like this call out because particularly with the spring training stats generally don't matter. We think it's not a big deal, except when they do. And the few times that they do are, you have a player coming back from an injury and you want to know if he's okay, right? Like you want to know if he still has what he had prior to the injury. My biggest hesitation with Jung-Hoo Lee has been the shoulder, right? And shoulders are we've seen that do devastating damage to players' ability in the past. And so I get really nervous about that. But seeing that performance in spring eases some of those nerves a little bit. Mike, what do you think about Jung-Hoo Lee?
Yeah, I like him. I've had him kind of marked as a soft target late, and I find that outfield position does dry pretty quickly. So I have been in a couple of drafts where I'm like, I need some outfielders. I have jumped on him a couple of times.
And I do think, to add one more thing, is some of the projection systems out there on Fangraphs are kind of low on his playing time, and I think he's just going to be an everyday guy. So I don't know if that's coming from the injury. The worry there is just a little lower, but I think all wheels up, and he's everyday guy in that lineup.
Yeah, the playing time issue is interesting. I wonder if that's just the projection systems guessing wrong because he has such a limited sample of playing time so far. But I love that as a call out for a bold prediction. I'm going to do my second one, and then we'll finish up this round with Mike's second bold prediction. I think we're sleeping on the Washington Nationals a bit. So I predict that the Washington Nationals will finish top 3 in the NL East with an upstart team who is better than you think. James Wood proves that he's worth well more than that mid-4th round ADP, probably rises to a 2nd or 3rd round guy in 2026. Dylan Cruz can hit another level. CJ Abrams continues to grow and be exactly who we think he is. Nathaniel Lowe and Josh Bell are just the type of guys that you could see a sort of change of scenery situation, giving them another level. Josh Bell played his best baseball that he's ever played when he was playing with the Nationals. And the tricky thing about the Nationals is the reason I think projection systems are down on them is in the standing is their pitching. It's not their hitting, but they've got some interesting arms in the minor leagues. They could call up a Cade Cavalli, who they have been babying and nursing back from his injuries over the last couple of years. DJ Hertz looked better than I think anybody thought he was going to look last season when he got called up. And I just can't believe that Jake Irvin is going to hold down a spot if DJ Hertz is mowing guys down in AAA. And you get a couple more better pitchers on that squad. That's a team that is fun, that can hit. They run a lot. I think the Nationals make a run at the NL East, and at least one of those juggernauts at the top, the Mets, the Phillies, or the Braves, falls apart a little bit, and the Nationals squeak into 3rd there. Why am I wrong, Mike?
That was my first question, Sarah. Okay, so who's finishing outside the top 3?
It could be anyone for a number of reasons, but I've got a couple of hypotheses, right? Like the Phillies are kind of old. I think the Phillies really, if they wanted to get this done, they kind of needed to do it last year. It's the last year of Kyle Schwarber on that team. Nick Castellanos has had moments where he looks like he's hitting the point where the age is going to catch up to that particular skill set, and maybe he's not going to be the same guy going forward. Trey Turner looks like he's still a great player, but maybe not the great player we saw 2 years ago, maybe a great player down another level. Bryce Harper is excellent, but Bryce Harper gets hurt a little bit, and you know, they lose some playing time from him. What if JT Realmuto is actually broken and he doesn't come back this year like we hope he does, right? So I think there's an in there with the Phillies, but I think there's an in there with the Mets or the Braves too. They're great teams, and baseball has a lot of variance for great teams to have an awful year if injuries hit you poorly.
Yeah, for me, Mets, look at that rotation. I mean, what are we doing there? But I'm very much not in the Nationals camp this year. I'm going to push back here. I mean, I get it. It's all about the upside of the young guys, and you know, I get it, but I just don't think they gotta have to fight, like, hit on too many things for it to happen this year in that lineup, because, like you said, projection systems don't like him. I'm maybe a little bit too much of a projection guy, but you know, you look at that team and there's like 3 guys that have a WRC plus over 100. I use the bad X here. So, and you know, I don't know. I just don't see it, but I get where you're coming from. I don't know.
We got to get some controversy on here. It's bold for a reason.
Oh, they definitely have some young players, some fun players to like to watch out for. But I think
all right, Mike, that brings us to your second bold prediction of the show.
Yeah, I expect all the Phillies to fall. Yeah, not it. Not it. Okay, Jordan Romano, top 10 closer. Now, admittedly, when I wrote this down, I was like, top 10? Maybe 12, 14 is a little more reasonable, but top 10 sounds better. He's drafted after 20 are off the board. So anyways, we know last year was the elbow. It was a problem. Throw it last year completely. He had surgery and he looks good early. I think the change of scenery from Toronto is going to do him some good. And he goes to a team with expected to win 90 plus games. He's got the closing experience. I know people love Orion Kukurian, but I think Romano gets the job, holds the job, and finishes similar to how he was previously, a top 10 closer in the league.
Matthew, what are your takes on Jordan Romano?
I have none. I mean, one of the things, I do some NFBC stuff, but I don't do a lot in closers on underdog. Like, they're pointless. So I don't look into the depth ones. And when I'm drafting them regular, I just I grab an early and I grab some specs late, and I don't think about it too much. So I can't bring much to the Jordan Romano conversation.
I'm a Jordan Romano skeptic, but that's only because I rostered him last season, and it was a miserable experience rostering Jordan Romano in any league where you had a short bench. I had to do a lot of fab claims on Yimi Garcia and Chad Green, and then Jordan Romano would come back, and I would be all excited, and he'd break again. I don't really know. I think the biggest obstacle here for Jordan Romano might be the fact that the Phillies are a team that is not afraid to move to a closer by committee situation the second it looks like somebody is struggling. And so I don't think the leash is very long for Jordan Romano if he struggles at all or deals with injury issues. I do agree with you that if you look back, discounting last season to a couple of seasons ago, you can squint and see it, and it makes a ton of sense. So assuming he's healthy, I think that's possible, but I've been way out on Jordan Romano after getting so burned last year.
I hear you. It happens.
I do find it strange that the Phillies and the Blue Jays kind of traded questionable injured relievers to be closers. Like, what were both of them doing there? Like, I don't get what the process there in that move was.
No, definitely when I look at the closer rankings, there are a few players regularly drafted ahead of Romano, and I'm like, really? Like Pete Fairbanks? I don't know. Tampa's going to be terrible. So top 10 is bold, but I think he's undervalued.
Yeah, so Jordan Romano, a free agent, right? So that's a free agent signing, and Carlos Estevez was a free agent signing too. So that actually makes me think that neither of those teams are all that interested in who they had before. Or Jose Alvarado, who you're talking about there, Matthew.
Oh no, Jeff Hoffman. He was
Jeff
on the Phillies.
Oh, Hoffman. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
Hoffman,
You're right.
yeah.
Sorry, I'm
And,
mixing up guys.
you know,
I'm like, which guy are you talking about?
sorry,
Both of the
sorry,
guys I just said are not on. Yeah,
I
you're
should
good.
have said that. No, yeah,
I
because
should have pulled up the rosters.
Jeff Hoffman is on the Blue Jays now, and we heard multiple teams had questions about his medicals, and we know Jordan Romano's medicals didn't look good from last year. So what were those two teams doing in that thought process?
Well, what I think they were doing is cutting bait on the guy they no longer believed in, and the other team bought the guy that the team no longer believes in, which is actually a reason to be skeptical of both Jeff Hoffman and Jordan Romano in my book. Although I have a little bit more faith in Jeff Hoffman, I think, at this moment in time than Jordan Romano. But that's a good bold prediction. I like it quite a bit. Matthew, your next bold prediction. What do you got?
All right, Robbie Ray, top 10 fantasy pitcher. He's got a new changeup. He's on his TJ honeymoon. We've seen the Cy Young season out of him. He's got so far no walks in spring. That's always the downfall on him, is those seasons where he can't get the walks under control and he's giving up bombs and bringing guys in. But I just think he is severely undervalued, and like the upside is there again this year.
Yeah,
and like
Mike.
you said, Sarah, sorry to interrupt.
No. Go ahead.
It's same thing with Jung Hoo Lee. We saw him pitch last year. We've seen him pitch in the spring. Like, there's no reason to be worried. I mean, there's always reason to be worried about a pitcher being healthy, but I think right now he is healthy and ready to pitch.
Yeah, I mean, the health of pitchers, particularly pitchers that throw so hard, is always a huge question mark. Mike, what do you think of that one?
I like it. Top 10 seems really high, but I do really like it. I had to go back and look at my TGFBI draft board because I just realized I think I just passed on Robbie Ray, and it was between him and someone else between one of my other bold predictions. So I do really like him. I expect a good season from him, but I did pass on him for other players.
Well, I'm going to skip my turn here for a second, because if you've got a bold prediction that is in direct competition with the Robbie Ray bold prediction that we just heard, I want to hear it. So who's the player that you opted for instead of Robbie Ray?
I went with Brandon Pfaadt.
Okay, tell me about that bold prediction.
Well, that's perhaps a bit of FOMO too, right? Because I've been like, Brandon Pfaadt's a player I'd want to get out of most of my drafts. Hasn't happened yet. I was like, wow, he went earlier in my Earth League draft, which was 2 weeks ago, I think. He went earlier than I expected. And I'm like, oh. So in TJ, we're in the 12th. We were in the 12th round, and I'm drafting in the 10 spot. So it was like, okay, need a pitcher, and Robbie Ray, Brandon Pfaadt were the considerations. And I was like, I got to go Brandon Pfaadt here because I'm going to lose him again. Be kicking myself. But what I have down here for in terms of reasoning, I mean, I feel like Brandon Pfaadt he's a really good combination of age, MLB experience, pedigree to take a big jump in production this year. Now, I didn't say top 10 though. I've had my bold prediction was top 30 starting pitcher, and he was very solid the first half of last season. He had a terrible August to October, which really tainted the end of season stats. But he pitched 180 innings. He's got a K rate over 9. He cut his home runs a lot from 2023 to 2024. He needs to cut them again. The home runs are a problem, but young kid, big arm. And we've had high expectations for him. And I think drafters have lowered those expectations based on what he's done, but he was really young and just getting in the league in the last year and a half. So I think this is a big step up season for him.
That is really interesting to me. He went a lot earlier in my Earth League draft than I thought he was going to go to, which was a little bit surprising to me. There were quite a few people in the room who were high on him. So I've been looking into him a bit more. And I see what people see. I'm just not sure I see it. I also think that, 20th to 30th top pitcher seems a little bit more reasonable for a Pfaadt expectation for me. But that means you don't see Robbie Ray in that top 20 to 30 bit either. So we've got a definite competition of bold predictions here, which is always.
So you're the deciding vote here. So what do you think?
I haven't really drafted either of them. I would take that before I would take Ray. I worry a little bit about Ray with the age and the health, but I think that there's more upside for Fat. But honestly, neither of these dudes are on my list. I was kind of surprised how high both of them were going.
Fair.
I do live Fat too. Also, I think it's silly that what he's being projected for innings, because he's got guys ahead of him that have not stayed healthy the last few years. Merrill Kelly, Eduardo Rodriguez has his own set of issues, and I think he can be, the number 3 guy there, and just be, and he's pitched innings the last 2 years. You said he's young, but he's somehow young but experienced.
Yeah, he did throw 181 and 2/3 innings last season. He threw 96 innings before that. So the projections on innings do seem a little bit light. I imagine Ariel Cohen and I were talking about this a few years ago, that's just one of the blind spots for projection systems. When you have only 2 seasons, you're kind of averaging them rather than building on the last season. That's a really good call out on the innings being projected too low for Fat in most systems.
Yeah, I mean, we know that the pitcher, we can see obviously from the last day that the pitcher injuries could happen to anybody at any time. But when you're looking at guys and you're like, well, this guy's pitched 180 innings, I'd rather lean to him than the guy who cannot get over 120 or 140.
Yeah,
right, consistently. So
that makes a ton of sense. I'm going to move to the infield for my next bold prediction, and that is that Matt McLain is healthy and winds up being one of the top 2 second basemen in fantasy in 2025. If you look at the auction calculator per Steamer, actually I've got Oopsie up right now, but it was also pretty good on Steamer. He sits right in that second or third spot in that second base category, and he's right behind Ketel Marte, right behind Ozzie Albies, and right behind Jose Altuve, depending on where you look. The only question to me for Matt McLain is health. What we saw from him in 2023, I thought was outstanding. And I would not be surprised if all of the 3 players ahead of him took a step backwards. They're a little bit older. Albies particularly has dealt with some injuries. Altuve may be splitting time in the outfield and second base. And I think he's still great, but he's, every Father Time waits for no one. Like Father Time comes for us all eventually. And so Matt McLain, if healthy, for me, is the next generation of top tier second baseman. And I think he's kind of a steal where he's going in drafts right now. Matthew, what are your thoughts on McLain?
I'm with you. I think people are pretty scared, about, because even that 2023 season, he got injured. He didn't even finish that out. So I think that is the hesitation. He was in the previous episode, he was a couple of people agreed with the most overvalued second baseman when I was listening to them earlier. But I'm with you. I think it's real, and we just want hitters that hit in Great American Ballpark. Like it's as simple as that sometimes.
Great American Ballpark is an outstanding place to play. And I don't know what Matt McLain would do in a different ballpark, but I don't have to worry about it because he's going to play at Great American Ballpark, which is incredible. I hear why people think he might be overvalued because of the injury situation and they want to take somebody they've seen do it more than once before. But I actually think that this is a guy with a lot of upside, really good prospect. And the 2020 skills that he showed in 2023 really impressed me. I think that he's going to hit low in a Reds lineup that is offensively talented and fun. I mean, the Reds may not be the most competitive team in the NL Central this year, but it's not because of their offense. It's because of their pitching and some other things that are going on. Mike, what do you think of Matt McLain?
Oh, I love it. Actually, I had him penciled in as possible bold prediction. Actually, to be honest, I had McLain down, and then I went a different direction on the Reds. But love the player. I think you're saying people are worried about injury and they get skittish because the player's only done it once. But that's your opportunity, right? That's your, that's why he's being drafted so low or lower. Then the skill set is worse. So yeah.
Buying opportunity on the Reds, I am here for it all the time, especially with a guy who is so young. You mentioned that you have another bold prediction from the Reds, Mike. So take us there now, if you don't mind.
Yeah. So I didn't put down McLain, but I went with Gavin Lux. So I went really low in the ADP and put Gavin Lux top 15 second baseman. Now, I think part of the problem with the Reds is people are like, well, they got all these good players, all these good young players. Where are they going to play? People are, find the playing time figuring out on the Reds a little more difficult than maybe it is. Noelfi Marte seems like a wasted pick at this point. Maybe I think ADP maybe caught up with that because it doesn't seem like he's going to be on the major league roster. Now Spencer Steer's injured too, his shoulder, and there's no clear timeline on him. CES is a popular pick and was talked about in the first hour. But he doesn't seem like he has a real stronghold on regular playing time. So, we know Ellie's going to play, McLean's going to play. They're figuring out third base. Lux, I think Lux is going to play more than people think. But beyond that, he's now second year removed from ACL injury, and he had a big second half improvement last year. His OPS really jumped. So I think he's going to get playing time and do well with it. And we talked about the ballpark. Obviously, the ballpark is great. And is he going to be in a platoon? I'm trying to be a little less scared of platoons this year because I figure I spent all this time figuring trying to find those players who are going to play every day. But when you get lower in your roster, it may just not be possible. But if you can get a platoon guy who does well in his platoon, he's on the right side of the platoon, then you're probably in pretty good shape. So I think Lux is in for a good season, and he's definitely a bench player. He's way down. He's drafted around 300 to 350, I think. So, when you're scrounging, looking for upside players late, I would pick him.
I like the call out of Gavin Lux, and particularly being less scared of that particular platoon. There's some platoons that I'm pretty worried about, right? Like TJ Friedel has been in a platoon his entire career, and I just don't think that's going to change at any point in time. That is who he is. Now, if you're looking, if the Reds have a good week, he's going to face a lot of guys. You can have him on your bench, put him in your lineup, whatever. But in this instance, Gavin Lux is being platooned with Santiago Espinal. And it's you can squint and see Gavin Lux playing his way into full-time playing because Santiago Espinal is just so baseline floor. I can see Gavin Lux out playing that floor. Matthew, what are your thoughts on Gavin Lux, whether he's in a platoon or not, and whether he's going to be a top 15 second baseman?
Well, I'm never going to go against a bold prediction about a good Wisconsin boy like Gavin Lux. So, I like it. And he should get middle and corner eligibility. Who knows, maybe outfield. You never know with the Reds. I'm still, trying to figure out that roster. So, yeah, when we have those questions, that is potentially a place to attack. And like you said, where he's going, if it turns out he is not working out, you can drop him, right? He's replaceable if it doesn't go right.
Yeah, I think that's right. This is exactly the type of player you take a shot on, and if it's not working in the first month of the season, you move on and try to find somebody else who is working. And that's part of the beauty of having some of these bold predictions that are that late in the draft. I'm going to go with a similar type of player, albeit a very different team situation, a very different career so far. I think that Luis Rengifo proves that his 2024 was real. He stays healthy and is a $10 or more player in 2025 on an Angels team where he's going to get a ton of playing time opportunities, but his positional versatility also just makes him kind of that Swiss Army knife in your roster that he can play a bunch of different positions for you, depending on where you have injuries. The 300 average last year was fueled by a BABIP that is pretty high. And so I'm a little skeptical of the average, but I'm not really skeptical of anything else. And I think he can put together the counting stats and he can put together a season that probably keeps him a $10 plus player this year. Mike, what are your thoughts on Luis Rengifo? And maybe in comparison to Gavin Lux, because they are kind of similar types of utility guys going kind of late. What are you going to do with this situation?
Yeah, I wonder if I feel about the Angels like you feel about the Nationals a little bit. I'm maybe this team can be better than we think. If Trout can stay healthy, Taylor Ward can get healthy and still perform, Logan Hape Nolan Chanel, and Rengifo's right in there. So, yeah, I mean, sure, I'm in on Rengifo. I don't recall where his ADP is right around now, but but he looks good. Switch hitter. 24 steals last year.
Yeah,
So,
right last season. I thought I had 8 pulled up, but I do not. I will pull that up while we are getting Matthew's take on Luis Rengifo.
Well, let's just roll into one of my bold predictions: Angels playoffs.
Okay, tell me more. Let's go. That's great.
Wild card Angels this year. I think Jorge Soler just is continually slept on every year. I mean, it goes without saying, healthy Trout. That is the key. But even then, I just think they've put together a Frankenstein of a lineup that I like now, and it's a mix of the veterans that I like in totally boring but awesome baseball player Taylor Ward. The upside of Soler. You mentioned O'Hoppe. They brought in Travis d'Arnaud, who is frustrating for us as fantasy players who want to go all the playing time to go to O'Hoppe because he's so exciting. But I think Travis d'Arnaud just puts a floor on that position that he's getting up there in age, obviously, but he can still come in, hit 3 home runs in a game. He just has that kind of tendency. And Rengifo is just the glue guy, and even Joe Adell, who how old is he actually now? He's still only 25.
Still pretty young.
And
yeah.
We saw last year he was on pace for a 2020 season till the injury came. So yeah, I just like that lineup. Can't really talk about the rotation as much as being that confident, but I also see weakness in that division too. I can poke holes in most of the other teams in the AL West too.
It's an interesting call out on the Angels in the playoffs, because I was just thinking, the second you said that, I was like, the AL West isn't all it's cracked up to be. The Astros losing Kyle Tucker is a pretty big deal. Isaac Paredes is a good fit for that ballpark, but losing Tucker and Bregman, that's got to hurt you at least a little bit, I would think. And just looked it up. These are drafts, 15 teamers since February 10th. So February 10th through now. Renjivo's going at about 152. Soler is going at about 212. Those are two guys that if you believe in that skill set, you believe that team's going to be a little better than you think it is. Those are both pretty good picks where they're going, in my opinion.
Yeah, I maybe because I got Rengifo. I've been grabbing him a lot the last few years. So I'm getting a little bit price conscious on him this year because you could get him for a lot of value because, and where he's stuck in. So I haven't got to him much this year, but I do love him as a player too.
And Rengifo, even if the 300 last year is, not expected, still 264 over 900 at bats the prior 2 years, which for a 10th round pick is, if you're struggling at batting average from your earlier picks, that's not bad to add to the squad.
It's not bad at all. Mike, give us another one of your bold predictions.
Okay, last one. So I actually threw this out to X and Blue Sky to ask for input on this one. I actually ran a little contest and said,
was there a difference between what X thought and what Blue Sky thought? Because I feel like this might be one of those times where you get differences of opinions based on the platform.
I think part of the confusion about doing football and baseball is I got a couple football ones. But the contest was give me your best bold prediction, and
nice.
And with some reasoning, and the one I pick, I'll buy a TGFBI t-shirt from RotoWare and send it to them. So the one that came back the best was on X from @SleepyGator. I think the X responses were a little better because a little bigger audience and more people tweeted out the contest, but @SleepyGator said, Trevor Story remains healthy in Boston and has his best season since his days in Colorado. He is rejuvenated by the offensive moves on the club, helps Bregman as a leader in the clubhouse to lift the rookies, and finishes with a 2020 season and batting average above 270. And then he went on to say he went 500 at bats, probably more like 25-15 than 2020. So yeah, Trevor Story. So I guess between this bold prediction and the Lux bold prediction, I should just not be drafting middle infielders early.
I was going to say buy stock in late middle infielders.
Yeah, just wait on the middle infield.
I want to believe in Trevor Story. The Red Sox are my AL team. I love them so much. And I'm very skeptical of all shoulder injuries, as I mentioned earlier with Jung Ho Lee. That shoulder injury last year was so scary. When I saw it, I was like, wow, I'm not sure if he's ever going to return and be the guy that we've seen him be before, but I'm open to being convinced. Matthew, what are your thoughts on Trevor Story as being that dude for a rejuvenated Boston Red Sox team?
I can't get there. No.
Tell us why.
I'm with you. I want it too. Like I've always liked him, and I wish these players that get labeled can't. I always want people that are good in Coors to be good outside of Coors, because I hate when they're like, oh, he was just good in Coors. So Trevor Story just hasn't had the chance with his health related stuff to prove that, and I think at this point, just the age has come and hit him. Like, I think the most important, it was actually highlighted there, is the leadership he can provide to that team, because right now they could use some leaders based on some of the weird news coming out. So him and Bregman coming together to lead that team, I think could be part of his most important value for that team this year.
Yeah, they definitely could use some leadership in that clubhouse. And Mike, you're right to point out that Story and Bregman could be big voices in that clubhouse. I do wonder, just as a knock-on effect, what you all think, because the guy I really want to see in Boston this year is Christian Campbell. And I feel like when they signed Bregman, I lost my dream of seeing Christian Campbell. Is there a path for Christian Campbell with Bregman and Story both healthy and playing? Matthew, I'll start with you.
Right now with the crazy, I don't know what sickness is going on in that clubhouse right now, but they're talking about Abreu. He's so sick he's not going to make the start of the season potentially now. Like, what is that? So, there is still potential. Christian Campbell has looked quite sad in spring. He was a guy that was exciting for me as a last round on Underdog, but he's kind of fallen off just based on bringing in Bregman. But now as we're getting closer, and I don't know if people are going to start missing. Like, there's opportunity. Trevor Story, it is not a picture of health, as I mentioned. So I think you can still draft Christian Campbell and Roman Anthony right now, and just kind of hope, as long as you're as long as you're aware that in the first couple of weeks you might have to drop them, and then you're going to be fabbing them later. But yeah, I think the upside on both of those guys related to that team's upside is still there, that you should still be in on them both.
The hopium for Christian Campbell and Roman Anthony is real. Mike, tell us what your thoughts are on the Christian Campbell situation and whether he gets an opportunity this year, or thoughts on Roman Anthony.
Well, they both look like really young, exciting players. I think they do have a pretty good path to playing time with the Red Sox, even if not out of the gate, as long as you figure odds are one of them the bat's going to play. The Red Sox have decent depth, but not, great depth. The Red Sox are not my favorite AL team, but Story hasn't played. He has played 100 games since his last year in Colorado in 2021. So I think it'd be a great story. We like to see a once great player come back and make it, but I don't know if he's going to do it. He's going to be able to do it. And then they're going to maybe have to lean on the young guys to step in.
The never-ending story in Boston. Is this the year that Trevor Story plays a full season? We'll be keeping an eye on it for sure. My next bold prediction is going to take us to Detroit, where I really like this Tigers team. I like their new front office leadership. I like their new manager. I like the decisions that they're making with players. And my bold prediction is that Riley Green hits another level in 2025 and winds up as a 30 home run bat for the Tigers as they continue to grow and build. I really like what we saw from Riley Green last year, and he is still so young. That was his age 24 season. I feel like Riley Green has another level to hit, and the Tigers are going to give him every opportunity for that chance. And he is a guy that I think is going late enough in drafts that he's kind of a value where you get him right now if he has that type of upside. Mike, what do you think about Riley Green?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's certainly one, similar to what he's in a similar profile. What I like to look for. He's a young guy. He's got a good season. Is he going to repeat it? I don't see why you wouldn't be optimistic that he could. And I do like what the Tigers are doing. The Tigers are a fun team to watch, obviously. Great run last year. Yeah, I'm with you on Green for sure.
Matthew, what about you? How does Riley Green stack up in Underdog, and are you a believer in Riley Green and his skill set?
Yeah, he is great on Underdog because you're not looking, because one of the knocks on him, he doesn't really get steals. So in Roto, he's kind of lacking in that one category, but on Underdog, he's an awesome pick for me. And I think it's easy to forget, despite being around for 3 years on the Tigers, he hasn't, the first 2 years kind of were shortened by injuries. So not to say that he's injury prone. What I'm saying is he's still coming into his own as a player and a hitter. And last year, I think just all signs were awesome. So yeah, I love this call.
Yeah, he's only 24.
Yeah, he's so young, and like you said, we finally saw a full season from him, and it was excellent. And I'm just like, well, what happens if we see that and more? Because 25, 26 is exactly when you start to do that. So Riley Green believers all around. Here, Matthew, give us your last bold prediction.
All right, this is maybe a little weird Homer idea, but my last bold prediction is that by the end of the season, Jacob Misiorowski is going to be the closer for the Brewers.
Ooh, I like this. Let's go.
This is not anti-McGill sentiment. I just don't think he's as exciting. So this is almost wish casting for me because I just don't think Misiorowski is a starter. I think they're going to send him down to AAA and try to be a starter. And there's been no indication that he can get the walks under control. But he's just an exciting guy that can pump close to 100. He doesn't, he just has all these strikeouts in him. And I think I don't think the closer role is as defined as in the years past for the Brewers. So I'm looking at him, and even spicier would be Abner Uribe. One of those two guys, I just think these heater guys that throw a bunch of strikeouts and have walks, one of them are destined to be this next Brewers closer that just is going to get traded in his arbitration years.
I really love, going to get traded when he has 2 years left with the Brewers. I love this actually because I've been working on the NL Central Playing Time Tomorrow column over at Baseball HQ, and I see that closer spot in Milwaukee is soft as well. And there's a couple of guys that I've been looking at there, but Misiorowski is not one of them, so I'm definitely going to check him out. Abner Uribe was high on my list based on him just getting the opportunity last year at such a young age. Felt like the Brewers want him to be a closer at some point in time, and they would not have given him that shot in his rookie year otherwise. But you also have some interesting guys like Joel Payamps got some of the save opportunities last year. He is obviously still there. Nick Mears, this guy they got from Colorado, was basically a different pitcher once he got to Milwaukee. And anytime I see a guy's K-BB jump into the elite range just from a change of scenery out of Coors, I am intrigued. And so I think that there is a real speculate for save situation that could happen in Milwaukee if McGill falters at all. So I think this is a great call out. Mike, what do you think of Misiorowski or Abner Uribe, or really just this Brewers closer situation?
Probably my biggest struggle in fantasy baseball is knowing the prospects and when they're expected to arrive. That's probably my weak point in fantasy baseball, keeping on top of things. And I had to hit the player search on Misiorowski, so I'll admit that. I have been skeptical of McGill, though, I guess, for I'm not sure why. But it has not been a target for me in terms of closers. And, but while Misiorowski 6'7", I will keep him on the radar.
I mean,
Sorry,
they really just pump out guys who can throw elite stuff in Milwaukee. As a Cubs fan, I see it all of the time. I'm absolutely jealous of it. And McGill does not look like the type of guy that has taken that job for the Brewers generally. And I know they've got a bunch of guys who are in the Devin Williams, Josh Hader mold. So I think that that's a great call out and definitely a place where you can speculate on some late saves or try to fab some saves later. I've got one additional bold prediction here that I'm going to close us out on before we turn things back over to Justin. And as a reminder, we are raising money today with Podapallooza for Fantasy Cares. So if you've not donated, please donate. For every $1 and get a raffle ticket for some great prizes, including an entry in next year's TGFBI, some jerseys, bobbleheads, and more. Support Fantasy Cares and Podapallooza. It's a great, great opportunity for us giving back as the fantasy community to some amazing charities. My final bold prediction here is actually also a contradiction of what they were saying in the last segment. But my final bold prediction is that Junior Caminero breaks out and is going at the 1-2 turn in drafts next season. I think the hit tool is real. I think that he's going to get a ton of run in that Tampa Bay lineup, and I think that there's potential for us to just see exactly why Junior Caminero has been a top prospect for so long. I think you're looking at a guy who can hit 270, hit 280, 20 plus home runs, and just really come into his own. He's 21 years old. I think I can't remember when his birthday is, if it's in the season or not, but he is so young and there's so much upside here. And I think this is the year that we see it. Junior Caminero, elite prospect going at the turn next year or no? What do you think, Mike?
I don't know. I hope you're right. I think he's a bit overdrafted right now because people are excited. I'm trying to control myself and sway away from the young guys. But with Caminero, he has been hitting like crazy, not just through spring training, but all through the winter, right? I mean, he's on an extended heater. So I'm just looking now. He went middle of the 5th round in my TGFBI. I do think the ballpark is great, is good. The weather will be good. So you shouldn't start slow for these guys starting in cold weather. Terrible start, April, May, but doesn't have a great team around him. As long as they give him lots of opportunity, sure, he can live up to a draft spot.
I mean, I think he's going to get all of the opportunity because they sort of need him to be a star, especially after losing their last guy who was supposed to be a star. 2 things that we are not going to talk about and ruin the show with. But I think that they're going to give him a ton of opportunity. The question is just whether he's ready. And I mean, after seeing him in winter ball this year, he's so fun. I think that he is going to rake for that Rays team. And they're always a little better than we think they are. Justin, thank you for the ping down there that Caminero's birthday is in July. So he will turn 22 this season, but that is still incredibly young for a hitter of this caliber. And I find that if that third base run happens while you're on the wrong side of a 15-teamer, Caminero gets bumped up, and so does Alex Bregman for that matter, because you just can't afford to wait. Those are the guys that are kind of like your last chance for an elite third baseman with that type of upside. Matthew, how do you feel about Junior Caminero, and specifically, how does he play in the underdog format?
Yeah, so underdog, the players there love upside. Like that's just because it's this big tournament style format for the most part, where you're trying to beat a bunch of people over the course of the season. Like you can carry him on that format. Like even if he struggles at the beginning and he heats up, once that format gets to its playoff rounds, like he has the top side upside, weekly points upside for that. That is awesome. And I think like bringing it back around to my first bold claim, we saw that even if he struggles a little bit, when we were talking about Vlad, the Dunedin year, like this could be Junior Caminero's Dunedin year, just hitting in that ballpark that we don't know exactly. We expect a better hitting environment. We expect potential rain delays, knocking out pitchers. Yeah, the upside is there. I get why he's being drafted there. I'm just not doing it.
I'm so glad you brought up the park because one of the things I worked on earlier this offseason for FTN Fantasy was a look at park effects and which players could benefit the most. And the Rays players were way high on my list, a bunch of them, because just moving out of the Trop and moving into Steinbrenner Field is such a park upgrade for them. They just have a better batter's eye situation. Everything looks easier about hitting there. But the other thing that's super intriguing about that from a fantasy perspective, they're going to play so many of their games at home early in order to try to avoid the rainy season and delays later. So you're going to know really fast if a player is hitting better in that park or not, because they're going to play like 40 plus of their first 60 games in Steinbrenner Field. And so you're going to get an idea as to whether that park effect is real and whether a guy like Junior Caminero is going to break out, whether another favorite guy like mine is Christopher Morel is going to rebound. Like, you're going to get that information early. And I think that's a nice thing to keep in mind as you're drafting the Rays. And it looks like Justin is back to send us on our way. Hi, Justin.
I heard Christopher Morel's name and I was summoned so I could pour water on that on that Christopher Morel love. But y'all did such a great job. Really, really appreciate it. I want to give you each an opportunity to plug everything you got going on before I boot you out of here. So, Sarah, remind everybody where you can reach on social media and plug anything you got going on.
I am at BCB_Sarah everywhere except Blue Sky, where they do not allow underscores, where I am just at BCB. Sarah, you can find my fantasy writing at Baseball HQ. You can find my fantasy takes with the great Shelley Verstrate over at the Fantasy Feud pod, where we're covering fantasy baseball through mini debates. And you can find my Cubs writing if you're just looking for some deep dives on the Cubs to inform your fantasy season over at Bleed Cubby Blue. And thanks for having me, Justin. It's always great to be here.
Still mad at Shelley for all those snipes at Labor, but
Shelley destroyed me in tout.
Yeah. She was an absolute monster in that Labor auction. So definitely make sure you're following Sarah at all those places. Mike, remind everybody where you reach and what you do.
Yeah, you can find me at draftbuddy.com, at draftbuddy on X, draftbuddy.com on Blue Sky. And if you download DraftBuddy from the website, you can sync your TGFBI draft. So track your draft, just hit a button, it updates the draft, and then marks everyone off the cheat sheets. I should have mentioned that off the top.
There you go. And Matthew, remind everybody where you could be reaching what you do.
Yeah, I'm at D4RKSH33P _ on X. I do have a Blue Sky profile. I haven't really done much over there, but also stackingdingers.com is your home for all things Underdog and DraftKings best ball. And also the other YouTube channel is the Sheep Seats, where I do all the live drafting every Friday night.
There we go. Thank you all so much for coming on and dropping some bold predictions. Love some of them, hated other ones, but y'all did a great job. I'm going to boot you out all unceremoniously as I start to move into the next panel. We have a few guys coming on to talk Dynasty Leagues and Prospects. Before we get to that, let's talk about what we're doing here today. We are raising money for Fantasy Cares, which is a fantastic organization that raises money all year long through fantasy football and fantasy baseball leagues and live streams in order to donate money for Toys for Tots, a fantastic organization, right? And I got to be a part of buying a bunch of gifts last year for Toys for Tots through Fantasy Cares. It was a fantastic experience. Highly, highly recommend that you donate because every dollar you donate gets you entered in to win amazing raffle prizes like jerseys, like subscriptions to Patreons within the industry or sites within the industry, like Funko Pops, like bobbleheads, like TGFBI entries. Every $1,000 we raise through Podapallooza and the Great Fantasy Baseball Invitational will get a entry into TGFBI. So far, between TGFBI participants, TGFBI satellite participants, and Podapallooza, we have raised over $5,000. Really, really appreciate everybody who has donated. Keep those donations coming in. Really, really helps us out and gives us a lot of money to give to Fantasy Cares and Toys for Tots. We are going to be moving on to our next panel. We have George Bissell, my friend. It's great to see you again.
What's going on, Justin? Great to be here. Thanks so much. Really excited for this. Feels like once a year we get together on this weekend. So it's a yearly tradition, and I'm happy to be doing it. Great to be here.
We got to do it more often than once a year, but it is great to see you every year on Podapallooza. We also have Chad Simpson. How you doing, my friend?
Good, Justin. How about yourself?
I'm doing well. Just getting this day going. We're only 2 hours in, but we're going to have a lot more to talk about here. We're talking Dynasty and Prospects with you guys, as well as Donovan. How you doing?
Oh boy, my camera appears to be off, huh? Well, I'm doing well, but you can hear me because you're all laughing. So I'll fix the camera here. And yeah, just looking forward to talking for the next hour and hopefully getting my beautiful face on this screen.
Donovan currently podcasting from the darkness, but he will bring us some light with his knowledge on Dynasty and Prospects. Before we jump into that, I'm going to give you guys an opportunity to kind of introduce yourselves, tell people where they can find your work and you on social media. So, Donovan, why don't you start us off? Let us know where people can find your work and where you're at on social media.
Yeah, at social media, I'm on both Twitter and on Blue Sky. I'm sorry, X and Blue Sky at Spitting Seeds BB. And currently writing for the Dynasty Gurus. I just started there this past fall. I had a little push from a couple friends of mine in the industry to start writing, and ripped the proverbial Band-Aid off and went at it. So here I am.
There we go. George, remind everybody where you reached and what you do.
It's good to see Donovan's face. I felt like I was podcasting with Aaron Rodgers in the dark room there for a bit.
You never know.
So I want to forego my self-promotion to just start by applauding you, Justin, and everybody for jumping on these shows all weekend. And most important, everybody listening and donating to help raise money for Fantasy Cares. It's a really important cause. Every dollar makes a difference. So appreciate everybody contributing what you can. I also want to do a shout out, since we were just following Sarah Sanchez. She's one of my favorites. She's amazing. It is International Women's Day. So I just want to start by saying we all have someone in our lives, whether it's a mom, an aunt, a sister, wife, girlfriend, who's helped supported us. And for me, that's my wife, Jamie. She's 4 months pregnant, so she's doing great. And I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing now without her support. And so I just want to say thank you to her, and happy International Women's Day, everybody.
Yes, absolutely. I would not be doing what I do in the industry without my wife, Danielle. And I definitely wouldn't be doing something like this, which is 2 days straight of live streaming, without her support. In spite of what she says about me on Twitter, she is definitely the rock that allows me to kind of stay anchored and kind of keep this kind of stuff going. So, yes, International Women's Day is a really, really important thing that I'm glad you're acknowledging. And we're all celebrating today as well. Chad, remind everybody where you reach and remind people what you do.
I also want to shout out to Sarah. I also want to thank her for being in the last segment, not this one. So when I say bad things about Christopher Morel, I don't have to fear being maimed.
Good point.
Right now, I'm in transition. I just left the great team over at Fantasy Six Pack. I'm back out on my own. I'm doing some Twitter stuff. Occasionally, I pop in with Michael Govier and the team over at the Plaza podcast. I'm working with the Old Man Squad to put out a new podcast sometime in the first quarter this year. So yeah, just check me out at Couchad TTV, and you'll see me a lot of places. I'm all over the place.
All right. Let's talk some Dynasty and some prospects, because that's what the people are here to see. Let's start off with kind of talking about how we like to construct Dynasty teams in kind of our startup initial Dynasty drafts. I think there are a lot of different approaches, and I think a lot of them can work in different ways, but you kind of got to know what you're looking to do and not just go in all willy-nilly. So, George, why don't you start us off? How do you like to construct your Dynasty League teams in your initial drafts?
So I like to look at it as different segments of a draft. The first round or two, I want to prioritize hitters under the age of 25, and then I kind of let the chips fall where they may in terms of my approach. I like to be the only team that's going in on a full-scale, long-term roster build. That involves taking prospects, typically guys like a Sebastian Walcott, a Leo Dallas DeVries, somebody like that in the second or third round. So those would be my priorities. The problem with that strategic approach, though, is you have to kind of be the only team doing that in order for it to be really successful. So that's why I say your first pick or two, you kind of go with whoever you like from an under 25 hitter standpoint. And then I kind of figure out where I want to go from there. If I'm the only team doing that strategy, I like to get as many top prospects as I can. And I kind of prioritize that long-term build, because then you have this stockpile that you can trade from to go build a starting rotation, fill out closers, things like that in the future. So I find if you're the only team employing that type of approach, it can be really successful. And that's kind of the route I would go. But you kind of have to be the only team doing that for it to really work.
I think that's a really, really good point, because I've seen a lot of people do that really successfully, but I've also seen it kind of blow up when 3 or 4 teams are trying to do the same thing and you're sharing all the top 25, top 50 prospects. Donovan, what about you? What is your initial kind of strategy in terms of a dynasty draft?
Yeah, much like George, I would stick with, nobody over the age of 27 is probably my number. That's generally where we're seeing the peak of their growth as a player. And then, from there, after so many rounds in, you get to play for the rest of the league. So if you're in a 10-team league, you can be a little more risky because you know that there'll be, depending on the depth of the keeper pool or the keepers and the waiver pool, you can be a little more risky. But as you get into the deeper leagues, the 30 teams and so on, like, you got to stick to your guns at that point. And just as George said, kind of get a play for what everybody's doing. And then you have to be quick on your feet at some point to say, I need to know right now, I'm either going towards the win side or towards the long-term, long build side. But for me personally, I try to stay as well balanced as I can, making sure I don't have too many players. I'll get the 30 and older players later in the draft when I need to fill some holes. But other than that, I stay away from them early on. So mostly like George, I'll keep with the younger, more balanced, make sure I have most of my boxes checked off before I get too crazy.
And Chad, what about you?
So I like to take what I call the Optimus Prime strategy. I like to be a transformer. So while I'm not going to go out, I'm not going to draft a Freddie Freeman in a startup. I take a Pete Alonso or, a Bryce Harper somewhere. But I tend to stay young too. But I stay young with the plan to compete, but also knowing the target, like Sebastian Walcott was mentioned earlier. I drafted him because he fell in our startup for my home league. I'm not a believer. I worry too much about the strikeout rate. But I know his value is going to rise through the year enough that I can flip him for a piece that I wanted but missed out on.
So this is great because I draft much differently than you guys, right? Because I have been playing Dynasty baseball for a really long time. And the one thing I learned is Dynasty leagues often fall apart. And they often fall apart somewhat quickly within the first few years. And sometimes it's because people like George and people like Donovan are doing this strategy and they have these monster teams 3 or 4 years out. Yeah. And people go, I'm never going to compete with this. They drop out. It's hard to refill those spots. And so what I try to do is I try to take advantage of what George is doing, what Donovan's doing. And I draft it often like a redraft. Now, I will try to skew younger, and I definitely try to add prospects as I go. But a lot of these guys who are in their late 20s and early 30s, they get undervalued, right? And these are the guys that can help you win leagues. And for me, I want to win, and I want to win now. Flags fly forever, and I will never let a league forget that I was the one who won the first year. I try to go all in the first year, and then if I need to start rebuilding year 2, year 3, I can do that. But you can build a pretty dominant early Dynasty League team by going heavy early. Because I just did a Dynasty League, or, well, not just did. I have been in a Dynasty League for the last few years, the Sleeper and the Bus Dynasty League, where I did this approach that George and Donovan were talking about, because it's like, I want to try something different. I want to load up on these prospects. And I spent the first 2 years getting my butt whooped, but still getting high draft picks. And you know what happened? In year 3, league fell apart. And I never got to realize this amazing roster that I was starting to put together. So for me personally, and I don't think there is a wrong answer here, I like to win now. And so I'm going to always try to build my Dynasty League team to win now.
I think Dynasty leagues are kind of like your prospects in baseball, right? Like the first couple of years when you make it into these leagues, they can fall apart and they can have problems and issues getting going. But what I found playing, I've been in leagues for a very long time as well. And you just start to find out the people who are going to stick with it. And you tend to start pulling those people towards your table until you have 12, 20. Like I'm in the 30-team Barry Baker League. That's been going on for a very long time. I got invited somewhere down the road, but as you meet more people in these leagues, you just make sure you jot down who that person was when it falls apart to say, I'm calling that guy, messaging that guy to get it to the table so we can keep one of these leagues. And eventually our strategies work.
I do have a league that's been running for like, God, almost 10 years at this point. And it includes a couple people in the industry like Shelly V. And it's a fantastic league, but I've had so many more dynasty leagues just fall apart, unfortunately. Right. It's a bummer because I think it's a really, really fun format. Unlike the redraft leagues that are so popular, but it is hard to sometimes keep those leagues together, especially if you're playing home leagues, right? Because guys have a really hard time finding people in their general kind of vicinity that are willing to kind of give that long-term commitment. All right, next item on the docket, if I can find my rundown, is how do you know when to compete and when to rebuild? I think this is one of the most difficult questions that people often struggle with. I talk about this all the time from a real life baseball perspective when I talk about teams like my San Francisco Giants, who can't seem to figure out whether they're a competitive team or a rebuilding team, and they kind of try to straddle the fence. And I like to say that the fence then gets wedged up their ass. I think this happens in dynasty leagues way too much. Teams trying to kind of balance this, whether they're a competing team or a rebuilding team. So, George, how do you like to determine whether or not you're a competitive team or you're a rebuilding team?
So I outlined my general strategy in the initial draft as being targeted towards future and long-term building. I think after that point, you have to do everything within your power to try and then get good. I would start looking at aggressively pursuing moves that incrementally make you better. I've always been fascinated by the whole like flip this magic switch and now you go from rebuild to contender. It kind of has to happen gradually with the moves you make. I think you have to prioritize using your prospects to slowly improve your roster to the point that then you're a contending team. I don't think there's just one magical trade that says, I'm going to take these 10 prospects and turn them into one star player. And that's how I'm going to all of a sudden fuel my contention cycle. Like, I think it's more complicated than that. I think it's just incremental moves that you have to make slowly over the course of time. And you kind of get the sense from looking at the rest of the landscape in each individual league of, okay, this is the year I think there's only 5 teams that I think are really good. So I'm going to start being a little more aggressive with my offseason moves and trades and swapping some of my future value for present production. So you have to look at things individually, but I like to always be after the initial draft and looking at, all right, how can I slowly improve my team? Even if it means dealing for a veteran player or somebody whose timeline doesn't match up with the rest of my roster. I think there are moves you can make based on what everyone else is trying to do in the league to slowly get yourself better to the point that you're then contending year round, every year.
Chad, what about you?
I think it's tricky because, and from experience, I've lived in that like 6 seed border many a times for years and years, and sometimes I'll push because I know my guys line up better against certain guys. And if I get the right pieces, I can be a threat in the playoffs themselves. And then I can tear it back down to where I was in the offseason. But sometimes you got to you go in the offseason, say you finished 8th in a 14-team league. And you're like, well, I finished 8th. Am I a contender? Not quite. But wait a minute. I had Shane McClanahan. I didn't have him all year, and I still finished 8th. I'm getting him back. How much value does that push me into the 6 seed, the 5 seed? Maybe. Okay, maybe I'll put some pieces around that then. And so you have to weigh injuries. You have to weigh, hey, my guy's leaving to go somewhere else in free agency. So there's so many checks and balances to it.
What about you, Donovan?
I think George and I must have been split at birth somehow here, but much, for me too, it's very league specific, right? Like Roto, by June if you got a chance to take it home, right? And that's when I could be a little more risky and I don't have too many Roto dynasty or keeper stuff, but in that setting, like you know that this is the year I need to make that, or because you can see the statistics as opposed to I play a lot more head to head than I do even points. Points is another good one where you can see an average. I'm a numbers guy, right? So head to head, I constantly am looking back the last couple weeks to say, where am I at? Do I seriously have a chance? Recently, I joined a 4-sport league with Jesse Severe. He created the Diesel. It's an amazing 4-sport league, and I have a partner in that because I don't know the hockey side. But we did this. I lay out all the analytics for it, and I say, hey, we got a shot. So last year we traded for Shohei Ohtani, right? Like, and now this year, hopefully he gets back to pitching, and we got him on a $70,000 contract or whatever. So it's like everything, but we knew we were going for it. We fell short by like 1 stolen base in the head-to-head championship, right? Like, you can't predict that. And that's the hardest part about head-to-head is you could put all your eggs in that basket this year, and it's one injury or it's one stupid thing. Like, was it Brent Rooker getting 3 stolen bases in the last week? It was like, we lost because of Brent frickin' Rooker stealing bases. It's just, it doesn't work that way. This isn't how it's supposed to go. And we already counted our money. We already hatched our eggs, and it was terrible. But the moral of it is, when you're looking to make that jump, you need to feel it, but you need to look back and you need to see, am I there? Am I competing with the top guys? Maybe I'm an 8th right now, but am I competing with these guys? What do I need to do to get me over that top? And then cross your fingers, and it's all luck from there, baby.
This is why I stay away from the head-to-head a lot more than I used to, because I had a very similar experience where Gregor Blanco got 2 runs scored on the last day, and I lost my 20-team Dynasty League. And it absolutely crushed me. Like, it was just one of those things where it's just, and nothing I could do, right? Like, I did exactly what I was supposed to do, went all in and fell short just because Gregor Blanco filled in for someone and scored 2 runs that in the last game of the season. But that is kind of life. For me, it is just about making sure you know who you are, right? Like, what your team is. I think too often we try to convince ourselves we can kind of double deal and, hey, I can make my team better for this year, but also get prospects. And I think often that leads people to being stuck in kind of the middle of the pack and not making that next step forward. I try to, at the beginning of the season and usually June-ish, I try to make really kind of objective values on where my team is and give myself an idea. Because if I'm bad, like, I want to be as bad as I can be to make sure I'm bumping up my draft spots for the next year, right? Like, I talk about this on the Sleeper and the Bust, that I've got a 30-team, and it's not quite dynasty, but it's keeper-ish with contracts and stuff. And like, I roster Kyle Freeland. I roster the entire Rockies pitching staff, right? Just because I know I'm not going to be competing, and but I need the innings to make sure that I'm hitting my innings limits. But I want them to be bad innings, right? So like, I'm full bore into being bad in that league right now in order to try to bust myself up into a better draft spot. Just make sure that you are doing what you can to make sure the future of your team, or the present of your team, if you're competing right now, is in the right spot.
You're hurting me right now, Justin, because there are so many teams where I roster Kyle Freeland because I believe in the talent, not so much the bad innings.
If you could get Kyle Freeland on a different team, I might believe in the talent too. I can't buy into Rockies pitch.
I got to the point, it fell apart in the last few years, but for the longest time, it was a road start guy. I just wouldn't play him the weeks he didn't have a road start.
Yeah, well, but then he's had weird years where he's been better at home.
And that's when I gave up. I was like, I'm not dealing with the headache anymore. But
I fell for that. I fell for Ryan Feltner too. So like, I totally, and Herman Marquez and all those guys, like, oh man.
And now people are doing it again with Dollander.
Yeah. It's and we're gonna see Halverson as like a guy that people like want to target for saves and stuff. And I'm like, this is just not gonna end well, because it's the Rockies. It just never ends.
I did that last year with Justin Lawrence. So it was my closer one in a lot of leagues.
Mm-hmm. Which kind of brings us a little bit to the next subject, which is, are there positions or types of prospects you avoid in Dynasty League? So Chad, why don't you start us off with this one?
There are some for me. I don't really avoid, and maybe I don't invest heavily in pitching prospects because of TINSAP, which is there's no such thing as a pitching prospect. But even then, there are guys that like I'm in love with Cade Horton, I'm in love with Jackson Ferris. You know, there are those guys that are just undeniable that regardless of position you're going to target. I tend to avoid the high power, low contact guys, but that's more of a build thing for me. I live in the Pete Crow Armstrongs, Jackson Merrills, high floor prospect avenue.
Yeah, no, I can definitely see that. What about you, Donovan? Are there certain types of prospects that you kind of avoid in dynasty building?
The high strikeout rate, guys. If you can't hit against those low A pitching, like you're gonna struggle as on your way up, as you know, when they have the book on you. So, and I'll talk about him later. Probably as a Xavier Isaac. Like it's just, and then first base only prospects scare me too, because there's only one other position. There's only one other place they can go, and that's DH. Because if they were good enough to be in the outfield, they'd be out there practicing. But first base prospect guys scare me. Other positions tend to move, ebb and flow through, right? So if they don't make it here, they could slide over. I love to find the shortstops, because if they don't make it at shortstop or they're jammed up, they'll throw them at third if they have the arm, and if they're quick enough, they move them to second. So first base only. Catchers, sorry catchers, but that's just another one that I'll talk about Kyle Teal later. He's had all the buzz, but I don't have any room for him on my teams necessarily, outside of the deep ones where I need somebody a warm body. Like I'll find a Kyle Teal if I've taken him, but that's and then flamethrowers in the minors, another thing that just scares me. Like I'm so scared of all these guys that come in with the 100+. Like they're gonna break, those rubber bands are gonna give, and I don't want them on my team when that happens. But
what about you, George?
So I'll echo what Chad and Donovan said in terms of guys who strike out a lot. Just the gap between the minors and the major leagues feels like it's growing every year as teams get more aggressive with pushing their top prospects. They're spending less time in the minor leagues developing, so they're not seeing high-level pitching as much as they probably would have a decade ago, things like that. So I agree with that. I try to avoid, as a general rule, sort of those one-dimensional prospects in terms of I want guys who are well-rounded, they're athletic, that you can envision the growth. When you look at guys like, I think, was it Donovan mentioned Jackson Merrill? Like he was a guy where you kind of had to project the power going to the next step as he filled out physically, and that kind of happened when he got to the big leagues. So I kind of look for guys who aren't sort of one-dimensional in terms of I want them to be able to hit for power and steal bases. So I gravitate towards athleticism and sort of future projection when I'm looking at building a roster. I try to stay away from the guys like Davison De Los Santos is a good example where, yeah, he's going to hit a bunch of home runs, but there's contact issues. He doesn't steal bases. Like those are the kind of one-dimensional guys that kind of scare me a little bit. Like Nick Kurtz is kind of the exception to that rule because he might be such a good hitter that it might not matter. But those guys are few and far between. And I try and avoid if he can figure this out guys too. Like Spencer Jones, I think is a great example. Well, if he can strike out less. Like we said that about Joey Gallo for like 15 years. Yeah. It never really happened. So sometimes guys do have sort of a fatal flaw, and it sounds mean to say it like that, but I try to avoid the guys where I'm trying to project something that I think might not happen, as opposed to a guy just filling out physically and maybe growing into a little more power, which seems to happen more often than a guy fixing a huge strikeout issue.
Yeah, I had this conversation. It wasn't about a prospect, but with Matt Thompson, who's a great prospect guy. We were talking about Zach Geloff in our TGFBI group chat that we've got going on, and I said, like, I don't like hitters who can't hit. Like that to me is like a big red flag. If a guy can't make contact, especially in the zone, that's a big problem for me. And I think oftentimes we see like these hit tool grades, or not hit tool, power grades, and we go, oh man, he's got 70 grade power. He's got 80 grade power. Like think about all the power in it. You can't unleash that power if you can't make contact with the ball. Yeah. And so for me, I'm looking for those core skills. The other thing is what Donovan mentioned. It's catchers. Catchers take so long to develop because they have to learn how to call a game behind the plate. And teams don't emphasize the offense for catchers in the minor leagues. They want these guys to be good catchers behind the plate. And so oftentimes we see like these grades on prospect grades on catchers, and people are like, oh man, like Endy Rodriguez is a really, really good example of this, like where like people like had these really high grades on him. It wasn't because of the offense necessarily, and it's taken him a long time. And then he gets hurt. Catchers get hurt more often than any other offensive position. I just stay away from kind of these young prospect catchers. And also, I stay away from pitchers who are super, super young in the minors. There's just too much time between them getting from the low minors to the majors. Even if they've got amazing skill sets, they'll get traded around your dynasty league a few times before they ever make it. And there's just too much time for them to get hurt by the time they get up or not figure out their mechanics. So I stay away from the super young pitchers, whereas I have no problem investing in a super young hitter.
We used to joke at Baseball Prospectus that Gary Sanchez had 10-5 rights on the Yankees prospect list. He was on there for way like a decade.
Yeah, and the catchers, they just take forever, and then they come up, and sometimes, and you're like, okay, I've held on to Miguel Amaya for 7-8 years, and now he comes up, and it's like, oh, he's not even really a catcher too in a 15-team league. So like, why did I spend so long rostering this guy when I could have been taking gambles on other guys coming up through the minor leagues?
Go ahead.
I do think we're kind of heading uncharted waters with catcher, though. This is the first year in a long time where it's one of the deepest dynasty positions from an offensive. There's guys you can target if you want base percentage, average, power. A lot of the top prospects are offensive based. Sam Basallo, Moises Ballesteros, Kyle Teal, we mentioned earlier. And there's even a freakish, if he can get everyday playing time, Ivan Herrera could be a 20 stolen base catcher, which is just ridiculous.
Yeah.
Donovan, did you have something you want to add?
It was, I mean, like you'll keep these catchers on your, you'll keep them on your team. You'll trade them around. You think you got all this value, and rightfully so. I think they move up. Hey, Kyle Teal's ranked. I think he's like 40th somewhere, like because he's probably going to play in the majors very soon, and so that pushes him up organically. And then you get him. It's like 280 at bats, 10 home runs, and a couple of stolen bases. Like, that was a long time for this. Now, Ballesteros and Basallo, and the thing with that is there is the universal DH helps that, but like Basallo's stuck in the Orioles. Like the Orioles they got so many prospects that they need the injury or they need the trade. It's such a tough spot to be in, and it's just tough to get them. Once they're there, you just get so disappointed from them.
And we say all the time, like, well, we got the universal DH now, but like, how many major league teams actually use a catcher as their regular DH?
Right?
Yeah, they're like we saw like it not work out with Mitch Garver last year, and that was pretty much it, right? Like these guys, there are very few guys that can volume their way with a DH position. And it's usually not the young guys. It's the older, kind of more established guys as they're trying to get them more plate appearances. I will say, though, if we start getting automatic balls and strikes, we may see these catchers start to move quicker through because they won't have to learn the framing as much. But that is a conversation probably for next year's Podapallooza, as opposed to this year's. What are the types of prospects you do get aggressive on there, Donovan?
Aggressive side, it's the looking for those tools, right? Making sure that in the minors they have those 5 tools that I need. I need them to hit. I need them to hit for power. I need some speed out of them. We know a lot of that when they transition up, we lose some of it. There's a little bit of a learning curve to be had. So mainly, if they're keeping that high batting average, high on base percentage, taking the walks they need, which tend to be a little higher in the minor leagues, but so that when they transfer up, I know they got a really good solid base and they're not needing to work on one of those pieces. Power is a big one. if they can't hit for power in the minors, they're not going to hit for powers in the majors, and that's a huge piece of the dynasty side on the bats. And then arms, on the arm side for me, it's that control, keeping that K rate up, keeping that strike, pounding the strike zone. If they're walking the farm on the farm, they're not going to make it in the bigs. So control is a big one for pitchers for me.
George, what about you?
So I look for production relative to level. I also look for, like Donovan said, you look for skills, look for the tools, look for the power speed combination. Guys who are well-rounded that don't have a lot of deficiencies in their game. I know that's kind of the exception. You're going to find flaws with every single player, but I want guys who it's sort of minimizing the risk in terms of they don't have a lot of deficiencies in their game and they're moving quickly relative to level. I mentioned Walcott. Leo DeVries, another guy like that. Zaire Hope is a guy who flashed a lot of tools, really young relative to level. He kind of broke out last year, put up some big exit velocity numbers. All three of those guys, actually, if you go look at the advanced metrics in terms of the exit velocity numbers they were putting up relative to their age in the competition, I think they really stand out. Jesus Made is a guy who was in the Dominican Summer League last year. He was flying up Dynasty League rankings because you look at his age and the production and some of the advanced batted ball data numbers he was putting up. So yeah, I kind of take a traditional scouting plus analytics in terms of looking at the tools plus the advanced metrics and the batted ball data, things like that. That's how I kind of identify the guys I like that I'm going to push a little bit more aggressively in my rankings, because it's hard to put together dynasty rankings. There's a lot of variables you have to weigh. So I kind of looked at that as like the guiding principle in terms of, all right, I'm willing to be more aggressive on a guy, even if they're so far away, if they're like a hyperspace jump, to use a Star Wars term, away from the majors. I want to bet on the tools and some of the data that we're seeing driving my ranking with a guy who's that young. So that's kind of the guiding principle I use in terms of putting together rankings.
I'll tell you, as a person who focuses primarily on redraft content, because I just don't have the bandwidth that other people do to do prospect coverage. I envy y'all being able to cover the prospects that you do, and I also don't envy the rankings y'all have to do, because it's so difficult to do redraft rankings and redraft projections, to have to then project out years in advance, and then figure out relative value when a guy is 3 years away versus a guy is coming up this year. Is insane, and I appreciate y'all do the Lord's work for us in the fantasy industry. Chad, what about you? What are the kind of guys you like to get aggressive on?
So I have three types for three different purposes. The first one I target are the helium types. So Jesus Made was mentioned. I've been in on him since before the blow up because I saw the signs of it coming, and now I have little investment, but can reap big rewards by trading him off. Now, Craig Yoho has been one that I was in on early, and now he's getting tons of helium right now. No one in my home league would touch him last year. No, I get an interest list, and he'd never be on it. Now everyone's messaging me about him. So that's one type. The other is build specific. I mentioned Jackson Merrill. Unlike Georgia probably wants that power to kind of build. I just punt power for most. It's very easy to find like a one-dimensional power guy. So I just want high average, high on base guys. So one that big this year is Payne Eels of the Minnesota Twins, who's kind of a freak of nature. I think he's got like 100 professional games now, and he's just hit the ball nonstop. And then the third type is, again, in the Payne Eels, is the freaks. There's you see something that you don't see anywhere else, and I'll take the chance of that. And sometimes it bites me hard. I had a lot of shares of Sandy Gaston, who was a reliever for Tampa Bay, who came over like a decade ago at the age of like 15, throwing 100 miles per hour, and he has the control of a blind 80-year-old. And so it just never worked out. But those are the three types I look at.
That's really funny. Yeah, for me, it is kind of the inverse of what I was talking about. What I try to avoid, which is I want guys who make a lot of contact. I want guys who have got a good hit tool. I kind of say it all the time. The guys who make a lot of contact, especially in the zone, give themselves the opportunities to get lucky. And if you're making a lot of contact, that's a good thing for a hitter. And for a pitcher, it's command. I don't think command is something that's easily taught, especially at the major league level. And when guys come up and you hear like, oh, well, all they need is some command. Like that's something that can just be given at the major league level. You either know how to pitch within the zone or you don't. And it's very rare that we see guys take massive command jumps after they make it to the majors. So I like guys with good command and then or pitchers with good command and hitters that can hit.
So Justin, you're gonna love Andrew Painter then when he finally is pitching it, because his command is just off the charts in terms of what he's able to do, and he's stuff to back it up too. The talent's there too.
I absolutely have Andrew Painter in that dynasty league that just folded, and I am so bummed that I'm not going to realize the fruit of that, because I think he's one of those guys that I'm not drafting him anywhere for redraft because I don't know when he's going to be up, in terms of his recovery, and then you're kind of building up in the minor leagues. But he's definitely a guy that I'm like putting first on my watch list for redraft leagues this year, because I do think as soon as he's up, he could turn into an SP2 right away and just reap the rewards. So definitely a guy that I would be looking to target in trades right now in dynasty leagues for sure.
I'm surprised the hype isn't where I would think it would be with Painter right now. Because if you just look at what he did in his brief time in the Arizona Fall League, he did miss a single step. He looked like Chris Sale came down to hang out with the boys for a week.
Yeah. And I think that is one of the things that the fantasy industry kind of struggles with is a little bit of prospect fatigue, right? Especially guys who get hurt and pitchers who get hurt and they're going to miss time. We kind of just forget that they exist. Or if especially a guy like Painter, who was like, we thought, oh my God, he's going to be potentially on the opening day lineup in rotation last season. And then all of a sudden he was taken away from us so dramatically and so quickly. And then we don't get to talk about him for 18 months. All of a sudden, it's like, hey, I think people are sleeping on a guy like Painter for sure.
Yeah, we saw that with Yuri Perez, too. No one's talking about him, and he's going to be back. I think they're targeting midseason with him.
Mm-hmm.
If the Phillies had come out and said Andrew Painter is going to be our fifth starter on opening day, he'd be on every sleeper list for redraft purposes. Everyone would be touting him. But because he's out till about midseason, as they're trying to prioritize his second half innings, he's not being talked about at all. So that's just how it goes.
Yep. And this is why you got to keep track. Spreadsheets are your best friends in dynasty.
No. This is your time to make fantasy money right now. This is when you make that. Yeah.
All right, let's talk about 2025 impact, because a lot of people don't play dynasty, but they need to know these rookies that could potentially come up and make an impact this year. So I'll start with you here, George. Who do you think makes the biggest fantasy impact from a prospect in 2025?
So I live in New England. I have seen how the Red Sox are revolutionizing hitting with their top prospects, the generational prospects they have, the big three. I'm a little concerned. Christian Campbell's like 2 for 25 in spring training. I know spring training stats don't matter, but he's basically not playing second base right now. They've been playing him in left field a little bit. Doesn't look like he's going to be on the opening day roster. I'm a little bit worried about that. Roman Anthony's been sick. He lost like 12 pounds in the last week. So he's not going to be ready to go. And Marcelo Meyer, I think, is still kind of, filling out physically, still developing. He's missed a lot of time due to injury the last few years. So it wouldn't shock me if he opened the year at AAA. So I'm just not seeing the Red Sox as being the destination for fantasy purposes in redraft leagues. I think the Chicago Cubs were kind of in redraft formats, I think, not talking about Matt Shaw as much because he had the oblique issue early in camp. So that kind of dampened some of the enthusiasm. He's only played a handful of games in the Cactus League so far. But he's a guy who, like you said, Justin, he kind of flashes everything. He's got a great hit tool. He can hit for a little bit of power. I don't think I'd go expecting 25 homers. But if you're talking 15 to 20 in a full season, that's doable. And he also steals bases too. I think there's like 25, 30 steal potential there. And he's going to get an everyday opportunity at third base, it looks like, for the Cubs. That's a good place to hit in the summer. It's tough early in the year. So I don't know if we're giving Matt Shaw as much hype as we probably should be for redraft formats. I don't think the ceiling is like first round, in terms of what he's going to produce. But I think he's going to be a really productive 5-category impact fantasy contributor this year.
I couldn't agree with you more on Matt Shaw. I just absolutely think he is going to be a fantasy viable and fantasy impactful player kind of from the get-go. And the oblique issue actually came at the perfect time for fantasy value, because now you're right. Like, I don't think the helium on Shaw that would have been there had he just hit the ground running from day one in spring training would be there. I think we'd be talking about him as like a top 100 pick, and we're not yet. We may by the end of spring training, but especially if they do announce that he's going to make the team. But right now, if you got a draft this weekend, I'm highlighting Matt Shaw. Unfortunately, in my TGFBI league, I've got Matt Thompson there, so he swooped him up before I had a shot. Donovan, what about you? What are some of the guys that you're looking at making a 2025 impact?
Yeah, Matt Shaw was definitely one of them. But the injury is going to really determine whether that comes to fruition or not. That he's the guy I look for in most of my drafts, where you can get that production across the board. Jackson Job's interesting just because he's going to get his chance. Detroit, we got weather conditions, we got all sorts of conditions there to deal with, but he could have the tools there. And the other one that you're going to all boo me out of the stadium here, but I really believe in Chase Dollander, and I think he's the beginning. He could be what John Gray was before John Gray turned into John Gray. Back in his early 20s, Dollander has the control. He has the tools to make it. Pitching, again, you could throw hard, but they hit the baseball hard. If you put it in your spot, Coors has changed a little bit. It's not the scariest of the scary. It's still scary, but I'm really hoping. I got a lot of stock in Dollander, and I'm really hoping I'm really hoping he makes an impact this year. He's my guy this year. I'm so scared because I'm never on pitchers.
I'll be rooting for him on your team, not on mine.
Thank you. On all of my teams.
Yeah, I hope you're right, because I feel like Rockies fans
need it. They need it so bad.
They need it so bad, and it's such a beautiful stadium. And I really, the fans are great. And so I would love to see the Rockies get better, but I don't trust the organization.
And next to Bernie Brewer, the second best mascot with Dinger. It's just, yeah.
It's definitely not the Lucille of my San Francisco Giants. Cannot stand Lucille. Chad, what about you?
Quickly, to Donovan's credit, he is right that Coors has changed. I did a big piece last year talking that their issues wasn't we're giving up a bunch of home runs because it's Coors. Their defense was atrocious, and it was just like paper cut after paper cut after paper cut, and they weren't good pitchers to begin with, so they couldn't handle it. And then they had no offense. They still have no offense, but hopefully the defense is better.
Add all that up, and they don't even have a soul.
Can you not be good if you don't have hitting, pitching, or fielding?
Bad News Bears did it, but
if you had asked me this 1 week ago, there was an obvious answer, and that was Chase Dillard. And Chase Dillard is now Chase Dillard himself, probably for the year, because he's going to come back and he's going to get hurt again, and we're just done there. I mentioned Payne Eels previously, and he is technically blocked in Minnesota, but let's be realistic. Royce Lewis is going to get hurt at some point. And Brooks Lee will shift over to third, and everyone will shift over, and that'll open up second base, and I think Eels will get a shot. Cade Horn, I think people have kind of forgotten about because the hype kind of fell apart after the back injury, but the talent, I've never heard opposing players talk about a pitcher like people talked about Cade Horn in 2023. To hear a guy facing him in the minor league playoffs say, well, we know we don't have to worry about that game because Horton's on the mound, so we're not going to win. is just unreal. The one name I just don't know what Tampa's going to do with him. Chandler Simpson, my not related person. I mean, 107 stolen bases. I mean, come on,
Yeah.
like if that's like he could make Ellie look like Salvador Perez on the base pass.
So I came on the show last year and talked about how Victor Scott was going to be a real huge steal
Yeah.
source last year. So I'm just saying, like, I just want to temper expectations because I don't know where the hit tool is for Chandler Simpson. No one's denying the speed.
It's definitely higher than Victor Scott's was, especially in the minor level.
Yeah,
I think what Simpson could be is, for those, I think all you guys have been playing fantasy a long time, is Gerard Dyson, a guy that doesn't necessarily need to play every day to get 50 stolen bases, and just comes in a pinch hitting role. I think that is super frustrating to roster in fantasy if and when he is up, because I don't think he's making the team, obviously. But those guys, like, there are those guys that like pop out of nowhere, steal 20, 30, 40 bags without full-time playing time just because they're so freaking fast and they get put in the right spots.
Yeah, and Tampa's so hard. At this point, I'm not even sure, is Junior Caminero even making the team? He's been so bad, and Curtis Mead has been so good.
I think there's no way that Caminero's not making the team, but it is. This is why, if you're looking for things to avoid, it's Tampa Bay prospects. Sometimes
They're gonna have to make some really weird decisions to make all of that work.
Yeah, and it's always hard to know what they're gonna do. We've got about 10 minutes left. Got a few topics I still want to cover, so let's talk about some of the prospects that are the most overrated in fantasy. Chad, why don't I start with you this time?
Ooh, I guess Ethan. Well, let's go with Ethan Salas because I think there's still a level of hype. That Mike Virginia just nailed. Like, there's still that level of hype, but we've seen the hit tool is interesting. Like, it could be pretty good, but like a lot of his scouting is how advanced he is altogether, and that doesn't necessarily translate to fantasy.
All right. What about you, George? There's some prospects that are pretty overrated for you.
Lazaro Montes is one that I'm just worried about how everything's going to translate to the upper minors because he does kind of fit that one-dimensional power plus counting stats type of mold. So I just want to see it in the upper minors. Obviously, the numbers in the lower minors have been really good, but I just want to see it. He's got all his physical talent. I need to see it in the upper minors before you can kind of project that jumping to the big league. So he's the guy who kind of stands out to me as where I differ from a lot of the general community on him.
What about you, Donovan?
Yeah, for me, it was the Xavier Isaac was one I had down just because he could come up, hit 10 home runs in 2 weeks, and everybody's going to pay everything for him and then just disappear off the face of the earth, be the next coming of Joey Gallo. Or, Kyle Teal's another one that's really overrated right now, in my opinion. The next Colton Wong. And then the whole Orioles train, the whole train station there with Mayo, Basallo right now, like when they get up, it's just going to pollute everything there. And they need injuries or trades to really be of the value. It's really, really scary for them. And then for me was the Caleb Durbin. I just don't know. I know there's a lot of love for Caleb Durbin and he's on my Brewers, but he's, that team, they're all built the same and I just don't see it, but.
All right. What about guys who are undervalued there, Donovan?
Undervalued for me was Chase Dolander, of course, as I said earlier. I think he's got the all the tools to make it. And then, although he's ranked pretty high, Dylan Cruz to me is going to come up and be that potentially 25, 30 plus stolen base guy with a batting average. Washington's not as bad as they are on paper. I think they're not great, so that's what's keeping him down. But I know he's ranked pretty high. But and then the last one for me is Travis Sarkora, who's hurt right now. He's just a big dude, 6'6". I think he's 235, throws hard. And doesn't the thing with the big pitcher is he could throw hard without going through all the motion of it. When you get the little guys like Tristan McKenzie that have to put so much into every pitch, that is tall and big. He's really tall, but he doesn't have the meat behind him. So he has to put extra into every pitch, just rips them apart. Where a guy like Sakura, he might not be your number one, but I think he's going to be able to come up and give you solid results for a long time. So dynasty wise, I think that's a good find, and get him while his prospect value is on the rise right now. So get him now before the hype gets to him.
What about you, George?
I'll go with Bubba Chandler from the Pirates. There are so many good pitchers. You can throw a dart at the top 150 for redraft leagues, and you're going to hit a good pitcher, somebody you can get excited about. There's just so much data and information out there. But I think Chandler's been overshadowed by Andrew Painter kind of being stalled out at the top of every dynasty pitching ranking list for the last couple of years. And then Jackson Job's been there as well. He would have graduated most years if the Tigers had been a little more aggressive with him, getting him up earlier. So Chandler, to me, is kind of the top pitching prospect outside of those two guys, where he kind of made the jump from thrower to pitcher last year with command of his just immense raw stuff, kind of took a huge leap forward. I think he's ready to go. I wouldn't be shocked if he broke camp in the Pirates rotation. He's that talented. So I want to see what happens there. I think he'll be up early. And I think he's kind of being underrated because of the rest of the pitching landscape for dynasty purposes.
Do you think he's up by end of April? Because I don't think he's breaking camp with a team.
Yeah, they were aggressive with Jared Jones. Paul Skeens obviously was up very early. So yeah, I think maybe a month or two, and then there's only so long. He spent a lot of time in AAA last year. I think he made he had 7 starts in AAA last year. So it's not like he didn't pitch in the upper minors last year at AAA. So yeah, I'd love to see him up early. He's a guy I'm circling in really deep leagues.
There you go. What about you, Chad?
I'll echo what George has said about Chandler. There were moments in the offseason where it looked like Jared Jones might be on his way out. They were willing to shop a pitcher out of that rotation, and they're not going to be willing to do that unless they know Chandler's ready to go. So if he's not making camp, he's up by week 3. Just no doubt in my mind. He's really that good.
He's really good.
And people forget this could have been Shohei Ohtani once upon a time, and that he's switched and focused exclusively on pitching and done this well is just echoes the talent. For me, I'm gonna go to a different pitcher though, and that's Hagen Smith. We've seen the playbook in Chicago, and I know people are so off the White Sox because it's the White Sox. They're an embarrassment. I still don't know why people thought they were going to be good. What was it, 2 years ago they were picked to win the division? And it was the same team. There was just a garbage team. Chris Sale, Garrett Crochet, Hagen Smith. It's going to be the same playbook. He's going to come up. He's going to throw really hard. He's going to do really well. He's just got to avoid getting hurt. And then he'll probably get traded in a year and a half.
I hope you're right on Hagen Smith because he was one of my first round picks.
But the minute they lined up, I'm like, they're drafting Hagen Smith and they're going to trade Crochet because he just lines up perfectly to fill the void.
Yeah, I'm hoping you're right. All right, before we get out of here, real quick, who are your favorite first year player draft targets this year, Chad?
I think it's changed. When I drafted last year, I was all in on Christian Moore because he was literally the best player on the planet for about a 2-month period from the College World Series into the first few weeks of his debut in the minors. But then he got hurt, and now there's question marks on his timeline. For me, it's Nick Kurtz. I know we talked about some one-dimensional first base guys. I know George mentioned that Kurtz kind of bucks that trend. I've never owned so many athletics players in Dynasty as I have this year. The potential for 50 and 60 home run guys in that ballpark between him, Rooker, Lawrence Butler is just talent, and there's nothing in his way. Like Tyler Soderstrom, like I think they're still talking about him potentially catching, which is just insane. But that's a whole nother story.
What about you, George?
So two guys really stand out to me. Cam Smith, I know his stock has just gone through the roof since the trade over to the Astros. He's batting .636 in spring training. It looks like there's a chance he could break camp as the Astros starting third baseman. Obviously, with Altuve going to left field, they just moved Paredes over. Makes a ton of sense. He looks phenomenal. The other guy whose stock has really taken off to me is Connor Griffin. He didn't play last year after he was drafted. He was the 9th pick by the Pirates. He showed up to camp with a kind of revamped swing, and he's looked like he's put on a ton of muscles. Looked really good. He had a homer in a spring training game. He's a guy who's just taking off. It looks like an absolute rocket ship right now once he starts his professional debut. So those are the two guys who stand out to me. Their value has really risen a ton over the last few months, which doesn't happen a lot for guys who were drafted less than a year ago.
And go ahead and finish us out on the topic there, Donovan.
Yeah, Cam Smith was one that has fallen to me. Thankfully, Thankfully, I draft on the back end of my dynasty drafts. Yay, me, humble brag. But Cam Smith seemed to fall in those early first-year player drafts. I'm just like, thank you. And Christian Moore. Christian Moore is a guy that I don't know if I believe in going forward, but I could turn him right now because there's talk about him being pushed right up as well. Angels aren't afraid to push people up. So Christian Moore, if you're drafting and you can get him, he could get up to the majors fast. You could turn him in, trade him down quick for a couple of other prospects, reload your prospect catalog. And then, Blake Burke's interesting. Tyson Lewis is one that's really later that's interesting. He's with the Reds, so at the shortstop. There's a lot of people, but yeah, Cam Smith was the one that really fell to me everywhere, and I was so happy.
All right, that's going to do it for this hour. Real quick, I want to give you guys a chance to remind everybody where you can reach the social media, plug anything you got going on. George, why don't you lead us off?
You can find me on Roto World, have the top 500 Dynasty rankings up there now. Dynasty Stock Watch every week, typically Tuesday mornings right around noon. Check me out there. That's the place to go, Roto World. We're doing 10,000 player blurbs a day, so we've got everything covered that you need to know.
Chad, want to remind everybody where you can reach and what you do.
You can find me on Twitter at CouchheadTTV, where you'll see me crying potentially that I posted my second base rankings early with Christian Campbell in the top 5 overall for redraft.
Yeah. And then Donovan, take us out.
Yep, you can find me. I'm writing for the Dynasty Guru. Myself and the team there put out a steady stream of content, so check us out. And then you can follow me on X or Blue Sky at Spitting Seeds BB, where I chime in occasionally.
There we go. I'm going to put you guys out all unceremoniously, as I always do. Really, really appreciate y'all coming on and giving out the Dynasty and Prospect knowledge that, honestly, I don't really have, comparatively speaking to all you guys. So really appreciate that. We are raising money for Fantasy Cares. You can donate to Fantasy Cares. You can see the ticker down below, donorbox.org/TGFBI-2025. Every dollar you donate goes to Fantasy Cares, and Fantasy Cares raises a lot of money for Toys for Tots, a fantastic organization. And I got to be part of that toy drive last year with my wife and a bunch of people in the fantasy football industry. Please donate. Every dollar you donate gets donated to them and also gets you a raffle ticket in to win amazing prizes. Prizes like TGFBI entries. Every $1,000 we raise, I'm going to give away a spot in TGFBI. We've already raised over $5,000. We're up to $5,500. Actually, I should refresh that. Up to $5,500, almost $5,600 between Podapallooza and TGFBI participants. So we'll be giving away at least 5 spots here for next year's TGFBI. Other prizes include premium jerseys given away by Fantasy Cares and Scott Fish, a Betts, Trout, and Acuna Funko Pop. We have baseball professors annual subscriptions given out by Brett Sayer, RotoWire year-long RotoWire subscription given out by Eric Halterman, T-shirts a Rotosaurus t-shirt, a Razzball t-shirt, a RotoWare t-shirt. We've got a guest appearance on the Baseball HQ radio podcast and much, much more to give away at the end of the weekend. So keep those donations coming in for Fantasy Cares. Again, you can see down below on the ticker where to donate. It is donorbox.org/TGFBI-2025. Really appreciate everybody donating, everybody watching, and then everybody coming on and talking. And I've got another fantastic panel as well. I have Paul Williamson joining us and Eric Samolsky joining us. Messed up your last name. Sorry, Eric, my friend.
All right. I'll take it.
Yeah, you know what? We're just barely 3 hours in. I really can't be messing up this early. We got a long time to go. Eric, want to remind everybody where you can reach social media and talk about what you do in the industry.
Sure. So you can reach me on Twitter at SamskyNYC. I'm also over on Blue Sky, so you can find me there as well. You can listen to me co-hosting with Nick Pollock and the On the Corner podcast, which we record on Mondays over on the Pitcher List feed. And then you can see all of my content over at NBC Sports. We do not have the Roto World Baseball show this year, but instead, you have me doing just daily videos, which will live on the NBC site. So you can see my face every single day, multiple videos a day, if you log on to the NBC site. And I'll have about 2 or 3 articles a week coming during the regular season. Keep doing my pitch mix stuff, waiver wire article every Sunday over on NBC Sports, and then just kind of like some hitter stuff mixed in as well. So I'll be in your face all the time. And if you're out there and you want a podcast guest, hit me up. I don't have my own podcast this year besides the one with Nick. And sometimes I love Nick, but I can talk to other people sometimes too.
Yeah, I will definitely be hitting you up. You know I will. What we need for you, though, for those Roto World videos is some Justin Mason attire. Like that. Yeah, I need to hook you up with some Justin Mason t-shirts.
Listen, give me some shirts. I'll put them on air.
Paul, welcome to the show. Remind everybody where you can be reached on social media and talk about what you do.
Well, I'm with sportsethos.com. I am one of the hosts of the Fantasy MLB Today podcast that we were nominated very humbly for an FSWA finalist this year. So that was very exciting. My first year creating fantasy baseball content, and I got nominated, and that was pretty cool. Generally, then the regular season on the podcast, we do pitcher streams daily. So I think that's pretty cool. And then also we've been pumping out our draft guide this year. I got my Williamson 300 top 300 rankings out right now. So make sure to go check that out at sportsethos.com. And man, it's a pleasure to be here, man. Thank y'all so much for having me. This is pretty cool.
Hey, Paul, just real quick, check your audio settings real quick. You're a little gurgly. I don't want to make sure that we can hear you, but super glad that you're able to join the Podapallooza, not the podcast. So go ahead and say it again.
Let's hear. You got me now?
All right, I think you're a little bit better now, so hopefully it stays that way. All right, we're gonna be talking starting pitching sleepers and busts. Guys, you're looking to target, or no, actually, we're just talking starting pitching sleepers. Guys, you're looking to target this draft season. And guys, you're looking to.
You did have some avoids. We could call it
avoid.
sleepers we're avoiding if you wanted to.
Yes. So why don't we start with you, Eric? Give us your first starting pitching sleeper, a guy you're looking to target because the value is probably too low on the market.
Yeah, if you have read anything I've written this offseason, I'm sure you know it's Gavin Williams. Gavin Williams. That is I say sleeper because, I have Gavin Williams as my 43rd ranked starting pitcher. I am taking him really anywhere because he's still going like in NFBC drafts. If I'm looking right now in the last 29 NFBC drafts that are at online championships, so 12-team leagues, he's going pick 217. So even though I have him ranked as my 43rd starter, I don't need to take him that high to get him. I'm able to get him as basically my 4th or 5th starter in most league types. I'm fully in on Gavin Williams. I was in before I was at Guardian spring training last week and had the chance to kind of like watch him and talk to him. A couple things right now. First, mechanically speaking, we know that last year was a down year for Gavin Williams. We know he battled the elbow issue in spring training, and then that kind of delayed the whole start. He mentioned that they basically also uncovered that his lower half mechanics were all out of whack last year. So he's staying taller on his back leg, which has led to the increased fastball velocity and vertical movement that people are seeing so far in the spring, because he's staying taller. And so he's just more elevated as his approach to the plate is coming. Also, everybody's talking about this new slider that he added. It's really his old slider. He basically said that the cutter he was throwing last year wasn't actually a cutter. It was his slider. And it was just like the release was out of whack. The mechanics on everything were crazy. So he is keeping the cutter because it worked really well for him last year. It had a 17% swing strike rate to both righties and lefties, but he also has refound the mechanics on the old slider, which was a great pitch for him in the minors. So he will be adding the old slider back in, keeping the cutter. He's looked great in the spring. This is a guy who tore up minor league hitters when he was in the minors. Like he was putting up like 12 plus K per 9 in the minors. And he's going to be in the rotation. We don't have a history of injuries with him. So I know we had the elbow thing last year, but he came back from that. There is no like long track record of injury. There's no like, hey, he had a shoulder this year, elbow that year, a lat the next year, this and that. Like he's been a relatively healthy guy. So I think you're getting 150 innings out of him, which I'm not saying you're going to get 190, but if you get 150, and I think there's a lot of strikeout upside there on a pretty good team, a pitcher going outside of the top 200 right now, I love getting Gavin Williams.
Sorry, man. Like this is one of my busts. So I'm just petrified about the elbow. Like when a guy has elbow problems and they're not addressed, that just scares the crap out of me.
But what do you mean by not addressed? Because he mentioned that 3 times a week he's doing all offseason was doing intensive rehab with the Guardians, and everything has checked out. So my understanding was like there, and again, I could be wrong, and maybe Dave will chime in on Twitter at me again. But I don't think that there was like major structural issues where they were like, should he have surgery? Should he not? It was like a lot of inflammation and things of that nature. And so he obviously pitched all year and was healthy, but just mechanically was out of whack. And then all offseason, he's been also addressing the rehab and the strengthening. And so far, there's no issues at all. And so to me, it's not like his teammate, Tristan McKenzie, who they're like, hey, you have a torn UCL. And he's like, cool, I'm going to pitch through it. And is continuing to try to pitch through it, where like, I think that's a very different situation than what we're dealing with Gavin Williams.
For me, it's one of those red flags on a guy who especially already doesn't have very good control that I kind of worry about, like things just going south real quick. And so for me, I wasn't a big Gavin Williams fan to begin with. And then you add in kind of the previous season elbow issues, and I am probably not going to be drafting Gavin Williams at his price. Paul, what is your first guy that you're looking to target because you think he's too undervalued or a sleeper at starting pitcher?
The first name I got is Yusei Kikuchi. I just got done watching the Saturday Night Live documentary and the Christopher Walken more cowbell. Astros said we need more sliders, and I think that was huge for him. And I think that the type of production we got from him from the Houston Astros last year, I think should be able to carry over, because obviously the Angels should continue doing what he was doing. It worked so well. The big thing I liked was how he was able to increase the number of ground balls that he was inducing. It went up to 46.3% with the Astros, and so that kind of takes the sting out of the hard hit data that we see out of him. I really like this. Whenever you're inducing more ground balls, it definitely increased likelihood it's going to help the ratios. You look at what he did in the first half in Toronto. He had that high 4.75 ERA, but the ERA estimators, the BABIP were all really high. The Sierra was 351, the FIP was 366, and then we saw that positive regression in Houston. Off the 270 ERA was backed up with the 274 xFIP, a 287 Sierra. The xWOBA overall was 258. Overall, saw the Sierra was 330. So I think you see Kikuchi is currently being drafted at ADP 179. And I very much think I love that price for him. I think he has the potential to be probably a top 25, top 30 starting pitcher this year, with the difference in the change mix. So, I understand the concerns with the hard hit data, but I think the pitch mix change, his high strikeout potential, and I'm big on pitch to ratios. I think ratios are super important for pitchers because it's 2 out of the 4 for starters in the traditional 5 category setup. And I just think that all the metrics, especially what we did in Houston with that change in the pitch mix, he regressed back to what the ERA estimators we saw in Toronto came through in Houston. Maybe a 270 ERA might be, a bit ambitious for Kikuchi, but I think that with the decent strikeout potential, with the potential to have an ERA in the 330, 350 range, I'm really into Kikuchi. I mean, I'm an Astros fan, so I'm a bit of a homer, but I got to watch a lot of him, and I just love what we saw there. And I think that at that draft price, I think Kikuchi is vastly undervalued. I think he has the potential to return a great return on your investment there.
Still pretty choppy there, Paul, on your audio. We can hear you, but if you can try, I don't know if you can. Are you on a phone right now?
No, I got my lapel mic on, and I recently switched over, and so because I was having those issues, I tested it out, and it was working fine. Let me put it on a different mic.
Okay. I'll put you on mute. Yeah, I'll put you on mute while you try to figure that out. We can still hear you and hear what you're saying. It's pretty choppy. So, Eric, any thoughts on Kikuchi? Are you a Kikuchi guy? Because for me, I was really in on Kikuchi when he came over to the United States, and I always saw the upside. And I felt like every spring he would do something to make me feel like, hey, this is it. This is the breakout. And then he would go away from things, or he wouldn't have the same bite on his pitches. Yeah. And I would be left holding the bag. I liked a lot of the changes we saw in Houston, and in spite of giving up, I think a home run or two in his first spring start, he actually looked pretty good in his first spring start. So I'm wanting to buy back in, but am I like Charlie Brown trying to kick a football again?
I'm not out on Kikuchi. I'm not like in on Kikuchi. I will take him if he's in the right price range, which for me, I have him like around starting pitcher. Like it's all shifting right now with all of these injuries, but like, I think he's around like 52 for me, which is like kind of in this like Spencer Arrighetti, Clark Schmidt, Shane Baz like range of like, I see the upside. There are definitely some question marks. There will be some rough patches. And I like, not to pile on with the Angels, but like, if Kikuchi is in a rough spat in the middle of the season, do you trust the Angels to be able to identify what he needs to do to course correct and shift? And every year he gets a patch like that where the breaking balls aren't landing for strikes, the fastball's getting hit hard, whatever it is. As you mentioned, every year we get a stretch where like there's 4, 5, 6 starts that don't really go well. And I just don't know that he's in a situation right now. We know the team context is bad too in terms of wins, but I don't know that we're in a situation where they're going to be able to say, hey, I think if you turned more to this pitch or whatever, like we could kind of like right the ship a little, which is why I'm saying like, I think he's a talented pitcher. And so I'll take him if he falls into the range I have him ranked, but I'm not believing that what we saw at the end of last year is just going to carry over throughout this season.
And I think you get into rooms though where like he can fall. In my TJ FBI draft, I was actually really, really close to taking Kikuchi because he fell to the 13th round. And I was all like, at that point, like he's probably the guy left on the board who's going to get the most strikeouts this year.
Sure.
Like, and I hopefully, when he comes to you as your, SP4, SP5, I'm feeling good. I just feel like there's usually one guy in a room that loves Yusei Kikuchi, and it's probably not going to be me this year.
Exactly. I feel the same way. I think, I besmirched Nick Pollock's name before, jokingly, obviously. We know I love Nick.
As you should.
Like, he has a good point where he says, like, once you get past like the top 200 or so picks, I think it's like, 100 pick 180, whatever, like the percentage of guys that remain on your roster all year long it's super low. So you're going to get to a point where you're like, you know what, I'm throwing upside at the wall and hoping it sticks, because the chances are I'm dropping this dude at some point in the year anyway. So I may as well gamble on a guy who I wouldn't have to drop. And Kikuchi is that upside where, like, yeah, if he looks like he did at the second half of last year, he's on your roster all year long. So why not? Once it hits a certain point in the draft, why not? But to your point, I'm not going to be the guy that says I have to get Kikuchi. And there's usually a guy in every draft who says I have to get Kikuchi. I'm the guy who says I have to get Gavin Williams, and we'll see how that goes.
My guy is a little bit low on the ADP, and I understand why, because I don't think that Nick Martinez has the massive upside of a lot of guys, and he pitches half his games in Cincinnati. But man, was he really, really good when he re-entered that rotation at the beginning of August. From August 5th on, when he re-entered that rotation, he threw 63 innings with 53 strikeouts and a 2.42 ERA. Now, he had a lot of road starts, and obviously he's not going to pitch a sub-3 ERA in season, but I just feel like he is kind of overlooked because he's boring. And I think these boring guys get overlooked all the time. And I feel like, especially in a 15-team league, a 10 and a 12, you may not want to target a guy like Nick Martinez. He's more of a streaming type when he is on the road. But for me, I love a guy like Nick Martinez in a 15-team league at the back end of your rotation, because I think he's almost guaranteed, as long as he's healthy, obviously, to kind of give back some value. Eric, am I crazy on Nick Martinez?
No, I have Nick Martinez in this range of guys that's like Cody Bradford, Merrill Kelly, Eduardo Rodriguez, where you're kind of like, I probably am not going for these guys in a 12-team, but in a 15-team league, I think that they're probably quality as long as they're on the mound. And Nick Martinez is somebody who we have been saying for years, like, just start him. Just let him be a starter and let's see what he does. I think he's going to do that. And I think the biggest knock on him, as you mentioned, is home ballpark. And if you can navigate around that, like, you start him against average to below average offenses in Cincinnati, you bench him against good offenses in Cincinnati, you start him kind of anywhere on the road. And I think I think he's been a very talented dude for a while. And so I'm fully in on that.
I'm getting heckled by my own podcast partners in the chat right now, because apparently I talk about zone contact too much for hitters. But there will be zone contact mentions just for them in this pitching portion. Paul, why don't you tell us your guy that you are fading, or one of the guys you're fading at their current ADP, and we'll see if that audio sounds a little bit better.
I sure hope it does. I switched the mics back. We're good? Oh, yeah.
It's much better.
It's still a little choppy, but I think you're much better.
Okay. All right. Well, the first guy I got, and he's not super expensive, but I'm still just out on him. It's Kevin Gausman. He is going around like this 65th pitcher. It's not super expensive, but I just can't take myself to take Kevin Gausman. There's just so many things about what happened last year that some writing was on the wall in 2023. With the xERA in 23 was 387, and then the FIP and the STEER all caught up to it this year. We've had a couple of years now of 9.8, 9.7 on the barrel rates, a lot of hard hit contact here. And then the strikeouts, man, they're just gone. It went down to 21% with the swinging strike rates that have gone down steadily year to year, from 15.8 down to 12.9 down to 10.8%. And so it's not like it's like an isolated thing. There were some metrics starting in 2022, 2023 that were troubling to begin with, and then it seemed everything else is kind of cratered with it. And so even at his draft price, I can't bring myself to draft him. This is his first year also in 24 that he allowed more fly balls than ground balls. It's the ERA estimators were not there. They're just nothing in the underlying metrics or anything that tells me that we're going to see any kind of improvement. I guess you can say he has a track record and, he has a good history of success. And I mean, I get all that. But, I don't know if I'm taking him even in outside the top 250. I just can't see me, taking that risk, especially considering, with ratios kind of being such a big deal for pitchers. All the ERA estimators, everything, from year to, like I said, it wasn't just a single year. It was multiple years that we saw some troubling trends and everything that's kind of created for him last year. Even at his price, I don't think I can risk it there.
I will push back on the Kevin Gausman hate. Yes, he's not the pitcher that he was, but what he does do is something that a lot of other pitchers that we're going to talk about can do, which is volume. And while I do think that you can't go back and be like, hey, you're going to get a low 3 ERA from Kevin Gausman, but a 3.6 to 3.8 ERA with 180 innings in a deeper league format is totally fine because he's going to volume a huge level of strikeouts. Now in your 10s and 12s, probably staying away from Kevin Gausman. I'll shoot for the upside. And, I know like Nick will talk a lot about 10s and 12s and not drafting these kind of boring, what I think he calls them Toby types. And I think that's probably what Kevin Gausman is turning into late in his career. But in a 15-team league where volume is king, I have no problem drafting Kevin Gausman. And honestly, I think he's a little bit underrated.
I will also say he's somebody to watch early in the season because the big issue for Kevin Gausman is he's essentially a one-pitch pitcher because his four-seam fastball is entirely mediocre and it puts a lot of pressure on the splitter. And so last year what you saw is that the splitter command just wasn't as good as it had been in years past. And so the swinging strike rate on the splitter went down to like 16%. It had been like 22, 23, 24. But Gausman added in a sinker last year, and he is reportedly adding in a cutter this offseason. If we do see early in the season Kevin Gausman with 2 fastball variations for both righties and lefties, which will take pressure off the four-seamer being bad, which will mean that hitters can't sit on the four-seamer. That will then in turn take pressure off the splitter having to do everything. And I think you're not back to, hey, we're going to draft Kevin Gausman in the top 15. But you are back to, hey, maybe Kevin Gausman is a 3.5 ERA arm because he has mitigated his biggest weakness. Now, we haven't seen him do that. He pitched once in the spring and didn't throw the cutter once. So it's like, is this a rumor that he's doing it, or is it actually something he has? But that is something I'm watching because I think I could say about Kevin Gausman, like, sure, if he's my SP4 now, that could work if I see some of those changes.
One thing I will say about Kevin Gausman and kind of tipping my cap a little bit to Paul and kind of his analysis is Kevin Gausman has gotten worse over the course, like slowly over the course of the last few seasons. And so if he does completely fall off this year, it won't be surprising because you look at his zone contact rates over the last 4 years and they've just slowly gotten higher and higher. That was for Dave. I just did that.
Yeah.
All right, Eric, did you give your first bust?
I didn't. Mine is going to be, I don't know if it's a bust because he's not going like incredibly high in drafts. It's a pitcher who is going, actually, he's going pick 179, ADP of 179 over the last 30 NFBC online championships. And I am not at all buying a breakout for Brandon Pfaadt. I know everybody is like so in on Brandon Pfaadt. Tell me when Brandon Pfaadt develops an arsenal that can get left-handed hitters out, and then maybe I will believe in the breakout for Brandon Pfaadt. Last year, he had a 40% ICR, which is ideal contact rate, which is a pitcher list stat that includes hard hit ground balls. So it's kind of like barrel rate, but hard ground balls I think are also really important to add in for pitchers because hard ground balls often lead to base hits. Base hits are base runners. Base runners are bad for pitchers, right? So we just want pitchers who don't give up hard contact overall. That was up from the year before. Brandon Pfaadt actually had worse splits last year than he had the year before. His slash line to lefties last year was 294, 339, 472. That's not good, right? That is not getting left. That's not just not getting lefties out. That's lefties hitting 300 off of you. The sweeper is fine for him, but to lefties, it had a 50% ICR, a 33% homer to fly ball ratio. Like, yes, he's kind of adding in the changeup a little bit more this spring, but is that really going to work? And people say, oh, Fott has some cut on his four-seam fastball. And it's like, okay, I guess maybe in the spring it looks like he has a tiny bit more cut, but you're talking about like 2 inches more cut, and I still haven't seen it work in a game. So I just can't buy a breakout for a guy who I can't pitch against teams with good left-handed hitters, because a 294 average and a 19% strikeout rate against lefties is really not good. And so I have Brandon Pfaadt down in a range of guys like, if he was healthy, Brian Bayo, but like Nick Lodolo, Bowden Francis, like Max Meyer, like that's how I'm approaching Brandon Pfaadt. And so I'm getting no shares of him, and that's okay for me. I'll eat crow if I'm wrong. He could develop a pitch mix or a pitch that helps him with lefties, but we've now seen it get worse in his years in the big league rotation, not better.
He was actually pretty good against lefties until the end of the season. Then he just got absolutely destroyed in August and September against them. I do hope that the changeup will help, but I see what you're saying, and I'm a big Brandon Pfaadt believer. I want to believe in Brandon Pfaadt, but we may still be a year removed from him figuring out left-handed pitch or left-handed hitting.
And I will say, when you have I'm fading him right now, but I think when you are fading guys because you identify a specific weakness, be open to them then addressing that weakness and then getting right back in. Like, if I see in the first couple starts Brandon Pfaadt is doing something different that will help him against lefties, I'm not going to just stick to it and say, no, forget Brandon Pfaadt. Like, my concerns with him are very specific to one thing that if he starts improving, then I can say, cool, I'll jump right in. But I'm at this point in draft season, not willing to assume he can fix that, because we've seen the same issue for a couple of years now and he hasn't actually found a fix.
I got him as my SP5 in TGFBI. I'm totally fine with that, taking the gamble.
Sure.
There.
At that point, that is such a low risk. Yeah. You know what I mean?
All right. My guy that I'm going to say is a quote unquote bust. I don't know if it's a bust, but it's someone I'm definitely avoiding in draft season, and that's Sandy Alcantara. I don't love guys coming back in their first year after Tommy John surgery, especially guys who rely so much on command and control. You add in the fact that he pitches in Miami, which is a great park to pitch in, but just a terrible team. We saw this with Robbie Ray coming back from Tommy John surgery, right? One start out, he looks amazing, like the old Robbie Ray. The next start out, cannot find the zone or command anything in the zone at all. And I think we are overrating how much time he has had off of Tommy John and how reliant he is on that command and control. So Eric, go ahead and yell at me for saying that.
No, I'm actually, I was laughing at Dave's comment. I'm not going to, because if you look at his recent NFBC ADP data, he's going around guys like Brian Wu, Jared Jones. Like, I'm not drafting Sandy Alcantara at that price. I was drafting him back when you were getting him around like pick 170, 180, and he was like your SP4. I like Sandy. I am in on Sandy this year at the right price in a draft, but I'm taking Jared Jones and Brian Wu over Sandy Alcantara in a draft 100 times out of 100. The thing for me is I was never in on Sandy when he was an ace, because I didn't really like the team context and I didn't really like the strikeout upside. And I ate crow in his Cy Young year because he pitched enough innings that, he had great ratios, and the cumulative strikeouts worked for you. You're obviously not going to get that this year. Yeah. And so the strikeout issues are an issue, even though he is tweaking his slider. And so maybe it misses more bats, who knows? I think you're going to get solid ratios from Alcantara. I actually don't mind the idea that they're going to manage his innings early to help a trade, because then you might get a full second half of the season, or like you might get June on with Alcantara on like the Orioles or the Yankees or any team that is like, hey, we need it. You might get Alcantara in May on the Yankees, because they might now be like, hey, Garrett Cole's done and we need to make a move. In that instance, like, I think that's helpful. And so I think, if you're penciling Alcantara in for like 160 innings of solid ratios and pretty average strikeouts, and then the team context gets better, like, sure. But right now where he's going, that ADP has flown up the drafts. Yeah, and listen, the Yankees have Stroman and they have Will Warren, who's basically Michael King. So maybe they don't need a Sandy Alcantara. Who knows? But it's not like the Orioles haven't known for months they needed to replace an ace, and they were like, "Don't worry, we got Tamayuki Sagano, so we're all good to go."
Dean Kramer, right? It's so great. All right, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to throw Paul or have him say his next quote unquote sleeper undervalued guy, and then I'm going to go run and use the restroom, and I'll let Eric follow up with his guy while I do that, because I thought I could make it through 2 straight hours, but apparently I drank too much soda.
Too much.
So go ahead, and Paul, tell us your next guy that you love right now.
Be sure to wash your hands, man. All right, man. The next guy I got on my list is Justin Steele. I think that he has been incredibly undervalued. I don't understand why people aren't taking him quicker. I mean, 3 straight years of 24-plus starts. Listen to these ERAs: 3.18, 3.06, 3.07. The Fits back it up: 3.20, 3.02, 3.23. The barrel rates are ridiculously small: 3.9%, 5.4%, 4.9%. Hard hit rates incredibly small: 33%, all the way up to 36.2% in 23, down to 30.3% last year. When you look specifically at his pitch mix, the fastball has, the fly ball numbers are really low, 29%. That's a small concern there, is that it did go up to 37.5%. But if he can easily positively regress back to what he's done in previous seasons, because he has a nice track record there. Solid strikeout rates, consistently 24% or a little bit above 24, 25%, very consistent. He got the walks under control starting in 2023. He was at 9.8 in 2022, and then it went down to 7.0 and 6.7%. That causes WHIP to steadily decline from 1.3 to 1.17 to 1.10 last year. And then you take a look. This is what I was talking about with the specific pitch mix here. The fastball has an expected slugging against it last year of 335. The xWOBA was 298. The slider is also returning excellent results. The expected slugging just 269. The expected batting average on is 182, 213 xWOBA. The exit velocity on that slider is at just 83.7 miles per hour. There are just so many things to love about Justin Steele. It is the consistency year after year after year. He is returning excellent ratios. And I alluded to this earlier. When it comes to pitching, ratios really are king, because wins you can't super count on because they're so volatile, right? Even if someone can go 6 or 7 innings consistently, if they lead the game without the lead, then oh well. So I don't think you can necessarily count too much on wins. And then of course strikeouts. It's not like Steele has no strikeouts. 24, 25% on the strikeout rate is good, especially when you're considering an ERA that's probably going to be in the low 3s. A WHIP is probably going to be 110, 1.15 to go with those strikeouts. I just think that he has such a great ratios floor, and that's two of the four categories that you're targeting. And I think you can just pencil him in for those numbers. I love Justin Steele. I already got him on my TGFBI drafts. I plan on getting him as much as I possibly can because he's just so consistent. I love me some Steele.
Yeah, listen, I have Justin Steele as my 20th ranked starter right now because of the Garrett Cole, Grayson Rodriguez, all those injuries. I'm fully on Justin Steele. In my starting pitcher rankings, I said this. We know that Justin Steele got hurt opening day, hamstring injury, right? So we're not like, oh, it's an arm injury, whatever. His first couple starts off the IL were a struggle. But again, that is very common after pitchers miss a long period of time. From May 27th to the end of the season, that was 109 innings. Justin Steele had a 2.47 ERA, a 1.08 WHIP, 112 strikeouts, 31 walks in 109 innings. And I know that we don't like to pick and choose, like, hey, if we use only this time frame, but like saying, hey, he was hurt, it took him a couple weeks to get back, and he got back. Justin Steele was very good. I am more than happy. Justin Steele is one of my favorite SP2s to draft, and I'm able to wait and get him. So I love Justin Steele. I was deciding who I was going to talk about here, but because Paul is being so active in the chat, I'm going to throw Paul a bone here. One of my favorite sleepers, I still think people are really disrespecting Reese Olson. Reese Olson was really good last year. He got really unlucky in terms of wins, and then we know he got hurt. Reese Olson is going pick 252 right now in the last 30 NFBC online championships. That's after Jose Barrios. That's after Brandon Woodruff, who we know is going to start the year on the IL, just had shoulder surgery, and we don't really know what, Reese Olson is. We don't really know what Brandon Woodruff is going to be doing. He's going after Bowden Francis. I'm in on Reese Olson over all of these guys. The changeup is stupid. It's so good. He commands it 4 strikes. He gets swings and misses on it. The fastball is now sitting up over 95, which is important to me right now for Olson because Olson's fastball was a detriment to him last year. The secondaries were all really good, and the fastball was a problem. And so, like, Reese Olson having more movement and more velocity on the fastball is good. And then he has the sinker, which he can use to righties as well. Sets up that like slider changeup mix. I just think Reese Olson is, I don't really know why he's, when we're like in on the Tigers, right? I think as people are like, oh, these Tigers guys are pretty good. And everybody's like, oh, is Casey Mize a breakout? Like, why are we talking about Casey Mize as a breakout, but drafting Reese Olson like 260? I don't understand. Like, very obviously Reese Olson is a talented pitcher, and I see a lot of the projection sites are like, oh, he's going to throw 130 innings. Okay, well, why is he going to throw 130 innings? I understand that he was hurt last year, but he threw 120 innings in 2022. He threw 140 innings in 2023, and then he got hurt last year and threw 119 across the minors and big leagues, and then he's got 130 inning projection. Like, I'd say 150, he could even get up to 160 if he doesn't get hurt. So like, well, I don't get the projections on him. I don't get why he's going so low in drafts. I think he's a 12-teamer because he has upside. I think he's a 15-teamer because he's got a pretty safe floor. I think you can get Reese Olson really anywhere and be super happy where he's at in ADP right now.
I think the Reese Olson call is really nice because he's one of those guys where I like to point out that I think some of the projection systems kind of get playing time wrong and innings pitched wrong. And I think he's one of those guys that can volume his way actually into being a really valuable pitcher. And if he takes a step forward, even better. It's just icing on top of that cake. But I think he was a guy who's kind of underrated in the market to begin with. So I'm right there with you on Olson, a guy who I actually didn't like last year that I am turning kind of around on for 2025. So, all right. I have to come up with a pitcher, and as Dave and Paul will tell you, I don't do prep beforehand. So
that's why you just talk about somebody you've just recently written about, and then it's just like it's already in your brain. Like, I'll talk about this guy.
I've never done that.
A guy that I understand why people are kind of down on. He didn't throw a lot of innings last year because he was returning from Tommy John, and is moving to a park which probably is not going to be super beneficial for him after pitching last year in camp, is Jeffrey Springs. I think people are kind of overrating kind of the small sample and underlying skills last year. He was recovering from Tommy John. He finished the year on the mound, which is exactly what we want to do. I think this A's team is getting better. And I think one of the things we tend to do with park changes on guys is overrate them. Yes, Sacramento is not going to be good for or great for pitchers in the way that Oakland Coliseum was, or the Trop was for Springs last year. But I see a guy with really good skills that we were talking about prior to his surgery as potentially like an SP2, now going way, way too late. He's been one of my more drafted starting pitchers this year. I love me some Jeffrey Springs.
Yeah, I got no pushback. I like him. I mean, the park is it's like, it is a park downgrade, but
Absolutely.
How much we don't really know.
We have no idea.
Team context
really
downgrade. Maybe person downgrade as a human being, but other than that, like
terrible human being. But I tend to try not to let that affect how I draft. Unfortunately, because as much as we'd like to think every person is
Yeah.
good.
Nowadays you're crossing a lot more guys off your list that you didn't know before, so.
Exactly. So apparently Dave has pushed back on Jeffrey Springs. We can talk about that on the Monday Friends of Fantasy Benefits podcast. Dave, not gonna let you jump in from the comments.
99% chance it's health related though.
Probably. Yeah, that is likely the case. Let's talk about some busts. Eric, why don't you give us a bust that a guy you're avoiding at his current cost?
Can I say Grayson Rodriguez, Garrett Cole, George Kirby? I mean, just all of those guys, like Grayson Rodriguez, pain behind his elbow. Like I'm out. I'm just fully out.
Yeah.
Like Garrett Cole, he's concerned. I'm out. George Kirby, it's inflammation, but he's not that concerned. But he's had inflammation in the shoulder 3 times in the last 3 years. Like, yeah, maybe if he falls to like SP 50 or 60, I'll take a gamble. But like, I'm out. I would say I am out ADP wise. So it's not like I don't want to call this player a bust, but I'm not taking Roki Sasaki in the top 100 picks. And so I'm not getting him. Roki Sasaki has not hit 130 innings in any of the last 3 years.
Yeah.
In 2 of those years, he was 110 innings or under. We know there are some potential Tommy John concerns from 2 years ago in Japan, but even if you discount that, the Dodgers have a guy that they obviously have plans for many years who has not hit 130 innings in a professional season in the last 3 years, who is coming to a new league, to a new country, to a new schedule, right, where they're pitching far more often and more regularly with new kind of like workload managements. I just don't, and the Dodgers have like 12 MLB caliber starting pitchers. I just don't see a world where Sasaki is throwing over 130 innings. And I think even if they're really good innings, and there's a chance that they're really good innings, like I'm not taking that guy in like the top 20 overall starters, top 100 picks. Like, tell me why you are taking Sasaki over Brian Wu. Like we've seen Brian Wu light up MLB hitters. Brian Wu is a very good starting pitcher. Brian Wu is going late in drafts because of health concerns, and people are saying, "Oh, Brian Wu, he might only throw like 130 innings." Brian Wu battled arm issues last year. Like, why is Brian Wu going like 60 picks after Roki Sasaki? I don't know.
I don't disagree with the sentiment of that. I just think that is a bad pitcher to use because I have massive concerns, and one of my busts on this hour is Brian Wu. I just don't trust the guy who has constantly been battling forearm, elbow issues for the last few years.
Listen, I love Brian Wu, and I have drafted him nowhere because I just love him as a pitcher, and I can't get behind the health of it. And so I have 0 shares, even though I hope he stays healthy. I think he's great. I love watching him pitch. I'm not taking him in drafts right now. My point just being in that comparison of like, I think we are projecting Sasaki. We're so enamored with what he could be when he's on the mound. And that's why Yancey, I don't want to call him a bust because I think he's going to be talented. And so to me, a bust is somebody who just like isn't as good as we think they're going to be. And for me, I think he might be as good as we think he is. I just think it's going to be in a much smaller sample size than maybe we are expecting. And I don't think it's a situation where like you get like a Jacob deGrom or a Max Scherzer or like a Lucas Giolito or guys who you're like, hey, they're going to start the year in the rotation, but they're going to get hurt at some point. Like, we're not saying that with Sasaki. We're saying like at some point he's going to, get, they're going to like, Dodger manipulate his innings. Like, I believe because he was signed to a minor league contract, like he has minor league options. So there's a lot of flexibility with what they can do with him to make sure that he's not pitching 150 innings, which aren't, hey, he goes on the IL. And if you're in an IL league, awesome. You just throw him on your IL and it's not a big deal.
And the Dodgers are one of these teams where like you kind of know, and they kind of know they're already in the playoffs. Like they're just like the regular season for them is warming up for a playoff spot. So they're not going to push a lot of these starting pitchers. And Ryan in the comments says I'm kind of honestly out on Dodgers starting pitchers. I am too. I think a lot of these guys are going to get or not going to get pushed super far because I think they're going to be so far ahead in that division that they're not going to need to push all these guys to 150 innings. And I'd be really surprised if any Dodgers pitcher made it to 150 innings in the regular season because they're saving them for that postseason push to try to win another championship. So I'm Sasaki. I completely agree with you on Sasaki. I think he's going way too high. I think the allure of something new and shiny that we haven't seen before is pushing his price up way too high.
Agreed.
Paul, what's your next either overvalued or bust kind of guy?
You stole my guy. I was going to go with Roki Sasaki myself. I asked myself this question: if he comes up and he just isn't what we thought initially, and he gets sent back down. To your point about how they've got the minor league options on him. If he doesn't do well, the narrative is going to be, oh well, it's his first season in the Major League Baseball. Give him some time. So I mean, like going top 100 whenever that type of floor is in the cards is just too risky. So I'm going to move on to Freddie Peralta. Is someone who I am I'm not super out on. It's just I think he's going about 2 or 3 rounds too early right now for me. I get the strikeout upside. I do. He does have that. But like I alluded to earlier, I'm big on ratios. And then you take a look at those ERA estimators are all sniffing or touching 4 with the 388 on the xERA. The Sierra was 378. And then overall he had a 79.6% left on base rate last year. In the second half, it was 87.9% left on base rate with a 3.06 ERA. That just screams luck to me. He had a 4.84 FIP in that second half with just a 23% strikeout rate and a 10.8 walk rate there. I think that with Peralta, I think that we're seeing that the fly balls are coming back. They're at the 44.8%, which is what they were, I believe, in like 21 or something like that. And I just think that there's just a little bit too much risk here. The barrel rates are over 8%, 8.5%, 8.7%. So I think with Peralta here, you're drafting him a lot for the strikeout upside and meh on the ratios. If he falls another couple rounds, I think his ADP right now is 118. If he falls a couple rounds after that, I'm more in on him there. And this is kind of splitting hairs a little bit. It's not like a super big time bust, but he is a fit for me. I do have him about 20 or 30 picks later than where he's being drafted right now. I just think that you can get a little bit better guys than Peralta at his current price.
I think Peralta is one of those guys that the hype on him has never really matched the output, at least not since 2021. Since 2021, he has not had a sub 350 ERA. And when you're talking about a guy that you're probably drafting as your SP2 or 3, depending on the depth of your league, that to me just doesn't match the output that I'm looking for from that spot. And I do think Milwaukee's probably gotten worse as a team this year. And so I just don't know if the win output is going to be the strikeouts probably will be. And he has kind of shed that injury prone label over the course of the last 2 seasons, throwing 165 and 173 innings in 23 and 24. But I just don't know that you're ever going to get that guy from 2021 that we saw again.
Well, that guy from 2021 also had 7.1 feet of extension on his four-seam fastball, and the guy last year had 6.7. His extension has gone down every single year, which is wild to me. But also his fastball command gets worse. His fastball gets hit harder. The swing and strike rate goes down. I'm with you. I will take some shares if he drops far enough. I'm not like a full avoid, but he doesn't drop around where I have him. And so I just don't think. I think if you're fine getting like a 3.7 ERA with some strikeouts, like cool, you're gonna get a 3.7 ERA with like a 28% strikeout rate. Like he has been that guy for a while, but you're not drafting him at a range where that's what you're expecting.
And I think that's the thing. If he was going in the same areas like Kevin Gausman is now, like I could be like, oh, okay, I'm getting that mid to highs 3 RA, but with a boatload of strikeouts, like I probably will get from Gosman, even though the ratios aren't exactly what I want. But he's not going there. He's still going, just outside of the top 100, and that to me is too expensive for a guy like Peralta, especially with all the other pitchers going in that spot. I think we got about 8 minutes left. Time to, I think, do one more round. So I didn't do my bust, which was Brian Wu. Just any guy who does, or any guy who has reoccurring elbow issues, reoccurring arm issues, I'm just going to stay away from. I just think the risk is too great. If he puts together a season of 130, 140, 150 innings, I may be kind of kicking myself for it. But I'm staying away from those guys with the elbow issues. Eric, your last or your next undervalued / sleeper guy.
Yeah, well, I'm going to operate as this is my last. So I'm just going to give you a couple names real quick, and then I'm actually going to talk about one guy. I think health right now is important, right? And so like Max Scherzer is going pick 270. I think Max Scherzer is in the rotation and is currently healthy, and he has been a solid performer whenever he's been on the mound. I'm happy to take Max Scherzer around pick 270 and get whatever innings I'm getting out of him while he's healthy. Lucas Giolito is in the Red Sox rotation right now. He's going around pick 336. That's around like Tony Gonsolin and David Peterson and Tomoyuki Sagano. Like, I'm happy to take Giolito because of the ceiling we've seen from him in the past. See what we get at the start of the season, move on, pick up a waiver wire guy, whatever.
Is Giolito going to start in the rotation or
yes.
start on the IL?
I think Giolito, he said he's ready. The team has said he's ready. Cutter Crawford and Brian Bayo are not ready. And so Giolito, even more so now, is planning to start in the rotation, and then we'll see what happens down the road.
Make his spring debut on Tuesday. Okay.
Yeah. I am writing an article that will talk up Max Meyer, who's still going pick 323. I think that is a really good spot for him. Also, I know that like every single person who writes about pitching that you follow has talked about Jose Soriano. But Jose Soriano is going pick 302. I love Jose Soriano because I think you'll know really quick with him because the breaking stuff is really good and the fastball command has been really bad. And so if you draft him and the fastball command remains really bad, he's not going to have the breakout season we want. But he has multiple fastballs to both righties and lefties. So if the command gets better, I think the secondary stuff will really play up. My breakout, somebody that I am drafting, I got crap for mentioning I drafted this guy with the last pick in my OC, but I will do this in the last pick of every OC if he keeps going pick 361, which is the very end of an OC. I think Jack Leiter is making the Texas Rangers opening day roster.
Wow.
I have heard that they basically believe where he's at in his development, he needs to face MLB hitters. So whether that's in the rotation or whether that's a multi-inning guy out of the bullpen, I think they believe at this point that Jack Leiter needs to be facing MLB hitters before they can figure out where he's at. He doesn't need to go to AAA to face AAA guys again. A couple things with Jack Leiter.
Who is out of that Texas rotation?
Well, so I don't know if anybody's out. I think if anybody is on the verge, Tyler Mahle does not look healthy right now. Like he's sitting like 92 with his fastball. I just don't like, he doesn't look like, and we haven't seen great results out of Mahle for a while, but he doesn't even look like the guy we were dreaming on years ago. I don't think Maui's healthy. And so I think there's a path where maybe they let Mahle start in the rotation and Leiter is the multi-inning guy out of the bullpen and Mahle gets a couple starts and then he's not healthy. He's on the IL and it's Leiter, or that happens from the start of the season. I mean, Leiter is sitting 98 right now, not just like touching. He's sitting 98. The new sinker is super important for him, for righties as well. He's changed his changeup to be more of a kick change. So that's like a 91 mile an hour changeup right now. It looks filthy. He made a lot of improvements in AAA last year. He's making more pitch mix improvements. We know the pedigree is there. I think Jack Leiter has a chance to be like really, really good.
All right. Paul's working on some stuff, but I love Max Meyer, and I'm so glad that I finally found someone else who is on the Max Meyer train with me, because it feels like every time I bring up Max Meyer, I get kind of shouted out of the room. Looked amazing in that first spring start, topped out at 97, almost 98 miles an hour. Added a pitch this offseason, former first round pitch, pitches in Miami, which wins are going to be hard to come by, let's be honest. But that is a great park for someone like him to be pitching in. I'm a huge fan of Max Meyer, and he was
he added 20 pounds too, didn't he?
Which I'm not always a big fan of, because we've seen guys who add weight and then can't repeat their mechanics as easily because of that. My favorite example of that was Luke Weaver when he was with the Cardinals, right?
But it seems to be working so far, at least.
Yes, yes.
I know
I always want to preface, like, you see like, oh, this guy put on 20 pounds or this guy dropped 20 pounds. And you go, I don't know if that's a good thing yet. We need to see how it looks. It looks good on Max Meyer, but other guys, it won't look good.
Yeah. I know Paul says he's throwing a kick change this year too, but if Paul was in best shape of his life mode, I would be more in on Paul this season. I think Paul didn't really need a kick change, but if we get 20 pounds of muscle and best shape of his life, Paul, like 2025 is going to be a big
20 pounds of muscle on Paul Sporer would look really weird. I don't know if I could handle
it. Would make those neon sweatshirts pop though.
Yeah.
It really pop off.
I mean,
this is, I don't know. We thought it was going to be, Nick was calling this year of the cutter, and I think it is maybe year of the kick change. We're seeing it a little bit more.
Paul did not add weight. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like the other Paul is with us anymore. Make sure you're following him on social media, all his work. Eric, why don't you remind everybody where you could be reached on social media and plug anything you got going on?
Sure. I am at Samsky NYC on Twitter. I am also over on Blue Sky. You can find me on NBC Sports. I tell people the best way is just type in Eric Samolsky and NBC Sports, and it just takes you right to my page with all of the articles that I have. I'll have a bunch of videos up there all the time. And then Nick Pollock and I on the corner, that is going to be possibly multiple times a week once the season gets rolling. Definitely at least as we go over the lists and stuff like that. Nick and I are putting out some articles right now on like spring training sleepers and whatever. And I love Paul Sporer's Lupe Fiasco shout out there. Lupe Fiasco, seen him in concert 3 times. Incredible. Kick Push is the Lupe Fiasco song that Paul is referencing with the kick change in here. So yeah, I mean, if we could get, if somebody out there is an intrepid video editor who wants to edit kick changes to the beat of kick push, I would watch that on repeat all day long. So yeah, somebody, you can cut that up. That'd be great. Thanks.
Yeah, I really need to learn how to edit video just for that, right? Paul W, who is here, you can follow him on social media at Paul W_34. He is a senior contributor for Ethos Fantasy Baseball, an award-nominated podcast this year. Really appreciate. Oh, he is here real quick. I want you to plug anything you got going on there, Paul, before I kick you back out.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't realize I think my cat knocked out my charger. I didn't realize it. But yeah, sportsethos.com. The Fantasy MLB Today podcast is I love doing the podcast. It's an honor to do it. To give you the picture streams every day during the regular season. And then we also have wonderful guests on as well. Also, make sure you check out our draft guide and follow us on at Ethos Fantasy BB and follow me at Paul W_34. Again at sportsethos.com. Y'all, thank y'all so much for having me. It was a real blast.
Thank you, guys.
Paul giving us one last reason to be dog people over cat people.
There you go. Right there. I'm as a person who's only owned cats since I got married, I am definitely a dog person. All right, I gotta move you guys out and move on to the next crew. Appreciate you guys dropping your pitching knowledge and giving us some good sleepers and busts of guys to go after and guys to avoid. We are talking fantasy baseball all weekend long. As we raise money for Fantasy Cares. Fantasy Cares is an amazing organization that raises money through fantasy football and fantasy baseball leagues all year long, and then donates money in with toys to Toys for Tots. I was a part of that this year, and it was a fantastic experience. Every dollar you donate gets you entered in to win amazing prizes. Things like jerseys, things like Funko Pops, like bobbleheads, like TGFBI entries, like subscriptions to Patreons and sites around the fantasy baseball industry, please donate. We are currently at waiting for the update, $5,600 raised between Podapallooza and TGFBI participants and satellite participants this year. So we'll be giving away at least 5 entries into next year's TGFBI. Really appreciate everybody who's been watching, everybody who's been donating. Hey, share this on social media so more people can come watch. We've got, I think, like 70-something people watching right now. That's amazing, but we can always do better. Keep those donations coming in, and we will be giving away a lot of prizes at the end of the weekend. I've got a fantastic panel coming in, guys who are way smarter than me, especially about Dynasty and Prospects. We have Tim Kanak, we have Doc, we have Eric Cross, and I'm going to turn it over to Eric and let him lead the show so that way I don't have to run out in the middle of the hour and go to the bathroom again. I'll see you guys in an hour.
Yeah, we'll let Justin go take his pee break there and recharge his batteries for the rest of the day. Thank you to Justin for having us here on Podapallooza. Always an honor participating in this every single year. And I am Eric Cross at Eric Cross MLB on Twitter, and I got 2 fantastic gentlemen with me. First up here to the right, at least on my screen, Mr. Doc Eisenhower. Doc, how you doing, man?
Oh man, you totally blew it. You pointed at Tim. I guess our screens are all different, but it's okay. I'm at Doc Holiday Dyna because I just made a burner account when I started out and people accidentally listened to me. And now look at me. I'm on Podapallooza. This is don't let your dreams be memes, folks. Go after it. Yeah, I'm happy to be here, representing Scout the Stat Line and maybe something else in the future, but that's top secret for now. Yeah, man, I've got my Rangers jersey on, thinking they're going to have a comeback this year. I'm not a diehard, but I appreciate what they're doing.
Is there any name on the back or just a flat out jersey?
I don't know. Nope, just actually I got this in Texas at Walmart for clearance sale prices. I was like $20, so I had to buy it.
There you go.
Absolutely. It's MLB though. It's like this is
it's a sharp. I love the deep blue. That's a sharp looking jersey. And over here on the other side, we got Tim Kanak from Fantasy Ace Ball. Tim, how's it going, my man?
Excellent. Awesome. Just got back. See, this is not a real Angels jersey. This is a T-ball jersey because I'm my son's T-ball coach and we just finished. Of course, T-ball, everybody wins, right? So it's like whatever, everyone wins. But yeah, I'm my son's T-ball coach. So Angels, not the biggest fan of the Angels, but I'll rock it for my son. You got to do what you got to do as a parent.
Absolutely. No, 100%. I'm just rocking Pitching Ninja sweatshirt here, my favorite sweatshirt. Love all the Pitching Ninja stuff. All right, we're talking prospects today, though. As Justin mentioned, we got a good kind of mix of stuff here. We got some who will make the biggest impact this year, some of our favorite guys, some overrated, underrated prospects. So a lot of fun names to get to here, but we'll start with what prospects will make it the biggest 2025 impact. Now, obviously, the 3 biggest names of the 3 top ADPs in redraft leagues this year: Roki Sasaki, Jason Dominguez, and Dylan Cruz. Before we get into some of our names that we also added to the sheet here, let's just quickly touch on these guys. I'll start with you, Tim. With those 3, Roki's going right inside the top 100, and Cruz and Dominguez more like that 130 to 150 range. Any issue with those ADPs? You liking them? You fading them? What are your thoughts on those 3?
I have actually in a redraft not ended up with any of them because I'm like more likely to go with kind of the underdog types as far as prospects because I think you get better value that way. But I do have Roki as a top 35 starter. I've got him like actually right next to Tyler Glass now in my rankings. I think you're going to kind of get like similar innings pitch totals there, similar results, high end guy that's probably going to get capped in the innings. Dominguez, I really love, but people are just really on him. And I don't understand why Cruz is going ahead of Dominguez. I am a big time Dominguez believer, Dominguez over Cruz, but especially in like the NFBCs, Cruz is going over him probably just because of the potential steals that you might get from Cruz. But I think Dominguez is going to have the better season to Cruz if you're comparing them 1-1.
Yeah, no, I feel like Dominguez has the higher upside this year. Like if he, that power speed blend, obviously Cruz has a great power speed blend as well, and probably the better pure hitter. So I've been going a little bit in that range. I don't have any Sasaki shares so far this year, but I think I got one of each of Jason and Cruz. Like I like them a lot as like your outfield 3, especially if you already get 2 outfielders that you feel good about, you can afford to go a little bit more on the upside play there. Actually, I think those ADPs are actually fair, and I'm surprised they're not a little bit higher than they are. But Doc, what say you?
Yeah, so Sasaki, it's all priced in. He's priced in as like the next Skeens almost, like that's why I don't have any shares either, because gosh darn that pitch looks pretty powerful. I love that, the unicorn pitch they're calling it. He looks like he's the real deal, and sure, maybe he's going to deserve to go where he goes. I always like to talk about the NPB where he played, had a dead ball. I'm not actually as concerned about the velo drop just because that can happen after a long season. He's a young arm, but he's an unproven product in the major leagues. So I do take that into account, but I acknowledge the sky high upside. I actually had Jason Dominguez. I just switched it out, FYI, but as one of my underrated prospects, which is so weird. I actually don't have shares, so I'm indicting myself because, I saw that, I think it was the Welsh has Dominguez as his number 1 overall prospect.
Yeah. Me too.
Yeah, okay. And I'm sitting over here, no. I think a lot of people just like, no, because he's just this ancient. How old is he? 21 now or 22? He's just ancient.
The Martian is supposed to break out at 19 years old. If you're designated as the Martian when you're 16 and you're not broken up by 19, you're broken.
I feel like Jason's like the MLB version of like Jason Tatum. Like the joke in basketball is that Tatum's still 19 years old, even though he's like 26 now. I feel like that's gonna be Jason. Like, oh, he's still 19. Oh, wait, he's 22, 23 now. Oh, like where did the
he's actually 20 still. No. That's debut age. I'm like, because it's happening again. Though he just turned 22. He just turned 22. It feels like he's been. The short form feels like he's been here forever. He's got extreme polish. He's got everything. He's a 5-tool prospect. Probably plays up in average and OBP leagues. It plays in a great lineup. He's going to be playing this year. It's almost like we have all our shiny new toys from the FYPD. We got all these, the new kids coming up on the block, and we're kind of inclined, and it's not like Basayo or Anthony or Campbell are terrible prospects or anything, but certainly like we have something special here, and so. I think he's a little underrated, and Cruz, I mean, almost the same deal.
Yeah. I wish I could put the comments up on the screen here. I don't have that ability, but some of the comments looks like both Paul Spohr and Dave McDonald are both Cruz over Dominguez for this year. Oh, there we go. Someone did it for me. Thank you, Justin. I'm assuming that's you.
Back from peeing.
Yeah, there we go. Thank you, Justin. Wow. Appreciate it, bud. Yep, he's back from his pee break there. So, looks like we get some little bit of Cruz love here. In the comments. But let's get to the other names you put on the list here. Doc, start with you. You've got a couple of names here that I like a lot here. Quinn Matthews and Agustin Ramirez.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking strictly 2025 impact. Quinn Matthews is pro-ready. He's probably the most pro-ready pitcher out of all the prospects right now, other if you're not counting Sasaki. Maybe if you are, I don't know, just because he's logged so many innings. He threw 156 pitches in one game in college. Didn't seem to phase him. Last year he gave us, I think it was over 150 innings in the minors, gave 200 plus strikeouts, led the minors in strikeouts. No one's really giving him as much credit for that, I guess. Maybe there's an idea that he's all floor, maybe less upside. And I'm just not sure if that's true. You watch his fastball. I made a tweet about this the other day because someone was talking about how much IVB his fastball has. I'm like, you just watch how, these batters are whiffing on it. Like it passes the eye test alone without even digging into the numbers. So he's fantastic. Agustin Ramirez. I don't really care if he keeps catcher status, but I think he will. It sounds like he's doing everything in his power to do so. And frankly, if he does keep that catcher status, you look at the Marlins depth chart, it's totally doable that we see this guy in May this year, even if it's not opening day. I don't care. I'll wait a little bit. He's not really being treated as a top 50 prospect by a lot of people. I think I have him stupid high, like top 30 or something like that, maybe top 20. I'm probably the highest out of all people with him, because I just think that if he was in the Yankee system, he would still be getting all the buzz he was initially getting.
Yeah, you snagged him from me, man. We had a draft. We had a podcaster draft on an Anu, and Doc snagged Agustin Ramirez from me. It upset me, made me sad.
It should. I love Ramirez a lot too. I saw him in Double-A. He took the Double-A Eastern League by storm. Like he was just hitting everything hard. Even those outs were loud. He can run a little bit too for a catcher, which is also nice. I mean, it gives you a handful of steals too. So yeah, I like Ramirez a lot. And it's not like Nick Fortes is gonna hold him back for too long there. But now over to Tim's two guys here. We got a really talented pitcher and then more of a sneaky bat. So Tim, who do you got?
Yeah, I tried to go a little sneaky with both of these because I didn't want to pick the guys who are very obvious. Like I threw Andrew Painter in here because he is the best pitcher out of all of these pitching prospects, straight up. And the word on the street is that he's not going to throw until June or July. But I'll take half of a season of Andrew Painter over like maybe 3/4 of a season of like some of these other guys. Like there's no guarantee that Bubba Chandler is going to get as many innings pitched as everyone thinks he's going to. Like I've been loud about it on my podcast that I think that Thomas Harrington is actually going to get the call before Bubba Chandler because I think that since he has had more time at AAA, he's just like the next guy up. He's also older. It makes more sense for him to just come up as the next guy up in that Pirates rotation and eat up that back end. So like, I'm kind of like, I would rather take Andrew Painter than Bubba Chandler if you're making that gamble, because it's kind of almost banked in already where they're like, okay, Painter's going to be up in June or July, and then it's his job to run with. And he's already been like back before his injury. He was like phenomenal. Like you do not see pitching numbers like you saw from Andrew Painter at his age in the minors. Now, my sneaky play here is Tirso Ornelas with the Padres. He's not really like a prospect guy. Like nobody really talks about him, but guess what? He has a really good shot of breaking camp with the Padres right now. The Padres are like the real life version of Stars and Scrubs because basically that's their whole lineup. You have no depth. They've got like Oscar Gonzalez competing right now against Tirso Ornelas for that starting outfield role for the Padres. And Ornelas last year, because nobody even knows who this guy is, hit 297 with 23 homers and 7 steals in Double and AAA last year. And that's a legit 297 too. He's got a pretty good hit tool. My biggest concern with him is he is like a near 50% ground ball guy. But if he is going to start for the Padres, I will take the at-bats and bank that guy in a 2025 type format over taking gambles on, guess what? Chase DeLauder, right? Oh, already heard again. So sorry, Eric. I know you love DeLauder, but yeah, I think Tirso has a really good shot at breaking camp with the Padres. And if you can get 550 at-bats of like a pretty solid player, that wins over maybe like a third of a season of a superstar in my mind.
Yeah, if this was like last weekend, Chase DeLauder would have been one of the two guys I was talking about here. But of course, he had to get freaking injured again. I'm so upset about that.
Tim with the low blow on that one too soon.
Right where it hurts. Right to the soul. So everyone knows I love Chase DeLauder. Guy needs to stay healthy. But I'm going with one bigger name and one not so big name. I'll go with Jordan Lawler. Kind of wonder where he does wind up on the Diamonds. Obviously, they have Eugenio Suarez III. They just signed Geraldo Perdomo to an extension, but there's been talks about Lawler maybe getting some time at second base, and they have Ketel Marte there, maybe the outfield, but maybe it's kind of all over the field. Maybe it's like a Ceddanne Rafaela situation from last year where he's playing multiple spots, but you got to love that power speed blend that Lawler brings to the table. And he's a potential 20-plus homer bat, 25-plus steals annually, while giving you a serviceable average and OBP as well. He's always been a pretty good walk rate guy. So I feel like he's kind of, the kind of perceived value on him and just like the buzz has kind of died a little bit. I mean, he's still highly thought of, but just given the time missed last year and the uncertain playing time situation this year, I mean, I'd be more drafting him late on as like a flyer, but I think the upside's there to provide a pretty good value this year. And then my other one here, I'm going to go to the Angels and go Caden Dana, who I've started liking a lot more over the years. I was kind of lukewarm on him, but I think he's got a good chance to make like 20-plus starts with the Angels this year because that rotation, while it's full with Yusei Kikuchi, Jose Soriano, Tyler Anderson, Kyle Hendricks, and the always reliable Reed Detmers. So I feel like Dana's going to, whether it's injury, poor performance, whatever, I feel like he's going to factor in, before the end of May and then kind of keep that spot the rest of the year. Good fastball, really good slider, serviceable curve and change up. He had a walk rate, super low walk rate last year, can miss bats. It's kind of a, not more than like a mid-rotation starter, I think, but I think there's a good chance he hits the ground running and has a pretty good rookie season here with the Angels. So Caden Dana is my second guy here. Let's go to some overrated and underrated players. Tim, I'll go over to you here because your overrated prospect here is one that has a ton of hype right now. So I'm kind of curious if you think it's more so because of the hype or you're just not quite sold on the skill set of this guy.
Yeah, it's all about the hype. So my guy, just to eliminate the preamble, is Jesus Made, who I made a joke with Welsh because we just finished the P1 ADPs. And when he was starting it, he's like, oh, who do you think are the surprises are going to be? He was like texting me about it. And I was like, watch, Jesus Made is going to go in the first round. And then Jesus Made went like number 7 or something in the P1 ADP that I took part in. And so I texted him immediately and I was like, see, I told you. And and I know Doc is on the same page as me because on my podcast, we had him like rated right in the same range, like in the 60s. And I'm like, look, I love the skill set. I love what I see here, but he has only played in the Dominican Summer League as of yet. I am not ready to put a player who has only played in the Dominican Summer League into my top 10, into my top 25. Like, I will watch this name, and I have him rated way higher than I ever rate anyone in the Dominican who has not played on stateside yet. So, like, I get it, like the tools are nice, the skills are nice, but let's see him play against like A-ball and like some legitimate pitchers before we anoint him as the next Jason Dominguez. And then in 3 years say he sucks and completely forget about him because we're like way too early on him. So like, I'm just like, I'm not out on him, but I think that he has way too much hype right now.
The hype is almost out of control, but yet the upside and skills are really, really good. It's either going to look really, really good for people that got in on him early, or it's going to fall flat on his face. I am a big Made guy, but yeah, we were in the same one. It was me, you, and Matt Thompson, I believe was the other guy from the industry in ours. Yeah, I think he was like 7, 8, 9. But somewhere in those last few spots of the top 10. I wasn't overly surprised though, but. I do have him ranked fairly high, but yeah, I'm not ready to go top 10 yet on him, but maybe soon. Obviously, the upside is there. Doc, who is your overrated prospect right now?
Well, I want to say first, like, for a bullet point, Dana, imagine what his prospect hype would be if he didn't have the Angels rip away his prospect shine. Prospect shine's a hell of a drug, folks. I'm serious, So I was doing my pitching rankings, and I'm like, how can I keep him off? And so, yeah, folks, that's a good guy to send an offer out to. And then Made, it's like a great comment in here, but he's Jesus made. The devil made the other prospects. And like, that's great, Sporer.
Yes, Sporer's got some good comments here. Yeah, because Jesus made the devil made all the other prospects, and then Spore was Eric reading the Angels rotation or one of my fantasy teams. Sorry, Paul. I love you.
Yeah. So I mean, and just briefly again with Made, it's like, hey, yeah, he could be great, but this is probably a good initial selling point, and then there will be a dip at some point, likely, and then you buy there. That would be my opinion. Maybe he goes right to the moon. My guy is Robert Kalaz, which is another kid coming over from the DSL, and it's funny. I was like, I had him top 40. I guess I just go so enamored by the power speed combo. I like his size. Sometimes these kids come over where you're just really projecting how they're going to fill out. And I'm looking here, I see, okay, so 62202, and that's a DSL listing. What's he at now? Or what could you project from there? It's very interesting. And frankly, he's going to have to overpower his contact flaws, though. When I started digging into the contact rates of 65%, even at the comp. So, I mean, it was 50% in DSL, 65 at complex last year. So DSL was 23. And then he went up to A-ball, 65% again. It's like not great. So you can overcome that kind of thing if you have, freakish like Judge, or, maybe we're hoping with Eldridge kind of power, but even then you want it to be closer to 70. So it does concern me. He might just have enough tools. And frankly, we have to give him some time. Actually, digging into Kalaz made me realize just how good Leo DeVries and DeVries, I don't know. And then Walcott. I've been kind of low on Walcott, especially on Walcott. I'm like, oh, I think he's the same age or younger than Kalaz. and just like, doing okay at AA or like surviving at AA. It's like, oh, okay, well, I'm over here. I see Kalaz giving me 65% at complex. It's like, yeah, they're not all the same. And prospect development is not linear. So I'm not completely saying he has no career here, but he's like one of those guys where he needs a lot of work. He's very raw.
Yeah, no, he absolutely is. I love the power with Kalaz, but yeah, the contact, I'd love to see that take a step forward as well. So that'll be kind of the X factor for him. Contact issues for my guy as well, but though he's a little bit older, which is maybe more concerning because he doesn't have as much time to kind of figure it out. But I'm going Davison De Los Santos. I think there's a lot of hype around him right now because he had like 1 million home runs last year, led the minor league with 40 home runs, 120 RBI in 137 games. But I think there's two or a few big things to keep in mind here. Yeah, like the power is legit. I mean, I've seen him take batting practice. It's the power's there. There's no denying that. But at the same time, the contact skills are a concern. I mean, look at what he was at, especially after the trade. They really went down, but he was 65% contact overall and about 72% in zone with a 20.5% swing and strike rate with Miami and AAA last year. And when he was still in the Arizona system, so it was kind of like, first part of the season was AA for Arizona, then AAA for Arizona, then the trade. So when he was in AA and AAA in Arizona, he played in two of the most hitter-friendly environments in all of the minor leagues. AA, it was Amarillo in the Texas League, and AAA was Reno. Like those are two extremely hitter-friendly. They're like the Coors Field, the Great American Ballpark of the minor leagues there. So he definitely got an added boost. They're not saying, he would have had, the power metrics weren't there. They still were, but you saw him kind of fall off when he went to Jacksonville, which is more like a, kind of a neutral area ballpark in AAA. So I think you could easily see, as a full-time player, 30-plus home runs from De Los Santos. But at this point, I can't say he's going to hit more than like 220, 230. I think he's just going to get eaten up. There's too much swing and miss, not enough contact in the profile. So I think he's just going to be absolutely devoured by major league pitchers. Now he'll probably get plenty of run this year with Miami because there's not really a lot of other guys to take those spots, and they probably want to see what they have in De Los Santos. But I think he's a good sell right now because he's at one of those 3 times where it's good to sell a player, sell a prospect, I should say, and when his major league debut is imminent, and that's the case here with De Los Santos. So he is my overrated guy. Let's go to some underrated guys. Let's get a little more positive in here and go underrated here. I'll go over to you here, Tim. Who are a name or two that you like that you think is underrated right now in the prospect world?
Yeah, I'm going to give you a few and just kind of be quick on them instead of really digging into one guy. I like Michael Arroyo a lot. I've had him in the top 50. A lot of people have not. Both of you kind gentlemen were nice enough to come onto my podcast, and we talked about Michael Arroyo a little bit. And it seems that most people are not much, but a little bit lower on him, a little skeptical. One of the interesting things is I had Ross, Doc's boss, right? Ross Jensen on, and he mentioned to me that he was like one of the top 2 or 3 guys in the peak projections for Scout the Stat Line. And then I also know that Dylan from Baseball America mentioned that I think he was like number 2 in Robo Scout or something like that. So it's like the machines really love Arroyo. And if you look at the numbers, like he had phenomenal numbers age to level last year for the Mariners. The only kind of like drawback, or if you watch him play, is like he's kind of like a small, like fire hydrant type dude. Like when I first saw him, I was like, he kind of reminds me of like Ronnie Belliard, like body style. But like he's such a good hitter. He's just really good above average all around. Chase Burns is not getting enough attention because he did not pitch last year. So everyone's like, oh, look, Hagen Smith was so awesome, whatever. But like nobody watched Chase Burns pitch last year in the minors. He had 192 Ks in 100 innings in college. I think that there's not enough hype on Chase Burns right now when there should be. I think he's like my number 4 starting pitcher or something like that for prospects. I keep seeing him not like getting as much hype as he should be getting. I know he's going to be pitching Great American Ballpark, but come on. He's going to strike a ton of dudes out. And then my last guy that I want to throw out here is Cole Carrig with the Rockies. You're going to get a little outfield. You're going to get a little shortstop. He actually played a little catcher even before. You could get 20 homers, 40 steals from this type of guy. He's like projects almost like a Rafaela kind of for the Rockies. So if you want like a Rafaela of the Rockies, like Carrig, I think is kind of your guy because he's playing short. He's playing outfield. He might move a little quicker this year because he spent the whole year at high A last year as a 22-year-old. So it's possible we see him move up and he's like a 2026 guy for the Rockies, especially as we see them now pushing like Veen and Beck up. I think like 2026 would be the year for Cole Carrick.
All right, quick notes on Chase Burns. I'm 99% sure it was Zach Beck at @upper_Beck on Twitter who posted this. I think it was a couple weeks ago. It's some of the metrics, between Chase Burns in college and Paul Skeens in college. I don't think he was making a direct comparison, but just showing like how good the stuff is with Chase Burns. So yeah, didn't love the landing spot in Cincinnati, obviously, but yeah, the talent there with Chase Burns is undeniable. So yeah, love that Chase Burns pick right there. Doc, who you got here?
I mean, the most shocking thing I heard today is that Beck has a first name. I thought he was like Cher. Just Beck.
Just Beck.
Yeah, that's disappointing. So we have to start off with my guy, Caleb Durbin, the Durbinator. He's catching fire, man. If this guy actually is anything like really good, I'm gonna get promoted to the world's greatest fantasy analyst in my head. Because man, Caleb Durbin, he started out like 1% on Fantrax a year ago. I had him in a 30-teamer. I stumbled onto him probably from some Yankee source. I actually have no idea how I stumbled, but I ended up reading a whole like interview he had with some college kid on some like part of the internet. He's just got a great story. He's probably really 5'5", but he's jacked up, 185, little muscle hamster. And, he's got amazing plate skills, great contact. He's, he seems quick enough, and then he's efficient with his stolen bases as well. And, he didn't get the big offers from colleges or anything. He had to really grind his way up. And so now he's here and he's on the verge of making the opening day roster for the Brewers. In what position, we don't know. Third base, maybe. I think he'll play everywhere to the point where he's basically getting enough playing time to be a regular, more or less, in terms of fantasy purposes. Caleb Durbin could steal. This sounds crazy, but if he gets 500 or 400 even plate appearances, I mean, I don't think 30 to 40 stolen bases is unbelievable. I think that'd be a great outcome. And that's coming with good ratios. So it's not like the Victor Scott situation where we're like, please just do enough. Like Durbin, I think there's a higher floor there. And he's going up there. He's almost got the same Yahoo roster percentage as Evan Carter, which is insane. I actually got sniped on him in a friggin' Yahoo draft the other night. I'm like, what's going on? I've created a monster. So Caleb Durbin, that's a lot of time spent on him. I'll just be, I'll give you a couple I'll give a shout out and a little in depth. I'll say shout out to Casey Hunt and his wicked slider out in Milwaukee. I swear I'm actually not a Brewers fan, but there is some. You're going to see another Brewer later on too. But I'll say Casey Hunt. There is some buzz starting to go around him. I have him pretty high. I'll give a shout out to Cole Drake. This guy's 6'5", 220. He's got that, workhorse pitcher's frame. I talked about him with Eric Cross on our Dynasty Dingers podcast. This guy, he seems like first of all, he's going to climb the rungs in Texas, unfortunately, because of Alejandro Rosario, dropping out of this, for a year or so. So Cole Drake, he didn't really get a lot of buzz. He went to a community college in Tennessee. He went to some, Arkansas Tech University in Russellville. So he's 24 years old now. He's again had to work his way up. Doesn't have that pedigree. But you look at his numbers last year. He had I like to do K9 because I'm a boomer, but 14.9 K9 in A. So it's like, okay, you're too old for A. Then 12 K9 in a high A. And honestly, that's okay as a 23-year-old with pretty good command too. And then, the numbers dipped down a little bit. So in Double A, but he still kept the runs off the board. And I'm just excited to see what he brings this year. It'll be a make or break year. Is he a mid guy? Is he just going to be back end starter kind of thing? Which would be an acceptable outcome given nobody really knows who Cole Drake is right now. But if he can rediscover his stuff and get up to that 10 strikeouts per 9 kind of deal at Double A, and man, we could see him in Texas for a cup of coffee.
Yeah, I think Dave McDonald has a little bit of an issue with you calling yourself a boomer. It's a boomer. You look more like you're Gen Z.
Bro, I'm friggin' yeah. I got 2 kids, brother.
Dave McDonald definitely fits boomer. Dave, you're definitely a boomer. There's no doubt about that. But there it is. Yeah, there it is right there. And Arkansas Tech absolutely sounds like a made-up university. Like, that's not a real place. But so my 2 guys here are Alejandro Ozuna and Jacob Melton. Ozuna, I saw both outfield prospects, Ozuna with Texas and Melton with the Houston Astros. I saw Ozuna out in the Arizona Fall League, and man, he's a guy that not one tool of his stands out. Like, he doesn't have loud power, big speed, but he just does so many things well. I mean, his quality of his at-bats out there, like even his outs, he was making good contact, driving the ball all over the field. I think this is a guy that's just going to impact the game in so many ways. Even Bochy this spring said, that he's a ball player. I mean, that's a simple quote, but I think it perfectly encapsulates what Ozuna is, where he's just going to provide value in so many areas on the field and just give you that well-rounded 5-category, fantasy impact. Well, he's never going to be a star, but could he be a guy that you're drafting in a couple of years, like your outfield 3-4? Yeah, I think that's definitely in play here. Especially in a good hitter's park there in Texas, and a good lineup there too. So I like Ozuna a lot, and he looks a lot like from behind, like Bo Bichette. Got the hair. Well, back when Bo had the hair, we get the Bichette hair. He's a little on the smaller side, like 5'9" or so, but really impacts the ball well. Good speed, good defense out there in the outfield. So I like Ozuna a lot. And then the other one, Jacob Melton, who I think is going to play a factor here in Houston this year. And that outfield is a lot of question marks. I mean, they're trying Jose Altuve out there, which I don't think is going to go well. I mean, he's already had some injuries on his own right. Putting him in the outfield, I just don't think it's a good idea. And outside of him, it's like, okay, do we go back to Chas McCormick? It's like kind of a hodgepodge out in that outfield for Houston right now that Kyle Tucker is with the Cubs. But, I think you see Melton factor in, good power speed blend. He had 15 home runs and 30 steals in 105 games last year. Slash line wasn't anything to write home about. 253, 310, 426. But he's a solid contact hitter. He was around 80% overall, 87% in zone last year. Doesn't strike out too much. He's got solid power, above average plus speed. So I think he's going to be a guy that is going to kind of sneak up on people this year and provide some solid fantasy value. I think he's a good dynasty target as well. Like, I have him, I think, in like the 75 range, and I could even push him up as high as like 50. I think that would be fair, and I just don't think the general consensus on him is quite that high. So I think he's a good redraft and dynasty target this year. So I'll go with Alejandro Ozuna and Jacob Melton for my two. Now, let's talk a little FYPD here before we get into our favorite prospects at each position. Doc, I'll go over to you first here. Who are some FYPD guys you really like in this year's class?
Well, my flag plant is Luke Dickerson. The Nationals went out there and gave him $3.8 million, right? No one's really talking about him too much. He's one of those multi-sport athletes who didn't come from basketball. He came from hockey. He's got them thick legs. He's got that grit. I'm from Canada originally. I try to overcompensate. I put flags in my background. And so, no, but for real, hockey players are tough guys, man. They'll snap their leg in half and play the rest of the playoff series without telling anyone. That's real. So I like that. That probably is like the anti-Anthony Rendon kind of situation, right? So you'll have a tough guy in Luke Dickerson. He's built kind of like, I'm gonna say it, he's built like Mike Trout, kind of compact and strong. He's got a face comp to Mike Trout, and he also tied or broke, I think he tied Mike Trout's New Jersey home run record. So people aren't talking enough about Luke Dickerson, and the Nationals have kind of a bright future brewing. I don't exactly know how to profile him. It just seems like he does a little bit of everything. I've listened to some interviews, good makeup. That's old school scouting stuff. Put makeup and IQ in your models. Let's go. I'm big on him. Caleb Bonham, I know that, Cross, I've seen you post about him a little bit too. I think we're the only Bonham guys so far. He's another nice high signing bonus guy out of Chicago, and of course there's runway there if you can figure it out. And Connor Griffin, if you want to, it's almost too easy now because everyone's in. But right from the get go, I'm like, I think we're overlooking the top prep kid in the class. He's 6'4", 220, maybe. Like, where's he going to end up? 230. He's got 70 grade speed. So even if he puts on that muscle, it's kind of what I like about Max Clark. A little different frame, but Max Clark with that big speed, even when you slow down as you age, you're like, what's your floor? Trey Turner, right? It's like, okay, it's a good place to be. And so the big thing with Griffin, as I think everyone knows, is what is the hit tool? It's not can he overcome the hit tool even? I don't think we even know if it's bad. So there's a lot of outcomes here. If it's bad, then it's like, okay, this is going to be a process. He'll be one of those guys, toolsy. He'll still, because of his elite defense, he will get an MLB job one day, almost certainly. But if he's got a good hit tool or even just okay with his speed and his natural strength, it's like I think Connor Griffin is a high upside play.
Yeah, I love Griffin as well. I'm just going to say mine real quick here because Griffin was on mine too. Trying to overlap, but I think Griffin has the highest upside of anybody in this class. I mean, if he hits like that ceiling, I don't think anybody else in this class, even the college guys, who I love the college guys in this draft, I don't think anybody has as high of a ceiling as Griffin. Like, he's a phenomenal athlete. He's big, multi-sport athlete, the power. If the contact skills are there, I mean, he's going to be an absolute fantasy stud. I'm not sure I can say stud about some of these other guys. Like, you can say like really good, but if anybody's to get up into like that top 2 rounds of fantasy, if everything clicks, man, Connor Griffin is that guy. My other guy here, I'll just give him real quick. There's a lot of guys I liked in this draft. Tim's got a lot of good ones I like too. But one that's kind of fallen way down rankings here, and I know why. It's because of the hit tool. It's Vance Honeycutt. Landed with the Baltimore Orioles. The contact skills and the strikeout rate are absolutely a concern. But the rest of the game, like, you could say he's plus every other tool. Plus power, plus speed, plus defense, plus arm, which will help keep him in the lineup even when he's struggling. Landing in a great system there in Baltimore. So there's definitely a red flag there. But you could probably get him like the 30s or something like that in your FYPD, maybe even 40s right now. So I like Honeycutt a lot. I love Seaver King. I love Theo Gillen. A lot of good, guy. Like, I love Cam Caminiti as well. One of my favorite pitchers in this entire class. I went to the Atlanta Braves. But I'll turn it over to Tim here. Tim, who are some names you like in this FYPD class?
Yeah, everyone who listens to me knows that I'm obsessed with JJ Weatherholt. So I'll skip him for later. We're going to talk about him later. And then Nick Kurtz, too. I really love Nick Kurtz, even for this year. So we'll talk about Nick Kurtz a little bit later. But since I'm not hitting on these guys later, I've got Ryan Sloan and Braylon Payne. Ryan Sloan, you have to love when a pitcher gets drafted by the Mariners. The Mariners are so excellent at developing their pitchers. And this is already a big kid who throws hard. So I'm all in on Ryan Sloan getting developed by the Mariners. And then Braylon Payne, who Welsh actually told me one time, he's like, oh, dude, I just checked out this dude at Bridge League, Braylon Payne. He was so good. And then I started watching some highlights and seeing what people were saying about him. I'm like, well, everyone says that his hit tool sucks. He made it to A-ball last year as a 17-year-old. And I know it was only 4 games, but he had 438 and had a couple extra base hits and 4 steals in 4 games at A-ball as a 17-year-old. And I'm just kind of like, okay, maybe he fixed the hit tool. This might be like a Lawrence Butler type situation here with Braylon Payne. So where, you've got a super tooled out dude who has no hit tool. We saw what Butler did as soon as he developed the hit tool last year. So I'm thinking hey, if Braylon Payne actually does have a hit tool, this is a dude right here. And you can get him if you're still doing FYPDs. Most of them are probably done by now. You could usually get him in the second round of an FYPD. So I feel like that's just a really good bargain for a guy who could maybe give you top 5 upside from that class.
Yeah, absolutely. I love Braylon Payne as well. I think, if the power comes along, even if he's just a 15 homer guy, I mean, that's a really fun player. Before we get into our favorite prospect at each position, just want to point out, the link right down here below to donate to Podapallooza. It is donorbox.org/TGFBI-2025. Again, Fantasy Cares is the donation that everything's going to. Get into some raffles here for some prizes. Great cause. So make sure you click that link and donate what you can below. All right, we'll have to go a little bit quicker here to get through our favorite prospect at these positions. We got 21 total names here, so we'll keep it quicker here so we can get done within the hour. We got about 20 minutes left in our segment here. I'll start at catcher. Drake Baldwin is my guy at catcher. He's starting to get some hype around him now, finally, especially this. He might be playing earlier this season than we thought, given the Sean Murphy injury. But average EV near 93 miles an hour last year. He has a zone contact rate around 86%. It doesn't strike out much. He's just above average across the board. Just didn't have the massive counting stats in the minor leagues. Though they were good counting stats, just not huge numbers. I think is why perceived value on him is still not quite as high as it probably should be, but the skills are there. The opportunity is starting to present itself there with Drake Baldwin. Love him a lot. I think he's a borderline top 50 prospect right now. So Drake Baldwin is my catcher. Tim, who is your favorite catcher?
Eduardo Tate. Most people don't even know who this kid is, but he's a Phillies prospect who made it to A-ball again at the age of 17, just like Payne did. And had a couple extra base hits in 4 games at A-ball. And between complex and A-ball last year, he hit 302, 356, 486. And he didn't really start hitting for power until the end of the year, like the second half. But he only played 79 games and had 30 extra base hits and 11 bombs as a 17-year-old. So age to level, like this dude is kind of tracking with me as like a future Basayo type. And like hitting wise, like he kind of reminds me of like a lefty version of the Contreras brothers as far as like his swing. So I really like Tate.
Yeah, he's definitely a fun catching prospect. He's starting to rise up rankings too. So, still got a little bit of a buying opportunity with him, but that might come to a close this year if he continues that upward trajectory. Doc, who's your guy catcher?
I'm a big fan of the Missouri connection, as I'm calling them, Carter Jensen, who is getting a little too mainstream, so we're not going to talk about him, and Jimmy Crooks, who people aren't talking about nearly enough. I know Clegg loves these guys, too. I don't know what's going on out there in Missouri, but they're making some good catchers, brother. Jimmy Crooks, nobody seems to care that in Double-A last year he hit 321 with a 410 OBP against vast majority older pitching. He doesn't wear batting gloves. Put that in your model. That's grit. That's the grit factor. I'm going to do the grit model. But he just feels like a St. Louis Cardinal. He's going to be their catcher of the future. It's not going to be Pages. He's not exciting enough on offense. And it's not going to be Herrera, who's just probably not going to be as good on defense. It's going to be Jimmy Crooks. Hot take. And he's available in pretty much every Dynasty league. Go get him.
Yeah, I was guilty of underrating Crooks as well. Yeah, he's definitely an intriguing catching prospect for sure. All right, let's go over to first base here. Tim, who you got?
I've got Nick Kurtz. Kind of gave away that one earlier. I think that he's probably up in like May. The Athletics have been very aggressive with some of the moves they're making. Signing Butler the other day. I really like they were super aggressive on promoting Jacob Wilson too. So my thought is that there's a very good shot that Kurtz is up in like May, especially if Soderstrom starts striking out too much. And they're like, all right, dude, go play a little outfield, go play a little DH, go play a little backup catcher here. And we're going to make some room for Nick Kurtz. I think Kurtz from the jump could be like Christian Walker as far as like numbers. So like, you're not going to get a full season of them, but I think you're going to get for probably 3/4 of a season some Christian Walker like numbers from Kurtz, who again, the Athletics are playing in a minor league stadium this year. So you are going to love that. He basically did what Wyatt Langford did as a draftee, where he just came in and kind of took over and then was also phenomenal in the fall league once he came up in like the second half of the fall league. So I'm just really, over the moon with Kurtz. If you can get Nick Kurtz in a league, like go after that.
Yeah, I think he has the highest floor of anybody in that draft class. I mean, we saw him out in unfortunately, Bryce Eldridge got pulled from Arizona Fall League right before we went out there for first pitch. And then Nick Kurtz, fortunately, got added to the roster. And yeah, he was easily like the best guy in the field. Didn't have a lot of home runs, but you could tell he was just too good for everybody out there. But yeah, so Nick Kurtz, love him. And it's kind of a number one first base prospect debate right now between Kurtz and this guy Doc's about to talk about.
Yeah, so I think the comp for Nick Kurtz, if everything goes great, is Freddie Freeman. Just got that great eye. I think the comp, if everything works great for Bryce Eldridge, it's the lazy one. It's Aaron Judge. Both 6'7". This guy looked like a lumberjack at 18, 19 years old. He got a full beard. He just seems like a man. He's just turned 20. Freakish power coming from Bryce Eldridge. He used to be a pitcher coming in. I actually think they could have done it both ways, but hey, if this is what we're going to get from him, this really, a guy with not just who has elite power, but has the hitting ability, has the swing to get to that power. And so that's exciting stuff. It doesn't really matter. I know people are like, oh, but San Fran, some people are a little bit concerned. It's a pitcher's park. This is what they need in a pitcher's park. A guy whose power is so jacked up, it doesn't matter. They're going to end up in the Bay. And so going to be a lot of fun to see what Bryce Eldridge does to baseballs out there. And frankly, he's got that intimidating factor in the box where even if his eye isn't a Kurtz level, it's going to be a situation where pitchers pitch around him. He'll just get walks that way.
All right. Yeah, definitely Eldridge, that power is absolutely insane. My guy, well, real quick, though, I wanted to say, I probably said this before we started this. We aren't saying these are the number one guys at position. These are our favorites, whether it be our own interpretation, like whether we think they're underrated, could break out, like them more than the rest of people, something like that, whatever, but not the top guy at each position. But I'm going with Josue Briseño of the Detroit Tigers. Briseño was an absolute beast out in the AFL, and that's putting it lightly. I mean, he was maybe had the best season ever out in the AFL. And, last year was limited to, I think it was like 43 games, but had really good, rates in those games. Like the surface stats weren't anything to write home about. He only had like 2 home runs in all his 40 games, but hit 278 with a 381 OBP. He's an above average contact hitter. I had a contact rate of around 84% last year, only a 7.5 swing and strike rate, and he's a plus power bat. And he's grown a lot over the last couple of years. He's now up to like, I want to say he's like 6'5" now. Like he's a really tall, really strong. So I think, once you get a lot of these, probably get Kurtz graduating this year. I think Eldridge graduates this year too. Maybe Jack. I'm kind of uncertain if he does or not. But I think you're talking about Briseño next year, up as like one of the top first base prospects in the game. So I love Jose Briseño right now. Moved him way up my rankings. Let's go over to second base. My guy here at second base is Kevin McGonigal. Every offseason when I'm doing my team by team, and position by position prospect rankings on my Patreon, there's always a bunch of guys that I end up liking a lot more than I did, and Kevin McGonigal was one of those guys. I mean, it's an absolutely elite hit tool. Contact rate was 88.5%, 4.5% swing and strike rate, zone contact well over 90%, and almost twice as many walks as strikeouts. He's an above average runner, and there's decent power in the profile as well. He only had 5 home runs last year, but I think he could be a guy that flirts with 20 home runs, 15 to 20 home runs, around 20, 25 steals and the high average OBP. So I love Kevin McGonigal. He's a little bit on the smaller side. He's only like 5'10", $190 or so, but one of the highest floor guys in the minor leagues, was solid upside as well. I've moved him way up. So Kevin McGonigal is my guy here at second base. Tim, who's your favorite second base prospect right now?
Oh, I've got Luke Keeschel. He's second base sucks. Let's be frank, right? But he's just above average all around, and you'll take that from second baseman. He only played 102 games last year and had 37 extra base hits, 15 bombs, and 23 steals, and hit over 300 with over a 400 OBP between high A and double A. And he had to get Tommy John surgery, which is why he didn't play the last 2 months of the season. Apparently, he's going to be back on track to be ready to start the minor league season for this year. And the Twins have a lot of like high volatility type prospects. And I feel like he is exactly what they need. Someone stable to put in there who's not like complete boomer bust or, injury or bust, talking about Twins prospects or Twins players. But I think Keeschel will be a nice constant to fit into that lineup. And like when I look at his profile, I'm like, okay, this guy is going to be a perfect number 2 hitter at some point and be able to maybe give you 20/20 fantasy from second base. Pretty solid.
Yep. Yeah. Keeschel is definitely a guy that's still, I think, a little underrated right now. Yeah. Spores going off in the comments. I just realized I did back-to-back Detroit prospects there. So I think I'm like serenading Paul Sporer right now. But yeah, that system is really good, Sporer. Yeah. Detroit's cooking something there. They really are. That's going to be a team that's going to be a problem for the next, 5+ years or so. But let's go over to Doc for his second base prospect.
Yeah, brother. We got 10 minutes, boys. Let's grind through him. Sal Stewart. I hope he makes it so I can call him the Godfather. This guy looks so Italian. It's unbelievable. 6'1", 215. He's going to eat some more pasta, I think. Maybe lose the steals. Maybe gain some power. I think he could be a boring Alec Burleson kind of comp. Maybe a better walk rate, though. So Burleson who walks is really interesting because that's the only question so far is where that power ends up. Good contact skills, really, he's going to be playing second or third. We don't know yet, maybe a bit of both, but he's actually a little younger than you think, but he's such a boring prospect in terms of just the hype around him. He doesn't have that super speed, super strength kind of thing. So you can probably go out and get him right now. I think he'll be an MLB regular for years to come if the glove plays.
Absolutely. All right, let's keep it rolling here. Yeah, Sal Stewart, it might be a little bit on the boring side, but yeah, he's going to be a major league hitter, no doubt about that, and good home ballpark too, so that definitely will help. All right, we got to go 12 guys here in 10 minutes. Let's do it. Shortstop here. Tim, who's your guy?
Franklin Arias, Red Sox prospect, complex an A-ball last year as an 18-year-old, almost went 3-4-5 on the triple slash, walks a decent amount, doesn't K a lot. 36 extra base hits in 87 games with 35 steals and 9 bombs. I think he's a stud. He's one of these young, complex guys who I would rank ahead of Jesus Mate.
Yeah, there's a lot of hype on him within the Boston org too. Yeah, they definitely like him here in Boston. So yeah, he could be the next big Boston prospect once the big three graduates. Doc, who you got at shortstop?
Colt Emerson. We know who he is. The question is, what will he become? What's the power? The power is the X factor. The homers haven't been there yet. He was a little hurt last year. He's still super young. The EVs look great. They got better as the year went on. So as he got away from that injury, I'm banking on him. I believe I still have him as a top 10 prospect, which is only me and like one or two other guys out there, I think. But I think a little bit of power showing, some flash. He's got a bigger frame than Cole Young. I don't think it's a Cole Young situation yet. So we'll see what happens. It's a big year for Colt Emerson in his development. And if he starts flashing that pop, he's going to fly back up rankings, possibly to like a top 10 prospect, top 5 prospect.
I mean, I love that Seattle org. There's so many fun guys in that Seattle org for sure. I'm going Tampa Bay here with Carson Williams. Williams is basically who I hope Vance Honeycutt can be, maybe the outfield version, because, Williams, the power is, above average to plus, speed above average to plus, really good defender. I mean, good arm as well. Like he's going to be maybe a Gold Glove caliber defender at shortstop, but the hit tool is the question mark. No, he's kind of gotten, he's been at work. He's kind of been pretty consistently around 69, 70% overall contact, which is below average, but not terrible. So even if he's more of like a 250 hitter, it could be 250 with 20 plus bombs, 20 plus steals. And again, that defense will help keep him in the lineup. And I don't think there's any like real platoon issues here with him. So I know that's always the question with Tampa Bay hitting prospects. So I love Carson Williams. I think he's going to be a very good player for a very long time. Let's go over to the hot corner. Doc, who's your guy there?
It's Brock Wilken, just because it seems like he is no longer with us. He is 6 feet under the ground. He doesn't exist. He's not in spring training. There's no articles about him. Again, it's hard to hear. No one's talking about him at all anymore. Last year was a lost season. He got smashed in the face by a baseball. Like, it was really bad. And he probably was never the same again. Now, and I've heard some rumblings of off the field not incidents with him, but just some things going on in his life maybe affecting him as well. He had a kid. That's a good thing over the summer last year. And so there's some interesting things that aren't going to show up on the stat sheet. And so I think there's still freakish power here. And third base is a shallow position, and he's got a good eye, a better eye than you might think. So he just needs to get a little bit of extra contact, and we might see him in the big leagues this year. Very underrated, actually, at the moment.
Yeah, I still like Wilken a lot, too. Hopefully he can get back on track this year. He's always been a guy I've liked a good amount since the draft. All right, Tim, who's your guy at the hot corner?
I've got JJ Weatherholt. I think he's moving to third. Because obviously the Cardinals have Mason Winn at shortstop, phenomenal arm. So I think their plan is for Weatherholt to be a third baseman. Otherwise, they would have already moved him off to second. They're trying to stretch him out and try to see if he can play a little bit of short in case something happens to Winn. But I think ultimately he's moving to third. And he hits the ball harder and more consistent than any other player. Like, I live in Jupiter, so I get to see a lot of baseball, minor league baseball throughout the year, and then spring training even. I caught a home run the other day when he hit that Oppo Taco from behind home plate. So I was there at that game and got that on video and sent that out. But like, this dude hits the ball so hard. It does not sound like that when other people hit it, especially in Jupiter. We're at sea level here. It's really hard to hit out. And the ballpark is facing the ocean, so the wind is blowing in from the ocean. It is tough to hit in that ballpark. And I saw him do it all year last year. I think Weatherholt is going to be an absolute stud. And I would not be surprised if he is up on the Cardinals by the end of the season on the Major League squad.
Yeah, I'm there with you on Weatherholt. I think he's going to be a guy that's ranked top 10 universally here pretty quickly, especially after someone like Jason and Cruz and Campbell and all of them graduate. So, yeah, I like Weatherholt a lot. I'm going to go – I don't have a lot of guys I love at this spot, but I'm going Cam Smith, who I absolutely love the move from Chicago to Houston. Obviously, the short left field wall there. Smith has that big-time power. I think he could have been a 25, 30 homer bat in Wrigley Field. Now you give that a little bit of a boost there going to Houston. It's plus or better raw power. It's an above-average hit tool. Contact skills, in the upper 70 to around 80% range last year with small sample size. It won't give you any speed, but I think the combination of hit and power plus that ballpark, and obviously Houston always has a pretty good lineup there. So I think he's going to be like a really good 4-category guy and potentially a top 10 fantasy third baseman down the road. Let's go to the outfield. We outfield and pitcher left. And Tim, we'll go back over to you here. A guy in the AL Center, who I love a lot here, and Jason Churio.
Yeah, Jason Chorio, Jackson's little brother, got hurt at the end of the season, but he walks way more than he strikes out. And in 98 games last year, had 44 steals and 31 extra base hits at the age of 19. Obviously, we saw his brother was a fast mover. The Guardians like to hold guys down, but can they stop him? And he also added a ton of muscle this offseason, so hopefully we get more power from him too.
All right, Detroit here for the next one. So, Paul, get ready. We got a little Max Clark here with Doc.
I saw him down the road. I'm from Indiana, folks. I saw him play, and he was just, he's everything is advertised. He's got a lot of great intangibles in addition to crazy sprint speed, defense, hit tool. He's a very safe prospect. I think, again, like I kind of alluded to earlier, we have a Trea Turner upside here, which is a lot of fun. I don't think he's going to lose a lot of speed. The question is, can he be like Trea Turner, someone who develops that power later on in his prospect cycle? Because it hasn't shown up over the fences yet. But if you know Max Clark, if you've seen any videos of him talking, this is a guy who's going to want to hit some home runs one day. So I think he's going to find a way.
Yeah, I do too. I had a chance to talk with Max Clark. Like, this kid, he eats, sleeps, and breathes baseball. So, he's a guy that I'm definitely rooting for, and I think he's going to be an absolute, star at the major league level. My guy is Aiden Smith, former Seattle guy, now with Tampa Bay. He's got a good feel to hit there. It's above average contact, good approach. He's a good runner as well. I think he's a plus runner, and I think there's more raw power in the bat than he's really shown. He did have 11 home runs last year, 97 games, stole 41 bags. So I think he could be a 15, 20 homer guy, 25 plus steals, solid average, solid OBP as well. I think he's going to be a guy that I already have him top 50. I think you can see him be top 25 for a lot of people here before too long. Let's finish out here with pitcher. Tim, who's your guy?
I've got Noble Meyer. I'm the Noble Meyer truther because I got to see him live here in Jupiter last year, and he was phenomenal. 5+ pitches, throws 100 on the fastball. He's got a sweeper, sinker, slider, changeup. All of his pitches are plus. I saw him strike out 11 Yankees one game in a good Yankees lineup, and he had the best stuff. I saw a ton of really good pitching prospects here last year, and including Quinn Matthews, and he had by far the best stuff out of all those guys when I saw him live. So I'm a truther. I think the walk rate, that's going to be out the window. He's going to fix it, and he's going to be perfectly fine.
All right, Doc, who you got?
Well, I'll give a shout out to Thomas White, who's another Marlin coming up. He's the next Travis Sikora, the guy that you're not hearing about as much. But really, my guy, I think people know about Sikora. They know about White. They're starting to hear a little bit about Noah Cameron. The Royals for years were just kind of overlooked as this, kind of garbage developmental organization. And then now you're seeing what they're doing with their rotation. And I'm telling you, I've been following them being in Middle America. I've been following their system. Noah Cameron was interesting as a boring, crafty lefty with some fun off-speed pitches and low velo. But now that you're seeing his velo uptick a little bit, that was news for a day. That could be very exciting. Even without it, a solid guy who's going to be starting in the major leagues this year.
All right, I'll close it out real quick. Justice coming back in. Travis Sikora,
Yes.
I think he's the number one pitching prospect in baseball by the end of this year. Phenomenal year. And shout out to Harleen Susanna, who is very, very high upside, but just needs to trim the walk rate a little bit. Boom, 5 o'clock on the dot. Look at that.
Boom. I had to come in smoking a cigarette with Doc. Smoking that cigar. We might need to start our own smokers podcast here, Doc.
Brother, I'm in.
Just sit around and just smoke while we talk fantasy baseball. Thank you guys so much for just carrying this hour with amazing prospect coverage. Really, really appreciate it. I want to give you guys a chance to shout yourselves out, tell people where they can find you. Doc, why don't you lead us off?
I'm at Doc Holiday Dyna. Doc Eisenhower is my name. My real name's Darren. If you care about that, I'm doing some work with Scout the Stat Line, and as I alluded to earlier, maybe somewhere else. But yeah, just follow me there. I'll tell you where to go.
And Tim, why don't you remind everybody where you reach and what you do in the industry?
Yeah, you can find me on the X at Fantasy Ace Ball. I'm the creator of the F Scores, so you could check that out. That's over on Fantasy Pros. And also I write prospects and stuff like that. So you could find me on the Fantasy Ace Ball podcast, or you can also check out my written stuff over on Fantasy Pros.
And Eric, take us home.
All right, at Eric Cross MLB on Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it these days. All my written work at Rotoballer and on my Patreon. Link for that's in my bio. and the Toolshed podcast.
There we go. Gonna put you guys out all unceremoniously, as I always do. Really appreciate you guys coming on and talking prospects. We are raising money for Fantasy Cares, and I've got the Mason t-shirt on. A new Mason t-shirt just dropped mid Podapallooza. You should definitely go check that out. I will be the only person buying that, I am sure, but check that out on rotoware.com. We have raised so far over $5,600 between Podapallooza, TGFBI, and TGFBI satellite participants, which is a fantastic amount. And we want to raise more. And every dollar you donate to donorbox.org /TGFBI-2025 will get you an entry into a raffle for amazing prizes, including jerseys, bobbleheads, Funko Pops, subscriptions to fantasy sites and Patreons, hats, shirts, and TGFBI entries for next season. Please keep those donations coming in. We're raising money for Fantasy Cares, which is a fantastic organization which donates a lot of money towards presents for kids at Christmas time and Toys for Tots drives, which I got to participate in. It's fantastic. I'm going to bring in another panel. If you were really enjoying the last panel and not hearing me talk, you're going to get another one of those, because I've got Sam, who's going to be hosting. I've got Ray, who's going to be giving some great information, and Jamie, who usually leads off Podapallooza because he's in London. He's got a midday slot now. You guys enjoy the next hour. I'm looking forward to hearing what you have to say.
Love it. How are you guys doing today?
Doing good. Excited to talk some baseball.
That's right. How you doing, Jamie?
Yeah, good, Sam. Yourself?
I'm living large out here in the Northwest. I got my Mariners shirt on, miserable in the Mariners writing. So I'm ready for baseball to start. We and the White Sox are the only teams that have been eliminated from postseason play already. So I'm okay with that.
Is that shirt sponsored by Justin Turner?
Yeah, it might have been. I picked it up last season. I just saw it and it was like perfect for me. So before we start, why don't you two introduce yourselves? Tell the people where they can find you and where you're producing stuff at.
All right. You can find me on X at Ray_Kuhn_28. You can find the majority of my written work at Fantrax. And then I'm also doing team previews. I'm about halfway through, almost done with the AL over at Dr. Roto. And at Fantrax, we have our 2025 draft day primer that's available on Amazon. And then we also have our draft day kit with a bunch of content. I have a bunch of written work in there. I've done 3 thoughts per team series, and now I'm working through a 3 questions per team series as we get closer to opening day.
I like it. Jamie, you're up.
Yeah, Jamie Steele. I'm Baseball Jimbo on the X, and I'm exclusively over at Roto Baller. So you find me doing a preseason content, previews, sleepers, busts, all sorts. And then in season, I do the weekly cut list article. So we just go over players that are getting dropped. People are thinking about dropping. So that drops every Sunday morning throughout the season.
Nice. So you're over in London?
Correct. I am indeed.
So I got to know, who do you root for in baseball other than all of baseball? You have a team?
Yeah, the Yankees. So Yankees fan. Big. I used to play and help run the Essex Arrows Baseball Club over in the UK. So they're an NBL team, and I used to pitch for the single A team. And they've now merged as the Essex Baseball Club. So it's grown quite substantially in the last couple of years over here as well.
Okay, very nice. So a Mariners fan is going to be talking baseball with a Astros fan and a Yankees fan. Hopefully you two don't get into it too much. I'll try to keep everything on the up and up, but this is going to be a good time to have some disagreements and to some lively conversations. So we are talking about hitters, sleepers, and busts this year, and we're going to go through position by position and kind of get a feel for it. We're going to start off with catcher. We're just going to go run down the order of them. Let's start with you, Ray, since you're to my right on the screen, I believe it is. Tell me, who is your sleeper catcher this year?
Joey Bart is my sleeper catcher this year. Thinking that we're going to turn the clock back to 2018 when the Giants took him second overall.
Okay.
So obviously word is welcome in San Francisco. It's safe to say he's not the new Buster Posey, but changed the scenery in Pittsburgh last year, and he ended up with a solid season, 265 average, 13 home runs in 80 games. He made some quality contact. He's going to bat in the middle of Pittsburgh's order. Pittsburgh could potentially be a little sneaky and surprise some people. Not the best team, not the worst team, but again, if you have somebody batting middle of the order, decent RBI opportunities, and based on his price, if you can get him kind of as a late catcher too, I think it helps that you don't have to kind of push catcher up the board, rush to take your second catcher. I think there's a little bit of upside there, and the batting average isn't going to kill you.
I like that. I like that. Do you have any pushback, Jamie?
No, he's someone certainly targeting. If you sit on catcher in one catcher leagues and definitely in two catcher leagues, he's someone I'd definitely be looking out for if you don't take one of the early guys.
Yeah, I love Joey Bart, and I love that he's out of the Giants organization. When he was in the minors with them, he came up and played at Everett, which is the Mariners team that I go and see. And he hit a ball. We don't think that it's landed yet out of that stadium. And so, he's got that post-type sleeper thing going for him. I think he's in a new spot, and it's just things are going to really level up for him. It's a real good opportunity for him to take his best step forward. So I really like that call, Ray. Jamie, who is your sleeper this year, catcher?
Bit of a homer pick, but I'm going with Austin Wells this year. I actually wrote some notes earlier in the week about it, and I noticed he's been leading off this spring. And while I'm still not convinced that will stick, the Yankees do seem to think that is an option. Even if it wasn't, he was hitting cleanup last season towards the stretch. I think once Trevino sort of played himself out of catching responsibilities last year, he really sort of like picked up and had struggled in September, but he sort of went through the summer months really improving. Second year, he's now going to be the full-time number one catcher in New York, and he's going outside the top 12. So if you're in 12-team one catcher leagues, he's going almost undrafted in some, and in two catcher leagues again, if you sit and wait a little bit, he's the perfect person to go and grab in those middle rounds, and then, as you can say, get Bart later on, and that's a tandem. I think you've got so many bases covered, especially if Wells does stick in the lead off, especially against right-handed pitching in that Yankee Stadium. It's everything's an ideal fit for him right now.
Any pushback, Ray, or do you like that call also?
Yeah, I can't argue with that. I mean, honestly, Wells is one of the arguments that I have against single catcher leagues, because if I'm doing a one catcher league, what's going to stop me from just sitting there and waiting and just taking Wells and being happy? And I mean, again, batting leadoff, Yankee Stadium, left-handed hitter. I think he has easy 20 home run power, a little bit of upside, especially if he's batting leadoff and gets some more at bats. And it's not like they have a true backup this year, so I think the playing time is going to go up as well.
Yeah, if he's hitting that high up in the Yankees lineup during the year, he's going to be a catcher that scores 80, 90, 100 runs for you, and that's just bonkers. So
yeah,
I like that call about Austin Wells. If I had any sleeper that I like, it's just the old boring Danny Jansen. I think him in Tampa Bay, I think Tampa Bay is just going to play him there. I think he's their best option behind the plate, and I think he's just going to rack up plate appearances. I don't think there's anything shiny about him or awesome. I just think it's a better playing opportunity for him in an organization that normally platoons a lot of players and plays with things. I think they're going to just, with the catcher position, I think they're just going to leave him back there. So if you guys have any pushback on that, feel free.
As I say, the main thing is he has to stay healthy. I agree with you on the playing time, but he has to stay healthy. But at the price you're going to get him, if you drop him, you're not going to lose any sleep over it.
Right.
Yeah.
So sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, the one caveat after you say Rays and trust him to play, it's the Rays. I just can't, no matter what they do, I just cannot trust them. So, but I do like him. I do like the call. The fact that he's obviously going to be in Yankee Stadium, Florida, even better. But every time I just hear the Rays, I just come out in a bit of a cold sweat. So definitely worth a punt late in two catcher leagues, so 100%.
Fair enough. So, Jamie, let's start with you with this the bust at catcher. Who are you fading this year?
It's not so much a bust, but I'm just not in on Adley Rutschman where he's going. It's there's 7 catchers really up until Will Smith, very similar. I think William Contreras stands out, obviously head and shoulders. Yanya Diaz going a bit earlier, and then there's a cluster of 5, and they're all so similar. But Rutschman's going 2 to 3 rounds earlier than the likes of Will Smith, etc. There's obviously question marks about all of them, and I think Rutschman's the safer of the picks. But Wilson, Contreras, Sal Perez, Cal Riley, they're all going 15, 20 picks later. As I say, Will Smith's going 30 picks later. I just don't see that big of a difference between Rutschman and those guys to warrant going 2 to 3 rounds earlier. So I'm not out on Rutschman. He's a fine pick, and if he falls a couple of rounds, 100% I'm in on him. But I feel like catcher's probably the deepest it's been in a long, long time, and I'm just not going to stretch out and pick him as early as he's going this year.
Fair enough. I agree with that. Ray, you got any pushback on that one?
He's not the bust that I have written down, but I completely agree. Quite honestly, I'm not sure what the difference is between him and Will Smith, other than 30 to 40 picks.
Yeah.
I mean, Rutschman's not a guy that kills the ball from hard hit rate, power rate, things like that. I mean, his value is in the fact that he plays almost every day. But is he real? But then if he hits 260, okay, it's not truly an asset based on catcher 1 and some of the other catchers we have, and he doesn't have the power upside of even guys that are going later, like Francisco Alvarez, obviously Raleigh, Langoliers, guys like that. The average is going to be less, but they get out homer him by 10 to 15 homers if everything goes right.
Yeah, and Cal Raleigh's probably going to have similar amount of at bats. He's gonna rack them up. Not that I'm a huge Cal Raleigh homer and draft him everywhere that I can.
I can't imagine why.
I can't, because he's so fucking beautiful, so great behind the plate. Who are you fading this year, Ray?
I'm fading Realmuto. I think with all of the youth at the catcher position that we just talked about, when you guys have guys like Austin Wells coming up, you have the Diaz's, the Alvarez's, guys like that. To me, Realmuto, he's not the same catcher he once was. We know the aging curve on catchers. I don't trust him to steal bases anymore. I don't necessarily trust him to stay healthy. So if those things go away, then what are we truly left with? I mean, he did hit 14 homers in 99 games last year. But I mean, if you project him for 120, 130 games, he gets maybe to 20 homers. And at that point, do I really need to rush to take him as my catcher 1? Or would I wait a few rounds later and take somebody like Wells?
Right.
So I think it's more of a name recognition type thing, Realmuto. And if you take the steals away, I'm out on him.
Yeah. Jamie, do you got any pushback or agreements on that?
No, obviously Ray alluded to it. He is slowing a bit, and we saw last year he did move down the order quite a lot. If he was still going to hit in the prime spots for the Phillies, then I'd be more in him. But if again he starts the season hitting 7th or down that end, then it's going to massively impact his value as well.
Yep. No, he was my fade also at the catcher position because, we alluded to it earlier. It's a deeper position this year, and he is going off of name value. He if he was still stealing bases, if he still was hitting up in the lineup, I think he's worthy of a higher pick, but I'm avoiding him there. That's just somebody else's catcher on their roster as far as I'm concerned. So let's go to first base. First base, Ray, who are you? Who's your sleeper?
I'm going to go with Encarnacion Strand. And
CES.
Yeah, I'm going a little CES, and I think a lot of it is health related because he obviously wasn't healthy last year. He only played in 29 games, so we really can't draw too many conclusions from the stat line. But based on where we were drafting him a year ago, we're talking about probably over 100 picks of a discount off of that, when in reality, what changed other than the fact that he pretty much had a missed year due to injuries? I think he's coming into the year healthy. He posts good barrel, hard hit. I think all the metrics are still there. He's going to be the starter at first base. Good lineup, good park. So to me, let's kind of just turn back the clock a year and take the discount.
Okay. I'm nervous about the soup of infielders that the Reds have, that there are so many interesting names that are moving up and down on charts, but I do like CES's talent. And if he had a return to what he did in 23 for a full season, I'd be completely in on him. So I love that call. Jamie, you have thoughts?
That's who I've got as well. I'm an Encarnacion stan. So 100%.
Let's go.
Exactly what Ray said. And, I took on board about the cluster of infielders they've got, but I don't see it outside Ellie De La Cruz. I don't see anyone in that Reds lineup that can have as big of an impact as Encarnacion Strand. So even if he didn't start the year as an everyday player, I reckon he'll soon play himself into that role. Obviously, they've got Steer currently hurt. There's question marks over a couple of the guys there as well, what they're going to do with them. So I've got no problem taking Encarnacion Strand where he is now. 30 plus home runs, I truly believe, is on the card, and I think he could absolutely tear it up in that ballpark over a full season as well. So I agree with Ray. He was my sleeper pick. I'm 100% on board and been grabbing him everywhere I can, even in the late 100s, 30, 40 picks earlier than where he's normally going. I've got absolutely no problem taking him there.
Love it. I feel like I missed out. We're in round 27 at TGFBI already. Little humble brag for everybody watching. That's right. That's right. Steed's in my league. He knows the joys of this.
Very much so.
I feel like I missed out on him. That was a debate for me at who I was going to take at first base, because that was a position I didn't draft until the end. I took Toglia, but CES, for everybody watching that is in their mid 100s or before that, be looking to put him on your queue, draft him up. Let's go for who our fades are then. Jamie, who are you fading at first base?
It's a bit similar to Rutschman in that I don't think he's going to be a bust, but I'm just out where he's going, and that's Freddie Freeman. He's entering the latter part of his 30s, and as we say, that father time's undefeated. While I don't think he's completely overcome with age and problem, we've seen a bit of decline. We saw a little bit of health issues last season. We're going to be getting 20 odd homers, maybe 10 steals, still hitting in the best lineup in baseball. But if you're looking at taking him at the end of the second round, mid second round, there's just other ways I'd rather build my team. I don't think first base is somewhere you have to go early. I think there's so much depth, like we said, with Encarnacion Strand. There's guys going even later than that I'd be on board with. So I just don't really want to be taking that second round pick on Freddie Freeman, just in the knowledge that what he done last year is basically what I think he'll be doing this year. I don't think we're going to see a 2023 version again of him, 30 homers, 20 steals, 290 batting average. Yet great. I don't think we're going to see a return to the 300 plus batting average either. So it's just too early for me to take him. So I'm out on Freddie Freeman this year.
I have some pushback on that a little bit. I think last year was a rough year for him with the health of his kid and some other off the field situations that were going on. We were at FPAS a couple of years ago, and we were talking about Freddie Freeman. And Freddie Freeman, over the 10 years before that he played, I think it was 2014 to 2023 or 2015 to 2024, he had the highest floor of any of the average first round picks over that time. That he is just this consistently elite player. And so as far as name recognition goes, if somebody takes Freeman in the second round, I don't have any problem with that. I think he's phenomenal, but I understand you fading him. Ray, do you have any thoughts on that on top of it?
I agree with Jamie. I mean, again, I see both sides of it. The consistency factor, the name recognition, he is kind of safe. But part of it for me is a drafting philosophy. All the drafts that I've done this year, second round, no matter where I'm picking in the second round, Freeman's never a guy that I said, okay, let me put him on my list. Let me put him in the queue. Again, part of it's drafting philosophy that I'm drafting at that point. I want either truly explosive power or I want to get some stolen bases. And he offers neither of those at this point. And then when you factor in that he's another year older, the ankle was clearly an issue at the end of last year. He seems to be healthy, But can we truly be sure that he's going? I mean, we can't be sure any of these guys are going to make it through healthy. We're just talking about Encarnacion Strand for that sake. But somebody like Freeman on the Dodgers, where they have the depth, they could win the division by 20 or 30 games. We have to be concerned about playing time for him, whether or not he's even healthy.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. It looks like I'm the odd man out on this one, but I think that's fair. Ray, who is your fade? Who are you fading at first?
My fade helps actually with my sleeper. So I'm fading Spencer Steer. And this was before kind of the injury concerns. It's still up in the air whether he's ready for opening day. But to me, Steer's a guy that I want to avoid, again, based on the price. I mean, if you look at ADP, he's going like a healthy Steer is going over 100 picks higher than Encarnacion Strand. Understood that Steer runs, Encarnacion doesn't. Steer can play other positions from an eligibility perspective that helps you. But if we're just looking at first base, you're going to be behind in power if you're pushing Steer up. Granted, he'll get you steals and you can potentially make up for it depending on where you go. But he only hit 225 last year with the 237 XBA. So he's a liability in that department. 6.4% barrel rate. I don't love his ability to take advantage of the home park from a power perspective. So to me, he's getting pushed up truly based on the stolen bases. And at that point, is he somebody that we can count on? Say, oh, yeah, he's definitely going to steal 25 again this season. Because if he doesn't, then he's a bust from the jump.
Yeah, and he fell so much this year in our draft. I have no argument. There's just, we have to have a season of him doing it again where we see it, where we're like, okay, I'm back in on that name. I'm back in on that performance. I'm with you. I'm completely faded. How about you, Jamie? You feel the same?
Yeah, if he goes drops 100 picks like he has been doing, then I'd be more inclined to take him as like a corner infielder, utility, fifth outfielder type as a bit of a punt, and then just say, if he's done for the year and something happens, then so be it. It's not a disaster. But yeah, there's no way I'm taking him early 100s, even in the first 15 odd rounds. I'm just not going to do it until we know for definite that shoulder's fine, not going to be lingering issues, and I just don't think we're going to get that news at all.
Yeah. I forgot to say my sleeper is Paul Goldschmidt and my bust is Walker. I'm so nervous about Houston and them getting first baseman. I don't know if it's Jose Abreu, flashbacks. I was convinced Jose Abreu had found his landing spot when he left the White Sox. I don't know what that's going to be like for Walker. He's probably going to show that I'm really dumb and have a monster season this year. And I also really like Paul Goldschmidt landing in Yankee Stadium. It's a phenomenal place for him to play. It's a phenomenal lineup for him to hit in. They are going to play him all season if he's healthy. I think where he's going in at drafts, he's easily undervalued by 2 or 3 rounds. So I like Paul Goldschmidt a lot. Either of you have a pushback for me at either of those before we move on?
I mean, the thing with Walker for me isn't necessarily the performance. It's the opportunity cost of where he's going compared to somebody like a Pasquantino or like a Jake Berger. That's more of it for me.
Finny, baby, Italian breakfast sandwiches. Let's go.
Nope. That's more of my Walker issue. That I think he's gonna probably do what we expect him to do. It's just the fact of where he's being drafted.
Yeah, no, fair enough. Second baseman. Jamie, who is your sleeper this year at second base?
I am all over Colt Keith this year. I think he was obviously sought after prospect. Didn't have a great year last year, but if you do look a little bit at his numbers, he struggled out the gate, but from 1st of May he hit 282. Obviously he was hitting 300 in the minors with 20 plus home runs. He had a 115 WRC plus from the 1st of May last year. He's probably going to get first base eligibility early in the season as well. The way Tigers are looking at moving players around. So if he somehow finishes up starting May first baseman as well, you've got that flexibility to move him around your infield spots as well. And I could easily see a 20 homer, 280 average he's going to hit probably near the heart of the lineup as well. So 80 RBIs and runs. Tigers lineup, not great, but better than it has been in recent times. I think there's enough there to get excited about. So I think Colt Keith is going to have a real breakout season this year in his second full year with the Tigers.
Okay. Ray, you have thoughts about that?
Yeah, I don't love Keith. I don't mind him if you're going to put him in a middle infield spot. But if you're going to do that at that point, I think you have to have your speed secured because he doesn't run. And a lot of times we use middle infield to kind of catch up on stolen bases. Agreed on the prime lineup spot. 70. I have him down for 75 RBIs, 70 runs, so 80. I think that's very doable. My concern is he doesn't hit much more than 260, and if he hits 20 home runs, it's going to be a lot. So he got 5.6% barrel rate last year. He did hit 27 homers in the minors 2 years ago. So maybe it's there. I just don't see it. And I think if Torkelson continues to hot spring, maybe Torkelson eats into some of Keith's playing time. So not a bad pick. It's not a huge investment. I just don't know that he's going to necessarily pop.
Yeah, fair enough. I'm real interested to see how he does this season on somebody else's roster, but I loved him as a prospect. I have him in a few dynasty leagues, so Colt Keith is a fun name. Who was your sleeper this year, Ray?
I'm going with the fun angle here too with Christian Campbell. I think right now, after what we've seen in spring so far, I'm not sure that he comes north with Boston.
Right.
But I think that might make him more of a sleeper, to be honest, because I think their middle infield is definitely interesting. Because how many games do we really expect out of Trevor Story? And then we're left with David Hamilton, Juan Grisham, unless you really buy that Bregman's going to end up playing second. So to me, everything that Campbell did last year, I think he owns that. I think that's bankable to a point. He's not going to, come up and hit 362 like he did in AA. But at the same time, I think there's a lot to like about Campbell. And if you thought he was a sleeper a month or two ago, I think he might be a bigger sleeper now because of the spring training struggles. That I still think that even if he goes down to the minors for a month or two, I still think we're going to see him in Boston for the majority of the year.
Bold. His spring is making me nervous about that for his 25. Jamie, do you have thoughts on Christian Campbell?
No, love the talent. My only concern with it is when it comes to prospects, I don't like dysfunction. And the way the Red Sox are planning it out this spring with will Devers move off third? Where's Bregman going to play? What's going to happen? There's just a little few seeds of, discontent there perhaps. And I'm just a little cautious of that. It's obviously prospects when they come up, it's hard enough for them to hit the ground running. If there's that sort of issues anywhere, then I can't imagine it's going to be any easier for him. There's going to be a lot of eyes on him in Boston. But yeah, I absolutely love the talent. And obviously, I think it comes down, if value-wise, is where you're going to get him in drafts. What you're going to, if you can bench him, when's he going to get called up? Because it doesn't look like he's going to break camp, obviously, in the majors. But if he gets called up early, then there's definitely value to be had there.
Yeah, I agree. I'm bullish on Gleyber Torres. I didn't like him with the Yankees, but I think with his depressed draft value and having, I believe, an everyday role, he's going to be wonderful oatmeal in the middle of your draft to fill out either your second base or your MI position. So I'm a big fan of Gleyber this year, where he's going at. Ray, who is your sleeper or your bust this year at second base?
Second base is Xander Bogaerts. To me, Bogaerts is boring. Quite frankly, he doesn't have, he doesn't really run, doesn't really have much power. There's nothing that Bogaerts does that jumps off the page at me. At this point, what you see is what you get from him. And he's going 100 picks higher than somebody even like a Colt Keith. India, he's going like 80 picks higher than a Torres. To me, there is no point in taking Bogaerts there when he's really depressed any upside that he has. At this point, it's truly it's downside or kind of staying the same for Bogarts, and there's nothing in the hit tool or the metrics that really jumps out for me.
Okay. Jamie, before you tell who your bust is, do you have any pushback on Xander?
No, I think it boils down as well to the position. You know, you've got top heavy, which is what I'm going to come on my bus in a minute, but there's so many guys after him, 100 picks later that can do basically what he's doing. So I just don't see the need to really take him where he's going. It feels like you're sort of like hoping he's going to roll back the years and suddenly have a career year after doing nothing for a while. So yeah, I've got no interest in Xander Bogaerts this year.
So who is your bust?
Well, I sort of cheated a little bit, and I've gone for Albies and Altuve, purely because of where they're going. Again, we're looking at two guys going very similar, sort of like mid to late 50s overall. But then if you compare them with Jordan Westbrook and Marcus Semien going 30 picks later, there's so little difference between them. Obviously, Altuve, you're going to get more steals, but less RBIs if he hits top of the lineup. Semien, assuming he's healthy, you're going to get more runs, lower batting average. They're all similar in terms of, 20 home runs. There's just so little difference between those four guys. I just can't see the 30 pick difference. So it's almost like the position eligibility of scarcity at second base is so high now that these guys have pushed up, and that's something I try and avoid taking early. I'd rather sit back and stack it with a couple of 2020, 2025 outfielders, get my second starting pitcher in, get a closer around that pick, and then go for a Semien or Westberg, or to sit and wait for second base later on. Not punt it, but get like a Colt Keith that I like, get a Torres, someone like that who, I feel a bit more confident about at that later pick. I just can't see the value in those guys as early as they're going, especially when you compare them to two, similar second basemen going 30 picks later. This is not enough difference for me.
I have to push back on the pocket Jesus hate. Jose Altuve is just like that Freddie Freeman type for me. And the fact that Houston's thinking about playing him in the offense, he could have a couple different positions that he plays. It feels like Mookie Betts a little bit, where you're gonna have somebody with a high floor that you get to move around. I'm still in on Altuve, but I'm absolutely out on Albies for the reasons that you gave. I think that it's for Ozzy, it's more name recognition and playing time. And I think with the depth of second base, it's just not. He is not somebody that I'm drafting at all this year. Ray, do you have any one last thing. Semien would have been my bust, but I had to have some self-hate that I wanted to do for my second bait bust. Semien, I feel like he's that guy who's aging himself out. He's had, 50 different seasons with 700 plate appearances. That guy's got to be getting tired at some point.
I will say him and Westberg, I'm out on both as well, but it's just that I just can't see the difference between any of those guys. So if I'm not getting Marte, and even him's a bit high, then I'm just sitting on second base for rounds and rounds and rounds.
Ketel Marte, hot. Ray, do you have any pushback before we hit into third base?
Yeah, quick. Westberg is a guy that I like because I think we've yet to see the best from Westberg. I think there's a lot to like in that hit tool. And I think we get a full season of playing time out of him, that he's the one that could rise. Albies is the guy that whenever I look at Albies, I always expect there to be more in that stat line than there is. I expect there to be more home runs, more stolen bases. Him, and as much as I like Altuve, him and Altuve are two guys that are not on any of the teams that I've drafted this spring. I'm not sure they will be. I think if they didn't play second base, if they had out, like in reality, and granted, Altuve is moving to left field now. If we're having this conversation next year, what's the difference between someone like Altuve compared to like Brian Reynolds, who's going a few rounds later?
Yeah.
Other than now the position.
No, I like that. Fair enough. So then third base. Who is your sleeper at third base, Ray? Who you moving up your draft board?
Josh Jung. He's a guy he's a guy I had a ton of last year. And for me, again, this is a situation where I'm saying, okay, he had injuries last year. Now he's healthy. There's nothing else that's fundamentally changed with the player. except the fact that now he's going later than he did last year, and I can get him at my corner or a late third baseman, depending on how the draft goes, instead of having to grab him a few rounds before I did last year. And everything with the hit tool is the same as it was this time last year.
Yeah, I love Josh Jung. I think he's going to, unfortunately for the Mariners, I think he's going to ball out this year. Jamie, your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm a big Josh Jung fan. Like Ray, I was very in on him last year, so it stung quite a bit. But I'm back in again this year. Certainly, I'm a huge fan of him, especially with that team in that ballpark as well. I'm certainly in on him.
Who's your sleeper then?
My sleeper stand over there is Mr. Jake Berger. I think he's now moved from one of the worst ballparks to one of the best for home run hitters for right-handed batters. Obviously, a huge upgrade in terms of the lineup. You know, he's hit 250 in each of the last 3 seasons, so he's got Chris Davis levels of consistency of the batting average. You're looking at 30 home runs. It feels like to me he is what people want Vientos and Caminero to be. He's already that guy. Obviously, he's not got the upside of those 2 guys potentially balling out, but I'm not going to reach for those 2 guys. I'd much rather to sit back, let Berger fall to me, grab him. He can play first or third in a lot of formats as well. I just think he ticks so many boxes as a corner infielder, and I've got no problem putting him as my first choice third baseman either.
I like it. I'm a big fan of Isaac Paredes, looking like he's going to hit number 2 in that Houston lineup. It's the best lineup he's been in. He loves to pull the ball, and he's got those Crawford boxes. I believe in left field that he's just going to be hit, or right field, he's just going to be hitting him over. I think he's going to have a phenomenal year this year. Maybe batting average will be a little depressed, but I'm all in on Isaac Paredes. Jamie, who is your sleeper at third base?
Sleeper or bust?
Oh, sorry, your bust. My bad.
My bust, as much as it hurts me to say, is one Jazz Chisholm, purely on the health aspect. Obviously, what he done last season before and after the trade was massive, but we're looking at using a second pick on a guy that's played 100 games twice in 4 years. Since 2021, he's averaged barely over 100 games a year. He's had 8 different IL stints in 4 years. As much as, he's got the speed that the Yankees need, he's still hitting lower down the order when he was over last season. Even when he was on a torrid pace, he was bottom half of that lineup. Still a good lineup, but again, he's not going to get a huge number of at-bats. And, if he's not going to play 150 games a year, which is almost impossible for him, then I just don't see how you're going to be able to return enough value to take him where he's going. You're still looking at 20 home run, 30 stolen base season potentially from him, but it could very easily turn out to be 5 homers, 5 steals, and 20 games. That's just the reality. I just got, and the way the Yankees are in terms of their medical department, I've got no confidence that he's going to stay healthy enough to play 140 plus games, which is basically what you're going to need to get out of him for any value.
Yeah, you're no joking about the Yankees medical department. They are scary. I think the chip on Chisholm's shoulder is so immense, and I think that he really felt like he was able to do something at the end of last year when he got traded. I'm actually really excited to watch Jazz Chisholm. I haven't drafted him anywhere, but I think that you're talking about somebody who might be a 2030, 2040 player this year at third base, and really has a highlight play every week to watch. So not only is he going to be fun in the box scores, but he's just going to be fun on video. So I hate the Yankees. I wish that you guys didn't have all that talent. It's just killing me. Ray, who is your bust at third base?
Yeah, on Jazz, I have him as like a 25-40 guy, and he's somebody that I have on a few of my teams. I think he is going to have a good year because, again, I think he's motivated. I think moving to second base is going to do him well from kind of a headspace perspective and having that predictability of, all right, I have second base. He went through a whole spring training with Volpe. He's kind of adjusted to New York playing with the Yankees. I think he's going to have a good year. My bust is Miguel Garcia. I know a lot of people are probably drafting him more as a second baseman than a third baseman. But to me, when I was looking, at this point you can cheat and say, oh, Devers is going to be the bust because the shoulders and whatever is going to go on with DH, and now that they signed Bregman. But to me, a lot of the third basemen, you know what you're going to get with those guys, and they're being drafted at fair prices. You can make the argument that someone like Vigantos is maybe being pushed up a little bit because of the youth. And so instead, I went with Garcia because I don't love the guys for stolen bases that are essentially one-trick ponies. Yeah, Garcia is going to score a bunch of runs, but we're drafting him because he stole 37 bases last year. He only hit 231. The Royals are an up-and-coming team. Not to say that Garcia is going to necessarily get bumped out of playing time if he struggles to hit for average again, but a 3.7% barrel rate doesn't really give him any room for error. And if you draft him, you're counting on those bags. And all of a sudden, if something goes wrong or he gets hurt and he steals 20 or 25, I think the composition of your team changes, and he's pretty much an immediate bust.
Well, you just broke my heart. Thank you. He's one of my favorite middle infielders because you can move him around second and third. Okay, fine. I think he's going to be a little bit better than that, but I can't argue with your logic because all of those things that you said were true. Jamie, do you got any pushback or agreements on Garcia being a bust?
I'm not completely out on him, but he's not someone again I'm going after. I'll try and move away from that whole putting most of your eggs in one basket. You're chasing after the steals. I hope by the time he falls to me in the draft, I'm comfortable enough in steals that I'm not having to go and reach for that one-trick pony. So, yeah, I'm not out on him, but I'm definitely not targeting him or going out and picking him up in drafts.
Yeah, my hope for double-digit home runs is probably a Christmas wish. So, yeah, that's probably it. So then, Jamie, shortstop, who is your sleeper at that position?
I will say the shortstop, there's so many talents throughout, it feels like this year, very, very top heavy. And you get to the middle rounds and it's very much meh. So I've dug even deeper and I'm going for JP Crawford to have a bounce back year. And although he's not someone I'm sort of going out targeting deeper leagues, 15 teamers, he's definitely someone I'm picking up and putting on my bench for the start. I thought, obviously, he had a career year in 2023 when he hit 19 homers. That was after going to Driveline in the off season. So I don't think there's any coincidence that he suddenly had a big year last year, obviously beset with injuries, but before that had been pretty much not an Iron Man, but he was certainly healthy enough that he was on the field all the time. I think there's a good chance, as long as he gets back to something like he did in 2023, he's going to be leading off against righties quite a bit for the Mariners. I'm hoping the offense is going to pick up a little bit this year at Seattle as well. So I'm not optimistic on it, but I think if you're sitting there looking at a bench bat later in the draft, if you want someone like me, I took Lindor early in a lot of places and I don't have another shortstop, so I just want someone who I can just, if something does happen to Lindor, I can just chuck in the lineup knowing he's going to play as often as he does, and then you're not going to replicate what you're losing. So he's just someone I just like picking up late in the drafts in deeper leagues, just to sit there, plug in, and I think we'd see a 2023 version of him rather than last year.
Before I ask for your pushback or agreement, Ray, I'm going to say that I think 2023 was his career year. We haven't seen lots of prospects shine when he came over from the Phillies. Highly touted prospect. He is an Iron Man. He plays all the time at shortstop, and the front office seems to really love him. There was a couple off seasons ago where there were a bunch of shortstops on the market, and not only do the Mariners not spend money, but we were like, JP is our guy. We're not even looking at the names that are out there. I think that was a mistake. And I hope you're right as a Mariners fan, but I have no faith in JP Crawford as a fantasy asset. Ray, your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, he's more of a deeper league, probably a draft and hold guy for me. Because, I mean, I don't necessarily know that I see the upside. Yeah, he's going to play every day, and there's value in him being an accumulator, but that's about it.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm there with you. Who's your sleeper, Ray?
Bo Bichette's my sleeper. Again, I'm kind of going with the theme. And again, Bichette's somebody else that injury stunted his 2024. He's still 27. He's going into his free agent year. I'm taking the stance that, hey, I don't think this guy forgot how to play baseball. in a year. I think there was injuries. It was a mess. Now he's playing for a new contract. He's not going to have another season where he hits 4 home runs in 81 games. I think we have to adjust for the fact that he's not going to run anymore and he's not necessarily a stolen base threat. But I think the home runs, RBIs, 270, 275 batting average, I think that'll be there for him. So you're going to get 4 out of 5 categories. And if you draft him as your middle infielder, not your shortstop, I think there's a lot more upside when you're doing that.
That's interesting. I have him. I'm completely out on Bo Bichette after watching what happened last year with him. But I think that, the angle of him being an MI for you, similar to the conversation about JP Crawford, where it's an opportunity for him to play up, maybe. I'm avoiding him completely everywhere. Jamie, what about you?
Yeah, I'm not out on him, but he's not someone I'm completely in on. I think with the speed, it's almost gone. And like I said, the likelihood is you're looking at some sort of stolen base upside with a shortstop. So as a middle infielder, I'm okay with him, but he's not someone I'm jumping on the ball for. I do think obviously he's going to be better than last year, but again, I think a 20 home run, 5 stolen base season with a 280 batting average is about what to expect rather than a 2020 300 season.
Yep. I know you mentioned Story earlier. He's my shortstop sleeper this year. I think that this is the year, as much as I was just picking on Bo Bichette for his 24, I think this is Trevor Story finally has all the pressure off. This is his season to play. I think with the soup that we have in Boston, they're going to want somebody who's a veteran presence to play a lot in there, especially with what's going on with Bregman and Devers and the whole third base situation. I think they just plugged Trevor Story in there, and he has a phenomenal season in Fenway. I think this is going to be one of his last 2020 seasons. So I'm excited about Story. You guys are welcome to roast me if you want, or Jamie, you can go into who your bust is.
I won't roast you, but I kind of like my shortstop to play more than 25 games a year, so I'm not in on Story, I'm afraid. So yeah, but yeah, if he plays, fine, but I'm not convinced by that. So
fair enough.
My bust is Willy Adames. Again, I love the player, I love the talent. I think too many people are chasing after him to think he's going to repeat what he done last year, which just isn't going to happen. He's moved from one of the best hitters ballparks for him to one of the worst. We knew what he's just come off a career year. He's going to a new team, new division. He's just been paid. If those intangibles play out, then we could see some sort of blowback from him. And the stolen bases, I just don't see him coming close to repeating. He's gone from the team that had the second most stolen bases last year to the team with the second fewest. And again, I know it's partly down to the players, but it feels like the Brewers would want him to run last year, even though he put up his slowest sprint speed of his career last year, and he still managed to steal over 20 bases. I just don't see him coming close enough to repeating what he done last year. So I'm not out on him in the fact that I still think he's going to be a solid player, but I just don't believe you're going to get anything close to what he done last year. And I'm certainly not going to start chasing after him to try and replicate what he done last year.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that Willy Adames went into a tough situation. I can't disagree with you. Ray, do you have thoughts before you talk about who your bust is?
I like Adames. I like the price that he seems to be going now better than price he was going maybe earlier in the offseason. But he's somebody that I found myself kind of fading more, and that if he gets I think I took him in the ninth round to one draft recently. That at that point it's like, okay, I'm comfortable doing that, but I definitely see the point. Not to say it pains me to say it, but it's a tough situation for him.
Yep. So who's your bust?
Xavier Edwards is my bust. It's kind of similar logic as Garcia, but I think Edwards is probably worse off because he's in a much worse lineup. His quality of contact is even weaker than Garcia's, and the Marlins have really no ties to anybody. The Marlins are at this point, I don't even know that they're in the process of throwing stuff to the wall and seeing what sticks or what. I mean, I would assume with Peter Bendix, there's a plan, but I don't think there's a level of attachment to anybody. So, yeah, Edwards came up last year and he did well. 398 BABIP. I get it. He's really fast, so that's going to boost it. But he only had a 254 XBA. So if we take things down a level there, and the batting average is in an asset, granted the double-digit walk rate is good, but he has to get on first base. Is there anybody there that can drive him in? And again, then he's just getting stolen bases, and that's about it. And I don't know that the Marlins have enough invested in him to say, all right, yeah, you're going to play all year no matter what. And then what if he goes from leadoff down to 8th or 9th? Then I think that's going to be another hit to him.
Yeah. No, I can't disagree with that. Jamie, do you have any pushback on that or agreement?
No, I'm out of anything to do with the Marlins. I just can't see the point in them being allowed to play Major League Baseball. I think them and the White Sox should be forced to play 162 games against each other. Whoever wins the most gets to stay. Whoever loses, to send them down to AAA and be done with it, because it's got to the point where there's no purpose in even being a Marlins or White Sox fan right now. So anything to do with them, I'm out.
Oh my God. Brutal. You can send all of your DMs about that hate to @baseball_Jimbo right there. He's got you. I'm out on Zach Neto. He's an angel. The Angels always seem to angel. I don't expect him to be the shine that he had a year and a half ago as a prospect. I don't think his hit tool is there, and I think that he's not worth the draft capital that people are putting in on him. Fun for power and speed a little bit, but I'm out on Zach Neto. Before we go to outfielders, you guys want to roast me on that or have any agreements on it?
No, I think at this point I agree with you. I mean, he's not going to start the year. We know that. It's starting to be built into the draft price, but we're talking about a shoulder injury that's still lurking. So what does that then do to his power?
Right.
I mean, and how much did Anthony Rendon rub off on him? We don't know. I mean, it's not like they played next to each other. So.
Oh man, that's brutal. I love that. Ray, we got outfielders left. So Ray, let's take us home with who your outfield sleeper is.
All right. So I was holding my breath as we waited for Adolis Garcia's results of his oblique the other day. And then when the news came, and then one of my slow drafts, I was just sitting there as we were waiting, and he was still on the board. And then when it came back, like, oh, he might be ready for opening day. It's pretty minor. It's like, all right, draft. So to me, Garcia, I like Garcia a lot. I think the knee truly bothered him last year. But all right, yeah, the stolen bases aren't what they once was. If the knee's healthy, maybe we get a little bit of a pickup there. But down season, the guy had 25 homers and 85 RBI. So if you're going to tell me that's a down season and he's dripping down past pick 100, past pick 120, outfield is not what it's been. Outfield is probably weaker than it's been the last few years. Would anyone really be surprised if he went 30 and 100 again this year? So that's kind of where I'm at on him, and he's ending up on more of my teams than I probably even would like to feel comfortable with.
Oh, don't apologize. I'm going to channel my most Ian Kahn thing that I can and say, Adolis! Love Adolis Garcia, and he is a monster accumulator in Texas. And if I agree with you about the knee, if he is healthy this year, watch out. He is going to fill your stat sheets. Jamie, you got thoughts about this before you tell us your outfield sleeper?
No, I'm all in on Adolis. So the first line I actually put in my notes was that I'm all in on him, but I do want to see the oblique issue play out a little bit this spring, but he's someone I'm expecting a full bounce back, and he's going to really blow up again this year. I think a lot of people are going to be disappointed they miss out on him.
Yeah, I was bummed out I missed out on him. So who's your sleeper?
I've cheated and took two again because I want to shout out the boring vets. So Ian Happ and Nick Castellanos, two guys who tick that box, middle rounds, not sure what to do, chasing upside, you're not sure about. I'm just going to go Ian Happ, Nick Castellanos. Happ's going a little bit early because he's obviously got the stolen bases, but either of those guys, I'm just sitting there plugging them in your outfield. You don't have to worry about them. You don't have to check if they're planned. You know what they're going to do pretty much week in, week out. You know what they're going to have at the end of the season. So it's just something that I like doing. Just too many shiny objects that distract me nowadays. So give me a dull, boring outfielder just to plug in, ignore, and get on with it. And that's exactly what those two guys do.
I love that call. Ian Happ is just the most wonderful oatmeal. He's going to fill you up every day. It's going to satisfy your hunger. He's going to throw things in the stat sheet, steals, home runs, counting stats. He's not going to kill your batting average. I love him. I'm going to go with my homer. I am really excited about Victor Robles this year, and I missed him in our TG FBI draft this year. I was super, super bummed out about that. I think that there's a certain amount of baseball that's 90% physical, half mental. Yogi Berra once said that. I think Victor Robles, once he got out of Washington, where at one point he was a higher rated prospect than Juan Soto, once he got out of that place and those expectations, as terrible as it is to hit in Safeco T-Mobile Park, I think he just loves it there. And I'm looking for potentially a 2050 season this year, that I really think that he could play 140 games in that outfield with Randy and Julio. He's got no stress. He's literally just going to live his best life. So I'm super excited for him in 25. You guys got some pushback for me?
Maybe about 5 home runs as far as pushback, but other than that, I'm with you.
You think he's only going to hit 5 this year?
No, 15.
Okay, 15.
Yeah, maybe 15, 50, but yeah, no, I'm with you. Again, there's a reason why this guy was the top prospect. Sometimes change of scenery helps. He's getting about leadoff. I mean, I wouldn't say that the Mariners are good enough that they didn't need to sign a major league free agent, but they don't have a terrible lineup. So batting leadoff, good outfield. I think it's going to help him.
Yeah, I'm with you. Jamie, thoughts before you give us your outfield bust?
I want to be on Robles. I like him, but it just feels like he's the sort of guy that he'll take you to a lovely restaurant, and then when the bill comes, he's going to kick you in the nuts and run out the door and make you pay for it. He's just done that every year for the last 6 or 7 years. I just cannot bring myself to be in on him again. If he blows up, fine, perfect, great. Really excited for him and the Mariners, but I just can't do it to myself again.
Victor Robles, the player that's going to kick you in your nuts. Again, wisdom from Jamie Steed. So, Jamie, who is your bust this year for outfield?
As much as I love the talent, love the player, I'm going with Luis Robert Jr. just because, again, I don't know what he's done in a former life to warrant being on the White Sox as long as he's been, but they have no team other than Robert. He doesn't stay healthy. I can't see how he's going to have any motivation to even want to stay healthy until he gets traded, assuming the White Sox eventually do, pull their finger at their backsides and actually do move him on, because he's just wasting away there. And as much as I love the talent, I just don't know if we're going to get 40 home runs out of him or 4. There's just too much variance with him that I'm just not going to be drafting him. And I'm just worried that until the White Sox move on from him and get him out of there, then he's just not going to do anything. He's not going to come near to fulfilling what his potential is.
I don't think that either of us are going to disagree with that. We've got 30 seconds, Ray. Bring us home with your outfield sleeper or bust. All
right, I'm going to dare you to kick me out now. I mean, it's good that this is the last pick, but Randy Arozarena is my bust. I think the Seattle home park doesn't do great things for hitters. Arozarena is one of those guys that I feel like he's somebody else that I always think has more tools that's going to do better than he's actually done. I don't know that he has much more upside than 20 home runs. Yeah, he can steal 20 bases, so there's value in that, but based on where he's going, barrel rate doesn't really do much for me. Strikeout rate over 25%. He's not going to hit for average. Again, the home park's going to be a little tough for him. I just don't think there's much there, and I think he's being overdrafted, and I'd rather somebody like a Castellanos or an Ian Happ than a Arozarena, and those guys are going after him.
Yeah, I actually like Robles more than a Arozarena this year in fantasy, so I can't argue with you. My outfield bust is Mullins. Cedric Mullins is going to be out of a job regularly by the end of this year.
Yeah, I can see.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. All right. Gotta kick you guys.
Any pushback from the panel on the Cedric Mullins call?
We've run out of time this time. But Sam, why don't you
for the win? Ryan O'Hearn's going to play over him.
Between learning that Victor Robles is the guy who's going to kick you in the nuts at dinner, and that Ian Happ is going to be filling you up, we've learned a lot during this panel. Give you guys a moment real quick to say your goodbyes, let people know where you can reach on social media, and plug your work. Sam, go ahead and start.
All right. Well, you can find me on Blue Sky at SamFBB1. I do some fantasy content with the Palazzo podcast and with the Dynasty Guru. I also do stuff with Justin every now and then. As always, if you are having a hard day and you just need to DM somebody in the baseball world, my DMs are open. Mental health is everything. Peace and love.
Ray, go ahead.
Ray_Q_28. Find me at Fantrax. We have our primer up on Amazon. We have our draft kit, and also with Dr. Roto. I'm going through team previews there.
And Jamie, take us out.
At baseball_Jimbo on the X, and you can find all my works and writings over at rotoballer.com.
All right, gonna put you guys out all unceremoniously, especially Sam after his Cedric Mullins hate. Can't stand that, but I love Sam, and he will be back on Podapallooza hosting a couple more panels for me, so that way I can have breaks throughout the day. However, if you enjoyed the last 2 hours of me not being here, I'm sorry, because the next 2 hours I will be here, and I will be here for 4 of the 6 remaining hours. We have 6 remaining hours. We are halfway through on Podapallooza 2025 day 1. We've got another day tomorrow as well, so keep those donations coming in. donorbox.org/TGFBI-2025. All your donations go to Fantasy Cares, and Fantasy Cares is an amazing organization that uses fantasy sports as a way of raising money to buy gifts for kids, for toys, for tots. Fantastic organization, which I've had the pleasure of being part of. And every dollar you donate gets you a raffle ticket to win amazing prizes like jerseys, like bobbleheads, like subscriptions to fantasy sites and Patreons, t-shirts, and much more, including TGFBI entries for next year. So if you've always wanted to be in TGFBI, but you haven't qualified because you're not a content creator, you haven't won a satellite league, the only other way you can get in is by winning a spot in TGFBI for next season through Podapalooza. To keep those donations coming in. Over $2,700 raised thus far. So $5,700 raised thus far through Podapalooza and TGFBI participants and satellite participants. So I want to thank everybody who's been donating. Keep those donations coming in. Also want to thank all the people watching and the panelists. And we have more panelists coming on for a fun panel. This is going to be a really good group. We've got Chris Towers, my friend. Great to see you. How you doing?
You know, I wasn't wearing the Marlins hat, but when was it Jamie was dumping on the Marlins and saying they shouldn't be allowed, I had to prove that I'm a glutton for punishment. And throw the Marlins hat back on.
You know, some of us are masochists in real life, and some of us are masochists just with our baseball teams. So, you know, I mean, you got to do what you got to do. We also have Mike Virginia. How you doing, my friend?
What's up, man? Chris, by the way, the old school Florida Marlins hat, way better than the new one. I like that.
Bring it back. Just bring it back. Yeah.
It does. It needs to come back, man.
Absolutely. I completely agree. And then we have the former youngest player in TGFBI, and probably, I think, still considered the youngest player ever in TGFBI. We have Jordan Eisen, who is now older than he was when he was first starting playing, I think at the age of 15.
Yeah, I was probably around COVID time when I was, I guess, 16 or so. Yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty amazing. So got a jump start in the fantasy industry. Jordan did. I want to give you guys an opportunity to plug anything you got going on. Let people know where you can reach on social media. Go ahead, Jordan. Why don't you lead us off?
Yeah, I've recently been very inactive in the fantasy baseball community, but I'm trying to go more down a sports business track than journalism, so it doesn't really necessitate that Twitter personality that I used to have. But you can still find me at FOV_sports. It's inactive, but I would appreciate the support anyways.
Mike, where can people reach you at, and what are you working on?
Yeah, thanks for having me. First off, really, really happy to be here. Part of the Palazzo podcast. So make sure you guys follow us over on Twitter, YouTube. We're on our quest to 1,000 subscribers. So we're this close. So hopefully get there before opening day. But I'm on Twitter and I'm also on Blue Sky. My handle is here at _MikeVA. A lot of my content can be found on my Twitter page, but love working with the Palazzo guys, Sam too, which, by the way, I can't believe you're hating on Cedric Mullins. I think that was a shot at me as well. So being an O's guy, but yeah, I'm on Twitter and Blue Sky. Love interacting with folks and really happy to be here today.
And Chris, where can people reach you and what are you working on right now?
I'm at CP Towers on every social media platform. I think at this point it's the same name. So go ahead and follow me. Super active on Blue Sky and Fantasy Baseball Today podcast, CBS Sports, Fantasy Baseball Today newsletter. Make sure you subscribe to both of those. I think they're pretty good.
They are pretty good, and you should be subscribing to all these guys and stuff. We are going to be talking about hitting targets today, so we're going to focus first on kind of roto categories, though I know a lot of people play points leagues. We're going to focus a little bit on kind of the categories you want to target and players that might work for that, as well as our favorite targets at each position. So we got a lot to talk about. I'm going to let you guys lead most of it because we have so many guys to talk about. Why don't we start with home runs? Chris, who's kind of your favorite home runs target in fantasy this year?
So I assume we're talking, mid, lower round. Otherwise, like Shohei Ohtani, he's gonna hit a lot of home runs.
He might be pretty good.
No, I think Isaac Paredes is being super overlooked with the move from Houston. I thought once he moved to Houston, there would be this big jump in his price, and he's remained pretty steadily in like the 180-ish range in TGFBI, and I think that's just a huge value. 2023, he hit 31 home runs. I know you look at the StatCast page and it stinks. It looks like he's the worst hitter in baseball, but he is so finely tuned for hitting the ball in the air to the pull side. Obviously, Houston, the best place in baseball for that kind of swing. I think we could see another 30-homer season for him. I think he's a great target for RBI. He's got good plate discipline, so he might score 80-plus runs, too. I think Isaac Paredes is just a top 12 third baseman that you can get way later than any other top 12 guy.
I mean, I couldn't agree with you more. If you look at like where he struggled last year is when he got traded to Chicago and they didn't have that short porch in left field. Well, they got that in Houston, and his X home run in Chicago last year, if he had played all his games there, would have been 13. X home run in Houston would have been 26. So it's twice as good for his type of swing.
And I think that's true for the whole career. I think the whole career, he would have twice as many home runs in Houston as Chicago.
Yeah. I mean, I think this is a really, really good call out for cheap power. Going way too late. What about you, Mike? Who is your guy you're kind of looking at for power?
I'm a big Jake Berger fan. I don't have any shares yet. The guy, that's all he does is hit home runs. So he did it in Miami. I'm really pumped for him to be in Texas in that lineup. But back-to-back seasons now, 34, 29 home runs. I think he's a lock for 30 home runs with Texas. So, yeah, the whiffs and the chase rate, obviously something left to be desired, but that's not what we're paying for. We're paying for the home runs here with Jake Berger. So I love him. He's currently going at pick 112 in NFBC leagues. I don't have any shares of him yet, but I'm hoping to get my hands on some. But home runs, you can't ask for a better guy and after pick 100 and Jake Berger. I do think the price tag is a little higher than I'm probably willing to pay, but interested to hear you guys' thoughts on that too.
I mean, I love Jake Berger moving away from Miami in that cavernous park. And sorry, Chris, that terrible team around him going to be going to a much better team that I think is going to rebound after a year of a World Series hangover. I'm a big Berger believer. So, and I always have been.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Jordan. No,
I was
throwing it to you
I
next.
was going to say, for me, I wanted to make a preamble of all of my picks. I'm thinking as if you're around pick 100 or later in the draft and you are really lacking on a category. How can we make it up? My answer to home runs will be Tyler O'Neill, one of Mike's Orioles that he's sporting today. I feel like he's a lock for home runs, presuming decent health. And even if he does get hurt like he did last year, he's still at 31 in a good Fenway Park. Over at Camden, it's going to be a similar park factor. And then he also contributes in other categories. I imagine he'll be pretty decent and runs an RBI in a nice lineup, and he could contribute some steals as well. His price tag just makes no sense to me. Obviously, you need to account for injury there, but even still, you just drop him if he gets too badly hurt. If it's not too bad, you can hang on to him and just plug him in when he's healthy. So Tyler O'Neill plus a replacement outfielder, it's a wonderful player in a later round.
Yeah, O'Neill's one of those guys that's pretty low in my ranks, but that's because I do my ranks based off of my projections, and I just can't project him for 500 plate appearances because the dude never stays healthy. But
I think he's already hurt. I think he left today's game with a rib injury. It doesn't sound serious, but yeah.
It's the biceps, man. It's too much muscle mass, dude. He's got to be.
It's true, honestly, though, because like you see a lot of these guys. Like, if you've ever gone to the gym, and I just started going back to the gym recently, so
I actually never have.
Yeah, you'll notice like guys who have massive muscles often are walking around like their arms like can't fully extend, and that's because their muscles are so strong that they've actually contracted the tendons in their arms. And I think, you see like guys like Yandy Diaz who, sometimes struggle with staying healthy, maybe doesn't miss a ton of games, but he's always seemingly day to day. It's because they don't have that flexibility, right? Like Giancarlo Stanton, always hurt, big muscles. It's not necessarily something you always want. That being said, with Tyler O'Neill, in spite of the fact I only projected him for 400 plate appearances, I actually projected him for 27 home runs, which is insane. But when you're especially talking about like a 10 or a 12 team league and you do have that replacement value off of the wire, you can add that to replacement value off the wire. And that's a lot of home runs for Tyler O'Neill in your fantasy team. All right, let's move on to the next category. That's runs. I'll start with you, Jordan, on this one. Who's the guy you're targeting for runs scored?
Yeah, I don't think he's necessarily broken out. I don't know if he's even a good player. But on the off chance that he is, Jurickson Profar is going to produce a lot of runs this year. He seems to be the Braves' leadoff man, and for as long as he hangs on to that spot, even if he doesn't produce how he did last year, he'll still be producing runs. And then, of course, similar to Tyler O'Neill, there is still that off chance that sticks around, and he's a contributor in all 5 categories, honestly. Maybe not average, but he seems like he'll be decent in power and speed, runs RBI, maybe not, but I don't know. I feel like he's a lock for a decent amount of runs, at least to start the year, and then could contribute way more if he is able to hold on to some of the skills we started to see last season.
What about you, Mike?
I also had Jurickson Profar here, but I'll pivot. I think Jurickson Profar for me, I'm not really sure why his draft stock is so low after the season he had last year. I get it. He was a guy that was bouncing around, went to the Rockies and the Padres, but had a phenomenal season last year. And for me, in that lineup, I do think he'll probably be a staple in that 1-2 spot when Acuna comes back. Obviously, one will be his, but I could see Profar sticking around in the 2-hole. But I'll pivot and say Jonathan India of the Royals, who I think will be the leadoff guy for Kansas City, hit in front of guys like Bobby Witt, Vinny Pasquantino, who I also love, and then also Salvador Perez. But same thing that we talked about Tyler O'Neill. He's just got to stay healthy. I like Indy to score some runs in that offense.
I like Indy to score some runs. I just don't know about the other stuff. He's moving from Cincinnati, which is like a great place to hit home runs, to Kansas City, which is a terrible place to hit home runs. And they don't run like Cincinnati. So I just worry that the other counting categories will be so much less that it's not worth rostering for just those runs alone. All right, and then we did get news about an hour ago that Profar was removed from today's game with a wrist injury. X-rays were negative, so it sounds like he avoided serious injuries. So let's not overrate the Michael Harris talk there, Dave. Michael Harris still overrated in fantasy. Chris, who's your guy for run scored?
We've actually mentioned 2 of my 3, Jonathan India and Jurickson Profar. I think India the thing I like about him is, yes, the move from Cincinnati is going to cost him some home runs, and that's bad, but Kansas City's actually a really good park for hitting. It's just a bad park for hitting home runs.
Yeah.
It boosts doubles, triples, everything way up. I think he's a sneaky great pick for head-to-head points leagues. He's going to get a ton of doubles, a ton of triples. He's going to get on base a decent amount because he had like 80 walks last year or something. So I think he's like a sneaky good bet for 90-plus runs at a minimum if he stays healthy. So I really like India. I really like Profar, assuming the wrist is okay. I'll pivot to Yandy Diaz, who should still be a good source of batting average, should still get on base a lot. I think the park factor is going to improve moving to George M. Steinbrenner Field in Tampa. So I think he is not going to be a 20-plus homer guy like he was in 2023. I think that was pretty fluky, but Yandy Diaz should be a very solid all-around pick.
Yeah, I like that one a lot. And I feel like he's always kind of underrated in the market because he doesn't lift the ball in the way that he should, because those muscles are so big and can't extend his arm, right? I'm just going to give a quick shout out, even though I'm not really giving players necessarily this. Tommy Pham leading off in Pittsburgh. Sure. Like, I know the back end of that lineup is terrible, but the front end of that lineup is actually pretty good. I think Tommy Pham is so cheap right now and a really good guy to go grab runs late. Let's move over to RBIs, and Chris, I'll let you lead this one off. Who's going to knock in a bunch of runs this year?
I mean, Eugenio Suarez feels like a pretty easy one. I mostly buy what he did last year. I don't think you have to do the, like, from July 1st on, he was the X, because his overall numbers, he was a top 40 hit. So you just take the bad, take the good. He's gonna have some slumps. He's gonna have some big months, but I think at the end of the day, you're gonna get 30-plus home runs from Eugenio Suarez. You're going to get a ton of RBI. That was the highest scoring team in baseball last year, Arizona. It's a good hitting park. So I think he's a great one. I'll also just throw out two Phillies, Nick Castellanos and Alec Boehm. Both have good skill sets for RBI. Obviously, a great park, great lineup. I like both of them to get 85-plus RBI this year.
The crazy thing is, and I've seen a lot of people be like, "Oh, Eugenio Suarez was really great in the second half." He's always really great in the second half. He is a 261 hitter in the second half over the course of career, with 237 hitter in the first half. Dude just starts slow. So if someone drops Eugenio Suarez because he starts slow, go grab him. He will pick it back up. So I love that call there as well. And stick with him if you have him drafted on your team early.
Yeah.
Mike, what about you for RBIs?
I'm going to cheat a little bit and come inside the top 100. Similar reasons for what Chris said. I had Josh Naylor listed here. I like him from an RBI standpoint and had the same reasons because, you know, the Diamondbacks led the league in runs last year, runs scored. So, and when you have guys like Corbin Carroll and Ketel Marte hit in front of you, plus Gurriel, runs should be plentiful for him to be batting in. So Josh Naylor is a guy that I like coming over from Cleveland now with Arizona hitting in that 4 spot. And obviously you get the power there as well. So good first base target. And I think he'll drive in plenty of runs. If he can stay healthy himself, I think 100 RBIs is well within reach.
Yeah, I do worry a little bit about the homers coming back down, going from Cleveland, who had that kind of wind tunnel out to right field last year, to Arizona, which is one of the worst parks for left-handed power. That being said, like, it's still a really good lineup. Like Chris said, it was the best run scoring lineup in all of baseball. So I think Naylor will get plenty of RBIs in Arizona. Jordan, what about you for RBIs?
Yeah, so this is quickly devolving into quite the boring episode. I also picked Josh Naylor. I just think he's such a lock for around 100 ribbies. It's pretty easy argument to make, as Mike just did. He's just batting cleanup, great lineup, great batter. Like, I do understand that the home runs might go down, probably will go down, but he is just an overall good batter. In 2023, he only hit 17 homers in just under 500 plate appearances, and he still came away with 97 RBI. I could see that, but with better counting stats in addition to that, better in that season, he had a 308 batting average. So I think that he's a skilled enough batter that if he realizes he's not going to be able to hit for power, maybe he'll adjust his strategy and instead hit for some average as we saw a couple of years ago, and that would still translate to some good RBI on that amazing lineup.
I'm with y'all guys on that. I'll throw in Kerry Carpenter. Everybody's talking about how good this Tigers team might become. Kerry Carpenter going to be hitting cleanup in that. I love me some Kerry Carpenter this year. Let's move over to stolen bases. Mike, I'll let you start off this one. Who's the guy you're targeting for stolen bases?
I know they talked about it on the previous panel. Xavier Edwards of Chris's Marlins. I just think that's the easiest answer here. 31 stolen bases in just 70 games last year. That's insane to me. And he's not going to be a guy that's very much similar to what we got talking about with Jonathan India. He's not going to be a guy that's going to be hitting a lot of power. But he makes great contact. He can get on base. And they're going to have to manufacture runs in that offense. Apologies, Chris. But he can steal second and third. I mean, that's how quick this guy is. So, 31 stolen bases over 70. Imagine what he can do over a full season hitting at the top of that lineup. They still got some talent in there too. Like I love Connor Norby this year as well, former O, which by the way, Chris, you guys fleeced us on that trade.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good for us.
Yeah. But yeah, I just think it's an easy answer here. If you're just looking for the stolen base aspect of it, I think Xavier Edwards is the clear cut choice here. And going around pick 145 in NFBC.
There we go. Jordan, what's your guy for stolen bases?
Yeah, to make up for the last episode, I'll go Cedric Mullins. I feel like he's such an easy answer. He swiped 30 last year, and he still put up some power. Obviously, you want to see more from him in the runs and RBI categories, but for steals, easy pick. He's going 207 in NFBC. And in that outfield, it's hard to find late outfielders. He's a great one. And even if you don't need stolen bases, I still like him. Like, just looking at his raw stats in years past, he's been really valuable. He had one down year, and it wasn't even that bad. Like, if you get last year's stats at that price, that's a great pick. And I feel like he's only can go up from there as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's stolen 30 bases in 3 of the last 4 seasons. Like I said, he had that one down season in 2023. I think my only concern is with the talent that Baltimore is starting to bring along, does someone lose playing time, and is that Cedric Mullins, especially with his battles in terms of hitting against left-handed pitching? That's my only concern. But I love my boy Cedric, and I'm going to go back to the wall for him.
Yeah, he's got to hit lefties better.
For sure. I could see him losing playing time, maybe being a platoon player, but even still, the price accounts for that, and he might get traded. And then if he gets traded, of course, it depends where he is, and that's pretty presumptive at that point, but there's totally a shot he ends up in a better landing spot than platoon.
All right, Chris, who's your stolen base guy?
I really like Victor Robles. I think he kind of has a very similar skill set to Xavier Edwards and Pete Crow Armstrong and a couple other guys who are going in like the 130. Even Bryce Terang. I don't know if there's that much difference, and he's going like 50 to 70 picks behind those guys. And if you look at the underlying numbers, it's actually very similar to what Xavier Edwards did last year. Similar expected batting average in like the 260 range. A little more pop, and he started swinging harder in 2023. It was a very small sample size that year, but his underlying numbers were better that year. He didn't really get a chance to manifest them. He got hurt, and then he gets cut and goes to Seattle, and all of a sudden they give him a couple-year extension. They really seem to like him. They love what he brings in the outfield defensively. I think there's 40 steal potential there. I'll also point out, I think Tommy Edmonds just super undervalued this year.
Agreed.
He was okay in the regular season last year, coming back from that wrist injury, had that great postseason with Los Angeles, helped them win the World Series. I think he's had a very good spring so far, and I just think whether it's shortstop, outfield, or second base, he's going to be in the lineup somewhere every day for the Dodgers, and I think there's still 30 steal potential there. I think he could hit 15-plus home runs. Probably at the bottom of the lineup, so you're not looking at like 100-run potential, but 80, 85 runs, that seems like a reasonable expectation. I think Tommy Edmonds just being undervalued right now.
Well, and the thing about the bottom of the Dodgers lineup is that's better than a lot of teams' top of their lineup.
Well, yeah,
so,
that's true.
Like it's just so good from top to bottom. Like I don't think that the bottom of the lineup for the Dodgers is that big of a deal. And let's be honest, that offense is filled with a lot of older and some injury-prone guys. Like Tommy Edman could work his way up that lineup by midseason if they suffer some injuries. So I agree. I think Edman is one of those kind of underrated guys that you should be targeting. Shout out to Jacob Young, who just all he does is steal bases and play amazing defense, put on 20 pounds of muscle. Don't really care about that. I'd rather see him not hit more home runs. So that way he can steal more bases, because it's really hard to steal bases when you're jogging around him. But I like Jacob Young as a late cheap speed option. Let's move to batting averages. One of the most difficult things to kind of get, especially after those first few rounds of a draft. So, Chris, why don't you lead us off with who you like for batting average?
Jung-Hoo Lee is either going to hit first or third for the Giants. It's not going to be a great lineup. Obviously, it's a really tough park to hit for power, especially as a lefty. I think 12 home runs might be the ceiling for Jung-Hoo Lee, but the bat, I think, is going to be pretty strong otherwise. And the opportunities there for him to be more than just a batting average specialist are there, but the batting average should be really strong. I know he only played 37 games last year, suffered a shoulder injury. He's fully healthy, was healthy at the start of spring training. He hit 262 last year, but with a 278 expected batting average. That is like 85th percentile among all hitters. I think there's a chance he hits, 290. I think he might just be like Stephen Kwan, without, probably won't steal as many bases, although there's some upside there. But I think Jung-Hoo Lee has a chance to be a really strong source of batting average and potentially either runs or RBI with his lineup spot.
Yeah, it's so weird because like the Giants are one of those teams that doesn't really steal a lot of bases, but then they let Matt Chapman steal.
That was the weirdest thing. Like Tyler Estrada didn't run at all last year, but Matt Chapman suddenly had like 16 steals.
Yeah, like I really don't understand what my Giants are doing half the time. But and sometimes you got to admit when you're wrong. And I was wrong on Jung-Hoo Lee, and I was really disappointed to see him get hurt so early in the season, because when he was coming in, I was like, I don't think he's a very good defender. I don't think he's going to have enough power. I don't even know if he's going to get overpowered by fastballs. But he actually looked the part before getting hurt, and it looks good in spring so far. So I'm with you on the Jung-Hoo Lee love. Jordan, what about you for a batting average?
Yeah, I was going to go Jung-Hoo Lee, actually, and my rationale was literally I went on Streamer's projections sorted by batting average, and he was the top guy who interested me besides Luis Ariz, Yordan Alvarez, Vlad, and then Bobby Witt. Number 5 in their projections, Jung-Hoo Lee. That really interests me, but I'll take a different easy pick as well with Yandy Diaz. We've talked about him adjacently so far already, but he's just going to produce batting average. He might not produce in other categories that we've seen in these past couple of seasons. He's always difficult to project also with the just not even like huge injuries. He's just always slightly unavailable, it feels. But he's a pleasant guy. What's that?
Too many muscles, like Justin said.
Yeah, right. Yeah, he's just easy to manage because when he's out, you can easily pull him out of your lineup. When he's in, he's a good plug and play. So it's a pretty easy batting average play. I feel like he'll be around 290 as well, very similar to Jung-Hoo Lee, but with a little more provenness. I don't think we're getting a fantastic Yandy Diaz season, but I think we know what we're going to get with that around 290 average, and hopefully a lot of plate appearances as the season concludes.
All right, Mike, what about you?
Yeah, I'm going to pick the boring one here because I also had Lee on my list, so great minds think alike. I obviously love Stephen Kwan. I think he's a great guy to target. I mean, easy answer here, hit 290 last year. I think he's a lock, but he's hit 292 out of his last 3 seasons. So I think if anything, if you're targeting a guy just from a pure average aspect of it, like I'd take Stephen Kwan over a guy like Luis Ariz.
Oh, yeah.
And a heartbeat. The guy just makes solid contact, and his squared up percentage ranked in the 100th percentile at 38.8% last year. So watching him hit is extremely fun. And again, I think he's I think he's a lock to hit 290 again this year with probably better than I think he's expected was 280, but I would not be surprised if he hit over 300 this year.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I like that call as well. Let's move on to kind of our guys we're targeting per position. We'll start off with catcher, which is one of those positions that it seems like it kind of vacillates between being deep and shallow. And this year kind of feels like it's a little bit of both. Like it has some deepness in spots and then drops off and then is deep again and then drops off. So we'll start with you on this one, Mike. Who's your favorite catcher to target this year?
Shea Langeliers of the Sacramento Athletics. It's kind of funny. I was doing just a comparison and looking at some guys, and he's like basically Cal Raleigh, a lot cheaper. Cal Raleigh hit 220 with 34 home runs and 100 RBIs in 153 games last year. Langeliers hit 224 with 29 home runs, 80 RBIs in just 137 games. So playing in that new ballpark too, I like Langeliers as a cheap option. Like I'm probably not going to have a whole lot of Cal Raleigh shares. I mean, again, just simply because of the low batting average. That's what you get with every catcher. But if I'm targeting a guy like Cal Raleigh and I lose out on him, I'll just wait multiple picks later and rounds later and get Shea Langeliers. So, and if anything else, you're going to get the power from that. And that Oakland lineup, or I guess Sacramento lineup, I should say, especially in the first top half of that, is better than people think. So there is some RBI potential there with Sacramento.
I did the ranking catcher rankings on Fangraphs this year, and my write-up on Shea Langeliers is, do you want the power version of Raleigh but don't want to spend the cost to get him? Let me introduce you to the diet version, Shea Langeliers.
That's right.
I love Shea Langeliers this year. He was actually, I just drafted him as my catcher 2 in TGFBI behind Adley Rutschman, so I got kind of 2 premium catchers there for my TGFBI team. Love that call there. Jordan, who's your guy at catcher?
I think I might hate every single catcher this year. I don't know if there's a single one that I like. I think I have to go with JT Realmuto. I've just always liked owning him. He's a really nice guy to have in your lineup. You just know what he's going to do. Obviously, last year it started to change a little bit from that consistency we had grown accustomed to, that 20 homer, 10 or more steals, really plus batting average, and home run and runs and RBI contribution as well. But it started to stray from that, some playing time concerns as well. But I could see him mixing in with Schwarber at DH. I could see him playing some catcher here and there, just getting plate appearances. He's still a good hitter, not great anymore. But I think that in this catcher environment where everything kind of sucks, his ADP is low enough that it more than accounts for all the troubles he had last season. And overall, even still, I made this argument earlier. I forget who it was about. I think maybe Profar or someone like that. Even if they don't replicate last year, the discount's enough that like it doesn't really matter. You can just get a little bit worse than what they were last year, and it's still totally fine.
All right, Chris, what about you on your catcher?
You remember when William Contreras kind of came out of nowhere, had that half season with the Braves where he looked amazing, got traded to the Brewers and turned into the best catcher in baseball? There's a little bit of that to Ivan Herrera and what he did last year, where like not a huge prospect. There's always been questions about the glove, but last year he comes out, hits 301 with an 800 OPS over the course of 259 plate appearances. And the underlying data was even better. He's always hit at the minor league level. He had a 366 xWOBA last year, made a lot of contact, made a lot of loud contact, had a 293 expected batting average. I'm okay with Ivan Herrera as my number 1 catcher. I'm actually really mad that I didn't get him in TGFBI because I had him targeted as my next pick, I think in the 13th or 14th round, and someone sniped me for him. That was really annoying because I think he is like the ideal number 2 catcher and is good enough to be your number 1, even in like a 12-team league. So I love Ivan Herrera. I think there could be 3 fantasy relevant catchers on the Cardinals with Wilson Contreras moving to first base, because I think Pedro Pajes might have a little bit of low end number 2 catcher upside as well.
I like that call a lot. And I mean, Wilson Contreras, man, like I know he's a little bit more expensive, so nobody really wants to talk about him, but there's a reason why he's expensive.
Yes.
He is going to volume this shit out of the catcher position or catcher eligibility, DHing and being at first base. Love him. Love Ivan.
He has the best WOBA among catchers over the past 2 seasons, even better than his younger brother, who we all think of as the best inning catcher in baseball now.
Yeah, absolutely. Shout out Hunter Goodman, who has just power for days. Another guy who is catcher eligible but won't be catching that much. He'll mostly be playing out in the outfield and kind of moving around as a utility guy for the Rockies. His biggest issue is just swing and miss. Dude swings and misses all the time, but he could hit 40 bombs if he can get a full slate of plate appearances. And what is he doing this spring so far? Obviously, really, really small sample. He is not striking out. He's got a 5.6% strikeout rate and a 22% walk rate right now early on in the spring. Hunter Goodman as a really cheap catcher too with a ton of upside is my dude. Let's move over to first base. Chris, why don't you give us your guy?
I know people think Michael Toglia is going to be a batting average liability. He hit 218 last year. He had never hit for a good batting average before that at the major league level. I think there's a decent chance he's like a 260 hitter and is totally fine, because he had a 244 expected batting average. I believe among all qualifiers for the Rockies in the StatCast era, he underperformed his expected batting average by the second highest mark. And for the StatCast era as a whole, Rockies hitters have outperformed their XBA by 17 points. Makes sense. Coors Field inflates BABIP more than any park in baseball history. So you would expect guys to have to overperform their expected batting average. He underperformed. If he overperforms by the same rate as other Rockies hitters have in the StatCast era, you're talking about a 260 hitter with 30 bombs and 10 to 15 stolen bases. I think Michael Toglia, whether it's as an outfielder or as a first baseman, he's going to be on a ton of my rosters this year, especially because unlike Nolan Jones last year, he doesn't cost you a top 100 pick. You can get him 160 or later.
I wish I had taken Toglia now in my TGFBI league. I thought about it, but I ended up going a different direction. But I'm with you on that. I like Toglia a lot this year. What about you, Mike? Who's your guy at first base that you're targeting?
Well, first off, I want to give a shout out. I'm not going to use this as my guy, but I love Vinny Pasquantino this year. And I liked him a lot last year. I actually picked Vinny Pasquantino over Josh Naylor in TGFBI. So love him this year. Obviously, the hand thing that hurt him towards the latter end of the season sucked. And I think his counting stats would have been a lot better. But I think you can get a top 8 first baseman with a mid-round price, but I'm not going to pick him as my choice here. I'm going to go Alec Burleson of the St. Louis Cardinals as a guy that I like as well. Just simply because of the fact, again, you're going to get the 20 homer pop, 70 runs, 70 RBIs. I think is well within reach there. I missed out on him. A lot of people didn't draft him last year, but ended up picking him up. So if I miss on first base early, I'm fine with waiting and taking a guy like Alec Burleson, who's also multi-position eligible in a lot of formats. So,
yeah, I like that call a lot. I think Burleson's one of those underrated guys, probably because he platoons, but I still think he's just a damn good hitter. Jordan, where are you at in first base?
Yeah, I'm gonna take who Mike passed up here in Vinny Pasquantino. I want him in every league basically. After the top tier first baseman, maybe top 2 tiers, I feel like Pasquantino is kind of in a tier of his own, where he'll be a solid producer. He might not be a stud, but he'll definitely produce for your team in the 5 categories we're looking for, except for stolen bases. So I guess the 4 categories we're looking for. And we've talked about that Royals lineup. I like what he's going to do there. And I think he's just a really good hitter. We haven't seen a full season of like what can be, but I think we will in the near future. Maybe not this year. It's hard to say because of that injury from last year. I don't think it's going to carry over, but he just struggles with injuries in general. It seems like but he's also only played 3 seasons, so it's hard to fully call him injury prone. I think there's totally a chance he just plays 600 plate appearances, hits 30 home runs, good average, and gets those runs in RBI as well.
All right. My guy at first base, I don't want to say because I'm like half a round away in TGFBI from trying to grab him, but it's Tyler Soderstrom. I think Soderstrom is one of these guys that people look at and go, "Oh no, he swings and misses too much. He's not on a very good team." But like I think a few of us have mentioned already, like the top of the A's lineup is actually pretty decent, and Soderstrom has a ton of power, and the hit tool has actually gotten better and better throughout the minor leagues and into the majors. 88% zone contact in AAA last year, 84% in the majors, which is just below league average. Which will take
That'll play.
Yeah, with 70 great power now moving to Sacramento, which should play so much better. He's going to play every day until they bring up Nick Kurtz, and then probably will move to DH and still play every day. I really like Soderstrom, especially for the early part of the season.
Actually, can I just jump in real quick?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because if you want an added incentive to take Tyler Soderstrom, if you're in Justin's league, don't listen to this part, just hit mute. But
yeah,
they're talking about him potentially being the backup catcher as well. He came up as a catcher. He was catcher eligible last year. And like, if we get to a month and a half into the season, Tyler Soderstrom's playing every day. He's on a 25 homer pace and he gains catcher eligibility. That could be huge. You can't count on it necessarily, but it would be a really nice bonus as a number 2 catcher.
Yeah, I'm currently like 9 picks away from my next pick. So if I scream here in the next 30 minutes or so, it's because I just got sniped on Soderstrom because I brought him up during this hour of the Podapallooza. So, all right, let's go to second base. And Jordan, I'll let you start off this one.
Yeah, can someone explain at all Luis Garcia's ADP? I feel like it's too easy with him. He just true 5 category contributor. Obviously, we've only seen it for this one season, and it was a greatly improved season, but I kind of just want to trust it. It just felt solid. It's kind of what we hoped he would be. Maybe it's confirmation bias that I'm kind of falling into, but I feel like everything we saw last season is pretty legit. At a weak second base this year, he's just a great guy to fill in that roster hole mid-draft and not really hurt you anywhere and help you in a couple of categories that you might be lacking in. Yeah, can you guys explain like his ADP?
I'm kind of out. Just I don't think he's going to play every day. Is my concern.
Yeah, that was my thing too. Is that he's not going to play.
But if he does, then there's a lot of room for me to be wrong. Yeah.
Yeah.
Who's he competing with there?
It's not competition so much. I don't think he can hit lefties. And my view has been if they weren't going to let him play against lefties last year, I don't see why they would do it now that they are seemingly trying to compete a little more. But I really haven't heard anything about him not being an everyday player this spring. So I'm kind of walking my hesitance back a little bit just because if he does play every day, then yeah, I think 2020 with 80 runs and 80 RBI feels like a pretty easy projection.
Yeah, because I mean, I've seen this, like, he's going to platoon. They didn't give him an opportunity. But, like, yes, he didn't play full-time versus lefties. They did sit him. But, I mean, he's still at 259 against left-handed pitching last year.
Yeah.
Like, that's not bad. Like, I'll take that all day long, especially when you're knocking the crap out of right-handed pitching.
Mm-hmm.
And I just, like, I don't really know if there's someone on the Nationals lineup at this moment. Like, is Ahmed Rosario really going to platoon with him? Like, at this point? Maybe, but he shouldn't.
Jose Tena is another guy they like there too. So I'm with Chris. That was my hesitancy with him as well. And it's weird because, like you had just mentioned, Justin, he didn't do terrible against lefties last year. But at the same time too, they do have some other guys that they can slot in there as well. So I'm kind of out on him as well. I just think I love the talent. I love the counting stats, which is great. I hope I'm wrong. But at the same time too, the playing time I have concerns with, and probably not something I'm willing to pay that draft price tag on him right now, but until I see it further. So
I did draft Garcia. Maybe I'm wish casting.
Yeah.
Me as well, actually, in TGFBI. But I think my thought process is like, even if Luis Garcia does regress against lefties, is he still going to be worse than Ahmed Rosario? I get Jose Tena, I guess, could take playing time, but I'm not going to worry about that at his cost too much. And then Ahmed Rosario, I'm not really concerned about. I don't know. Maybe it is just confirmation bias because I've kind of always liked him, but I could see this being a big year for him.
All right, Chris, I'll let you handle your second base now.
So second base is weird because it's probably the weakest of the infield positions in like a 12-team league. But in 15-teamers, I actually love the depth at second base. Like,
it's really deep.
Like the 10 to 24 range at second base is kind of really fun this year. And so you could go with Jackson Holiday. Obviously he's only 21 still, huge potential. We talked about Jonathan India earlier. But I will say the one big overlooked player in the home runs discussion is Brandon Lau, because we're talking about a guy
That's my
who
guy, Chris.
I can talk about Jackson Holiday or Jonathan India too, but Brandon Lau, you've got maybe this is a position I think only one guy had more than 24 home runs at second base last year. Brandon Lau could hit 35. He could hit 40 if he played every day. I know the recurring back injuries have been a problem, but he's moving from what is a pretty tough park to hit in. The dimensions aren't bad in Tropicana, but pitches move differently and hitters seem to struggle. Now he's going to play in Yankee Stadium, except in the humidity and heat in Florida. This could be one of the best parks in baseball for left-handed power, and Brandon Lau doesn't really need the help there. So I think like my coworker Scott White has made the comp that he could be like Pete Alonso, but as a second baseman. I think that's a lofty end goal, but like 240 and 35 plus homers is well within the realm of possibility for Brandon Lau.
Yeah, totally agree. And to piggyback off that too, Chris, this is a guy that I had. He's basically, going after pick 220 in NFBC leagues right now. So especially if you're looking for power, I mean, I think the 39 homer season, I don't know if we get there, but it'd be sure as hell nice. But, even in the games that he played 59 games in 2021, and so I'm throwing that one kind of as an outlier just because he got hurt. But even in his limited games where he only played like sub 100 games, he still hit 21 home runs in both of those seasons. So, forecast that out to 162 game pace. I mean, he's well within 30 there. So for a guy who's going after pick 220, I think this is a guy you can get cheap power from. I certainly wouldn't rely on the batting average, but Kevin Cash also loves him some Brandon Lau. Everybody else kind of seems like they go swap in and out of the lineup all the time. Brandon Lau is a staple, so he'll be there. I don't know if maybe they take some pressure off him because they want him to be healthy, but I like that pick too. I love Brandon Lau. I think he's a lock for 25-30 if he can stay healthy.
If he stays healthy, he could hit 40. Like, I mean, let's just be honest. Like, he's got that kind of power. Moving to that new park, like, I'm in agreement with you guys. The hard part is just, will he stay healthy? Right. Worth a gamble at his price. Obligatory Colt Keith mention. That's all I'm going to do. We're not going to get through all these positions, and I want to. Mike, who's your guy at shortstop?
Well, if you follow me on Twitter, I've been talking about him a lot recently, and I did last year too. And some of my Palazzo guys are in the chat. I like Trevor Story this year. Seems to be he's getting a little bit of popularity now with spring training that he's having. But I just like the lineup that he's in. Again, going after pick 250. I still think he has 2010 upside if he can stay healthy there in Boston. But I think he's going to slot fifth, and he's going to have guys like Jaron Duran, Rafi Devers, Alex Bregman, Tristan Casas hitting in front of him. I just think and I think his power plays well at Boston as well. So, again, a lot of people love he's not at Coors anymore, Mike. So we're not going to see that Trevor Story anymore. I agree with that, but again, for a guy that you're getting after 250, I'm not picking him to be my starting shortstop, but at the same time too, he's kind of like in that Brandon Lau category, someone that I can slot in on my bench, and hopefully he stays healthy. And again, cheap source of power, can chip in some steals as well. Give me some Trevor Story this year.
All right, Chris, who's your guy at shortstop?
So I thought Carlos Correa's price being as low as it was just a like NFBC, no IL spots. We can't take a guy with his injury concerns. But then you look at, Yahoo, ESPN, places where you have IL spots, he's still going like 250 overall. And I don't really get it. Carlos Correa has had one bad season in the last 3 as a hitter. I know the injuries have been there. They've kept the counting stats down, but he had a 900 OPS last year, and he wasn't far off in 2022 either. So he says he's pain free. He says he isn't dealing with any injuries this spring. That'll change come April, May, June, obviously. But in a league where you have an IL spot, Carlos Correa is going to play like a top 10 shortstop as long as he's on the field. And when he's not, shortstop's got plenty of depth, and you can go get Trevor Story's going to go undrafted in a lot of 12-team leagues. Otto Lopez was pretty good last year. Ha-Sung Kim will be available, after the first month or so. So there will be replacement options if and when Carlos Correa misses time. I think in IL leagues, he's totally undervalued.
I will say in 15-team leagues, shortstop does not have that.
Yes.
Because I'm dealing with that right now. I waited too long on shortstop, and I'm in a lot of trouble in the 17th round with only Zach Neto.
Go get Carlos Correa. He's probably available.
Nope.
Go get Trevor Story.
Nope. All right.
All right, we're out.
Yeah, I'm pretty screwed is what it would come down to. Jordan, who's your guy at shortstop?
Yeah, over at shortstop, I really like Jeremy Pena this year. I feel like he's an easy guy to slot in. And then you can take a Trevor Story or Carlos Correa after if you want to double up, maybe as a middle infield. If you play in a 15-team league, plug him in there. And then if he gets hurt, it's fine. You can find a second baseman with all that depth. But Jeremy Pena will just plug that hole so easily. He doesn't really hurt you anywhere. He's middling all across the board. But we've seen some consistency from him. I like his place in the lineup. And he's still super young. Like, we could see him continue to improve, I believe, and more adjustments to his game from here on out.
All right. Why don't you continue with your third baseman there, Jordan?
Sure. My third baseman, this is my probably favorite player to draft, is Eugenio Suarez. I think it was Chris talking about him earlier in the power or RBI categories. I just think he's such an easy pick to make. I've always liked him back to when he was with the Reds even. He's just such a fantasy-friendly player. He's not necessarily that good or valuable to an MLB team in that of itself, but for fantasy, he'll get that power. He'll help you out in the RBI category as well. He's just a really nice guy to have on that team. And I like his price as well. I feel like it is a little over-exaggerated for no reason really besides some career history.
All right. Chris, who's your guy at third base?
Isaac Paredes. We talked about him earlier for the power. I think 250, 30 homers, 100 RBI is well within the realm of possibility for him playing in Houston. I love the landing spot. I think he's being wildly undervalued. He is still 174.4 in the past 2 weeks at NFBC. I think he's a top 130 pick.
I'm right there with you on that. And Mike, who's your third baseman?
I also had Eugenio Suarez, but I won't talk about any more than these guys already have. But I like Mark Vientos a lot this year as well. I think he's being massively slept on. I think he has real legit 30 homer, 100 RBI potential, especially in that lineup. Similar reasons for why I like Trevor Story. He's got a lot of guys hitting in front of him. I think 100 RBIs is a lock if he can stay healthy with driving all those guys in. So, and in front of him. So, Mark Vientos is for me is somebody I'm going to be targeting in a lot of my drafts. And I'm only currently in two of the ones on NFBC right now. But towards the end of the month, Mark Vientos will be a heavily targeted guy of mine.
For me, I'll add in just a yearly mention about Cabrian Hayes. Like, if you've ever been a Cabrian Hayes believer,
I want it to happen.
I've never been.
Well, if you haven't been, you can continue not being. But like, if you ever have been, like, he is so cheap now. He is absolutely dirt cheap. I think I got him in the last or second to last round of my Barf League draft, which is a 15-team, 30-round draft. Like, he's gonna play every day when he's healthy. and he still has all that talent. He's not particularly old or anything. We've just forgotten about him. I think everybody has been so used to being disappointed by him that people have just completely given up. And that's usually when guys break out. So instead of giving up a year too early, I'm going to continue to just try to kick that football and fall on my ass. Let's move to outfield. Mike, why don't you give us your outfielder?
I'm going Josh Lowe of Tampa Bay. I know we've talked about a lot of Rays here, but I think that the power speed combination is too good to ignore here. Even in the limited action that he saw last year, he still stole 25 bases, so which is solid. That'll play. And I think he's a guy that can go 20-20, 20-30. Especially with that ballpark that he's moving to, which the left field corner, if I'm not mistaken, the George Steinbrenner Field is moved in about like 7 feet from compared to Tropicana Field. So, which should play for Josh Lowe if he can start pulling the ball a little bit more. But again, for a guy that you're getting after pick 150, a guy who can go 20-20, 20-30 is too good to pass up for me. And I love Josh Lowe, so I'm a little bit biased here. I'd like to see him improve on some of the contact rates, but for me, he's too good to ignore it at pick 150, and again, especially if I'm targeting speed.
All right, Jordan, who's your outfielder?
Yeah, you guys made good arguments against my argument earlier, but I'll stick to my guns. I still like Tyler O'Neill. Obviously, still a risk. Obviously, you have to count on him probably getting hurt. It's just been proven at this point. But at his ADP, around pick 200, you can play him for half the season. And I feel like if you add him plus a replacement level player, that's a really nice outfielder at pick 200. That would probably combine for maybe 40 homers, 20 steals, bad to middling batting average, but I just like Tyler O'Neill back to his Cardinals days. I think that probably influences me a little bit. And also that what if he does stay healthy, that's the steal of the draft right there.
All right. And then Chris, who's your outfielder?
I'll go with Dylan Cruz, who has been a consensus top prospect for like 4 years now. Obviously not in the majors, but when he was in college, 1-1 kind of talent, has been a top 5 prospect. Wasn't great last year, but you know what other rookies struggled in their first month? Literally all of them. Every single rookie was terrible in their first month. Jackson Chourio, Jackson Merrill, Wyatt Langford was terrible for like 5 months. And now he's a top 40 pick because he was great in September. If you look at the underlying data, the quality of contact, the batted ball direction and location, the plate discipline stuff, and compare Dylan Cruz and Wyatt Langford, it's all very, very similar. You're talking about a 325 expected WOBA for Dylan Cruz last year, only 30 games, but for Wyatt Langford, it was 331. Dylan Cruz, elite athlete, 93rd percentile sprint speed, 12 stolen bases in 31 games. Like, I don't think he's going to be a 50 steal guy, but that's the pace that he was on last year. And even if it's more like 30 to 35, I think he's going to be a good source of power. I think the process stuff was all very good last year. He didn't really chase very much, made contact in the zone. I'd like to see him hit the ball harder. That's been kind of an issue for him since the minors, but the raw power is there. He's got an all fields approach that should lead to a good batting average. I think Dylan Cruz, there's a decent chance Dylan Cruz is just as good as Wyatt Langford this year at an 80 pick discount.
All right. Well, we got through every single position, I believe. So that is actually really, really impressive.
We did it.
Good. Obligatory shout out to Jesus Sanchez because we crapped on the Marlins earlier. I like Jesus Sanchez.
You can crap on the Marlins. As the Marlins fan, they're going to be pretty bad until maybe some of the young guys come up.
I want to give you guys an opportunity to plug all your work and tell people where you can reach on social media. Chris, why don't you lead us off?
I'm at CP Towers on all social media sites, Fantasy Baseball Today podcast, Fantasy Baseball Today YouTube channel, Fantasy Baseball Today newsletter. We like the FBT branding. So just type that in your search bar and you'll find it.
There you go. Mike, why don't you tell people where you can reach and what you're working on?
Yeah, Palazzo Podcast, 2 L's, 2 Z's. All the guys over there. Sam was on here earlier. Michael Govier, who will be on tomorrow. Benjamin Chase, Robbie Baseball, that whole crew over there. and I can't forget Britton Allen as well. So we're over on YouTube. You can find me on Twitter at _MikeVA. I'll be doing like every other fantasy analyst. I'm doing a daily notes thing during the season. So make sure you guys follow me and check me out there. If you got questions, need help with your lineups, drafts, whatever it may be, trades, hit me up. Always happy to help.
There you go. And Jordan, take us out.
Yeah, you can find me at FOV_sports on either Instagram or Twitter. Overall, I do a lot of work at college right now, so a little inactive on the fantasy analyst side, but feel free to drop a follow and reach out if you have any start-sit questions or anything. I'll be available even if I don't seem active.
All right. Gonna boot you guys out unceremoniously. I really appreciate y'all coming on and chatting with us. Some of my favorite people in the industry. Looking forward to hanging out with Chris, hopefully next weekend during the Tout Wars weekend in New York. We are raising money for Fantasy Cares. You can donate to Fantasy Cares through Podapallooza at donorbox.org/TGFBI-2025. Every dollar you donate gets you entered in to win amazing raffle prizes like jerseys, like bobbleheads, like subscriptions to Patreons and sites around the fantasy industry, TGFBI entries. We're going to be giving away a bunch of those. Currently, as I update the total right now, we are at $5,700 or $5,769. Nice. Through TGFBI participants, TGFBI satellites, and Podapallooza. Really appreciate everybody who's been donating, and appreciate everybody who's been watching and listening, and people who have been coming on and talking fantasy sports all weekend. We are, I think, like 7 hours in right now with 5 hours left to go. We've got another hour of me talking, but I'm going to bring in people who are smarter than me because I'm sure people are tired of listening to me. And those people are B-Don and Brant. How you guys doing?
Pretty well, Justin. We're not tired of listening to you.
Oh, well, that's good because I'm going to be on here for quite a little bit longer.
I think you have a little bit of time left still. Just a touch.
Yeah, and then a few more hours tomorrow too. So, hopefully I'm actually a little concerned my chair is going to break because it is starting to lean in a weird direction towards my computer screen, which may be a problem. So if I fall mid-hour, you guys know what happened.
We'll just try and pick it up and continue rolling.
Well, appreciate it. Yeah, you guys just keep going without me if that's the case. B-Don, why don't you let people know where you're from, what you do, and where people can reach you on social media?
Yeah, I'm over on Razzball. I do the fantasy football and the fantasy baseball podcast. I occasionally write whenever I feel like it and have something I want to say. You always find me on Twitter at RazBdon. Always happy to help out.
There we go. And Brant, want to remind people where you can be reached and what you do?
Yeah, you can find me at Brant Chesser on Blue Sky or Twitter, X now. And then I'm at Baseball HQ. I have 2 columns. So a weekly facts, flukes, NL covering NL guys. And then a couple times a month, Corbin Young and I split an Arsenal reports. So just looking at pitchers and their pitch mix changes and if they're effective or not.
And Corbin's one of my favorite people in the industry, as well as you guys. Hopefully, I'm going to try to get him on tomorrow for Podapallooza. So he's a great dude in the industry. But we're going to be talking draft strategy. So we're getting away a little bit from the players and talking more about the game and how we approach it, which I think is probably more important than just straight up player analysis, which was what a lot of what I do. But I think the strategy is where you actually win leagues. So why don't we start by talking about kind of what's the earliest draft you guys do? There's some people who say, I'm never going to draft early. I hate drafting early. I'm not one of them. I'm a heathen. I like to start drafting in November, and then I keep drafting all the way through. But this year, tried to pump the brakes a little bit. What about you, Brent? Do you like early drafts? Do you think that gives you any sort of advantage or not?
I do think it gives you some advantage, especially late guys, 200, 300, who slowly move up during draft season. But even though it started before November, December, probably 4 or 5 years ago, now my preference is right at New Year's Day. So I do all my study in December, read the forecaster, look at Steamer, and then try New Year's, start hitting a draft Champions League.
What about you, B-Don? How do you prepare for drafts? Are you one of those people who does early drafts like me, or are you a little bit more reasonable as a person?
I'm not quite as early on the drafting as you are. I usually start sometime in January. Usually I get the invite from somebody to jump in a mock draft or something, and so that kind of kickstarts the rankings process for me. Do draft and hold best balls, those kind of things. It's nice to get the advantage on some of the players, especially when you do your own rankings and you can kind of see where early ADP isn't adjusting, or maybe you're definitely in on some guys. But then there's always the random injuries that you lose out on players too. So it goes a little bit both ways, just kind of depending how the cards fall.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I like to draft really early. But I've tried this year to kind of back it off a little bit, because what ends up happening inevitably is you're going to have some great teams. I've had some of my best teams have been drafted in November and December because I start my prep before everybody else. I'm ready for my drafts. And some people are just using that as their kind of first introduction into the player pool. And sometimes you end up with like a team I've got right now, where I have Ben Joyce as one of my closers. I have a Garrett Cole and George Kirby led rotation, and that team is shot already. And we're not even to the start of the season. And I know I don't even need to look at that team for the rest of the year because that team is screwed already. So I totally understand when some people are like, I don't start drafting until March or mid or late March, because there's nothing worse than feeling like, hey, I just spent some money on this league and now I've got to like tear it up already and the season hasn't even started.
I agree with you, Justin. I got a team already with Grayson Rodriguez and Kirby on it. Skeens was at the front, but yeah, it's not looking good right now.
Yeah, it can be pretty demoralizing when that's the case, and so especially if you're a person who only plays in maybe 2 or 3 or 4 leagues. Like, yeah, wait until we're a little bit closer to opening day before you draft those teams. What do you do for your prep there, Brant? Like, how do you get ready for a draft?
So, beginning of the season, I mark up the forecaster when it comes in November, December, and then go through targets, avoids, just look at changes guys made, if any, and then dig back through StatCast, and then really dig through Steamer when it comes out and just try to see anomalies. I'll run the Steamer 600. I'll just try to guys maybe that I missed on last year after I reflect on what went wrong last year, just try to figure out guys I missed or guys that may be taking the next level this year. And then before I even look at ADP, I don't want to look at ADP at all. I just want to look who are my guys, right?
What about you, Beat On?
Yeah, I usually start working on rankings, but before the rankings are done, I'll take Rudy's projections, which are based in Steamer, the player rater values from the previous year, and some early ADP, average all those out and just kind of have that on an Excel sheet, and then just kind of filter and sort. And that kind of starts the ranking process for me, because that starts to tell me who I actually like more than others. Where some players may fall that are maybe late season performers that maybe not everybody's caught on to yet, and they may move up early or as we progress in draft season. But early in draft season, you get some of those values on those guys, or some of the younger players. People go off of strictly last year's rankings or finishes, which means they're not adding the James Wood type players of into the draft room, which allows you to get them potentially a lot later than normal.
You both talk about projections, and I do my own projections. Rudy does great projections. Steamer does great projections. A lot of great projections. But how do you specifically use those to your advantage, though, Beat On?
Yeah, I mean, I think the projections, especially Rudy's, come with, rankings built in, so you can kind of start to use those as your basis. But in using Rudy's projections, it also kind of gives you an understanding of where you're going to get your numbers from. And each league has its own, especially in Roto, whether it's 10, 12, 15, there's certain numbers you're going to have to get to win categories. So by having those projections, it helps you as you're building out your roster, understand where you may need to address, because I'm at Rasball, I have access to the War Room, which is our draft software, and that pretty much tracks it for you as you're going through the draft and allows you to see where you might be light, where you have to address, and where you've already kind of gotten off to good starts. That's usually how I go about using projection systems. When I was younger, I had a little bit more time, and I do manual projections on a lot of guys, but now it's more based on Rudy's projections coupled with my rankings, where I know I have some disagreements.
What about you, Brant?
Yeah, I use projections to look for outliers. Like, all right, HQ or Steamer says certain, but when we get more in January, we got Oopsie this year from Jordan Rosenblum, and then Bat X. Just start to look for outliers. Like, is one system like one guy more, and did I miss it by tunnel visioning into this system? I'm just making sure I don't have a blind spot, like on certain guys and how they get to it. I don't know how you do it, Justin. I don't have the time to do all the own projections. I don't know. That must take weeks upon weeks. So what I'll do is use Rotolab, just a draft software, but I can adjust plate appearances and slowly edit guys that I'm higher or lower within the system there. So I will go through and tweak just some guys, mostly on health, go up or down plate appearances or team situations. Just try to look at roster resource and look at, playing time situations best I can.
Yeah, I don't recommend doing your own projections. Not because it's not great to do. I think it is great to do, and I really enjoy doing it. But I haven't slept in my family no longer knows who I am. My kids don't recognize me when I walk in the house. It is a long process that isn't conducive to free time. So what I tend to tell people to do is I use Tanner Bell's Smart Fantasy Baseball software. I've used Rotolab in the past. I've even used the War Room software that Rasball has. All great. What I tell people to do is find your favorite projection system and then edit playing time, right? And kind of edit things a little bit for your own particular tastes. Because I do think that projection systems often miss largely on playing time. And if you think a guy, we were talking about Reese Olson, a lot of projection systems have him only projected for like 130 innings. Well, if you give him 150 innings, he becomes a lot more intriguing of a player based on those projections. And I think there are a lot of guys that you can kind of do that with and get an edge on people who just kind of print out the projections from their particular favorite projection system and kind of go off of that. So if you don't have the time or the energy, which I really shouldn't at this point in my life, but somehow figure out how to do, I just edit the playing time, edit the innings, edit the plate appearances, so that way you can be more in line with what you're thinking is going to happen. And following guys like Mike Curlin and Jason Martinez in their work in terms of playing time really, really helps as well. Let's talk about position scarcity. Do you guys see it this year? Is it impacting your strategy, and in what positions and why? I'll start with you on this one, Brant.
I didn't think about going into the first draft, right? And then one of the drafts I was talking about when I went starting pitcher heavy and outfield heavy with Skeens and Kirby early on, I just got burned at first base. I kept sitting there and I noticed at 130, I was like, oh man, this is already getting bad, right? I've missed dudes that I want. So lesson learned for next time. So I feel like first and third, I don't have to get one of the top 5 or 6, but I would prefer to know that I can find outfield somewhere else, even though I tried the opposite strategy at once. I noticed after Alonso, even in TGFBI, there's like a $4 or $5 cliff in most projection systems into your next guy. Or at third base, depending if you're using Oopsie or something, you believe in Caminero, there's a pretty big gap between even Machado and the next guy, depending on which system, how they see Junior this year. So it's a pretty big gap. So first and third are priorities, and I'll wait on second, like the previous panel you were talking on to. I think it was Chris who was talking about. I'm fine waiting on second. Pick 150, pick 200. I feel good about a lot of second basemen if I got to prioritize other positions.
What about you, Beaton?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a definitely, scarcity at first base. Just that you start looking at what first basemen are late, and it doesn't make you feel great about it. I think second and third also are kind of scarce on a level, but then they kind of both plateau where there's a bunch of guys that you can grab as the draft progresses that I'm fine having. I think the biggest problem for me is that I want like every outfielder in the top 30 or 40 outfielders. So I have to really fight the urge to just draft, 3-4 outfielders right off the bat, which is great for the numbers. But then as you're building out your roster, you realize that you're missing, some potential in other places because you did go after this specific position. And so I think that's the biggest thing I've found going through drafts this season. I'm not a draft catcher early person or a draft closer early, but it seems like you kind of have to pick and choose if you're going to do either of those strategies. It's kind of one or the other. You're going to get really behind the 8 ball if you do a catcher and a top closer, because then you're just dragging behind everywhere else.
Yeah, I think I've learned about position scarcity to my own detriment in TGFBI this year, because I was like, hey, you know what? I want to make sure I get my closers locked in. I want to get my catchers locked in. And I did not lock in a shortstop. And now I'm in a world of hurt in TGFBI with Zach Neto as my starting shortstop, who I know isn't going to start the season, and not a lot of options left after round 17 in my draft. So I'm definitely, especially in your 15-team leagues, I'm making sure I take on shortstop much earlier than I did in this TGFBI moving forward. First base, I think there's some massive drop-offs as well. I think that is a position where I'm worried if, unless there's someone I really love kind of going later, I'm trying to address that at least before round 10 or 12, because I think there are some massive drop-offs there as well. Outfield, I'm not as worried about. Yes, I think the upper tier of outfield definitely drops off to kind of this third, fourth, fifth tiers, but there's still a lot of guys I really like there. Second base is deep as hell. It just doesn't have that upper echelon talent. So that's kind of where I'm at in terms of positional scarcity this year. I tend to not worry about that stuff, and then sometimes I get late into a draft and I go, oh, I wish I had worried about that a little bit more. Moving right along, let's talk about the kind of a changing landscape in 2025. We have some new stadiums that are going to be introduced into the game. We've seen the game change from being very power-based to very speed-based over the course of the last couple seasons with new rules. How are you guys addressing these type of things in your draft there, Beaton?
Yeah, so I mean, it's an odd year, so I assume they're breaking the bouncy balls back out. Kind of joking on that, but the last time we had an odd number season that didn't have bouncy balls, we go back to like 2015, which, if you're age-related time passing challenge, that's a decade ago. So like a decade ago is last time we didn't get a bouncy ball in an odd year. That's not really have anything to do with how I'm approaching categories. Just thought that was fun. But I think with the rule changes, there's some difference makers at the stolen bases specifically that you can get much later in the draft that aren't just complete drains across the board. There are guys who can give you, at least 3 categories rather than just being a solo contributor late. So I think that's been the biggest adjustment from kind of the way that things have shaken out over the last couple of years and the rule changes. And this season in particular, I love drafting A's players. I know there's not a lot of them that we want, but the ones that we want, I'm all about them because, we've seen what minor league parks can do for major league ball players. And from what we're hearing in regards to the foul territory, I mean, that's going to open up a lot of availability for people to have good seasons in Oakland. So I think that's what I've seen so far.
What about you, Brant?
Yeah, especially once it warms up in Sacramento this summer, right? The ball should start flying more. Derek Hardy was talking about it last week when I heard him talk about the ballpark factors and what may happen in Oakland. So definitely looking to get Rooker on some teams, see what happens with that. But yeah, the stolen base, like you said, I try not to lock myself. A couple of years ago, I don't know, when stolen bases were more rare, I'd want to get one in the first 3 or 4 rounds, or a couple in the first 3 or 4 rounds. Now I find myself, like you said, I'd prefer to get a shortstop with power and speed early if I can. But then I don't force it. Like in TGFBI, I went Jordan and Alonso, knowing that I've got speed sources later, around pick 100, and then again 150, 200. They're interspersed throughout. Yeah, you still need 190 stolen bases, or however you're counting it, and then 13 bags per player. But try not to get overstressed like I did a couple years ago. Like, oh, I'm behind on speed, and then you force a guy. So definitely category targets got me thinking just take the best guy available at the moment, and then try to backfill it. If I'm a little unbalanced later on, I try not to worry about it too early, because then it throws off how I'm drafting.
Yeah. For me, it's like, it used to be like, oh, I need to get my speed early. Now for me, it's power and batting average. I want to get that batting average early to give myself a good foundation, give myself the opportunity to take someone who might hurt my batting average later. Making sure I start off with guys with good batting average that give me some power is kind of my preferred strategy in terms of attacking that scarcity within those categories, because I think it is much more difficult to find, especially power guys late, that don't murder your batting average. You find power guys late, but they often come with like a 220, 230 batting average. So if you don't start off with a good average base, it can really hurt you later on. We talked a little bit about kind of the softwares we use. Do you guys use those in draft, and how do you kind of use those to your advantage in a draft there, Brant?
I do use them in drafts, more so on the clock. TGFBI and slow drafts, sometimes I like to go by feel, just to see, at least for a few rounds. I don't want to be so tied to the spreadsheet or like what the projections are saying, but I will use it quickly, just to glance at it and like, okay, what's my team need, but what's the best guy available? If it doesn't fit my team need necessarily at the time, especially any time before like pick 250, maybe late, like yeah, I'm trying to maybe fill some needs. But early on, I'm trying to just be open to guys that maybe fall, and am I missing something? But I use the projections, Rotolab, and then I'll have an auction calculators open just to compare, to make sure I'm not getting tunnel vision on one projection system as well. And then try to figure out how the room is valuing it as best you can. It's as quick as it goes, right? What is the room pushing up closers? The room pushing them down? Is it, weirdly enough, from TGFBI, middle infielders, you're talking about Neto, the other, it's just like Swanson fell in our draft big time.
Yeah,
and I thought he was going to fall at like 190. I was at 193, and I thought he was going to get to me, and he went 192. But so stuff like that, just try to pay attention to. Like, I didn't necessarily, I needed outfield more than MI, but I was happy to take him if he'd fallen, right? And not force the projection, just try to get more speed, a little more speed in the middle infield. But
what about you, B-Don? Do you use like some sort of software in draft? You mentioned the Razzball War Room, which I've used before as well.
Yeah, I use the War Room more in slow drafts and auctions. If it's a really fast snake draft, it can be kind of hard to keep up with a draft software while you're jumping back and forth between the page. Now, if you're on the end, if you're the turn, you can usually get away with it. But yes, I will use the War Room. I'll use that in conjunction with my rankings. So I'll draft off of my rankings, but I use the War Room to help track where I am in categories. I think even taking somebody in the first round, if you take Aaron Judge or Ellie De La Cruz in the first round, that could potentially make a big difference on what you're doing in the second round. If you have Ellie, you certainly don't need to come around the second round with, Jaron and Duran. It can start to, educate your draft process as you're going through, and you see that you've kind of hit your mark, or you're getting close to your mark on certain categories, or just where certain players are really going to give you that advantage in categories. And then you can kind of look down your draft board and see where you're getting, where you can get the most, from different pieces in as you're going down round by round. I'm sure I'm not explaining that quite as clearly as I thought I was going to, but there's a lot going on in Rudy's War Room that helps track as you go through.
Yeah, and very similarly, when I use Tanner Bell's Smart Fantasy Baseball software, I track my drafts and auctions. It's a lot easier to do in an auction, right? Because typically you get a little bit more downtime in between a guy being thrown out, or especially if it's a guy's thrown out, you're like, oh, I'm not going to be interested in that guy. I can kind of catch up and update my spreadsheet. But I think it's really, really valuable in an auction, right? And we'll be talking auctions here in I think a few hours, in about 2 hours. With Ariel Cohen and Marmo's dad, Matt Frank, because we're gonna have a whole panel on that. So I'm sure I'll talk more about that there. But for me, it's like it is a huge need in an auction to be able to see kind of where your guys that you either are winning or not winning, where the added value or the minus value is coming from. Really, really helps you the rest of the way. You can use it in a draft. It's just really hard to track. And so I highly recommend, if you're doing kind of, higher stakes or a more important league in a fast auction, or a fast draft, as opposed to like a slow draft, having a partner, like having someone who's going to be there to help you track, can make things a lot easier. And I know like Dave McDonald, is notorious for like in the Vegas drafts, like having someone there with him to help him through that and kind of track things for him. I think it's really, really smart. Like drafting with someone, even if they're not going to necessarily be helping you manage or making your picks, but just helping you out to kind of input that, because the software can really, really help, but it can also really set you back if you're not able to keep up with it. So make sure and one of the things I love to do is make sure I have a paper copy along with my digital, software, right? Just in case something goes wrong. I remember in my Vegas main event draft a few years ago, in round 3, I went to go enter a pick, and I knocked my soda can all over my laptop. And all of a sudden, like it's $1,700 draft, and all of a sudden in round 3, my laptop no longer works. And I was like, oh, I'm in a lot of trouble. So I was able to grab all my paper copies out of my backpack and at least draft from there until I was able to get my computer up and running again. So always have a backup plan in case you're stupid like me and knock your soda on your computer.
I love using in auctions, like you're saying, Justin. Not only does it give me the pick trackers, but it gives me the room inflation.
Yep.
So like, right, we're paying quickly without me having to do the math, and then it'll quickly, the little bar on there will say you're not spending enough money. Basically, the value is dwindling, and you're behind in money. You're going to be screwed soon. So I like it in auctions, and then that's a great tip about the drafts. Brian Slack's the one who told me. Anytime I've gone to Vegas, he's like, Brant, you got to print out the sheets and then buy tiers and just guys you like and color code them. And he had a whole system. So he tuned me into that, and it helped me a lot. The table. So that way I never looked at Rotolab like during a live draft. I'm just looking at the sheet. I'm like, all right, which guys are going up? And then I know which guys are color coded by certain things that I have. So it helped me. Luckily I never spilled it on the laptop. Sorry about your laptop, but yeah, but it just helped, and it simplified the process. I think there's so much going on. Sometimes looking in a projection system can be too much when you got 15 people or 300 people in a big ballroom shouting out different names. And you're like, okay, what am I trying to do here?
I've been playing fantasy baseball for 21, 22 years, something like that. Actually, I think longer than that now. And if there's anything I've learned in the years that I've been playing, if something is going to go wrong, it's going to go wrong to me. And so having as many backup plans as possible kind of built in to my system is beneficial, because I know I screw things up all the time and do stupid things like drop my soda on my laptop. So I highly recommend like making sure you're set up. This is why, like, if I'm doing like a draft on my computer, like I can't, I'm not gonna pick up my laptop and move around, but I've got 3 computers running at the same time. So that way, if something happens, I can go to the other one. I can move around. I can do things in order to kind of make up for anything that might go wrong in any given moment. Moving along, let's talk about KDS. Now, not everybody uses KDS, but I think it's becoming more and more popular, especially as NFBCs become more and more popular. Even home leagues are starting to pick up KDS. So do you have a top priority for KDS this year based on kind of where you want to draft, where you're looking to be in the first few rounds? Brant, what are your thoughts on KDS for this season?
I mean, I do love Bobby Witt, but I've never gotten the first pick. So if I'll leave it 1, but then I would like to be 5 through 8 in the middle, even though I haven't gotten it many times. But I like the one draft I started with the 5 pick. I went J Ram and then Freeman. Now, I don't know if I love the Freeman pick a couple months later now. But just like I like the 5 through 8 being able to pivot. Unfortunately, most of my drafts end up being like 12 through 14. So I'm in that Skeens range if I want to go pitcher there. So end up being more the late picks, even though I would prefer to be in the middle.
What about you, B-Don? Do you have a KDS preference this year?
Yeah, so 1 through 6, I like all those guys. They all pretty much go in some form of the same 8 AP as I have them. Then I jump to the turn. I go 15, 14, 13. I like being on the turn, and the guys that are falling to the turn, I like building off of them. And I actually have some of them ranked in that 7 to 10 range where, some guys that just the order works out better if I'm on the back end. So I'm not overreaching for guys I can get later. So I'll go 15 down to like 12 basically, and then just take that down in reverse order, I guess. So 15 down to 7. I just, again, there's 7 through 9. They tend to go in an order that I don't like. So it just doesn't make sense for me to want to be in that area if I can avoid it.
I think for me, there is, at least according to my projections, there's a clear like top 8. And I do think that like there's a clear 1 and 2, right? I think for me, it is actually probably clear 1, 2, 3. And that is Ohtani, Witt, and Jose Ramirez. And so, and I honestly, I don't know if there's a massive difference in overall value between the 3. And so for me, like, I'm often going, okay, I want the 3rd pick because I'll get that earlier 2nd rounder as opposed to being 1 or 2. But this way, I have not ended up with Bobby Witt because he's gone first in all the drafts that I've been drafting high, which has been a bummer. I really thought I'd get Bobby Witt at 2 in TGFBI. Ended up with Ohtani. It's a pretty damn good consolation prize. But if I'm not going to end up with one of those top 3 picks, like I think 8 is perfect because I know I'm going to get one of those top 8 that I have kind of scheduled out. It gets me closer, on the wraparound in that 2nd round. I don't mind drafting in the back end of the draft though this year because I think there are some really good options there in the back end of the 1st round and early 2nd. And every once in a while you get just kind of a weird faller out of that top 8 into that like 11, 12, 13 kind of area. And I'm more than happy to take advantage of that. For me, picking my KDS is often about where do I feel most comfortable during a draft. There's some people, Michael Govier, who's been in the comments quite a bit here over the last few hours, he'll probably tell you he likes, or at least in the past, has liked drafting 15, right? He's liked that 15, 16 turn, being on the end, getting those 2 picks, and then being able to wait. I'm one of those people, I do not like having to wait 30 picks. Having to draft from pick 2 right now in TGFBI has been brutal after we got past pick 2, because pick 2 is like, great, I get Shohei Ohtani, and now I've got to wait 30 picks or 29 picks or whatever it is until my next pick. And that can be just so brutal. I feel like you miss out on some runs. You're having to reach on guys in order to not miss out on future runs. And for me, it's very uncomfortable. And I think that's a very personal choice. Like for some people, it's really easy to do. They feel a lot more comfortable doing that. I like to be in the middle of a draft. And so I think moving forward, especially, I'm really going to aim to be in that kind of like 7, 8, 9 spot because I don't want to have to wait so many picks in between rounds for myself. It just makes me feel uncomfortable to potentially miss out on massive closer runs or massive like catcher runs. We had a catcher run in my TGFBI draft where like 6 of the catcher 2s went all within like 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 picks of each other. And I'm like, oh man, if I needed a catcher right here and I missed out on that, I would be feeling really, really shitty. So for me, I like being in that middle spot.
I would agree with that. That's why I want the middle, because you prevent those runs, right? I'm at 13 now in TGFBI on the other end from you at 2, and I just feel like I better start the run or I'm not going to get anything, right? So I just feel I have to be ultra aggressive and jump guys if I know I'm gonna if I want to get them. So it's just like I took Hader earlier than I wanted at the 3-4 turn, but it's such is life. Like I'll take him here, and like because by the time it gets back to me, any closer that I want is probably not worth taking.
And there's no worse feeling than thinking like you're starting a run and then no run begins. Like, oh, look, I'm going to take this closer here at the back end of the 3rd round because I know that the whole 4th round is going to be filled with closers, and it gets back around to the 5th. You're like, not a single closer went except for my guy. Like it's just, I know that's probably not actually the worst feeling. I'm sure getting sniped, as I've been sniped a bunch in TGFBI, is probably the worst feeling, but I just hate that. I hate feeling like I'm like, oh, I'm doing something smart. I'm going to start a run and freak people out, and nobody falls for it.
Agreed. You're like, what? Where's the value? Because I already got my catcher. I already got my closer. Like, oh, come on, everybody jump in. Like, come on.
Do you guys win? So let's say you get KDS, it runs. You end up with a pick you want, or maybe a pick you didn't want. How do you then plan out your draft? Do you mock draft a certain position? I'm not a big mock draft guy. But I know other people in the industry are. Where are you at on that, Beyond? How do you kind of prep for that position when you know you're going to be drafting in a certain position?
Yeah, I mean, I do a number of mock drafts. A lot of them over with the CBS guys, just to kind of see how different people are approaching the draft, see where ADP falls, see some of the guys that are going to get bumped up from ADP that if you want, you're going to have to take early. So it's good kind of having that understanding from mock drafts. I'm always a go get your guide type of drafter. I think if you follow me or look at my rankings, you'll understand that pretty clearly, just where I put people. Either I'm going to get certain guys or I'm not ever going to own them. And that might also be why I'm okay more on the turn. It's just I was probably going to take guys that were out of ADP range anyway, so I might as well be on the end taking 2 of the guys I like. But yeah, I mean, I think in most leagues, get your guys is like I don't know. I would say just something that you do when your lineup starting to kind of round out, and you're just trying to find the upside and the players, especially in shallow leagues. I mean, you can always find a boring vet or a guy that's going to give you average stats. So always be shooting for kind of the upside. But no, it doesn't really change whether I'm drafting, 2nd or 12th or 15th. I'm pretty much following best player available and then building off of whatever that kind of takes me in the direction of.
I see you nodding along there, Brand. Do you agree?
Yeah, I agree with him. This year, before I didn't use really mock drafts, but once I got 13 TGFBI, I'm like, okay, let me just do a couple mock drafts. Say Skeens falls to me. Say I get really lucky and get Carroll, or what does a Vlad build look like, or what does a Lindor build look like? And I just do it to look like what it looks down like round 5, round 6. Once again, it's not going to be accurate because guys are going to get their guys, like B Don's saying. So I'm not counting it to be accurate, but I just try to see, like, do I like the build or not? Where am I balanced? Do I not like the guys? Am I left in third base and I don't even want to shop there? Now I'm left taking a guy I don't want. It's just helpful to see if first base, then third base, or vice versa, or if outfield, then starting pitcher, then third base. Like, just it gives me options, and it lets me see where the weaknesses are in that build. Because when I'm just looking at the first 3 rounds, I'm like, yeah, it looks great. But then the mock draft, once I get to round, you can never predict around 12 or 14, but how's the rest of the team build? Am I light on pitching because I went too hitter heavy? Okay, don't do that, right? So put a pitcher in there somewhere, or go really risky and wait on pitching. Depends if you think you got. I do like a lot of the guys in the middle rounds, but it's just like so do other people. So I'm just like, yeah, okay, Hunter Brown, yeah, everybody likes him now, right? So it's like, is he going to be there to 100, or I'm going to have to jump him, and especially being on the one end? So This time I let it slide in TGFBI and he made it, but I was surprised because I was like, oh, everybody likes to talk about Hunter Brown. So,
well, you guys both kind of mentioned ADP right there. I think that's a good transition into the next topic. Like, how important is ADP to you? I think for me, and I talked about this earlier on Podapallooza, like ADP for me is a kind of an average of everybody drafting, and not everybody's going to win. The majority of the people who are that are focused into the ADP or equated into the ADP are a bunch of losing teams, right? So, like, is ADP really that important to you, and how do you use it to your advantage there, Brand?
I try not to get married to, like you said, especially on the ends. Like, it doesn't matter less. I just try to look like a min and max rather than the average ADP. I'm like, okay, what's this guy's min and max, and use that. But if I like the guy, I don't care what his ADP is, right? And so, like, as long as I'm not jumping him 6 rounds or something early in drafts, right? So just try to wait and see, but I don't want to wait. I know we can test it, like, oh, let's play the gotcha game, right? And I don't want to play the gotcha game because then inevitably it's like you get sniped a pick or two before it's coming back to you, right? And so, like, yeah, I deserve that because if I wanted him, then take him early. It's like I probably took Pavetta around too early in TGFPI, but I was like, I want him. And being, like you're saying, I'm got to wait 24 picks. I don't want to risk that. And Brandon Fott went after, so it's like, well, you know what? Right after says, like, maybe I would have taken Pavetta anyway, right? If I let Pavetta go. So he was looking pitching too. So I just try not to overthink it, right? Especially in the middle rounds and late rounds. You just get the guys you like if you think they're going to improve.
Yeah, playing ADP games is how you end up with Zach Neto as your starting shortstop and no other options on the wire or in your draft.
Who are we trying to get? Did you have a certain target or?
What I ended up doing was like saying, like, listen, I'll take Neto here. He should be back, he should be back kind of early. But previously I was like, in the 11th round, I was like, hey, I want my second closer. I don't want to be left out of, because I think after round 12, 13, like, the closing options start getting really, really ugly. And I don't want to have to, like, kind of take a gamble on the Arizona situation or a gamble on the Boston situation. And I was looking at kind of like what was on the board. I'm like, oh, look, I mean, Jeremy Pena is still on the board. Mason Wynn's still on the board. Dansby Swanson's still on the board. I was like, one of these guys will make it back to me in the 12th. And none of those guys made it back to me in the 12th. And then that's when I had to kind of go after Neto and just hope I can figure out a solution until he's back sometime in April. But you just shouldn't put yourself in that situation. And I know better, especially in this. It's one thing to make that kind of mistake in a fast draft and go, oh, you know what? I didn't have time to think. But when you got 4 hours between or on the clock, like, there's no reason you should be making that kind of mistake when you're me. So, but again, if something's going to go wrong, I'm going to be the person to do that. What about you, B-Don? How do you use ADP? Do you use ADP? Like, is it as important as people make it out to be?
No, I don't think it's as important as people make it out to be. I think what you said in regards to, you may not have done the right thing, but I think looking at ADP, looking at what's on the board, and having that at least gives you an understanding of, okay, here's the drop off that I'm trying to avoid. Do I have enough picks? Is there likely going to be a scenario that I'm getting one of these guys back, or do I need to grab them and I'll come back later and grab this other position? Because at some point in your draft, you can't have both. You have to choose whether you're getting, the shortstop or the closer. So you have to, take the ADP, you look at teams around you, see what they're lacking, and then try and make your decision based off it, whether it works or not. Again, I don't think it's that important. I'm very happy to bump my guys up. I guess where I get in trouble is sometimes trying to wait on some of the guys I really want, but I have ranked clearly above ADP. And then, as Brant was saying, all of a sudden they get picked before you. And now the guy that you had way above ADP that you expect to be your breakout player is now gone, and you're scrambling around your queue trying to find out, okay, what's plan B now that I don't have this guy that I was looking for.
Yeah, and I think once you get to like halfway through the draft, so whatever round that is in your particular draft, you know, I play a lot of NFBC, so that's like round 15. Like, just throw ADP completely out the window and go by your values. Like, you're going to be dropping most of those guys anyways. Like throughout the year, most teams drop, you know, a third, if not more, of the players that they draft throughout the year. So like after you get halfway through your draft, just throw that stuff out the window. Like, I only really use ADP as a tiebreaker. If I go, you know, player A and player B, I have them similarly ranked, or my projections say they have this similar value. I'll take a look at ADP and go, okay, is there a chance that one of these guys might be back around to me next round? That's really where I'm using ADP. Other than that, I'm kind of throwing it out the window, even at the start of my draft. I'm taking the best player on the board or the best construction fit to my roster every time, and I'm worrying about ADP only in rare circumstances. Like I said, when there's a tiebreaker type thing.
I know, like you're saying with the second closer, I did in TGFBI, I did the same thing. I made a mistake, like ADP, like I'll squeeze one more round out of Jeff Hoffman and get my second closer because I was shifting something else. And like, nope. And so yeah, I'm now shopping in the Jordan Romano sweepstakes down.
Especially because like ADP moves pretty drastically in this last month of draft season, right? Like, you know, ADP is kind of stable early on because there's not as many drafts, but then all of a sudden everybody's drafting in March, and that ADP shifts quite a bit. So I don't be a slave to ADP. Let's talk about kind of our early round strategy. Do you guys plan out your first 5 rounds or your first few rounds of a draft? Do you have like an idea of what you're doing, or is it just straight taking the best value on the board there, Beat on?
I mean, I think my general strategy is I don't take pitchers early, so you won't see me taking a pitcher in the first 2-3 rounds unless it's a points or maybe a categories league where, you know, there's a little bit more specific builds that you kind of go after, or the, you know, Roto is the same across the board, whereas points, everyone is different. So you always have to look at that. But no, I generally just go in with a best player available, especially in a stake. Now in an auction, I may have a strategy because I want to come away with, you know, 2 of these 4 guys from the top 20, and that, you know, what 2 of those guys I get may inform how my build looks in regards to how the money gets distributed. You know, if I go speed expensive off the top, I may have to budget a little bit more in late for, you know, finding some late power and having to know that I might have to pay up for that. Whereas, you know, in a snake, it's kind of what falls to you. And then, you know, where you start filling category gaps rather than, you know, just accumulating points in a different league.
What about you, Brant?
Yeah, I try to plan out some rounds so instead of just go by feel. Like I was saying before, when I do the mock drafts, like what does a Skeens build look like? What does a Lindor build look like? What does a Vlad build? And it's not perfect, but I try not to. I mean, past round 5 or 6, it's a crapshoot. Like I don't worry about that, right? So just first 3 or 4 picks. So who do I want? What kind of positions do I want for foundation? And then how does that set up the rest of the roster? So I just kind of play around with it like that. So if I had like Beat on, I'm not afraid to go. I've gone Skeens in the first round. So, and then I'll leave pitching alone for a while. But I'd prefer to get 2 hitters. And interestingly enough, when I went Lindor, I went Jordan and like, okay, I'm not worried about his knees as much, but I'll take the batting average. Like you're saying, Justin, like, so I was just saying he wasn't on the plan. Like Churio would have been sexier there, right? And get the power and speed again. But I'm like, I want the batting average and power because I think I can find the speed later. So in the moment, even though I would have probably built it with Churio, even though I go through these scenarios, in the moment, I'm like, no, I want that higher batting average and power that I think I can lock in later that I don't think I can find around 12 or 14 to where I think I can find a speedy middle infielder or outfielder to take 30 bases, whether it's Robles or someone like that.
Yeah, so I kind of similar to you, Brent. Like what I do is I make decision trees, right? And I kind of map out who are going to be my options there in the first round, and then what would my preferred build to look like after that, right? So if it's, let's say, like I'm picking, pick 10 or something like that, hey, Lindor is one decision tree I'm going to make off of, maybe a Paul Skeens is another decision tree I'm going to make off of, Vlad Guerrero Jr. is another. And then I kind of give myself options moving forward. But I'm also understanding that, like, hey, shit just may go haywire. Like I've been in too many drafts in which I had an idea of exactly what I wanted to do, and somebody fell to me, or the guy I thought was going to be there wasn't there, and I had to kind of go from there and just kind of build it. So I try to have my best intentions of a plan, but that often doesn't work out in drafts. Usually someone is there that you're not expecting to be there, or the guy you were expecting to be there isn't there, and you just have to be able to be flexible kind of in those early rounds. And then I agree, like after round 5, it rarely goes to plan. You're going to have to kind of deal on the fly anyways. Let's talk about the middle round strategy. Is that when you are kind of trying to fix past mistakes that you may have made early on, or kind of building on strengths there, Brant?
I think it's a mix of both depending on the team. Like this last draft, the TGFBI, I was like, I didn't plan to go so many starting pitchers in the middle rounds, but here we are. And I'm just going to lean into it because I want to try to take strikeouts and wins, right? I just want to try to dominate that category, and then I'll backfill holes between 250 and 200 and 300. Just that the early to middle rounds, I was like, well, this is not the way I planned it, but let's just roll with it because this is what the room's letting fall. And then I'll figure out from there. But I think it just depends on that. I'll try to look at category targets if I'm too far behind with a hole, but I just want to make sure I try to, like you said, in general, try not to get too tied to the sheet, but I'm still looking at, but I was thinking generic, like power, speed, strikeouts. Because I know in the past, my weakness has been to like take these lower strikeout guys and I end up getting burned. And I'm not paying attention to it. I'm like, oh, I thought I was generating strikeouts. Now I'm 7th in the league. And you end up in the middle and like what you thought was a strength is not a strength. So that's the dangerous. So I try to look to it, but I'm not afraid to lean into the strength if that's the case.
What about you, Beaton?
Yeah, I mean, usually in the middle rounds, I'm drafting pitchers because I've just loaded up on bats to begin with. But I mean, you're addressing gaps to some extent if there's something you've neglected. If you went a particular build really heavy, certainly addressing those. But I think more for me in the middle is identifying what those gaps are and kind of what rounds I want to address them in. Again, you can't look too far down the road, but you look down maybe 2-3 rounds and say, okay, this round, I know the power bats at middle infield are starting to dry up. I need to grab one while they're still here. I'll address speed in 2 rounds. And then in the middle of that, I need to grab some kind of pitcher. And so I'll kind of put a general strategy together on how I want to address certain categories and which rounds I'm willing to kind of push things off to. But as Brent was saying, a lot of it just kind of depends on what the draft room is doing. Because if it's not going to let you go in a certain direction and around, then you just have to kind of, pull up friends and pivot and move in a different manner.
Yeah, I mean, usually what I'm doing in the middle rounds is I'm trying to build on the strengths that I've already got and just fill any of those gaps that may be there. I know like that Vegas draft that I mentioned where I spilled, soda on my on my computer. I exited the first 10 rounds of that draft feeling like I totally effed up my entire team. I remember like taking like Cedric Mullins in the 5th round because he fell to me and I didn't expect him to be there, and being like, oh, this is too good a value and he's my guy, and then really regretting it because I didn't get enough starting pitching early on in the draft. And thankfully in those Vegas drafts, like they give you 2 breaks after round 10 and after round 20. And I was able to kind of sit down and go, okay, what do I need to do to fix this? And really look at my projections, look at kind of where I needed help. And I did well enough to almost win the league, and I finished 2nd in that main event, in spite of the fact of having just a terrible first 10 rounds of that draft. So I think the middle rounds is really a place where you can fix mistakes or add on to the good work you've already done early on. Let's talk about the kind of late strategy. I think some people are looking for guys with jobs. some people are looking for massive upside. Sometimes people are looking to just, take dart throws at different categories. Beat on, what are you doing late in the draft typically?
It depends on the roster I've built. If I have a very risky roster, I might try and pad it with a little bit more safety and plate appearances and just in counting stats. But most of the time, I'm just going to be shooting for upside. Even in deeper leagues, there are guys who are going to give you stats that you can find on the wire. So I think just going for upside mostly, while trying to make sure that you're not ignoring just obvious draft value. Sometimes there's guys who nobody likes and they'll just completely fall. And then at some point, even if they're not exciting, they just become worth so much at that point that you just have to kind of grab them and appreciate the value in it. So it's a little bit of mixed bag in regards to that. And then, I'm not opposed to taking a prospect or two, or maybe a guy who's going to start on the IL. I don't want to load up on those guys, but one or two just to kind of give me an easy cut or an easy guy that I can move to the IL and have, my first available spots for waivers. I kind of like that philosophy, because you come out of camp and either your prospects have jobs or not, or the guy's on the IL and you're just waiting for him to get moved there by the team. So, and those guys also usually have a general amount of upside because they're prospects who we don't know what their upside is, or they're on the IL and their draft stock is falling because they're starting on the IL. So you can get them at less than what you should be and just kind of backfill those stats to start the season.
What about you, Brant? How are you approaching the late rounds of a draft?
I would agree. Beat on depends on the build. If I've gone riskier and thrown like a Caminero in there or something, then I want to take some vets right on the back end. Sure, I'll take a Ryan McMahon or someone boring, but I know he's going to get at bats. Say if all goes to hell, right, with my rookies that I've taken a chance on, then I don't want to just the floor to fall out. So I've got a backup plan. But if the tendency recently is to be more risk averse early on and then take the dart throws, like Beat on saying, take the dart throws later. And hey, if I hit on the guy, great. If not, I can drop him. So I'm not married to him because we're talking rounds in the 20s, right? So like, okay, I'm going to drop most of these guys probably anyway, or at least half these guys. But if you hit on I don't know, Jordan Westberg, even from last year, like you hit on a guy in that and play middle infield, right, and slide in for you, then you're winning. Or also too, I like to throw in a setup guy, maybe late, right? And so like, the shaky closer, Robert Suarez in trouble. Yeah, throw a Jason Adam in there, like in the mid 20s. If he doesn't hit, you cut him in a couple weeks and move on, right? But if Suarez somehow gets traded, then you hit jackpot.
Yeah, I think you guys absolutely nailed the strategy there. For me, it definitely depends on roster construction, right? If I played a little bit more risky or I have an injury-prone guy up top, I want to make sure, like if I drafted a lot of Royce Lewis this year, so I'm making sure in those last few rounds, I'm going to get like a Ryan McMahon that I know is going to play every day, kind of guy. Or if, a lot of times I do what Brant was just saying, like I may draft 2 or 3 guys who I think could be in the mix for saves, and just seeing, hey, I'll know within the first week, more than likely, if this guy's actually going to factor into the role. It's how I ended up with Trevor McGill in so many leagues early last year, because I was like, you know what, I'm just going to take a gamble on Trevor McGill and see what happens. I know I can drop him. And all of a sudden you kind of luck into 20 saves, out the gate. But ultimately what I'm usually looking to do is find either some upside late, or I'm finding guys who can help me right away, right? I'm looking at the early season schedule for starting pitchers who might have really good matchups in really good parts early on, especially because we know that as the summer heats up, it becomes harder and harder to stream starting pitchers effectively. You can do that much easier early on. So like, hey, if I'm seeing like Michael Wacha's got a really good home start versus, the White Sox, in the first week of the season, I'm going to make sure I move him up around kind of towards the end of my draft or something, or someone like that. Right. So I'm really looking for those type of things, that either that upside or those guys who can help me out early or fill in those potential pitfalls that I may have already drafted throughout the draft. That brings us right to the end. Thank you guys so much for joining me on this hour. This was a lot of fun getting to talk some draft strategies with you. Beat On, why do you remind everybody to reach on social media and plug any work you got going on?
Yeah, at RazBeatOn on pretty much any platform, Razball.com, YouTube.com/RazballFantasy, wherever you get your podcasts, come find me.
And Brant, why don't you go ahead and remind everybody else?
Can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you now. There you go.
Somehow lost the sound and y'all's.
Okay. So you can find Brant on Twitter, I believe, at Brant or at Brant BHQ. You can find his work over on Baseball HQ. He is a fantastic guy. Unfortunately, it looks like he lost a little bit of sound right there, but make sure you go follow him and his work, as well as Beat On and his work. Only have to boot out Beat On unceremoniously at this point. So thank you so much for joining me. We're going to move on to the next handle. Before we do, want to remind everybody where you can be donating. You can go to donorbox.org/TGFBI hyphen 2025 to donate money for Fantasy Cares, which is a fantastic organization that raises money for people or for Toys for Tots presents that are given out every year. I got to be a part of that last year. It was a ton of fun. It's a fantastic organization. They raise a ton of money every year. And we so far are up to about $5,800 between Podapallooza, TGFBI participants, and TGFBI satellite participants, all donating to this big pot that we're going to be giving to Fantasy Cares at the end of the season. So keep those donations coming in. Every dollar you donate will get you in to win raffle prizes like jerseys and TGFBI entries and subscriptions to amazing sites and Patreons around the fantasy baseball industry, as well as a bunch of other stuff. So keep those donations coming in. We're going to bring in our next crew. And thankfully, you won't have to listen to me talk for the next hour because I got Pierre, who is coming in, and he is going to take over the hosting duties. How you doing, my friend?
Doing well. Hey, it's time to give you a well-deserved break, and I guess we need to give that chair a break from what it sounds like.
Yeah. I honestly think this chair may fall apart before the end of the weekend, which would not be a good thing for me, especially if it happens live on the air. But you know what? We got to give the people what they want, and we know that pain is comedy.
Great, but hey, we still got plenty of work left to do. So I guess take a power nap or have a power lunch or do something powerful while you're waiting, because we have 3 more segments after this one. So don't worry, we'll be in good hands for the next hour.
I appreciate it. We also have Eric Halterman. How you doing, my friend? You're muted.
I am doing very poorly. I'm doing so badly that I don't even know how to unmute my mic, apparently. I'm looking forward to the next hour here, though. Excited to be on with Pierre. Pierre, I don't actually know how to pronounce your last name. Could I make a joke here about how I would have preferred to be on with Sartre or Baudrillard or Heidegger or Nietzsche, or did I get it wrong?
You're on the button there, so go for it. Trust me, heard it, so go for it.
Well, joke's already made. I'm out of Camus jokes. I'm not sure there's a very long repertoire of existentialist humor, but there you go.
Joining us as well as Anthony.
Hey guys,
how you doing,
how's everybody
Anthony?
doing? I'm doing
Good.
great. Justin, how are you?
I'm doing well. And then last but not least, we have Matt Morris, who's joining us as well. Welcome to the show. I'm going to turn things over to Pierre and let him take the reins here for the next hour, and I'll be listening along as you guys give us some great knowledge.
There you go. Thank you, Justin. And I know he's still hanging around, even though we can't see him. Thank you for having me back again. And now it's time to talk post-hype players. So let's reintroduce the panel real quick. Eric Halterman, a baseball expert and apparently a philosopher. I can always appreciate that. So features editor at RotoWire, and am I right, can still be heard on MLB Network Radio and Sirius XM. Where else can we find you?
Yeah, I host a couple episodes of the RotoWire Fantasy Baseball podcast. I just hosted one with Ryan Boyer today. I host the Saturday episode, also the Thursday episode. You can hear me on MLB Network Radio in a couple hours, which is Sirius XM, and also on RotoWire's Fantasy Sports Radio show. I host the Friday and Saturdays for that as well. You can find my written work at RotoWire too. So a lot of different places. No more existentialism jokes in any of those, though.
All right, we'll
Strictly
save those
business.
for the end after we get through the players. What about Matt Morris here, also co-host and writer for Dynasty, Dinger, Statline Scout can be found. I just discovered on Spotify. You replaced my audiobooks with your podcast. I know you had recently a couple of guests. I used to some colleagues at Rotoballer, John Anderson, Eric Cross, a lot of great guests, a lot of knowledge to be dropped there. So Matt Morris, welcome. And where else can we find you?
Yeah, thank you. So primary work at Scout the Stat Line. Doc Eisenhower and I do Dynasty Dingers podcast. We're mainly Dynasty, right? So when we're talking about TGFBI, we're not trickle down, we're kind of trickle up. So I'm excited to talk about some of these names today because we have followed them for far too long, it feels like.
That's right. We're going to talk a lot of prospect talk here, but these are names that most people will know. You don't have to be too much in the weeds of the prospecting to know these players. And then last but not least, of course, Anthony Cates, writer for Sports Ethos. We just wrapped up a mock draft not too long ago, this past week. Anthony, how are you doing? Welcome to the show. Where else can we find you?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me, guys. Like you said, this over at Sports Ethos, kind of active on Blue Sky and Twitter, and then the Fantasy MLB Today podcast, which is 3 days a week during the off season and every day of the week during the regular season. I'm just kind of excited to be here, talk about these post-hype guys, kind of get into it. It's kind of a walk down memory lane for some of these guys, I think.
Absolutely. All right. Well, let's get to it. There's a lot of players to cover, which reminds us now during draft season exactly how much hype there was. Just a year ago, maybe 2 years ago, for some of these players, way too long. Is it still warranted? And so let's start with a name that everybody knows. And I saw this post, which, by the way, I appreciate that you mentioned Blue Sky. I'm trying to fully transition on there myself. But somebody on social media responded and said, isn't Jordan Walker basically the poster child for this? I think he might be this year. So let's start with him because as far as, last year, I'll say I'm guilty. Gave him a pass for 2023. He said, no, we saw signs. There are flashes. He's got the opportunity. It's the Cardinals' fault. We didn't see too many signs last year, although you could say September was sort of encouraging. But Eric, let's start with you. Are you encouraged from Jordan Walker in any way?
I can't say I'm all that encouraged, but I do have to start by saying any of these guys who are under 25 and who are going after pick 250, if you love any of these guys, I'm not going to argue against you very strongly. I mean, this is the range of the draft where even if you're incredibly discouraged, a 15, 20% chance that he comes good is probably worth it. And I don't know if there's much more than that with Jordan Walker. I would have wanted to see something. I would have wanted to see better numbers after he went down to the minors. That didn't happen. I would have wanted to see more positive momentum this spring. He's got a 348 OPS and is dealing with some knee stuff. It seems to be pretty minor, but if you were looking for any signs of encouragement, we've got pretty much nothing. There's even other potential signs, like say with some of the veterans leaving the Cardinals, is Walker going to get to move into the infield where he would probably be happier at say first or third base? Haven't really seen that being talked about either. So there's a whole bunch of things that could be going right for him right now that aren't. So there isn't really any one thing I'd point to that says, actually, no, this is the year. I'd be curious if you other guys, though, have anything that you say, actually, there's one or two things still here because I'm missing it if it exists.
Yeah, so Matt, to follow up on that, Walker in or out, but also with guys like this, like any of the players we're about to discuss, are you looking for reasons to be out on them, or are you looking like you need a sign to be in on them, or does it really is just like a case by case basis?
I'm looking for a sign of change, right? And I think when we heard early to mid February that Walker was trying to go back to his swing from 2023, that was the first step where I was like, okay, what happened in 2024 may have just been mechanical. It may have been the Cardinals trying to get him to change his launch angle. It may have been him just changing who he's been. So I was like, okay, let's see where that goes. But with that comes concern as well. If you're going to rework your mechanics, how long do I give you before I expect that you're the player that you used to be? So I'm very excited for Walker in 2025, but I'm looking at more of a second half production than I am in April, May production, because those swing changes are not going to come super easy. And I think, as you had said, Eric, like a direct correlation is his numbers in spring training so far. It's spring. It doesn't fully matter. But when you're working on mechanical changes, we need to see at least that there is some glimmer of hope. So I love him, but I am concerned that my hope for the prospect shine coming to fruition may be blinding me a little bit in redraft.
Yeah, I think hope is a dangerous part of the equation here, right? Like we want to see it through rose-colored glasses, but that's not always a smart thing. So, Anthony, where do you fall on Walker?
I'd say I'm in between Eric and Matt here, right? I think we do got to remember he doesn't even turn 23 until May, right? He's still a very young guy. I know the expectations are sky high, right? The 2023 season really said a lot when St. Louis let him play. I do think there's something to them kind of, dropping him down AAA, calling him back up, moving him back down. But I think maybe there's a psychological aspect to it, right? Is that he can't get settled in knowing that if he goes in an 0 for 15 streak, he's going to get sent back down again. And I kind of like it. I was talking to somebody about it this offseason that maybe they should treat him like Milwaukee treated Jackson Chourio last year. Let him struggle. Right? Let's be real. The Cardinals aren't winning the World Series this year. They're probably not winning the division. Let your young guys struggle in the big leagues. Give him 2.5 months. If he's hitting 150, all right, let's change things, right? Let's go back to the minor leagues and work on it. But I'd love for him to break out. He's power, speed. I do think what you guys said, maybe take him out of the outfield, put him back in the infield where he's much more comfortable defensively. He's never looked that comfortable in right field. I don't think he breaks out, but I think if the Cardinals just let him struggle and learn in the big leagues all year, maybe he'll figure it out by the second half, and we've got a great waiver wire pickup come June or July.
Yeah, and I'm glad you mentioned that. Age does have something to do with it, but also as far as just letting him struggle, let him figure it out at the major league level and then see. I mean, how can we say either way what he is or isn't? We don't know. And when you jerk a guy back up and down, back and forth between levels, I don't see how that's necessarily good for their development. And like you said, if it's a team in contention, that's one thing. But I mean, come on, are we really keeping him out of the lineup because we have to put Michael Ciani in there? It's like, come on, let's figure it out and let's see what he can do, because this could be one of those players that leads you to a future of contention or something. But I think there's a lot of indecisiveness overall with the Cardinals. Now, speaking of a guy, I feel like, some people might say it's not post-hype. There is still hype for Jackson Holliday, but not really. If you look at the ADP, he's being drafted NFBC outside the top 200 still. And some people were taking him earlier than that last year when he hadn't even debuted. This is a guy who just turned 21, but still, the way we are these days, it's like, yeah, we've seen enough of him, right? We already know he is what he is. It's like, I'm willing to take the chance. At least I'll say that. I just took him in my TG FBI league. But let's start with you, Anthony, this time. As far as Jackson Holliday goes, we didn't see really much encouraging, except for maybe a decent, not horrible August. Where do you fall as far as drafting Holliday?
Really, I am worried about drafting him. I think he does need more time in the minor leagues. He looked, like you said, outside of that August, which even then, it was still a 5-to-1 strikeout to walk ratio, right? It's just that he flashed a little bit of a power. He had the best batting average of the season at 219. I think he just needs more time facing upper level pitching. Right, more time in AAA. He had what? At AAA, he's had less than 350 at bats. Let's give him a full season. I get that. We want the next hot prospect to break out and perhaps to blow the doors off their debut. And the Orioles are chock full of these guys, right? Kobe Mayo, Samuel Basayo, some of their pitching, but I'm not seeing it yet. I think he's a year away. I think if we said, hey, let's come back in 2026 and retalk Jackson Holliday, then we're going to be talking about a special guy. I'm just not seeing it this year. He looked so overwhelmed last year. And even this spring, he's looked better, right? The strikeout rate's down. He's still not walking a bunch, hit a home run. I don't know. I'm staying away. I haven't drafted him anywhere, and I probably need to get him pretty late to get him in any of my teams this year.
Yeah, and for transparency, he's not my starting second baseman in TGFBI. I grabbed him because he fell quite a bit in terms of ADP. I feel it's worth a shot there. Matt, let me ask you this: as far as Anthony's point, saying maybe he just needs more time, and obviously very young at his debut, but it seemed like he was handling the minors pretty well, and feel like, well, what else do you have to prove? Do you prefer to see a guy like this just wait and be patient, and just keep him down there until they really, really need him? Or do you think, hey, he can hit AAA, let's move him up. He can handle AA easily, let's give him a shot. And what do you think overall have you seen as far as trends for big hyped prospects like this?
I think Anthony brought up a really good point, which is what Milwaukee did with Churio last year. And Milwaukee was in a position coming into 2024 where they had traded Burns, right? The consensus was maybe we're a 500 team. Maybe we can push a wild card. So we're going to have time and playing ability for Jackson Churio to develop here. He's clearly proven, at least at AA, that he's ready. Well, you look at the Orioles, that is not the case, right? Like when they came into 2024, the expectation was maybe a division title, maybe a deep playoff run. So Mayo, Holiday, even Westberg in years past have been held back because they haven't been given that opportunity to take that next developmental step, which is the major leagues. Then you look at the crossover between what they're actually facing at AAA. It's a wide gap between the pitchers pitching there and even some of the worst guys pitching in the major leagues. And the velocity is up, the control is up. Like these kids just have not seen this ability yet. And if you're not giving them time and having that exposure at the major league level, where do they fall? And I think that's why post hype is so interesting, because it's really a deeper conversation of have they had a chance to make those adjustments yet? And Anthony, I'm kind of right there with you. Like I like Holiday, especially in TGFBI, because there's so many roster spaces to fill, but I still think 2026 is probably a better shot for a real breakout because he still needs those adjustments. And even though his biceps are bigger and his body's developing, like I need to see more on the field that you can handle 97 up in the zone.
Mm-hmm. Point. Okay, Eric, thoughts on Holiday? Also, let me just kind of throw out there, that Orioles farm system, guys like Kierstad, Mayo, guys who could have a chance to contribute this year. Are you in on any of them?
Yeah, I think I am. Well, I should say that I haven't drafted Holiday anywhere, so maybe I don't believe what I'm about to say, but I think Holiday makes a lot of sense as a chance to take this year. If you remember last year, it was him and Wyatt Langford and Jackson Churio were the three super prospects, and guess what? Those guys weren't very good in their first 60 games either. Jackson Holiday maybe even worse, but he only had those 60 games. He didn't get the chance to work his way through it in the majors like those guys did. I would conclude absolutely nothing about his long-term ceiling from the fact that he really struggled there. And unlike Jordan Walker, he didn't carry his struggles back to the minors. I think the main thing that stands out about Holiday's statistical profile is elite strikeout to walk numbers in the minors. So the fact that he was truly terrible in the majors, 33% strikeout rate against a 7% walk rate, that was out of nowhere. I don't think that that's the guy he is. Now, if he does that over the course of a full season, then we say, wait a second, his best skill in the minors was only a minor league mirage. He doesn't even have that. Then we're really rethinking it. But the fact that he maintained a 22% walk rate in the minors last year tells me that that skill set is not gone. I'm worried about the crowd in Baltimore, but the Gunnar Henderson injury, this is maybe one positive outcome here. It's going to be even easier for Jackson Holiday to at least be in the starting lineup on opening day. And if he's in the lineup on opening day and he has a good first week, he's probably there for the first month. If he has a good first month, he's probably there to stay. So I like Jackson Holiday in theory. I like him especially because at second base, I don't know if you'd call it a deep position because the options aren't that good, but it's deep in terms of adequate options. So if you want to wait on second base and pair a Jackson Holiday with a boring but competent guy like, a Gleyber Torres or Jonathan India, somebody like that, I think that's pretty easy to do. And you got a nice combo of somebody who's definitely going to be in the lineup and somebody who offers potential star upside, even if the floor is still pretty low.
Great points, and that's exactly why I'm still willing to give him a shot. First of all, the ADP is not inflated at all. I think it's fair, but also second base, not super stacked. And so if you choose to wait, which I find myself waiting more often than not to get a starter at that position, let's get some upside and throw it in there with him at the middle infield spot, whatever. But also, he's got a spot in that lineup. He's going to be starting. He's going to play pretty much every day. It's a pretty good lineup too. And the plate discipline obviously wasn't there in the major league level, but historically has been there. And, I'll give a guy like that maybe a little bit more a longer leash as opposed to a slugger, a guy like Walker, who maybe a little bit longer swing, a little riskier there. So we'll see. It'll be interesting to see what happens here now that some of the hype has fallen off. Now you mentioned White Langford is getting all the hype, but people are kind of forgetting about Evan Carter, who was kind of getting some buzz last year during draft season. Do we give him a pass because he missed so much time for injury, despite the fact he looked pretty awful before that? Matt, let's start with you this time. Was he being maybe a little too overhyped because of that small sample size at the end of the previous year, or is there something more to look forward to here?
Yeah, it's incredible what helping your team win a World Series can do, right? In the playoffs, what he did, it completely created a mirage over his strikeout rate from the regular season and even back to the minor leagues. And then you have the back injury, right? And I think that really allowed his stock to cool off. We saw it in redraft dynasty leagues last year, even midseason, end of season. Like I think is now where he's supposed to be. Especially for 5 outfielder leagues. Like I'm looking at him as, if you take him as a 4th, you've probably waited a little bit too long. If you have him as a 5th, I'm okay with that because there is still opportunity again for these names we're talking about to grow in a linear way because of their age. But Carter had a really bad strikeout rate. He has concerns with his splits against lefties and then the back. So those 3 things for me would leave him as my 5th outfielder, say if I was drafting him for TGFBI. And from Dynasty, we've seen the issue with Yelich in the back. I don't want to say every injury is the same, but when it comes to the back and the rotation and the torque that it has to provide with pressure, I am very concerned for a young 20-year-old coming off almost a full season lost of back injury.
Yeah, a lot of reasons, a lot of red flags here. Little red flags waving. That's never a good profile. Eric, what do you think about Evan Carter? Giving him a shot anywhere?
I have not yet. I mean, theoretically, again, the price is cheap. The youth is there. Don't hate it if you want to, but I think there are better options even on this list. The fact that it was a back injury, which killed his season last year, right? And he's still dealing with back issues this year. I don't want to say, but he's only, 21, 22, so it's probably not going to be that bad. I don't think we can say that. If it's something that didn't go away over the course of the offseason and is already a problem, I think there are better upside bets, and I don't know how high the upside even is here. I mean, what is it that Carter's supposed to do super well? I guess he's a well-rounded guy who does some of everything. I just don't know if the best case scenario is good enough that it's worth dealing with. What if you have him and he's good for a few weeks, and then you get, a day-to-day in mid-April, and then you get a short IL stint in early May. I mean, that's pretty easy to foresee things going something like that. I think he's going to be obnoxious to manage this year, and I just don't know if the upside is going to be worth it.
All right, Anthony, what do you think?
So I think something I had heard earlier this offseason was when people were trying to talk to Carter about his back issue, and he kept saying he wanted to keep it private, that it shouldn't be public knowledge what's going on. And we know no one really knew what happened last year. The Rangers called it a stress reaction, and Carter didn't really want to say what it was. And I remember if it was an interview or if he was talking to somebody, talk about how this is something that could affect him the rest of his career, which is not something you want to hear about with a 23-year-old outfielder who really does have tremendous upside, right? This is a true 5-tool talent guy, speed over power, but like a 15 homer, 40 stolen base season with solid batting average would not be out of the question with him. But like Eric and Matt have said, it's the back injury. It's just absolutely terrifying where if you're drafting him for anything more than a 4th or 5th outfield spot, like you're throwing a lot of caution to the wind and you're risking quite a bit if he's like your outfielder 3. And I really like him. I like the Rangers offense. I think it's going to bounce back this season. That kind of coming off a really terrible season last year with injuries and underperformance and everything like that. But Carter scares me. Back injuries at young ages that we don't know what they are. They don't want to talk about it, and it could affect them. And if the 6-game week he's only playing 3 games to be safe, I don't like that. I don't want to have to micromanage my outfielder every Friday, saying TGFBI. I have to balance out, will he play 2 out of 3 games this weekend or not? So I think I'm out on him this year. If he can be healthy this year, we get 550, 600 plate appearances. I'm right back in 2026.
Yeah, I mean, all fair points. You know, if there's one red flag because of a health issue or maybe, you know, something that has gone on. But when you have multiple red flags waving at the same time, I mean, you heard it before last year, you know, it's a lot of people saying he can't hit lefties. He just doesn't have that true power, you know, and then the back now is the big red flag, but you still have those other lingering concerns from before that he hasn't addressed, you know, in terms of production. So, yeah, I liked him a lot last year too. I didn't wind up drafting him because I think the draft price got too high. You know, he did get a little too much hype. But yeah, I'm gonna pass. You know, Christian Yelich is an easy pass because of his age, and you can see his power has been declining. Evan Carter, it's like you got to wonder, does he even have that in him? Like, does he have a Christian Yelich type season? And a lot of people would say no, that's too far. So, okay, but we've been dying to get to pitchers because what's more fun than a post-side pitcher that hasn't produced? And believe it or not, we're going to start with a Marlin. I feel like we have to because all of a sudden, I thought I was the only one who was paying attention to Ryan Weathers, being a long-suffering Marlins fan. Me and Chris Towers, we talked about this a few weeks ago on our early ADP review. Yeah, it's a ride. But I see all of a sudden people are paying attention to Ryan Weathers in the spring. Nick Pollock's reacting to him. And, you know, he's not been ever the most exciting, I guess, prospect. He did get some hype back when he was 20 and debuted, but people are all of a sudden interested in him. Why do you think that is, Eric? And do you have any interest in Ryan Weathers?
Yeah, I definitely have some interest in Ryan Weathers. I think he's got a lot of the characteristics of a good sleeper altogether. One of them being that his career numbers are pretty bad. That's what you need to still be available in the sleeper range, a 5.08 ERA, a 140 whip. But the reason they're bad, I think, is because he was up too soon. You mentioned he got called up at age 21. It was a surprise when he was called up on part of the opening day roster, I believe, with the Padres back in 2021. And it did not go well. It didn't go well the next few years either. Finally started showing some good signs last year, but in another good sleeper characteristic, he got hurt, so he's not going to show up on all the leaderboards. So you'll be able to get him later than you would have otherwise. And he got hurt in a way that doesn't really worry us for this year. I don't think it was just a strained finger. I suppose we could see that recur, but it's not an elbow or a shoulder. So all these things that we don't care about that much are keeping his price down. And then when you look at what he actually did last year in 16 starts, 3.63 ERA, 118 whip. Strikeouts aren't high, just 22%, but that's basically league average. And when you combine a league average strikeout rate with a lack of walks, 6.5%, and a good ground ball rate, 47% there, that's a pretty interesting pitcher. And then even more, he picked up his strikeout rate as the season went on. His last 7 starts, he was up to 27% there. So many different signs all pointing the right way for Ryan Weathers, yet none of it adds up to any sort of big, exciting picture, especially because he's on the Marlins, a team nobody's really thinking about. So tons of different reasons to like Ryan Weathers as a sleeper, but none of them add up to anything that's going to make him ever get too expensive, I don't think. So I think you'll still be able to get Ryan Weathers pretty late in your draft, even a few weeks from now.
Agree. Definitely not a guy I think will move up too far. Given the fact that probably not due for too many wins, being the Marlins, and the strikeout rate, I mean, we can't expect it to spike too much. Anthony, is that enough for you, even at that low cost? Maybe he's a late or even last round pick. Is that enough upside for you in redraft?
It definitely is. I will say I am very big on Weathers. I've been following along with him this during spring training. His fastball's up almost 2 miles per hour compared to where he was averaging at last year, which is great. He's cranking it up to 98 miles an hour, which is something you love to see. Also, he has been much better in a Marlins uniform than a Padres uniform. I don't know what that says, but if you kind of compare his time in Miami versus time in San Diego, there's a big difference. Control's been far better since he's been in Miami. The strikeout rate's up. I think he can maybe sneak into the strikeout per inning club this year. Just because he's got like his secondaries are really, really good. His changeup and his sweeper last year generated swing and miss over 50% of the time against lefties and over 36% of the time against righties. So I think the main thing with him is like how well is the fastball moving? If he's got the control down on his fastball, especially if it's up to 98 miles per hour and he's locating that really well, I think he's going to be like, this is the kind of guy that you grab late that ends up like a top 40 pitcher, but you can get him, after pick 250, which is absolutely wonderful. Yeah, he may only win 9 or 10 games. And, if he gets he's probably looking at maybe 140 innings, right? I don't know if they wouldn't have had much more than 60 innings to what he did last year, 130, 135 strikeouts. But, we're talking, your 7th starter? That's wonderful. Give me that all day.
All right, Matt, and I want to throw it to you, not just asking about Weathers, but in a redraft league, would you rather take a chance on a guy like Weathers or maybe a little more volatile Marlins pitcher, which won't dive into too much right now, but like Max Meyer? Which one would you prefer? Or you have choice C, which is neither.
Well, after taking Garrett Cole as my SP1 in TGFBI, I might need both of them. It's interesting, right? You have Meyer, Weathers, and then even Eduardo Cabrera, different profiles and all, right? We've seen some more of a ceiling in others. We've seen more of a floor. And I think Eric and Anthony brought up really good points. Like the Padres organization has been known for calling up the bats early, but it's also the pitchers. It was Weathers. It was Morjan. Like they continue to push these guys aggressively. And Morjan and Weathers, lefties, I've always said, through the years of doing this, I just, for whatever reason, think lefties take a little bit longer to develop. Weathers is 25 years old. This will be his age 25 season. In reference, Zebby Matthews will be 25 in May. And huge difference in exposure and experience. And that's why I love Weathers, because he's had 3-4 seasons to really acclimate himself to the major leagues. He bounced back from the injury, the finger last year, which was really frustrating because there were a lot of question marks there. And then kind of to transition this to Meyer, same thing that Anthony said with Weathers' fastball up. Meyer's starting to finally shake that rust and refine that form pre-Tommy John. When you look at what Myers was able to do at the University of Minnesota, they were eye-popping numbers. Smaller frame, so it didn't necessarily translate right away into his prospect pedigree. But I think what the Marlins have is a great group of guys that you can take 1 or 2 shots on because of the environment and hold them as your 7th or 8th starter. As you said, Anthony, my only concern was mentioned. It's the wins. If you are relying on these guys to get you wins, that might really backfire on you if you're rostering, say, 2 of them. But love Weathers for 2025, and I definitely will be targeting him here in 3 or 4 rounds.
All right, there you have it. Let's get to the Dodgers now. Probably the most hyped of all the pitchers last year, and that definitely blew up in everyone's face, was Bobby Miller. And not off to, I guess, what you would call a shining start so far in the spring. Not ideal. So, Matt, I think the fairest question to ask here is, do we have any reason to even consider Bobby Miller in draft day?
Redraft out for me, no. We talk about the peak of average velocity to max velocity, and talks about that a lot. Miller has been an issue and kind of a guy that always bumps up against that tier. And so I've always been concerned with injury. Last year we saw lack of efficiency, lack of ability, and I don't necessarily know where he went off the tracks. But when you talk about a very, very deep rotation that LA already has in players, like Dustin May and Gonsolin, who also need innings, I think it's a much shorter leash for Miller, and I know that he'll get that opportunity to really provide any of us value in redraft in 2025.
Good point. Eric, concern is just the fact that there may not be a spot for him. He doesn't have a leash really on a team like the Dodgers that does not need to be patient with him.
Yeah, Miller is actually one of the players that we're talking about today who I have the most shares of, but that was all early draft and hold leagues. I would not advocate for drafting Bobby Miller now. I think if you looked at Bobby Miller back in October or November and you said, all right, here's a guy with great stuff who's coming off an absolutely atrocious season, but only one terrible season, right? It's not as if he's gone off the rails for years. The price you could get him, I think it made a lot of sense when those were the facts and he was closer to a rotation spot. He was going to be, in contention for that last spot, or if there were 6, maybe an even easier job getting one of those last 2. That's all still true, but then the Dodgers went out and added Roki Sasaki and Blake Snell, and they pushed everybody 2 more spots down the list. And I just don't think that today it makes any sense to draft Bobby Miller. It doesn't look like he is one of the favorites for that final spot. Had a concussion derailing his spring, taking away any real chance to earn a spot. So in theory, if you'd asked me 2 months ago, the idea of a guy with great stuff who's still 25, who's had one bad year, yeah, I'm all about it. But I just don't think on the current Dodgers roster it makes any sense. Wait until he maybe gets some starts later in the year. Definitely bid up for him in Fab because the potential presumably is still there, but I don't think the reality is worth investing in a redraft league.
Anthony, how many shares of Bob Miller are you going to have by the end of the draft season?
0. 0 shares. He burned me last year, and he burned me back. Honestly, I got burned. I had Yuri Perez and Bobby Miller in the same league last year, and needless to say, I'm out on both of those guys, but especially Bobby Miller. He just here's another guy, and these are all post-type prospect type players. Here's another guy who I think needed more time in the minor leagues. He just reached 200 innings pitched in the minor leagues last year, and he was obviously terrible. We all know his strikeouts were down, walks were up, the fastball was down almost 2 miles an hour. He did not look good. This is a guy who the Dodgers kind of, in mind, they really rushed him up because of how well he looked in the minor leagues. Yeah, that rookie season, it was great, right? We were all kind of pumped. The Dodgers had a new fireball on righty. The lineup was looking pretty good. And then I don't know what happened last year. He absolutely fell apart like I had nothing I've ever seen. And as you said, the spring training, obviously it's not great when you face 2 batters and the second batter decides to send a ball right back up the middle and off your dome. He hasn't pitched in a couple of weeks. I know he's in the concussion protocol. But I'm avoiding him. There's no room in that rotation. He would probably be my 7th or 8th choice for the rotation. There's another guy I'm sure we'll talk about, Dustin May. I'd rather have him over him. I wait for Shohei to get healthy before I put Bobby Miller back in that rotation. I'm out this year. I need to see that he can do what he did in 2023 again before I even consider taking a risk on him.
Agree. And, I guess if there's good news, the hype got way too much last year that I had to be out. It's like, come on, I'm not taking this guy as my number 1 SP, and it was too much too soon. But let's go actually back around the horn, talk about Dustin May. Is there room for him? I find it hard to believe. I remember he was on the verge of a breakout. It feels like forever ago. It feels like that was a decade ago. He's now 27 years old. And of course, a lot of people are just forgetting about him because we haven't seen him pitch in a minute. Anthony, you like May obviously better than Miller, but do you like him enough to consider drafting?
If the price is right, like right now, he is going pretty late, and it's 398, pick 400. So you're looking, this is your bench guy. This is your 9th, 10th, 11th starter you're drafted at that cost. I think I'm willing to be in, right? Ohtani hasn't pitched yet, and I think that they said that he's still kind of taking it slow. So I don't think he's going to be doing any pitching in the rotation to begin the season. If they do decide to stretch that rotation out to 6 guys, I think May can be the 6th man in the rotation for a little bit. He's had an okay spring. It's been good, but not outstanding. Probably more of a long guy out of the bullpen, steps in from time to time for injury relief, or if they decide to go 6 guys. But I'm willing to grab him and hold him for a couple of weeks just in case he does break. Right. And if he doesn't, let's pick 27, right back into the waiver wire he goes.
All right, Eric, you think there's room for May somewhere in their rotation? Do you think he pitches enough innings to actually help you on your fantasy squad?
I think if we look back at his year-end earned value, it's going to be pretty bad because I don't think that there's any real durability. I don't think there's any real certainty with his role, but I don't hate drafting him in your reserve rounds right now. I think if it's him or Gonsolin who claims that last spot, or if they both could somehow get in there to start the year, point is May has a pretty decent chance at opening the year in the rotation, and if he does, I think you want any Dodgers starter because the Dodgers are going to win almost 3/4 of their games, and all these candidates are actually pretty good. I mean, he would definitely be starting for any other team out there pretty much. So I think with the Dodgers' 4th, 5th, 6th starters, the way to approach them is, I want all of them. I only want them for a month or so, but I want all of them. But we have to remember May has been incredibly undurable. He debuted back in 2019. He has not even thrown 200 major league innings. His total's 34, 56, 23, 30, 48, and last year it was 0, of course, because he was returning from UCL revision surgery, which came after Tommy John surgery. And then as he was about to make it back, he tore his esophagus, which I guess we assume isn't something that's going to keep him out again. Probably not a common recurring baseball injury, but no durability here. So do not draft Dustin May expecting that he's going to be on your team in July or August, but I'll take him in April, maybe May if I'm lucky.
All right, Matt, talk to us about May, but also as someone who deep in the dynasty realm and you follow prospects all the way through the system, how far removed from the hype can a guy be before you're just like, okay, like let's move on to other things here. Like I don't care what you were hopefully going to do 5-6 years ago. You know what I mean?
I think Eric brought it up. It's the injuries. It's the Tommy John. It's the flexor tendon. The esophagus is whatever. That's crazy. That's just one of the craziest baseball injuries I've heard. And it sucks because when he debuted in 19, the stuff was off the charts. We all remember watching him throw. My first thought was the human body shouldn't do that. A two-seamer, a slider, a sinker. It was like, when is he going to blow out? And I hope he doesn't. Well, we saw what happened, right? And I think when you look at that organization, as Anthony talked about with depth, you have River Ryan too. Now, River Ryan's coming back from Tommy John. There's depth beyond Ryan. They have a few other names that are coming up, like Jackson Ferris as well. So, like, at what point, like you said, does May just get relegated to the bullpen, or do they just allow him to hit free agency? This will be a huge year for him to not only prove for the Dodgers that he has value, but the rest of the league that, hey, I can be durable coming back off these major injuries and be useful. In redraft, I think playing Fab and kind of like Eric said, timing it. If you can find a way to get him for 3 or 4 weeks, if you can play that properly, there's probably value there. And maybe if you pair him with a Ryan Weathers, right? If Ryan Weathers is one of the guys that you have in your reserve rounds and you pair him with a May and you can get those wins and lower the ratios and overcome the strikeouts that Weathers doesn't get you, I think it's all about pairing them properly.
Yeah, definitely makes sense. You don't want to go all hype or post hype, and you also don't want to play too safe because that's not going to necessarily win you. It's striking that balance. But actually, before we go to the next player, just general question, because I think this is relevant to all pitchers, period, but especially the young pitchers. When you have guys who, like you said, with like a Dustin May, these hard throwers, you feel like, I mean, nowadays, honestly, we're just like, it's a matter of time, right? Like, just when is your Tommy John going to be scheduled? Do you find yourself preferring to take a chance on a guy who's already had that and coming off of it and feel like he's ready to bounce back? Or would you rather have that guy who hasn't yet, even though it might happen, right? It's not guaranteed. You know what I mean? How good do you feel about a guy that you feel like the profile is risky, but he hasn't had an injury history yet? You know what I mean? Versus a guy who's already been there, done that, and let's just see him come back. Eric, let's start with you. How deeply do you weigh that when considering pitchers, especially young pitchers?
I mean, you got to weigh it, but there's just not many pitchers who aren't injury risks and who are good, right? So if you want somebody who's got the velocity to miss bats, then either he's already had surgery or he looks like the other guys who need it. I think you probably do push up the few guys who manage to miss bats consistently with a safer level of velocity. But if you're avoiding the guys who look like they might need surgery soon and the guys who have had surgery recently, the only way to be in neither of those categories is to throw, 65 miles per hour or something. There's just no real safe pitcher out there who's also good in my mind, or there's very few, and somebody's already taken them.
Sad but true. Matt, again, is it just about balance?
I think it's about, risk tolerance. Buddy called me yesterday after the news of Garrett Cole, and he drafted Garrett Cole in TGFBI too. And I said, it's our fault. Like we drafted a guy coming into this season just completely accepting the fact that he recovered from an elbow injury, even though it was nerve inflammation. Like that's on us. And he brought up Corbin Burns, and I was like, that's a really interesting case, because coming into 2024, Garrett Cole was the model of health. He was one of the guys that was the anomaly in regards to what Eric was talking about, right? One of maybe three. This season, it's like, okay, well, is Burns the next anomaly? And are we 3 weeks away from Burns going down? And now the anomalies are gone. So it's very hard. I joked and I said, I'm just drafting guys post TJ now, because I've just been burned so many times. But then you have the issues of where we are today, where double TJ, right? Shane McClanahan back up to 97 miles an hour this week. That's great. But how many innings are you actually going to get from him this year? And we don't have a track record of these double TJ guys having had success in a large pot of data. So I think it's very difficult. And I think, kind of to what you said, Pierre, you just have to be balanced as best as possible.
Look, if it makes you feel better, I played the waiting game for pitcher in my TGFBI draft, and my number one starter right now is Grayson Rodriguez. So there you go. Yeah. I do, though. I'm not like I consciously did this, but I feel like a lot of the pitchers I'm targeting, because I am waiting because it seems like the right thing to do, are those guys, Shane McClanahan, Sandy Alcantara, the guys who I already know, been there, done that. You're a year removed. Okay, just hold up. Anthony, where do you fall on that?
I'm with Eric. It's, pitchers are going to get hurt. There's, like you said, up until last season, Garrett Cole, 200 innings, it was expected. There was no warning sign, right? The check engine light hadn't come on. We didn't ignore it. We didn't, not change the oil. I don't know. I find myself, I am avoiding guys with question marks right now in all my drafts. I could say I don't really have anyone that's too worrisome, though. I have probably put a few too many eggs in the Kodai Singham basket coming off of his injuries last year. But I'm kind of okay, like mixing it up. I've tried to target McClanahan where I can because he does look really good. But like Matt said, there's not a strong history of guys coming back from 2 TJs and then having elite seasons. They've had good seasons. We've had guys give us a handful of good seasons, but elite, great seasons, we haven't seen it yet. And also, it's like, if you worry about TJ so much, does that mean that you'll just never draft Paul Skeens until it happens? Or you avoid Tariq Skubal until he finally has, another one late in his career? I don't know. It's just, pitching is always kind of a crapshoot. So we have 10 snap for minor league pitchers, right? No such thing as a pitching prospect because these guys get hurt. And you hear people talk about it now. Why not just have them get TJ surgery when they're like 19 years old and get it out of the way, right? Go ahead and tear that UCL and get it out of here or whatever. But yeah, I just, I think I try to avoid guys who have back and shoulder injuries, and I'm okay with drafting them a year after TJ. I've been trying to get Sandy in a dynasty league all offseason now, and the guy who has him smartly doesn't want to trade him, right? He's held him all throughout the injury. Now he wants to reap the benefits of having Sandy Alcantara on his roster.
I mean, sad but true. It's a state of pitching right now, and I hate to say it, but put it out there, but everyone's thinking it. This is just one of the reasons I'm not drafting Paul Skeens. First round, second round. I get waiting for that day to come. I just don't want to even think about it, so I'm just not going to do it.
You'll just play it safe with George Kirby.
Yeah, George Kirby, super safe pick. Just set and forget. All right, let's get back to a few more players. We got time. A guy who's pretty hard thrower, usually about 97. He's up 97 now, has touched 100 on occasion. Lots of hype for Jack Leiter a couple of years ago. I don't follow college baseball too much these days, not as closely, ever since the Hurricanes became less relevant. But you just couldn't get away from it. That you're in Vanderbilt. Like every day, all you're seeing is Jack Leiter gifs and Pitching Ninja, and the hype was real. First round pick, obviously, and looked pretty undeserving of the hype every time he's been up for Texas. But there are some signs he's been, pretty good at AAA. They say that he's turned a corner in development. So, Anthony, is just basically a trap?
I don't think it is. I don't like to read too much into spring stats. with players, especially 8 innings is obviously just kind of the smallest sample size you can get. But the big thing with Leiter in his professional career has been control. Right, we got a guy that's been walking 5 per 9 in the minor leagues. He was at 4.29 last year with the Rangers, 1.13 right now. Right, we've got 1 walk over his 8 innings in spring, and I went back and watched a little bit of his performances. He looks really good. I still think it's an elite fastball, right? Like you said, he's up to 99 miles per hour again. He was absolutely elite at Vanderbilt. I think that he could still get up to 9-10 strikeouts per 9. I really, really like him, and I'm not a Texas Rangers fan. I've never really been a fan of their pitching development, but I think it's gotten better over the years. I think him and Kumar Rocker will be rostered in every single league this year, and I think they'll be profitable. It's just going to depend on where you're grabbing those guys in drafts. But I really like him. I like Leiter this year. This is a guy who, if he's at the back end of your fantasy rotation, you're going to be okay. If he's one of your 4, 5, 6 guys, I'm not too comfortable there. But if he's your 8, 9, 10 starter, and you're really waiting until I think the second half for him to settle in and get going, you're really going to enjoy the season out of him.
All right, Matt, thoughts on Leiter, and also how much stock do you put into spring performance? I mean, obviously we don't want to look at the ratios too hard, but are you looking for control, right? Strikeout to walk ratio, just how guys commanding his pitches, or is that just basically a non-factor?
I like what Anthony said. I want to make sure that if I'm watching a guy that I'm projecting upwards, or I'm projecting to return more value than maybe the market's saying, that they're attacking the zone. That's the big issue when you see Leiter. The stuff at Vanderbilt was so overwhelming that when he got to the minor leagues and you had an actual scouting report on him, it was almost like a complete readjustment to how he pitched, right? And then you add in a father / a family that were pitchers at the major league level who are telling you one thing when the organization may be telling you a different thing. A very interesting development track for Leiter. And I'm concerned partially long-term that he may be a closer or a bullpen arm, but I think he's going to have a shot this season to prove that he can be a starter. And we've seen him be a workhorse-esque in his career. We saw the innings at Vanderbilt. That's really important for me. Now that the control may be trending in the right direction, the velocity is there. It has everything you want for a breakout. The question is, right, can he come in and command the ball throughout 50 to 100 innings? I'm willing to take that risk for my 8th, 9th, or 10th starter, because the return could be a 4th starter. It really could be. And, we'll see what that outcome turns out to be.
Point. Eric, are you in?
In theory, but I think I'm more in leagues where I can pick him up in fab in, a month or two. I just don't see a path to him starting right away this season, because there's already one too many guys, Cody Bradford and Kumar Rocker, fighting for that 5th spot in Texas. Now the Rangers do have possibly the most injury-prone rotation: Nathan Eovaldi, Jacob DeGrom, John Gray, Tyler Mahle. Those guys aren't making it all through the end of May, I don't think. Certainly not June. Jack Leiter is going to get his chances, and I think by then we'll know if this control improvement is just a spring thing or if it sticks. I think he'll be going back to the minors to start the year, and if his walk rate is 7-8% by the time he's getting the call up, then I'm in. It's far too early to give up on somebody who was the 2nd overall pick in the 2021 draft. But man, he had already seen his stock fall in the minors before he reached the majors, right? His control took a big step back as a prospect. So that was before his ability to miss bats took another step back in the majors. So he's very far from the guy he needs to be. And I think when you combine that with the fact that I don't think he's going to be in the rotation right away, I don't think he's a stash for me, but I could certainly see it working out for people who choose to stash him.
Actually, I agree with all that. I'm big on Leiter. I'm very big on Rocker, but I probably would assume that 5th spot right now goes to boring but effective Cody Bradford. So that's a guy I'm probably drafting right now, even though he's not going to get those Ks and he's not going to make too many highlight reels. But he's just been good ever since he's gotten the chance there. So you could stash. It depends how deep your league is. If you have NA spots, which I know a lot of leagues are going to, having 1 or 2, so you can stash those prospects, I think he might be worth it. But we'll see how that plays out. We have some time left, just a few minutes. I want to talk about, there was a couple of pitchers here, and I realized, you know what, the Braves, they got plenty of post-type pitchers in that staff. Who's going to win their 5th spot? So let's just throw it out there and open it up. Ian Anderson, a name we heard about for a while, looking sharp so far. Grant Holmes, converted reliever, might hold down that spot. Bryce Elder, been up and down. And then even a guy that I guess I'm still holding a candle for, Hurston Waldrop, their top prospect, who's already been sent down. I mean, there's varying degrees of hype for all these pitchers, but overall, do you trust any of these Braves pitchers to really secure a spot and look good? Let's start with Eric.
Trust, no, but there's hype around Grant Holmes, and I would like to add to that. I buy Grant Holmes, somebody who was a first-round pick a full decade before he got to make his major league debut. Looked really quite good in a swingman role last season. You might think when you look at a stat line and it includes some starting and some relief that the reason his numbers are so good is they jumped up in relief, and that isn't necessarily the case. The ERA, I think, was better, but the strikeout rate as a starter, 28% versus just 21% as a reliever. If we look at just Holmes' strikeout and walk marks from his time as a starter, 28% strikeout rate, 6% walk rate, that is outstanding. Now, it's not over a large number of starts by any means, but somebody who was supposed to be good a long time ago, who came up and showed us something in 7 starts and looked good out of the pen as well. I think he's going to hold down a spot for a very good team, give you a chance at a lot of wins as well. I'm fully in on this Grant Holmes hype train.
All right, Matt, where are you?
I like Holmes the most if I'm looking at what's the safest play for my roster to at least start the season, because we do have that track record from last year, right? Success. But I think long-term and a really interesting fab target will be Ian Anderson. I always like to say we don't know when the injury originally occurred or when the damage and the fraying of the UCL actually started to limit ability. We just don't. We can't talk to these guys and get a real answer. So 2021, you look at Anderson at a 3.58, 128 innings, was a postseason pitcher for the Braves as well in his time before the injury. 2022 was horrendous, 5 ERA and 111 innings. So back from the injury, not necessarily with a sure spot because Atlanta, again, is a playoff contending team. I think Anderson is definitely going to be one of my targets that I'm looking for the first injury in the Braves rotation. And again, these rotations will change. We know that. This isn't 10 years ago when 5 guys, maybe 6 started. So Holmes to start, Anderson to come in second. Elder, I'm just completely out on. And then Waldrop, what he did last year with the injury and then the IL, very interesting from an employer-employee perspective. I'm curious if that ever affects him in that organization. But I do like Waldrop long-term as a closer. I think he might give us 20, 30 innings at the major leagues this year and should be strikeouts, but ERA and control is still an issue.
All right, Anthony, any Braves piquing your interest?
I can say I'm the same with these guys. I'm in on Grant Holmes. I know the Braves are too. They've already been speaking very well of him. I think I remember seeing somewhere they already mentioned he was going to be in the rotation, that he will be starting this year at the very least. I do like the fact that, like Eric said, he struck out more, had a better strikeout rate as a starter than he did a reliever, which you don't usually see that with swingman types, right? Usually reverse there. The only concern is he did allow 6 home runs in his 30 some odd innings, 33 innings as a starter, which is that's a lot, right? But it's also, there was his 10th professional season, his first time in the big leagues. I'll give it a pass and see what he does this year. I am out on Elder completely. In fact, I hadn't even considered him. I hadn't even thought of the name this offseason. I am kind of interested in seeing what happens with Ian Anderson. I remember that 2021 season, 2020 season, 2021. I thought he was the next great Braves arm. He looked like it, right? They had that track record of developing really, really good righties, especially. And I don't know what to expect with Hurston Waldrop. This is just a guy who, again, I'm a big proponent of giving guys some time in the minor leagues. He just didn't have that much. He drafted in 2023. He's up in 2024. Didn't even have 130 minor league innings. Dreadful in the majors. He had the injury. He's had 1 inning this spring, and it was a bad inning. Maybe a late season guy, maybe bullpenning, like Matt Moore said. Maybe this guy's a closer. Maybe he's just going to be the next elite. Give Iglesias 1 or 2 more years. He's getting up into his mid-30s as it is. and then give Waldrop that opportunity. Because if you look at their prospects, it's something like 8 of their top 12 prospects are starters, and it's deep, right? Cam Caminiti, Ethan Bagwell, J.R. Ritchie, like these guys all up and down, that I don't think every single one of their top starters has to be a starter in the big leagues.
All right, well, looks like we're running up against the pitch clock here. Okay, 30 seconds or less. Is there a post-side player that we haven't talked about yet that you are in on for this year? Anthony?
If I can count him as one, I'm going with Victor Robles. I love what he did in Seattle last year. If you look at what he did in 2023 and 2024, 421 plate appearances, he had a 16% strikeout rate, 8% walk rate, 4 home runs, 42 stolen bases. He's going to bat leadoff. He has a guaranteed spot in Seattle. Could he put up 10 home runs? He just had a career high max exit velocity of 112.5 miles per hour earlier this week. It's 8 to 10 home runs, 45 stolen bases, 90 runs. This is a 3-category guy for me. I'm grabbing him everywhere. I'm all in.
Nice. Matt, who's your guy?
I'm going to go with the New York Mets. Is it Ronnie Mauricio or is it Brett Batty? We saw Vientos take a massive jump forward last year. Mauricio coming off the ACL, who knows? Batty being inconsistent. I think if one of them can lock down a strong side platoon or a starting job come June, we could see some really, really great returns on their value.
Very nice. And Eric?
Robles, one of mine, or maybe Nick Lodolo or Max Meyer on the pitching side, but Joe Adele, somebody that we were going to talk about if we had more time. I don't feel good about it, but I keep ending up on him. I think the counting stats are going to be there as long as he doesn't end up on the short side of a platoon with Mickey Moniak. But come on, it's Mickey Moniak. I think even Joe Adele could win a starting job there. I think he's going to hit some homers and steal some bases, and you're just not going to want to look at his stats too much, but they're going to help you out just enough.
I love it. There's way too many guys I'm like that on. I don't feel good about it, but I'm doing it anyways. I'm in. It's just that's how it is. My guy is Christian Encarnacion Strand. Obviously, season cut short, but massive power. Maybe have a Mark Vientos type season. I know the batting average was horrible, but his expected batting average was a full 50 points higher. He's looking good so far, so I'll take a swing there. All right. I see Justin lurking. Justin, never too much hype for him. Final thing here, guys. Tell us where we can find you. So those who didn't catch at the top of the hour, Anthony, go.
All right. You can find me writing and podcasting over at sportsethos.com. As you can see right there at AK Fantasy BB on Twitter and on Blue Sky. And yeah, that's it. 3 days a week on the podcast and probably 3 articles a week throughout the entire season.
All right, Matt.
Yeah, it's got the stat line. Again, more dynasty, more prospect write-ups. We'll probably do some more redrafts this season. And then Dynasty Dingers, again, Dynasty podcast. So we're going to dive into more of the minor leaguers. But again, if you're doing redraft, it's a trickle-up effect, right? So if you know the guys that are down, eventually they'll provide you value with that knowledge at the major league level.
All right, appreciate it. And Eric.
Yeah, you can find me on Twitter at Eric_Halterman. That's Eric with a K. You can find my written work at rotowire.com. No K involved there. You can find me on the RotoWire Fantasy Baseball Podcast and on RotoWire's Sirius XM shows as well.
All right. And thank you all guys for joining us. And last but not least, I'm Pierre Camus, like the author, but no relation, no royalties coming in, unfortunately. I'm on the Fantasy Endgame MLB podcast. We have 2 channels, football and baseball. The baseball one is just turned 2 years old, so check that out on YouTube for Fantasy Endgame. But now it's time to go back to the owner of this channel. It is Justin. Thanks for letting me fill those shoes, at least for an hour.
I appreciate it. And you look great in that TGFBI shirt. If you want a TGFBI shirt, there are new ones out there over on rotowire.com. And a portion of those proceeds will be donated to Fantasy Cares as well. It's a bright blue color this year. So if you're looking for a new t-shirt, go to rotowire.com and get a TGFBI shirt in the Justin Mason collection. Lots of great Justin Mason stuff in there. I'm going to kick you guys out unceremoniously, but I really appreciate everything that you guys talked about for this last hour. It was fantastic. I got to listen along while I chain smoked cigarettes and actually got to go to the bathroom and just relax for a little bit. But you get a full hour with me as we're going to be talking about auctions here in a minute. So if you're a big auction player like I am, definitely stick around and listen for this next hour. But before we do that, remind everybody you can donate to Fantasy Cares. Go to donorbox.org/TGFBI-2025 and donate. Every dollar you donate will be donated to Fantasy Cares, which raises money all year long through fantasy football and fantasy baseball contests and leagues to donate money for Toys for Tots presents. It's fantastic. I got to be a part of it last year. It was a lot of fun getting to buy those presents and donating those presents off to my local Toys for Tots drive. Really, really great work. And you're going to win awesome prizes or be entered in win awesome prizes like baseball jerseys and bobbleheads and T-shirts and subscription to fantasy sites and Patreons throughout the industry, as well as TGFBI entries for next year. Every $1,000 we raise through TGFBI and Podapallooza, I will be giving away a TGFBI entry. And so far, we are at, as I update the page, $5,969, which is a very nice amount that we've raised through Podapallooza and the TGFBI participants and satellite participants this year. Really, really appreciate everybody that has been donating. Continue to donate. Continue to send those donations in so we can continue to raise more money to buy more presents for those Toys for Tots drives through Fantasy Cares. We're going to start a new panel. And like I said, it is auction time. And there is one person, whenever I sit down at an auction, that I don't want to see sitting across the table from me. And that's Ariel Cohen of the ATC Projections and the Beat the Shift podcast. How you doing, my friend? Can't hear you.
There we go. How about now?
Now I can.
I'm doing great. Great. How are you doing?
I'm doing all right. 9 hours in, I'm still surviving and only a few hours more to go. So we're going to keep rolling here, bringing in Matt Frank as well. How you doing, my friend?
Hi, guys. How's it going?
Great. Great to see you. I want to give you guys a chance to kind of promote yourself, tell people where they can find your work. Matt, where do you work? What do you do? And where can people find you on social media?
So I am at Rasball. I have a Monday afternoon top 100 starting pitchers article that I've been doing for, well, it'll be my second year now. So that comes out usually around 2 or 3 o'clock Eastern on Mondays. And you can find me at Marmo's Dad there on my name tag there. That's at Twitter and at Blue Sky as well.
And Ariel, where can people reach you at? And what are you working on these days?
I'm on Twitter at ATCNY. Oh, ATC Projections. That's the hardest thing. And writing stuff over at Fangraphs and at Rotoballer. And check out the Beat the Shift podcast.
You definitely should. I was just on it. It just won an award. It is a fantastic podcast that I love. So really, really happy for you guys. As I said, when I came on, I think it was like last week, right? And we got to talk about auctions. We talked about our labor auction and kind of going head to head there. So we're going to talk some more about auctions right now, which are my favorite, is my favorite format to draft in. If you have never done an auction, especially a live auction, you are missing out. I think it's the most pure way to build a team because you can build it in any different way you want. And we're going to talk a lot about that today. So let's start by kind of talking about if there's any important rules. Do you have any guidelines or, commandments of drafting an auction there, Ariel? What is the most important thing for you when you're kind of sitting down at that auction table?
Value. My second rule is value. And my third rule is value. You want to buy players cheaper than what you think they're worth, right? If you think that a player is worth $15, well, if you buy him for 15, and if you think that a player is worth 20 and you buy him for 20, and a player is worth 30 and you buy him for 30, and a $2 player worth 2, you buy him for 2, well, you're not doing any good. You're going to create not a good team. You're going to create an average team, right? The idea is to buy players at discounts. Now, at the very top of the draft, sure, you might have to overpay $1 or $2 for one of them, but the bulk of the players have to be discounted. And so value, value, value. Yes, you do have to make sure if you're in a roto league, you have category balanced, but everything's got to be bought at a discount. Everything has to be about value. That's the story. That's the general rule to follow. And patience is a virtue.
I completely agree. Matt, what about you? Well, we may have lost Matt for a second there. Oh, you there, Matt?
Sorry, guys. Are you there? Sorry, I'm having
Yep.
issues. I'm up in Canada here, so I don't know if there's a 25% tariff
Looks like
on
those
our
tariffs are hitting you hard, Matt.
broadband here too, or not. But I'll try. A lot of it is basically true.
I think
you
your
can hear me.
buffer.
Sorry, guys. I heard Ariel mention how you're trying to save as much as you can.
All right. I think unfortunately we're not getting Matt right now. Maybe he can kind of redo his computer a little bit and see if he can get a better connection. And then we'll kind of join him. But I agree. I think for me, what is most important when you're in an auction is extracting as much value as you can, right? And so for me, like the number one rules is know my values, right? It's coming in with a plan, not necessarily a plan, but with set concrete values for each player. I think way too often people come in and they kind of just wing it. And they go, "Hey, I'm just gonna buy all the expensive guys. I'm gonna get this general guy, I'm gonna get Vlad Guerrero Jr. at whatever cost. I'm gonna get this player at whatever cost." And that is leaving value on the table for somebody else, because for every dollar you go over your price on a guy, it means there is less value for you later on in that auction. And it looks like we have Matt back, so hopefully he is able to hear us. We're able to hear him.
Sorry, boy.
Still kind of going in and out a little bit there, Matt, unfortunately.
Okay, sorry, guys.
It's okay. I think I can hear you now. So go ahead. What do you have a kind of a hard and fast most important rule in drafting auctions?
Apologies if people already said this one, but I know the two of you have mentioned that live auctions are your favorite. By far, that's my favorite. Method of drafting as well. And I think it's the big
But it looks like we lost Matt again. So we're just going to keep rolling without him for right now. Ariel and I will hold down the fort, and hopefully we can get Matt back here at some point. How do you prepare for an auction there, Ariel? Like, do you have a kind of a set process? Are you game planning things out? Or are you kind of letting things come to you as they go?
So I prepare quite a bit. There are the two numbers that I want to bring into every auction. One is my values. As you said, know your values. If Vlad Guerrero is a $34 player, know that. Know every single number. But what you also have to prepare for the auction is what you think the market is going to pay. You need an idea for where you think they're going to go. Maybe you can plan that Vlad is going to be too expensive or too cheap. Whatever it is, you should have a market value number for every player. You can get that by using ADP, but fitting ADP to some kind of pricing curve. Now, you can either obtain an average auction value. Maybe there's been other prior auctions this season where people bid, or if you take ADP and you use either a formulaic curve or look at how prices went, in your last auction. The top player went for this, the second player went for this, the third player went for this. Well, you can match it up with ADP, take whatever the pricing scheme was last year and convert ADP to dollars, but you need to have a dollar price for every player. And you want to come into the auction knowing where the spots are that you think you're going to be bargains. Maybe in second base, it's the $15 mark. Maybe in the outfielders, there's a $30 mark, a $25 mark, and a $5 mark. And this way, you're able to prepare the pockets of value, I call them hot spots, where you think you can extract the most value. That's the two things I most prepare before I go into the auction.
Yeah, and I think that's really, really important. So, like, if you are in a home league and you've been doing this auction for, 10 years or whatever, you should know what kind of players are going to be overpriced, underpriced, comparatively speaking, to your values. And you should be able to take advantage of that. I think one of the mistakes people make heading into like home league auctions sometimes is like, oh, well, I've got my values, I'm not going to change them. But in your league, closers are going to be overpriced. And if you want to, one or two good closers, you may have to go over those set values. We see this all the time in like NFBC. Like when I run my projections through my software, like closers don't come out nearly as expensive as I know they're going to be in those NFBC auctions. So I've got to adjust that on the fly. Knowing what, certain players or certain types of players might be more expensive than others is really, really important to kind of know what you're getting into before you sit down at an auction.
Yeah, and to me, the phrase is relative bargain. If closers are all going $3 over your value on average, it's okay to pay $3 more for a closer. But I want to get the right price point where it's the cheapest, right? Maybe this closer's $5 over your value. This one's $4 over. This one's $2 over. Okay, $2 over. That's still an overpay, but relative to the rest of the pool, it's not. It's a relative bargain compared to everybody else. So, an auction, there's no set hard prices. It's an economic environment, right? It's a closed set. Everyone's paying their $260 for everybody. They're all going to spend it. Some quantities could be more expensive than your numbers indicate. But if you make sure that you buy relative bargains at each position or at each stat, then you're going to be good.
What about you, Matt? Do you have any, or how do you prepare for your auctions when you kind of come sit down at the table?
It's funny because I was saying before, the most important thing is being able to adjust on the fly, and it looks like, ironically, that kind of happened just now. But as far as preparing for auction drafts, like I said before, I don't know if you got it there or not, but I love doing the live in-person ones because it is so much about preparation. And if you know the players that you're playing against, it tends to be like almost like a poker game where you have to know what tendencies certain players might have. As far as my preparation goes, I do use Rudy's War Room. I think Beaton mentioned it earlier when he was on with you. I use Rudy's War Room for a lot of things as far as preparation goes, but then I do look at Ariel's numbers as well and a couple of other things that are out there. And then I take in personal bias as well as what might the draft table look like as far as guys that I know that are heavy on starting pitching or guys that chase after those rookies or things like that. And then I try and put numbers down as far as targets for myself as well.
Often when I'm heading into an auction room, especially one like I'm going to be heading into next weekend for Tout Wars, I know what certain people are going to be doing. Like I know this player is going to go starters and scrubs. This player is going to go balanced. Matt, do you have kind of a specific strategy that you like to employ before you enter a draft room, or are you adjusting on the fly to kind of what the room is doing?
I've been playing, I think our first American League only league was way back in 1991. So it's been a long time with that league. So I've tried stars and scrubs before, and I've tried to kind of spread the risk before. A lot of different strategies. Stars and scrubs tough if you're playing in an only league, because if you lose that $50 player, you're in some pretty hot water. And oftentimes the fab availability as far as players to replace guys is not looking too good. So I try and lean towards more of a balanced approach.
What about you, Ariel? Are you more of a stars and scrubs guy? Are you more of a balanced guy, or is it depending on each individual auction?
Well, I'll say a few things. First of all, in a mono league, stars and scrubs, where you're paying $45 for a player or whatever, that doesn't work for a few reasons. One of them is that in a mono league, if you have a lot of $1 or $2 players, you're going to accumulate people who have not full playing time. You're going to get backups and guys who have 300 at bats, 200 at bats, platoons. It's okay to have one, but you don't want to have 4 or 5 guys with that. And if you're in a mono league and you're paying over $45 for players, you're going to end up with too many $1 or $2 players. It's just not feasible. You're not going to have a good team at the end. But in general, I would say, don't come with a specific strategy of, oh, it's going to be starts and scrubs. Oh, it's going to be spread the risk. I think you have to be prepared to do either. For me, if I see the room is cold, like we just covered the NL Labor draft. In NL Labor, it was pretty cold. Players weren't going ridiculously hot. Ellie De La Cruz went for like 36. If you see prices that are reasonable, Jackson Churia went for just 31. You jump in and you buy a bunch of studs if you see the prices are there. If you see that the room is really hot, like in AL Labor, you stay away. You're going to get plenty of guys in the middle. You should be prepared for a strategy to do either. Now, what happens more of the time, I find for myself, is that I'm more of the time playing the middle because most of the auctions I'm in is pretty hot. But I'm prepared that if it's not, I'm going to go right in. Again, in auction, it's a different economic system, and each auction is different. Depends on the players playing, and it's different every year. You have to be prepared to maximize your value in any single auction you have. So be prepared for both.
And that is exactly how I roll. I have kind of ideas on how I'd like to approach either idea, but I don't make a decision on what I'm going to do until I'm at the draft table and I start seeing the prices, because you'll get into a room, and I've had this happen numerous times, and think, oh man, I'm not going to be able to afford the higher price guys. And then all of a sudden someone throws out a Vlad Guerrero Jr. and he's only going for like $4 less than your value. And hey, I'll take a $3 discount on Vlad Guerrero Jr. And then all of a sudden you're like, okay, maybe the early part of the auction is a little bit cold and people aren't willing to kind of go those extra dollars. What usually happens to me is the same thing that usually happens to Ariel, which is why I hate being in a room with Ariel, is because we both end up playing the middle more often than not, because typically there's usually 3 or 4 guys who are wanting to spend a lot of money early on. And this happened to me when we had our labor auction a few weeks ago, or actually it was, I guess, just a week ago.
Yeah.
And Ariel and I and Jeff Zimmerman were all battling in the middle because a lot of people were spending the money up top. That was a really tough room, though.
That was a very tough room. And by the way, when I see you bidding on a player or Jeff Zimmerman bidding on a player that I don't like, I'm actually hoping that you guys buy him. Like, I want Justin to win that. I want Jeff to win it. Why? Yeah. Because I know you're going to be interested in my guys later on. So the more money and the more slots you fill otherwise, I'm like, great. It's very important, by the way, if you know how people play in the room, to plan your strategy around that, right? If you know it's a cold room, you make a different plan. Or, and again, your plan has to be flexible, but that's why I said at the top, look at your market values, look at your values, see where you want to play, and then figure out, hold on a second, if I play the middle here, am I going to be battling with Justin all night? Maybe I better get one guy elsewhere, right? You got to tailor it to how you think the room is going to go. And that requires some intel, guys, but it's important to know.
But to your guys' point about like spending a lot of money, especially in a mono league, but even in a mixed league, a lot of money on one guy, it's a dangerous strategy. Like, and I learned this the hard way last year in both Labor and Tout Wars, when I spent way too much money on Ronald Acuna Jr. only to lose. Yeah, no, only to lose. And I finished, I think, 3rd in both leagues, and I probably win both of those leagues if I had spent that $50+ elsewhere.
On anybody else.
On anybody else worth $50.
But that's a testament to you being a good player, that the fact that you had Ronald Acuna, especially in the mono league, and you still did pretty darn good. That's a testament to how good you are as a player.
We do have a question from the chat, which I like. What do you do in AL only if Judge is worth $60 on the Fangraphs auction calculator and goes for $50 in auction? I mean, that's value, right? But it's also a big chunk of change. Torn on this. Ariel, what do you think?
Judge is not worth $60 according to ATC. That sounds like a ridiculously too high amount. I don't believe it. Maybe Oopsie, it's $60 as he projects 59 homers for Aaron Judge. But in general, I will say this, that I guess a $10 discount is pretty decent. But again, anytime you spend more than $42-ish in a mono league, it's price prohibitive, because you're going to get $1, $2 players. If you spend $50 on Judge, you're going to flood your team with too many players at the bottom. So unfortunately, I would actually err on the side of $50 is too much. But again, I don't believe the $60 number for any projection system.
So he's saying with keeper values added. I also
no. With keeper values, though, that's different. With keeper values, the keeper inflation is real, right?
Yeah.
Because inflation means too much money for not enough guys. That's real. And so when you adjust it, it's not as prohibitive. Everybody has a different amount of money. So that may be okay in a keeper league because the pricing is different. I'm talking about in a redraft league.
And I was going to say too,
oh, go ahead, Matt.
Sorry, I was just going to say too that if he has someone like Judge rated that highly as far as price points, then you're going to have so many more guys down the list that are going to be under other people's values, and you're going to get to a point pretty quickly where you say, "Why am I losing out on all these players?"
Yeah,
and it's because your values are going to be so much lower than everybody else's.
A keeper league, if you get a $10 discount because of the keeper inflation, you take that absolutely.
Yeah, my only issue with doing that, especially on a guy like Judge, I know Judge has been healthier the last 2 years, but he is a big body. He has had a litany of injuries throughout his career. I would make sure if I'm going to spend that amount, and this is where I messed up on spending so much money on Acuna in labor and tout last year, is there was injury risk. We knew there was injury risk on a guy like Acuna. And I ignored that, right? If you're going to spend that portion, that percentage of your overall budget on one player, I wouldn't recommend doing it in general. Make sure it's about as safe as you can get on a player, because losing that is just crushing to your chances of winning. All right. Next thing. Do you guys have a set hitter pitcher split? Matt, let me start with you on this one.
I think the stock one of 65 hitter, 35 pitcher is something that I know a lot of players usually follow. That's something I try to follow. But again, not to sound like I'm repeating myself, but it does depend on what's going on in the draft room. I can go in with a 65-35 plan, similar to what this guy just asked us about in the chat. I'm in a keeper league as well, so some of my guys are going in undervalue as it is already. So sometimes that's a little bit easier for me to kind of stay underneath the number for pitching. But I think a lot of it comes down to being able to change while you're in there and zigging and zagging depending on what's going on. Like Ariel said, if the room's hot on hitters, then maybe I'll start to look to see if I can fill in some starting pitchers while everyone's chasing after the same 5 to 10 outfielders. But in general, I try and stick with a kind of like a 65-35, 70-30 maybe. I could go that high, but I don't want to go too much higher because I do want to get a few solid pitchers, especially if it's like a redraft league.
What about you, Ariel?
So I think there's two different questions. The one question is how much should you spend? And then how much should you come in with your value sheet as the split, right? The answer to what you should look at in your value sheet is always going to be whatever the league tendencies are. If the league is going 65-35, that would be the right split to put in. And I'll explain why it's true. Suppose, for example, you go in with 65-35, but the league, for some reason, does 90-10. Every hitter is going much higher. Every pitcher is going lower. If you did that, what's going to happen in a roto league is you're going to see every hitter is too expensive, right? Because every hitter price is up, and every pitcher is going to be dirt cheap because you've had 65-35 and everybody's 90-10. You're going to end up buying all the pitching, and you're going to have the best pitching in the league, and you're going to have no hitting because you're going to say too expensive, too expensive, too expensive. If you do that, you're going to have a crappy team because you're going to just forget about hitting. You can't do that. You want to make sure that optically on your value sheet, hitter versus pitcher is indifferent to you. You want to be able to find a bargain on hitting just as much as you can find a bargain on pitching. So that would be the answer. And by the way, if the league somehow is different than yours, if the league is 70-30 and yours 65-35, then we're going to come back to the relative bargains. If you see all hitters are going plus $3 more than you think, you adjust on the fly and are able to spend +1 on everybody, and that will self-correct the wrong hitter's-pitcher split that you put in the auction. So I think it's dynamic, but try the best you can coming in to have hitter and pitcher. As far as what you should spend, I think that you should do something towards the average. But if you're a better hitter evaluator, put a little bit more money into pitching and vice versa, just to give you a little bit more of an edge.
Yeah, I think my answer is very similar to Ariel's there. I do want to make some caveats, format dependent, right? Like I remember I think it was my first full year in Tout Wars. I was in the Tout Wars head-to-head points league. And that one, I don't know if they, maybe Ariel, you can actually tell me if they still do. The winner would change what the point scoring format was each year. And my first year, they did it in a weird way. And I think whoever came up with the point scoring format kind of messed up. And it made hitters almost worthless in the pool. And everybody came in and did a 65-35 split on hitting and pitching because most of them were used to what the format was before and then roto. And I spent $200 on pitching. And I absolutely cleaned up at that draft table just because hitters were worthless in terms of how different their point scores were. So make sure you really cater it to your format first and foremost. One of the other things is knowing who you're playing against, right? So like in NFBC, I would probably never do a 70-30 split because pitching is a lot more expensive in the NFBC world, right? So I often do something like a 63-37 kind of split in my NFBC leagues because pitching is so expensive. The only caveat to that is if I'm doing an auction early on in draft season, I will lean towards the hitters a little bit more typically, just because you're much more likely to lose a pitcher prior to the start of the season due to injury. And so I don't want to invest as highly in especially the expensive starting pitching as I do maybe later on in the auction season.
And that's a good point. And that's why I say there's two different things. It's one is how much you're going to spend, which again, you have a good strategy of early on more hitting because it's easier to predict, but your value sheet should reflect what's going on. Optically, you want to be prepared to get a bargain on hitting just as much as a pitching. And the only way to do that is to really mimic what the room does.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you guys have a nomination strategy? I think some people come into auctions and they go, well, I'm just going to, get rid of the money early on. I'm going to throw out the most expensive, or the guy I think is going to be the most expensive player to try to soak up money. I don't know if that's optimal. What about you, Matt? Is that the way you approach your nomination strategy? Did we lose Matt again?
Looks like it.
All right. Well, Aria, why don't you answer this one?
Yeah.
Do you have a nomination strategy?
Yeah. So I don't really think that. Let's just for the first number of picks, just waste our money. As a general rule, no. Every nomination there has to be a point, and the priority of why you need to make a nomination changes. If you're at a point in the auction where I got to get this guy. This guy is the guy who my plan depends on. I think the biggest bargain is this guy, so I'm planning on getting him. You might actually want to throw him out earlier to see whether you got him or not, so that you can flip to a plan B. I mean, if you have 3 different options of players and you like one the best, you don't want to have the other 2 nominated first, and then you don't know how much you should buy on them because, I'm saving money for plan A. You might be priced out of plan A also, and then you can't flip to plan B or C. So you sometimes want to get the guy who you want out first. If I've just bought a bunch of expensive players, I want to nominate somebody who I don't want, who I think is going to go for much higher value than my values to get money off the board. The idea, I think, with the money is to stay purchasing power neutral. You want to have the same purchasing power as everybody else. I want to be as much as I can somewhere in the middle of the pack so that if I see a bargain, I can jump on it. If I have spent so much earlier and I don't have a lot of money, if a bargain comes up, I can't do it. If I have too much money than everybody else, I might feel like I have to buy some players. I'll be priced out later. I want to go with the flow of the auction and really, go neutral. So sometimes I might want to nominate a player I want, and sometimes I want to nominate a player I don't want just to get in the pack. I also don't want to have a situation where the guy I want is the last player in a tier. If you want a guy, make sure you nominate him where there's 2 or 3 guys still left in that tier so that people say, I don't need that guy. I can still get X, Y, Z. Your guy will be cheaper. If X, Y, Z goes first and there's just your player and everyone sees him as, he's the last guy left in a tier, they're going to go, because of supply and demand, they're going to go more expensive. So the nomination strategy changes every single time. There's different objectives, but like Magnus Carlsen says in chess, every move, there should be a reason. There should be a reason for your nomination. Don't just blindly say, get money off the board, or I'm just going to pick the players I want. There's a reason for everything.
Matt, it looks like he might be back. Do you have a nomination strategy?
Sorry. Yes. And again, I'm sorry if I'm said there, but a lot of times it's early. I'm going to try and bring out some guys that I do want or I need for my build. And then it depends on how much money I have going in. If it's a keeper league, trying to empty a little bit more out of those more aggressive players, wallets or whatever you'd call it, just to try and knock them down a little bit more. So it does set me up for a little bit of a better end game, having a little bit more of a hammer to try and kind of throw an extra dollar on those guys that I think are going for way undervalue.
Yeah, I think for me, it is, especially early on, I want to get the temperature of the room, right? And I don't want that to necessarily mean I'm throwing out Jazz Chisholm, because I know I don't want Jazz Chisholm, because there's no worse feeling than throwing out a guy that you quote unquote don't want and seeing him go under market value. I want to throw out guys in tiers that'll give me an idea of like, hey, if I think that, you know, Bryce Harper and Freddie Freeman and Vlad Guerrero Jr. are all about the same kind of guys, I'm going to throw out one of those guys and see like, hey, can I afford to be playing in this tier this early? And that gives me a better understanding of where the auction is heading. And I think you need to be thoughtful about every single one of your nominations, right? Because as the auction goes, those hot spots that Ariel has been mentioning throughout the auction are going to change. And sometimes they're going to be hotter and sometimes they're going to be colder. And one of the best ways to find out where you're at as a collective auction group is to throw out someone that might be, you know, a barometer of that temperature. And so I think it's really important to use your auction nominations really smartly, and also, you know, not necessarily just going from the top of the queue. Like if I'm at a really hot part of the auction and people are just throwing money around left and right, I'm not going to necessarily go and throw out, you know, Jazz Chisholm, because I know he's always going to go. He's always going to go for more. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go reach down and go try to find the trendiest sleeper that I'm not that interested in and throw him out, you know, because, hey, someone might be trying to get, you know, Junior Caminaro for $14. Well, if I throw him out the hottest part of the auction, they may have to spend 20, and that takes $6 extra off of the board that I wasn't interested in spending anyways.
And here's another tip. When you have, let's say you've already bought Vlad Guerrero Jr., and you don't want to buy another high-priced first baseman, what you want to do is not nominate the guy who's highest on the list in first base. Nominate a guy who's like third or fourth down on the list. Split the tier. Because what you want to do is create artificial inflation. Remember we said that if it's the last guy in a tier, he's going to look expensive? Well, when you cut a tier up, and then there's two guys remaining, one guy remaining, you're now inflating those prices of those guys even more in a spot that you want to buy in. Just going in order doesn't create anything extra than is already embedded into how people go. You want to extract more value by making them look more expensive. And perception is quite everything. So split the tier.
Yeah, absolutely.
And if I can piggyback on that one too. If you know there's a guy that's in a bidding war with someone for that first baseman, say it's Bryce Harper or Vlad Jr., and then he loses that bidding war, he's probably going to be a little bit more on tilt, a little bit upset. So sometimes throwing out, like Ariel said, the second or third first baseman there is going to get that guy thinking, or that manager thinking, I better start jumping in on this because I really want to get one locked down.
And this is one of the reasons why it is so important, so much even more important in an auction than it is in a snake draft, to track your opponents. What are your opponents able to spend? What are your opponents able to fill in terms of positions? because you can kind of create artificial bidding wars that you're not even super interested in by throwing out positions of needs for categories of needs by certain people. It's super, super important to track your opponent's teams and categories. Is almost as much as important as it is to track your own. How strict are you guys to sticking to your values and plan once you're in an auction? I know we talked a little bit about this, but I want to kind of delve further into it because I think often people have this idea of what they're going to do. They get into the auction and then things go a little haywire. How malleable are you, Matt, when you're entering an auction?
Entering as far as following my plan goes. Sorry, I'm cutting out again.
Yes.
Apologies.
Yeah, exactly. Like how flexible are you during an auction in terms of following your values and following your initial plan?
I think you have to be. I think you have examples that I could give you. This was a long time ago. It was myself. We needed an outfielder. Myself and my dad play in the one league together. And there was Willie Mo Pena was one more owner in the room that needed the power, needed an outfielder, and we both knew who everyone was waiting for. So instead of going to that $11, he ended up going up to about 23, 24. It gets back to that artificial inflation thing. So we went after him, ended up landing him for $23. To your plan as much as you can, but if that falls through, then you kind of have to be pretty flexible.
What about you, Ariel?
I mean, I'm strict with my values other than knowing how to apply the economics. If the first basemen are going $3 over, you have to adjust for that. But other than that, I'm fairly strict to my values. And by the way, that's because I prepared my values very well. If I thought that a guy was really $3 more expensive, I'd put him at $3 more expensive. You don't want to all of a sudden the auction say, yeah, no, actually, I didn't realize, but wow, Bryce Harper is actually much better. You should have done your prep work before.
Yeah, I'm pretty strict to my values, but I'm not strict to my plan, right? So I will definitely I like to say that an auction draft is much more of a puzzle that can fit together a lot of different ways. And so if I had a plan on like, hey, this is the way I wanted my team to be constructed, or this is the way I want my team to look, I will change that in a heartbeat, but I won't change my values, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, if you see the middle infield, if you thought that, I think the best bargains are going to be at the $5, $10 range, but you see that the values at the $15, $20 level is better, yeah, you're going to flip that really, really quickly, right? Your plan is just a guesstimate as to where the values are. Once you get in the auction and you see where the value is, you flip to it. So your actual values for players shouldn't change, but where you put the money in, that you got to be prepared really quickly to change. You have an idea of what's going to be, but change if needed.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's talk a little bit about price enforcing, because I think this is something I see people attempt to do and often don't do very well. So, Ariel, are you a price enforcer? Do you make sure people pay the right amounts? Because I have had mixed results with this in the past.
Okay, well, here's one thing where live auctions are very different than online auctions. If you play poker, poker online is very different than poker in person. When I play poker in person, I can look around the room and you can guess where the guy is going to bid if you raise it, and you can guess where the guy is going to fold a lot better. So the ability to price enforce is so much easier in person. But in general, the rule is if you can price enforce, then you should. Why would you want a guy to go for $8 when you can get the guy to go for $10, right? So you should, if you can, and if you know it's going to work. Never place a bid, though, that you can't afford. If oh crap, if I bid 9, that's no good. It's going to trash everything. Well, don't do that. Another team's going to get a bargain sometime. So, but if you can handle it and it's suboptimal, okay, that's okay to price enforce. But again, It's about reading the room, knowing the players. If I know that Justin liked this person, I can price enforce more. If I know Jeff Zimmerman is going to go bid on catchers, I'm going to do that. You know, you just have to know what people are going to do, but never make a bid that you can't handle.
What about you, Matt?
Yeah, and I think I would say the exact same thing. A lot of it is don't do it if it's not a player that you're willing to take at whatever price it is that it's going to go up to. And then the other part is you don't want to ever close off a position slot that could be useful later on. If you only have one utility spot available and you've already filled in your first baseman, your corner infielder.
It's freezing there in Canada.
Yeah. So for me, price
Sorry,
enforcement,
it literally is freezing up here.
It's all right. Yeah. So for me, price enforcing, like I said, is something that I have.
Sorry, guys.
I have struggled with in the past. And so kind of my hard and fast rule is I don't price enforce on online auctions because it is too hard to read the room and know exactly. I also try not to price enforce if I'm in a room with a bunch of people I don't really know real well, because there's no worse feeling than going, and this happened to me, not my first year in Tout Wars, but actually before my first year in Tout Wars, I filled in for Stefania Bell because she was sick. And I price enforced, I think it was on Brandon Belt. And I didn't necessarily want to end up with Brandon Belt, but it was, it was a points league where his walks were, really valuable. He was going way under kind of the market. And I price enforced and she got stuck with him because everybody else.
Anya never forgave you for that, Justin. Never forgave.
Well, at least she was a Giants fan. She never played in Tout Wars again. So I think it was for sure about that. But yeah, just I want to make sure.
Nathan, screw me over.
Right? She blocked my phone number, I'm sure, after that. But I never want to make sure I'm price enforcing on a guy that I don't want on my roster or that I wouldn't take on my roster. Like one of the things that I used to do all the time in like my home league back in the day was I would price enforce and then potentially not be able to get the sleeper at third base that I wanted for $1 later because I just filled the position by trying to price enforce. I'd much rather end up with the guys that I want on my team and let someone else have a discount on a player or two than get stuck with a player I don't want.
I mean, you got to use your probable analysis. Well, what's the percentage chance the guy is going to do it? And what can I gain by it, right? It's an opportunity cost. Can I get the $1? If I'm stuck, is that the worst thing? What's the probability? I mean, it's easier to do when you're in person because you can just look at the guy. And by the way, people have tells. Some people click their pens. Some people go like this. Some people go look up, look down. You just got to read the room and you got to be a psychologist and really see what people are doing. It's so important. I mean, if the good poker players know how to do this, and that's why you should play poker too.
Yes, absolutely. Make sure you come to First Pitch Arizona and play some poker with me at night because that's a fun thing to do.
Jeff Erickson asks me, Ariel, do you play poker? I said, I don't know how to play that game. He's like, you don't? I'm like, thank you. I can bluff you really easily, right, Jeff?
Yeah. I don't know if I've ever seen you in the poker room. Have you played poker at First Pitch Arizona?
I actually haven't, but don't worry. We will. I'm going to come in when the time is right.
All right. I'm looking forward to that. Let's talk a little bit about the end game. Do you have an end game approach strategy that you like to use there, Matt?
For myself, I think I mentioned it a little bit earlier. Hopefully it came through. But try and save at least. Hopefully you can like hold that hammer and jump on, because everyone has to nominate a player when it's their turn to nominate. So I like sitting in the weeds a little bit with a little bit of money left over, and hopefully can jump on one or two pitchers.
What about you, Ariel? Do you have an endgame strategy you like to employ?
Well, I'm not as concerned whether I have the hammer or not. Actually, I'd almost rather not have the hammer, meaning that I've already spent my money wisely before. But I think that you have to take a look at what everybody else needs, and you have to take a look at what is going to be to win the player. You at some point when you have 3 roster spots, you have to and X dollars, you want to allocate your money to get the best bargains, and it might be going, $5 on one and $1 on the other to get that $10 guy, or it might be, let's split it up, 3 and 3 to get a couple of $7 guys. Like, you have to allocate your money to see what the best bargains you can get, and it changes, there. I know I just did mixed labor with you, and I actually did have the hammer at the end, and I'm like, let me wait till the right spot to nominate Jake McCarthy with $2 because I saw nobody else could bid on him at that point. I waited to the right time. Boom, I got Jake McCarthy as my last outfielder. So it's about timing and about knowing what's the maximum profit you can extract. There's no one hard and fast rule. I think it's just a matter of saying, should I buy this guy or should I pass on him because I can get 2 better buys later? It's just calculating the opportunity cost of getting a player or not at a certain time in the end.
Yeah, I'm still kind of angry that I finished out my auction prior to you throwing out Jake McCarthy. I was really hoping to get him in the reserve rounds. As opposed to, that was a little brutal.
We can trade though.
Yes, we can, and I'm sure we will at some point. We've already discussed this a little bit off air.
I already made 2 trades.
I saw one. What was the second trade?
I made 2 trades. I traded Bichette for Matt Chapman for Bichette because I had no good shortstop, and then I traded Andrew Vaughn for Ryan McMahon, who is similar player, but I that filled in the empty third base spot. I had too many first basemen, so it's actually not a great value trade for me. I'm losing $1 or $2, but because I had just no shortstop whatsoever, positionally, I'm a little bit better. And so it helps both teams with value, and I get a better position, so the 3 of us win.
Yeah, that getting Bichette for you was pretty clutch because you had Willie Castro.
Willie Castro was my shortstop after, and I'm like, oh crap, I should have spent on somebody, but because it's a trading league, I didn't worry about not having the shortstop. It was about value, and I got enough value that okay, now I traded, I got my shortstop, so I downgraded from Chapman to McMahon, but then I go from Willie Castro to Bichette. Overall, for me in my active lineup, that's a bargain. So there you go.
Yeah, absolutely. And I appreciate you starting the trading off early because maybe that'll be a domino effect. Because as I mentioned, I think on your podcast when we were talking about labor last year, I could not get anybody to trade with me for anything.
You were blacklisted.
Apparently nobody wanted all the saves I had. Probably understood if they traded me a starting pitcher for those saves, I would go on to win the league. But that wasn't a concern for me. I just needed to get rid of all those saves. For me, my endgame strategy is very similar to yours, Ariel, which is it really just depends auction to auction, right? I mean, if quite often, especially because like you said, you and I like to tend to play the middle because that's where we feel a lot of the values are. I'm often the first player to finish.
Right.
Usually the last player to start getting players in my auction, and then I kind of dominate in the middle, and I'm usually done. So I don't have as often I don't have as kind of a developed of an end game strategy because I'm usually kind of just being able to finish out my auction with $5 or $6 players as opposed to $1 or $2 players. But if I am in a position, especially where I'm doing stars and scrubs, or I can kind of play that end game role, I do like to kind of save my money and not try to go for a bunch of $1 players. I'm trying to save for $2 to $3 a player. So that way I'm not stuck in a position where, I don't know, Willie Castro gets thrown out or Jake McCarthy gets thrown out and I can't bid on them because I don't have that extra $1 or $2 to go for. So it's really important for me to try not to get to a position, especially in 15-team leagues or mono leagues, in a 10 or 12 like labor, Labor's a 12-team mixed auction, fine, I'll go to dollar days. That's no problem because there's so many guys left over on the wire. But if you're playing anything deeper than that, it becomes a lot more difficult to try to navigate the end of the auction and get good guys with just $1 players. All right, we have about 5 minutes left and actually made it through or the entire rundown, which is pretty amazing for us because I know we can all yap quite a bit. So Ariel, what else are we missing? What else will make us better auction players? What is your last kind of parting words of wisdom?
Well, I would say that patience is really the thing. Is that often people think, I gotta get this right now, and you sort of play on tilt. It's not like that. If things are so hot, it's going to be colder later. Auctions are zero-sum games. If things are wacky earlier, it's going to be less wacky later. Patience. But then again, if you see that things are ripe early on, it's not about patience. It's knowing when to strike. So unfortunately, you have to be with it the entire 4 hours and are there. But timing is a big thing. And the way to get good at this is really practice. The more you practice, you'll see what goes right, what goes wrong. Do an analysis after you do auctions and say, I could have not bought this guy here, bought this guy there, and you'll teach yourself the patience. Also, if I make a bid in an auction, everybody just go
out. Matt, do you have any parting words of wisdom that you want to add?
That's a good strategy. Yeah.
For me, thanks.
Just that I know there's a lot of people out there that have never done a live auction before. Like I said, that was the first one that I kind of fell in love with as far as drafting types. So if you've never done a live auction, see if you can get in one at some point. It's not too late even for this year to get some friends together and try and set up a live auction draft, because it really is. It's one of the best ways to draft. I really do love it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't think there's anything like a live auction. Even if you've done a live snake draft, it's just not the same. I think an auction, some of my fondest memories in doing fantasy baseball have been the live auctions that I did with my home leagues, many, many years ago, where we would sit around literally all day. I mean, we would get there at 8 o'clock in the morning. We'd take a break for lunch, and then we'd be there until, nighttime, still auctioning. And it took forever, but it was still the greatest day of the year. Enjoy it. If you've never done a live auction, I know NFBC is running live auctions in New Jersey and in Vegas this year. They are a little bit more expensive. There's also plenty of forums where you can try to get together people. Highly recommended. I do miss my home league auction that I used to do, and that's one of the reasons I love Tout Wars and Labor so much, is being able to get together with everybody every year to kind of do that. We have one question here. I'm in a Dynasty league that has $170 to spend, and I have a $16 Bobby Witt. I can go mid to high 70s on Judge. I have Westberg, Royce Lewis, Bybee, and Wu for $1 as well. I personally, this kind of goes back to the earlier question, I personally wouldn't go that much of my auction budget on one player, especially because 170 or 70 out of 170 is a massive amount to spend on one individual player. And it's a lot of risk on that player staying healthy. Would you do this kind of thing in a keeper league there, Matt?
Would I go that high on that? No. Even $70 on a 260, if you're given 260, I don't. That's pretty steep. I don't think I'd go that high. But going into the auction and knowing that you have a good chunk left over, if you've got guys like Westbrook, Lewis, Beebe, and Wu at that cheap of a price point, I mean, I guess you could argue that you have a little bit more capital to play with if that's one that you really want to target. But I don't know if I'd go all the way up to $70 on that one.
What about you, Ariel?
I mean, it's hard to know your exact circumstance here, but $70 out of a 170 sounds like a ridiculously high percentage. I think Aaron Judge is probably one of 23 guys on your active roster. I'm not sure if I would spend 40% on one guy. Just from a risk standpoint alone, right? What if he I don't know, has a hamstring pull and he's out 2 months? I mean, that's just so much risk. To me, that's a no.
Yeah. And I would much rather spend $35 on two separate players and spend $70 on one.
You can win with other players. You don't have to do that. And if somebody buys a $70 Aaron Judge and he somehow is great and stays healthy all season, God bless. But you can still win otherwise. In fact, you could probably extract more value by getting $10 bargains on two guys. So.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's the direction I would go. Thank you guys so much for joining me. I want to give you an opportunity to promote yourselves a little bit and tell people where you can be reached on social media. So, Matt, why don't you remind everybody what you do and where you can be reached on social media?
Yeah, I just want to say thanks so much for having me, guys. Sorry the connection's a little better. But yeah, I'm at Razball on Mondays, top 100 starting pitchers. You can find me at Marmo's Dad, MARMOSDAD, right there on Twitter or on Blue Sky as well.
And then Ariel, where can people reach you at, and what are you working on these days?
I'm on Twitter at ATCNY, over at Fangraphs and over at Rotoballer, and I have the ATC projections on multiple sites and the Beat the Shift podcast. Check it out.
All right. Thank you guys so much for joining me. I'm going to boot you out unceremoniously. Appreciate coming in and sharing your auction knowledge. Definitely still my favorite way to do a draft is through an auction, especially an in-person live auction. And if you like watching me live stream auctions, I'll be live streaming 2 auctions here at the end of the month. So make sure you're subscribed to the YouTube if you are not already, because I will be live streaming both my $1,600 auctions here in the last week of March. And that is a lot of fun. And it really helps me out because it gives me something to do and talk about when I'm doing a 5-hour online auction by myself. So we are raising money for Fantasy Cares. Fantasy Cares is an amazing organization that raises money through fantasy sports leagues and contests for Toys for Tots drives around the country. Last year, I got to participate in the one in the Bay Area where we bought, I think, $2,500 worth of toys for the local Toys for Tots drive. It was a lot of fun. And so far, we have raised just about $6,000, just short of $6,000. So appreciate everybody who has donated through Podapallooza or through TGFBI. It has a lot of money that we're going to get to donate to Fantasy Cares this year. And we're hoping we're going to get to donate more. So keep those donations coming in. Donorbox.org/TGFBI-2025 is the place you can donate. And every dollar you donate gets you entered in to win amazing prizes. That includes jerseys and bobbleheads and subscriptions to Patreons and fantasy baseball sites around the industry, as well as TGFBI entries for next year. Lots of things that you can potentially win by donating. So keep those donations coming in. We have another set of panelists coming in, and this one is great, not only because we're going to get one of the smartest guys in the industry, Kyle Bland, to teach us about analytics and how to use them for our fantasy baseball team, but we also get Sam coming in to host, and that means I get to go take a break because I don't know if you've noticed, but I'm starting to have a hard time talking after 10 hours of being on panels, and my back is killing me a little bit. So, Sam, go ahead and take it away.
Kyle Bland, man, how you doing, brother?
Doing great, Sam. Happy to be here and happy to give Justin a break.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great to see your face. For those of you guys that don't know, Kyle and I have known each other for the last couple of years. You meet the most awesome people at First Pitch Arizona. I think that's why every time it gets brought up, I'll mention it in the comments or whatnot. But I met Kyle. Kyle is the director of data analytics and research at Pitcher List and is as smart and as insightful as he is about getting through the nuances of data and data visualization and how it's applicable. He's a far better human being. So Kyle, you can find him at Twitter and on Blue Sky at Blandalytics, BLANDALYTICS. How you doing, brother? How you feeling? What's up?
Dude, feeling good. So since we last saw each other at First Pitch, we moved. So I'm no longer, I used to be in Jackson, Wyoming. I'm now in just outside Palm Springs, California. So luckily
Nice.
got the computer and the streaming set up all done, but the rest of my house is in boxes. But the show doesn't stop. So we're still putting out a bunch of really cool content at Pitcher List. We just released our live draft assistant app on Friday. So that's a lot of fun. So you can put in all your league settings and it helps walk you through your drafts. I've been using that for for my TGFBI draft, and I've been having a lot of fun. So, time doesn't slow down, and my house can be in boxes, but we're still shipping a lot of really cool stuff at Pitcher List.
I love it. I love it. So, real quick, what's the best thing? What's your most favorite thing that you've done since I saw you last at First Pitch?
I got a new bed. Like, it sounds so silly and so small, but like the last bed we had, I have for 10 years. I'm super proud of that. But it was like, all right, I'm like, that was fresh out of college. And now I'm like, okay, now I'm like an established human being with like kids. Like, it's time to like get a good mattress. And so like, it's not super baseball relevant and it sounds boring, but like, man, a new bed is so nice to have.
No, you're totally becoming an old man. That is, if that was your favorite thing, like right. I totally appreciate that. I love your Northwest t-shirt. You're repping out the Northwest. I want to say that today I got my big dumper shirt on after I did my miserable shirt earlier. Those that don't know, Cal Raleigh, number one catcher in all of baseball, been that way for the last 3 years, be that way for the next 40 or 50. He should be leading off all your drafts. So we're not here to talk about my love for the Mariners. We're here to talk about analytics and an analytics 101. And what I want to know, let's start this off just real basic. And for some people watching, there's a lot of varied experience in how we go about our prep for baseball and how we look at players. And so some of this may feel a little remedial. Some of this may be great catch up. We're going to cover everything that we can from some real baseline stuff, working our way up to what I affectionately call Kyle's toys, the things that he gets to play with on the back end that are a lot of fun. So hopefully the next hour is going to be really informative for you. So let's start with basics. What are the stats that you look at, for example, for hitters and for pitchers? Let's start off with hitters. How do you break that down?
Yeah, so the things that I really look at when I'm, looking at hitters, comparing hitters, what they do well, how they relate to other players, is kind of the big three of swing decisions, contact, and quality of contact, or power, as I generally call it. So swing decisions is usually, are they swinging at the right pitches? So, outside the zone swing percentage, which we'll get into later, and that'll show up too in their walk rates. And then how often do they make contact? So that's, pretty straightforward. How often do they whiff? How often are they swinging and missing, kind of thing? And then that will also be folded into what's their strikeout rate, kind of at a higher level. How did that plate appearance end? And then finally, for the quality of contact, there are a variety of different metrics now that we have a ton of really fun, like StatCast metrics to play around with. Two of the big ones that I really like are barrel rate. How often are they hitting like really high quality batted balls? And then xWOBA on contact. So taking all of their batted balls and going into like, based on how hard they hit it, where they hit it, what's the general value of it. Sometimes they get caught, sometimes they don't, depending on the park, which we'll talk about later. Sometimes it's a home run, sometimes it's a long fly out. So those are kind of the things that I look at a high level, and we'll deal kind of with each of those as we go on later. And then one of the things I'm really excited for this upcoming season at Pitcher List is we're going to be taking those three kind of characteristics and we're controlling for pitch quality. And so that's going to be our decisions plus, contact plus, power plus. So it's kind of those same things. Are they making the right decisions? Are they making contact? Are they hitting for power? Controlling for how good are the pitches that they're facing. And so I'm really excited for that. And that's going to be on all of our player pages. So you can go in and see how's this guy doing. And then if you subscribe to the site, you'll get kind of the more in-depth, like how is it trending over time kind of thing. But that's something I'm really excited for this upcoming 2025 season.
Shut the front door. So decisions plus, contact plus, and power plus. Basically, how good are their swing decisions? How often do they make contact? And is their contact good? The three basic fundamental things that you look at for all hitters in baseball. I find that, for both hitters and pitchers, there's a lot, and rightfully so, there's a lot of relevance put on walk rate and K rate. Like those are some very fundamental stats. But to get into not only how those decisions were made, but what the pitch mix was in that, and being able to fold in park factors. Wow, you guys do a really good job of making me feel not that smart, and usually I'm pretty good. That's awesome. So if those are the three things we look at for hitters, swing decisions, contact, and quality of contact, what are we looking at for pitchers? Or what are you looking at for pitchers?
So for pitchers, a big one is obviously control. If a guy's not throwing in the zone, their hitters are just going to lay off of it and he's going to walk everybody. Now, that's not always a downside. So there are some pitchers, kind of like Blake Snell, who specifically don't throw in the zone a lot because they can get away with it because their stuff is so good. But that's generally, for all pitchers, that's a good one of how sustainable is it? And especially, are they going to go deep in games? The more strikes you throw, generally it's the more outs you can get because you're not walking people. And so usually that's a little bit, it correlates a little bit with efficiency for getting through innings. And then swing results. So I talked a little bit about it. This is kind of grouping together contact and batted ball quality. So whiff rate is a huge one. Is a guy getting swing and miss? Like that's so important. Can he and especially for his main pitch, whether it's a fastball or whether they kind of have an out pitch like a slider or a curveball. If you can beat MLB hitters, that's a huge indicator of your talent, that you have something there, you have something that you can work with. And then even if they do make contact, there are players, a lot of ground ball specialists, so players like a Logan Webb or a Christopher Sanchez, that they will have xwOBA on contact. I talked about it a little bit with hitters, but it's the same idea for pitchers, but you just want a lower number. And so for a lot of kind of ground ball or extreme fly ball, you get a lot of pop-ups, those are easy outs. And so those two stats will kind of tell you, okay, are they making contact when they swing? And then even if they do make contact, is it really dangerous for the pitcher? And then kind of additional stats, like more modern stats, kind of fold in ways like how sustainable are those two things? Because especially batted ball results, it can be a little luck-based. I talked earlier about depending on what park you're in or maybe the defense behind you. And then there's also things like, we'll get into this at the very end in the My Toys section, but things like pitch level models, very, very new to the scene. That's like your Stuff Plus or our PLV at Pitcher List that really get a lot of context, both for, not all locations are good. A fastball right down the pipe is in the zone. And then a slider that dots the corner low and away is also in the zone. So those look the same when you're looking at zone rate, but intuitively we understand that, well, one of those things is going to get hammered and the other one is probably either going to be taken for a strike, whiffed, or very weak contact into play for an easy out. So we'll get into that later. But yeah, at the high level, what's their control like? Are they throwing pitches in the zone? And then are they getting whiffs and are they suppressing contact quality?
So I'm curious then, is there any difference in your approach or what you would consider to be an acceptable range of outcomes when you're looking at starters versus closers? Do those separate at all? Because closers seem to be one or two pitches. Some of them are phenomenal and they don't know where they're throwing the ball. And so control and zone percentage just get thrown out the window on a certain level, right? Like, how do you account for that? And how does that change for you?
Yeah, so personally, like what you want in a reliever is you want strikeouts because there's certainty that guy's out 100% of the time he strikes out. So that's always number one, and you can kind of take some walks here and there because if you strike out a lot of guys, usually you can afford to leave a runner or two on base. And so there's benefit there, and that's why you'll see guys like 40% strikeout rates and then 10% walk rates. And that's maybe a little bit high of a walk rate or even 15, but it's still like on the aggregate, they're dominating so well with strikeouts that how often they walk people doesn't matter. And I will say, I think there's a little bit of an undervalued position is relief pitchers who can manage contact. So that was, we're in our Discord all the time last year. It was Yankees fans just lamenting Clay Holmes and his league-leading blown save totals. But Clay Holmes was incredible last season. He just got bad results in the most high leverage situations, which is, tough, but he still had 29 saves, great ratios. And so I think there is something to be said for pitchers with legit contact suppression characteristics and that they can close. I know he was injured, but like a Bruce Dark Gratterall was always good, like putting like 2 ERAs up but like a 15% strikeout rate. And everyone's like, oh, well, this isn't sustainable. But there are, for some guys, it really is. And so I think, that's one of the fun things about the modern stats is they shine a light on how are these guys doing so well and is it sustainable? And we're starting to learn that, well, some of these things that were taken for granted as being maybe noisy or random, well, pitchers have a little bit more control over them.
Yeah, no, and it's amazing how many different things that we need to look at when we're evaluating players, and having this system, I think, of having the 3 slots for the hitters and the 2 slots for the pitchers really kind of bring everything into focus, that these are the 3 main things that we're looking at for hitters, and there's a variance of statistics that you can look at. These are the 2 things we're looking at for pitchers. And I think those kind of meld together really well when you're putting them together. We've talked about the importance of strikeout rates and walk rates. Do you want to go? And we talked about, for hitting and pitching, we talked about WOBA, wins run created plus, ISO, BABIP, weighted on base average, on contact for hitting. Do you want to talk about those a little bit? Give a little bit of definition to what those actually mean?
Yeah. So first I'll lead with strikeout and walk rates. I know we talked about it at the top, but one of the, gosh, this sounds super nerdy, but like one of the jokes in like the pitch modeling community is no matter how, advanced our models are or what we're taking into account, a pitcher's strikeout minus walk rate is almost like always just as predictive as like their stuff plus. They're like, the most cutting edge like models that we're putting out. And so some of that has to do with, once you have a season's worth of information, strikeout and walk rates are very indicative of who that player is. You have a big enough sample that it tells you. But there's something to be said that we'll be talking about a variety of like tiers of how deep you want to get into the analytics. If I could just tell you that, like, check out strikeout minus walk rate for hitters and pitchers, that'll give you you'll cover a lot of information in those 2 stats without needing to do like a lot of like philosophical understanding. So if that's all you take out of this, just check those 2 things and how they relate to kind of the league average, and you'll have a good idea of who's a good hitter and who's a good pitcher. So that's kind of my spiel, my praise for strikeout and walk rates. But yeah, for hitting, so I'll start with BABIP. So that's your batting average on balls in play, and the idea being how often when a player makes contact and puts the ball into the field of play. So not a home run, not a foul ball, not a whiff, not a walk, but just hits a ball onto the dirt and the grass. How often are those resulting in hits? And for hitters, generally, for hitters and pitchers, that's generally going to regress to about league average, which is usually in the high 200s, maybe low 300s range, depending on the season. There are things that do influence it. So if hitters hit the ball hard, they're generally going to run a higher BABIP, just because that gives fielders either less time to field, that sharply hit ground ball, through the gap. They have less time to get to it. Or if they're in the outfield, maybe that's a little bit over an outfielder's head instead of into their glove. And then I mentioned pitchers and contact suppression before. Fly ball pitchers have a very high influence on BABIP because pop-ups are almost always outs, and a lot of fly balls into the outfield are also outs. And so one of the things that maybe makes fly ball pitchers look better is, since home runs aren't accounted for, they don't get penalized for home runs. So that's always just something to keep into account when you're looking at a pitcher's BABIP, and it looks really good. It's way lower than average. But he's also just giving up dingers left and right. It's like, okay, that's not what's included in this. But yeah, and then so ISO for hitters is actually kind of one of my personal favorites. If you have your strikeout rate, your walk rate, what ISO is how many extra bases they're getting per at bat. So if you hit a double, you're getting 1 extra base on top of it. The assumption is a single here, because that's what's included in your batting average. And so a triple is 2 extra bases, and a home run is 3. This is a pretty intuitive, high-level metric for, well, how powerful are they? How much like extra damage are they adding when they get a hit, basically. And so a lot of high ISO hitters are going to be your sluggers, your Cal Raleighs. But you'll get some guys like Freddie Freeman, doubles machines, or even like a Corbin Carroll who will leg out a triple that they'll kind of run a little bit higher ISOs than you'd expect. And those are a little more variable because, if you're relying on your speed to get hits, that's harder to influence than how good your bat is. And then getting a lot of your value from doubles usually means you hit a lot of line drives, and that can be streaky year to year, but there are players that show that. But generally, higher ISOs are good, and they're pretty sticky year to year. And now we'll get into kind of the all-in-one hitter metrics. And so that's your weighted on base average, your WOBA, and then WRC plus, which is weighted runs created plus. And they're actually related. WRC plus comes from your WOBA. And so what WOBA is it takes basically all of the plate appearance outcomes, strikeout, walk, regular, like out in play, and then single, double, triple, home run. And it gives a number of value to them based on generally how they affect runs. So on average, a double gives you 1.25 runs kind of thing, because if no one's on base, you just get to second base, no runs were added. But if the bases are loaded, that could be 3 runs. If you have a guy on third, that could be 1 run. So what WOBA does is it takes all of these states from the season, runners on, outs, so 1 out, 2 out, 3 outs, and it consolidates those numbers down into a value for what that outcome is. And it's designed to be on like your OBP scale. So where about 320 is league average, higher, better, lower, worse. And then what WRC plus is it takes that, it looks at the league average, it applies some park factor and league adjustments, and that's what the plus comes from. Generally, when you see plus, that means that you're controlling for the environment that stat was in. So in this case, it's controlling for the park that it's in and what the league is like. And then it's scaled so that 100 is always league average, and then higher is better and lower is better. And that's like an all-in-one. WOBA and WRC plus are very directly correlated with run scoring. So if you have a high WOBA, a high WRC plus, generally that means that you're going to be scoring more runs, and you see that with teams as well. Okay, great. That's hitting. Those are, some of the fun ones. And then, WOBA on contact, same idea, only you just don't include strikeouts and walks. So this is basically saying, okay, you make contact. How valuable is the contact you're making? And so sluggers that do a lot of damage, Aaron Judge's, Yordan Alvarez's, Shohei Ohtani's, they're going to rate really well by that, versus maybe more on-base machines. So like your Luis Arias's, or your very high walk rate kind of leadoff hittery types. They'll actually fare worse by this than league average, just because singles and walks aren't as valuable as doubles, triples, and homers. So that's kind of a good way to identify how much damage are they doing on contact.
Nice. What about the pitchers? How do you evaluate pitchers with those?
Yeah, so for pitchers, there's a whole suite of, it's a lot of kind of all-in-one. How many runs are they allowing? That's the pitcher's job for the most part. Like, you're not looking, like, teams aren't looking for pitchers to get outs. Or sorry, they are looking for pitchers to get outs. They don't really care how. If you can get field outs, that's great. If you get strikeouts, that's probably preferable, because it's a little less, there are less opportunities. But basically, how many runs is this pitcher allowing? There's a lot of randomness that goes into ERA. The biggest thing off the top of my head is if you leave a game and there are runners on base, you can get charged for those runs if the pitcher after you allows them to score. So like, it's, your responsibility, but not really your responsibility. And then you get a lot of things too of how hits get sequenced, of if you allow a walk, a single, and a double in an inning, if the walk and the single happen first and then the double happens, that might result in the 2 runners on base scoring and then the double. But if it's like the single, double, and then a walk, it might just end up with players on base and none of them have scored yet. So how outcomes line up can affect how runs are scored. And so a lot of these kind of consolidate that down. So FIP just looks at strikeouts, walks, and homers. XFIP is very similar, but it assumes a league average home run to fly ball rate, because that can be pretty fluky and random. And so it basically just cuts through the noise there. Sierra is a little bit similar, but it looks at what your batted ball mix is like. So ground balls and fly balls, like I talked about, ground balls will generally result in hits more often, but fly balls are more dangerous, even if they're less often hits. xERA is a new one that's by Baseball Savant, and that's strikeouts, walks, and then their xWOBA. So how often, based on the batted ball quality they allow, are they expected to allow runs? And then the last one that I kind of want to get to is our PLA, which is our pitch level average, basically. And that's the quality of their pitches they throw, all are given like an expected run value every single pitch. And so how many runs do all of their pitches are we expecting to allow, and then over the course of their inning? So you're even stripping out things of like, did the umpire job you on, well, that should have been strike 3, but instead he called ball 4. Or, maybe the batter just reached out and got like a bloop single on a really well executed pitch that, well, good for them, you tip your cap, but from what you did, from how you executed your job, you should be rewarded for that. And so that's what we kind of do, is we give value for every individual pitch. And then again, all of it on a run level. So that's what all of those stats are trying to estimate.
Okay. So now that we've looked at some of the stats that we're looking at and how we break them down with how we come about to them, let's go back to plate discipline. There are a couple of things that we look at with plate discipline generally. There's Z swing and O swing. Do you want to talk a few minutes about what they are and why do they matter?
Yeah, I'd love to. So a very standard way of measuring plate discipline is Z swing minus O swing. The idea being, if you swing at pitches in the zone, that's really good. And if you swing at pitches out of the zone, that's bad, because you're likely to miss at those. And yeah, that gives you a good idea of, is a player swinging at pitches that they can damage and avoiding swinging at pitches they can't. But one of the things that I found, and I had mentioned it, last during the 2023 season and a little bit last year, but one of the things that is not as intuitive, I think, is basically looking at, well, what happens when players don't swing. And the thing is, if a pitch is out of the zone and you don't swing, on average, that's going to be about 5. You're going to earn about 5 runs per 100 pitches seen that way. So 5 plus 5 runs if you don't swing out of the zone. If you do swing out of the zone, that's minus 6 runs. So almost the exact opposite. It counteracts that. So swinging kind of negates that exact thing. If it's in the zone and you don't swing, that's bad. It's almost equally as bad as swinging out of the zone. It's just as damaging. You're just as likely to kind of cost your team runs. But swinging at a pitch in the zone is almost a net neutral. That's kind of what's expected on you. And so the idea being that swinging in the zone is good. It's pretty good. It's okay. You want to do that. But swinging out of the zone is really, really bad. And so that's something that I think it gets missed on when you see kind of those higher level ones. And so that's something that I want to talk about. Yeah.
Well, and this is just crazy to me because we don't have the ability to put it up on the screen, but you have this nice little chart that we have in our notes. It seems like the best thing to do at the plate is to not swing at something that isn't in the zone every time. That is always the best result. It's even more than swinging at something in the zone. And you have to swing to get offense, right? Like you have to make the decision to swing the bat. So I think that's just crazy to me how different that is as far as the run value.
Yeah, the intuition, I get it. But the idea being, well, we talked about batting average on balls in play, and that's usually about 300. So what I'm saying is, so the pitch is in the zone, you swing. Okay. You need to make contact. You need to make contact, which is not a given. And if you miss, that's a negative value. Okay. So now, even assuming that you made contact, 7 out of 10 times that contact is going to be an out on average. And
Right.
that's going to be a negative. So you need 3 of the 10 times you make contact, which also doesn't happen all the time. That's where the value comes from. And so the actual swinging at pitches in the zone that earn value is such a small segment. And I think that's something that kind of gets lost because you're like, oh yeah, they should be swinging at pitches in the zone. But the idea being that, yeah, like they should, absolutely. Because like you said, like that's how you earn value. But there is a kind of risk reward balance to it that I think a lot of, that isn't quite as intuitive, but it is very important. But back to the value of not swinging out of the zone, I say Juan Soto hits 300 because he doesn't swing at bad pitches.
Ever.
I think like he's got a league average bat to ball. He's, a good hitter. This is not me disparaging Juan Soto. He's incredible, but his ability to not swing at bad pitches is just God tier. That's where he gets his value from. That he doesn't have to make good contact. You don't have to be Luis Arias if you're swinging at pitches that are in the heart of the zone and you're spitting on pitches that you can't do anything with. And I think that's something that's like important context that can help feed of like, okay, why are these players as good as they are?
Yeah, no, that was real eye-opening with that chart. There's an 11-run difference in value between pitches out of the zone, whether you swing or you don't. And literally the most important thing you can do as a hitter, according to this, is to not swing at things that are not in the zone. And that, I mean, it sounds stupid to say that out loud, but it's seeing it like that. Like you said, it's not necessarily intuitive to be like, really? It's that disparaged? Like you have that much of a difference?
Yeah. And
so
this is observed. This was me looking at like all of the results in 2023. This isn't like me modeling something and
right.
modeling error. This is like what actually happened.
Yeah. No, it's really important when you're looking at data to take the data where it takes you and not to just have a preconceived notion of, oh, well, how do I make this fit what I think?
Yeah.
So yeah, that's interesting. So you have to swing in the zone. Is it in the zone? Yes. Did you swing? Yes. Has got this net neutral. So batted ball quality, the expected stats that we have is really important now. This becomes secondary to obviously not swinging at pitches that are out of the zone. Take us through some of the batted ball quality expected stats that we would look at for both hitters and pitchers.
Yeah, so the big one, and it's going to apply to both hitters and pitchers, is expected WOBA on contact. And that's taking into account what is at Baseball Savant, they do what is the batted ball speed, so how hard was the ball hit, and what was the launch angle, so how high or low was that ball hit. At Pitcher List, we also fold in the spray angle, so like where along the field of play, pull, center, oppo, where was that ball hit, because generally, all things being equal, pulling a ball is better than hitting it to the opposite field, given the same batted, exit velo and launch angle. So that has a little bit of value, and we like to show it just because it does provide a little bit more context for a player like an Isaac Paredes.
I was just going to ask, what does your model think of Paredes?
Yeah, it rates him as a good hitter because, yeah, there are hitters, and our expected WOBA on contact is going to be a little noisier because pull, center, oppo is a little noisier. It's a little more variable. But for the hitters who have shown an ability to consistently hit pulled fly balls, so your Bregmans, your Paredeses, those players will get a boost because that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to just drop that fly ball into those outfield bleachers right next to the foul pole every time. And for the most part, they do it. And so those are the kind of players where you're like, how did he hit 30 home runs when he had a way lower than league average expected WOBA? Like his batted ball quality is bad. And it's like, well, there are more components than velo and launch angle to batted ball quality. And so we take that into account on the Pitcher List. And another one for hitters is expected slugging. So similar idea to what we talked about, but maybe on a more understandable scale of singles are worth 1, doubles 2, triples 3, homers 4, that they go through, and same thing based on the batted ball, the velo and launch angle, they say it's, this likely to be a single, this likely to be a triple, that kind of thing. So those are the two kind of big batted ball quality ones before we get into the kind of more granular stuff that I've been working on for hitters. And then for pitchers, we mentioned a little bit about xERA, which is adding strikeouts and walks to the batted ball quality they have. So that kind of gives you an idea of when a plate appearance ends, what do we think the hitter did in that plate appearance? And then we can credit or discredit the pitcher that amount. Because the hitter hits the ball, it's not really up to him if the defense catches it. It's not really up to him what the dimensions of the outfield fence is. That we don't want to give a pitcher credit for having Kansas City's outfield or Detroit's outfield, just the big cavernous stadiums, or we'll talk about it later in a little bit, but like Seattle's marine layer, where just batted balls go to die. That pitchers don't control that. Pitchers, they don't have influence over that as much as they have influence over batted ball quality.
Batted balls go to die in Seattle. I've never experienced or seen that. I don't know. Yeah. Yep. It's a real thing. So we've got batted ball quality. We've looked at the stats that lead us up to these expected stats, but we have had the opportunity to get more data points in the last couple of years, and we've been able to look at some really fun and exciting things that are going on for not only batters, but pitchers. Do you want to talk a little bit about the advanced analytics that we are starting to look at and try to make them a little bit more accessible for people?
Yeah, so we have, thanks to MLB and their StatCast, they share just an incredible amount of very granular and informative data. It's very rich, it's very clean, it's easy for people like myself, but also for hobbyists, which is what I was before I did this, to play around with the data and to get a lot of really cool insights. But a lot of the things that we look at Pitcher List, and I know this is kind of Nick is very big on, I'm going to go through kind of his big four. So he loves, for fastballs at the very least, he loves extension. So what extension is every pitcher during their throw, where they release the ball in relation to the mound. And so some pitchers are tall, and so they get more extension that way. Some pitchers can get really deep and have a very long stride. And so by the time they do their stride and they finish their throw, they have a greater extension that way. And some pitchers just naturally release the ball a little further along in their arm swing. And so that'll give you a little extra extension there. And then vice versa, pitchers can throw short, whether that's from kind of choking up their arm action, whether that's from being short, or whether that's from having like a very compact stride. So extension's a big one.
And
go on.
I was going to ask, extension seemed to be a big topic this last November. I know you guys were talking about, for example, Logan Gilbert and his ability to extend on a pitch. Do you find that to be one of those things that you now are looking at for all pitchers?
Yeah, absolutely. Because so we think about, okay, a pitcher, his fastball is 95. Well, if he releases a 95-mile-an-hour fastball 7 feet from the mound, that pitch is going to feel faster. It gets to the hitter sooner than the same pitch thrown only 5 feet from the mound, because it just has less distance to travel. So there is how close or far you release the pitch from home plate affects the velocity that the hitter perceives. It gives them less time to react. And so that seems like a faster pitch. And so that's an important thing to keep in mind is a long extension kind of allows your velo to play up. And something too that we're starting to get into is that'll even affect how your pitches move. That if a pitcher gets a lot of movement from releasing closer to home, that's actually more impressive than if it's further away, because that pitch has less time to move. And so basically it's moving the same amount in a smaller amount of time. And that's more impressive than if it has more time to kind of for the spin and shape of the ball to impact it. So that's another one of those things where, it had this much movement and it was 95. that can be two very different pitches depending on, we'll keep it in Seattle. If Logan Gilbert throws it at 7 feet from the mound, or if Luis Castillo throws it at like 5.5 feet from the mound, like an 18-inch difference, like that is a substantial amount of time in terms of how like reaction time, the amount of time a batter has to swing and hit the ball.
Yep.
So extension is one of those things that you've kind of always noted it. That pitch got on top of him. It jumped on the batter is how like big extension guys would maybe be described in the past. But now we have an idea of like, okay, why is extension so good? What does it affect? And so that's kind of one of the things now we're starting to now give context to. Oh yeah, he throws fast, but well, it's maybe not as fast as it sounds based on the release because he's shorter or things like that. So I think that was one of the things that we talked a lot about at first pitch was what's their extension like and how does that affect kind of the other stats that maybe get that top level billing. Oh, it moved this much. Oh, it's this fast. But that has context too.
So we're going to talk about a couple more of those, but I have another question real quick. In the past few years, I've heard the number 94 on the speed of a fastball being the line of demarcation between it's a good fastball or it's not. Do we find with extension and some of these other things that we're looking at that velocity isn't as important, or is it still one of those things that you need to hit a certain velocity and then these other factors really affect it?
So the way that you could think of it is if you have a long extension that can kind of buy you some miles per hour of, oh, well, I've got a 93 mile an hour fastball, but because I'm releasing it closer to home plate, it plays more like a 94, 95 mile an hour fastball. But that's kind of the way to think of it is you're buying yourself extra perceived velocity by releasing closer to home plate, or vice versa of you might need to throw 96 from further away to get a similar effect to 95 closer to the plate.
Okay. So other than extension, what else are we looking at now? You said there were the big four. So that was the first.
So that was one. Another one that has gotten a lot of play thanks to Alex Chamberlain at Fangraphs is vertical approach angle. And so that's basically the hitter at the plate, how the pitch kind of comes in. So if you have kind of the front of the plate is this plane, curveballs will come in steep because they're breaking down. So that's going to be kind of a steep approach angle. And fastballs will be closer to kind of a flat, or even it'll feel like the ball's kind of coming up a little bit. And for a fastball, that coming up part is like a rising action. And so you'll hear a lot about that hitters, they have a flat fastball. It's a good VAA fastball. And that generally means that it's coming in very level. And that it messes with a hitter's intuition because hitters are used to balls being thrown, being affected by gravity. They drop. And so if you can have a ball that stays flatter than expected, so it doesn't drop as much, they're generally going to swing under it. So that's better for whiffs. Something else to keep in mind there is, of course, the angle that a pitch lands in the zone is going to be affected by where it's at because the pitcher is always releasing from the same point. So that could be like my elbow over here. So the pitcher releases my elbow. But if they locate high in the zone, you can see how that affects the angle. And if they locate low in the zone, you can see how that affects the angle. So that's something to keep in mind too for, the Dodgers seem to be a team that likes to throw low located fastballs. And so their numbers might not look as impressive as someone like Joe Ryan is really good at kind of locating high and his number. And he is very good at it. But it's important to understand that you need to adjust for where that pitch is located because that does affect the angle that it approaches the plate. That's another one. A third one, we've been talking about it left, right, and center. Velo, how fast a pitch goes is probably the most important indicator of how successful it is. All else being equal, faster, better. It starts to get a little bit, murkier when you get into breaking and off-speed pitches because, there's actually benefits to it being further away from your fastball because then it can affect with a hitter's timing that, well, do they sit for the slower pitch or do they kind of jump thinking it's a fastball and then swing out in front of it? So there's, it's a little murkier there, but on average, faster, better. And then vertical break. So for fastballs, we talked a little bit about the angle, but then also how a pitcher influences the spin of the ball. If they can cause it to rise or resist the effects of gravity is maybe more accurate. That will, again, it messes with the hitter's intuition. They'll swing under it. And so that'll usually lead to either more pop-ups because they're hitting it on the top of the bat, or just a whiff that the batter's swinging underneath it. So basically the four were how fast it is, how close to the plate you release it, how much movement up and down the pitch gets, and then the angle that the pitch comes at the home plate, bet higher or lower is also, those are the kind of Nick's big four of assessing fastballs. And for the most part, a lot of those have a lot of impact on, breaking balls and off speed. Some other things that are important are side to side break. Of course, balls don't just move up and down. Something that more side to side break will do is you'll get less whiffs, because that usually means that the ball is kind of moving along the bat rather than going away from it. And so what that'll usually do is result in worse contact. So, if it's going away from the batter, what's going to happen is they're going to end up hitting it kind of off the end of the bat. Or if it's kind of cutting in on the batter, it's going to result in jamming them up inside. And so they'll get more weak contact. And so usually that horizontal break will result in contact quality for pitchers, and then vertical movement will result in kind of more whiffs because they get under or over it. But that's kind of the high level, like fun, advanced stuff that we have for pitchers. For batters, we have even cooler stuff. We have bat speed, which is basically velo, but for hitters. Like how fast you swing the bat is extremely important. Maybe we'll talk about that kind of as we get into my fun toys stats a little later. But then you get into hard hit rate, which is how often a batter's hitting a ball above 95 miles an hour is Baseball Savant's measure. And that's good. Like I love having a good empiric threshold of, this ball's hit hard. And Baseball Savant has done a really good job of showing, well, that's because when a ball is hit 95, good things happen. There's the quality of that batted ball really starts to shoot up and get really valuable at around 95 miles an hour. You get your barrel rate. I mentioned it before, but what a barrel rate is there are optimal combinations of launch speed and launch angle. So I've mentioned before, like if you hit a really hard hit, 100 mile an hour, but ground ball, that's probably going to find its way into the glove of, someone on the infield, shortstop, first base, third base, whatever. That, you hit that ball really hard, but like nothing was ever really going to happen. And so what barrel rate does is it takes a look at the balls where if you hit it hard, it's likeliest to result in a really good outcome. So a lot of home runs are hit there. A lot of doubles, extra base hits are kind of barrels. And so it is a sliding scale of if you hit the ball, you just hit the snot out of a ball, you have a lot of room to play with, that there are a lot of angles where that'll do damage. If and then as you hit the ball a little weaker, the range of window of angles where you can do damage gets a little narrower and a little narrower. But generally that's been shown to be very sticky. So it's what I mean by that is year to year, it tracks well within a player. And so to me, that is indicative of that is an internal kind of talent that hitter has. And then the last kind of advanced analytic I'll get into is something that we show on our player pages at Pitcher List. And we call it the ideal contact rate, which is batted balls, but also folds on other batted ball quality that results in hits a lot of the time. And so that'll be things of like those kind of hard hit, low line drives. They might not ever really be doubles, but they're usually going to find grass in the shallow outfield. And so that'll get you on base. Or kind of less hard hit, but kind of like the bloop singles like I talked about, that there are some batted ball combinations where that consistently will result in a single. And so we fold that in too of, okay, this is less of a measure of how the damage a player does and more a measure of, okay, these are how often are they making good contact or useful contact kind of thing. And so that's something that we really like to show.
Right on. Okay. So let's talk about your toys. Let's talk about what you are doing behind the scenes and what you've released and all that good stuff. And then I want to spend the last couple minutes. I'm going to put you on the spot for some names of some players. So as we're going through this, I want you to think about players that have stood out to you in this off season of your research, players that you're either really excited about or just were amazed how off you were on how bad they were.
Yeah, great. Sounds good.
Yeah,
so my toys can't wait. PLV is kind of the one that when I came into Pitcher List, that's what I brought to the table. So that's our pitch level value model. And I had kind of mentioned it earlier, but basically for every pitch thrown, we assign a run value to it and then put it on a standard scale where 5 is league average and 10 is usually like the best, like most legit pitches. 0 is usually the worst. And it takes into account things like where was the pitch located and how did it get there? How fast was it? How much did it move? And also the context of it, because I've done some research and it shows that depending on what the count is, hitters are more or less likely to swing. That you, Nick loves to say you sneak in a 0-0 curveball, a first pitch curveball. If you can put that in the zone, hitters are going to take that a lot of the time. And so he calls it like free real estate. And that it's basically like, yeah, you can kind of steal a strike by just flipping in a curveball or a breaking ball, even if it's maybe not the greatest location, but you can usually get a strike because hitters aren't trying to kind of swing as much. Sometimes, they're just trying to get a read on what the pitcher looks like. Other times, they're sitting for the exact pitch that they want because they know they have a couple other pitches to kind of wait for. So there's context, and then there's what the pitcher does. And so that's our PLV model. We're also working on releasing our version of a stuff model. And so what stuff is it's what we talked about a little bit in the last segment of a pitcher is in control of how fast they throw the ball, where they release the ball. That's in terms of how close to the plate it is, but also how high and how like in or out they release the ball. And then how much that ball moves. That those things are generally, that's very indicative of who that pitcher is. That is their true talent. And so that's what we call stuff. And so it doesn't factor in kind of where the pitch ended up. It's just how did it get there? And that's proven to be that follows pitchers year to year a lot. And it's very quick to stabilize. That if it basically in one start, you can have an idea of that's who this pitcher is. Like one start is enough pitches for us to be like, okay, this is what their pitches look like. This is how high or low quality they are. And so that's one of the benefits of stuff and the various kind of stuff models that are out there. Ours will have kind of its own fun bells and whistles and tweaks, and I'll write up on that. But that's kind of what we're working on. One of the things I talked about before that I'm most excited about is our hitter stats. And so we call those our process plus stats of what is the hitter's process. And so that's your decision value, your contact, and your power. All of those are scaled. So they're all on the same kind of like 100 is average, higher is better, lower is worse. And then we also fold them all together because it's possible to do something like Josh Naylor is kind of like this. If he swings pitches very high in the zone, even out of the zone, and that's generally a bad decision. Those are on an average level across the league, that's a poor place. We looked at that chart, or we talked about that chart of swing out of the zone so bad, but he can actually make a lot of contact there. And so the value he brings making contact there actually outweighs the negative value of it being a bad decision. And so at the end of the day, once you fold that in and how hard he hits the ball, that's kind of it was a bad decision, but he can make up for it. And so it's actually still a plus value.
So that brings up a whole question for me that, we were talking about in zone and out of zone. Mm-hmm. And though it's a fairly defined place, we have graphics now when we watch baseball on TV for where the strike zone is supposed to be and all that stuff. And I'm not here to, vilify umps or call for robot umpires at all. I think they have a hard job and do a pretty good job of calling games, all things being equal. But that being said, does this mean that each player has their own zone? That each player, even if there is a defined baseball zone, that for Josh Naylor, your model is going to look at upper zone things or even outside of the zone? And do you do that for all players? Or I mean, tell me about that, because that seems like that opens up a huge can of worms for what makes a good swing.
Yeah, not yet. All of these stats basically assume like a league average hitter. So it doesn't take into account that specific trait. It just looks at, for a league average hitter, is this a good decision? For a league average hitter, did this add contact value? For a league average hitter, did that batted ball add power value? So that's kind of the baseline that we're working with as a league average hitter. With that information, we can start to do things like contextualize, like, okay, this is a good Josh Naylor swing, or this is a good Juan Soto swing. That, like, all of them are good, but some of them are still better than others. And so that's something that we can do. That's like a next step. But having this baseline also makes it easier to compare across players. So how are, Juan Soto's decisions for a league average player, how do those compare to like Javi Baez's decisions? And so it makes it a little bit easier. It's a big gap. Let me tell you, it's a big gap, but it allows us to make those comparisons a little bit easier. But one of the things that kind of I want to do is to get that more specific, individualized analysis, because I think that's super fun. One of the things that I like, the joy that I get out of this is like all of these players are major league quality players. They're all MLB players.
Top 0.1% on the planet. They're just amazing.
And it's like, I play beer league hockey, and it's like the best guy I've ever played against wasn't good enough to make the minor leagues, and the best guy in the minor leagues is barely good enough to make the majors, like that kind of thing. That all of these guys are the best player you ever would have competed against in your career.
Right.
But I like to give context for like, okay, what makes them good? Let me shine a light on this skill that they bring that maybe isn't quite like, oh, he's got a league average on-base percentage. It's like, okay, but like how he gets there is actually really impressive or cool or unique. And the same thing with pitchers of like, he's got a 3.6 ERA, pretty good, but not elite. But I'm like, yeah, but like it's an unlucky 3.6 ERA. Like he's actually really good. Or, oh, actually he's had a lot of bounces go his way. He's not, the pitches he's throwing aren't quite as good as that I like to give kind of context and nuance and provide that information kind of to the people watching, to the readers of our site. And so that's always kind of the most fun thing, is what makes these players unique, like what makes them them. And so that's always the next step for me, is how do I go another step further and get even more individualized.
It sounds like you're going to be doing this for a while, man. That sounds like a lot of work, brother. That's better you than me, man.
It's good though. I mean, like it's one of those things where like there's always the more questions you answer, it's like the Hydra, like two more spout off once you answer one thing. And so there's always, it's good work, but it's always going to be there, which is both good for my stability in this role and is also good for kind of like baseball in general.
Yeah, I love it. So I told you a couple seconds ago I was going to put you on the spot. I want you to give me and you don't have to give a lot of context, but I want you to give me the names of 3 hitters and 3 pitchers that you are really high on, that you feel is above market value, that the market is sleeping on these players based on what you looked at.
Yeah. One of my favorite values, I tell this to kind of anyone who will listen to me. Surprisingly few people listen to me. Well, I don't know why. Yordan Alvarez, the dude bashes, and like I know like value at like first round turn, but he's an easy top 10 pick. Like he's such an elite hitter, and I don't think he gets the credit he deserves. I think a lot of people are, oh, he gets injured, blah blah blah, but like if he's injured and still putting up 35 bombs with an average over 300 every year, like that's so good. And so I think a lot of people just see kind of those end stats of like, yeah, well, he only hit 35, upper 30s homers. And it's like, yeah, but if he gets 600 plate appearances, that's 40. And like, I think a lot of people just assume he'll get injured, which is kind of fair, but like, he's so good at the plate. It's outrageous.
He's becoming the next Freddie Freeman as far as having that highest floor year over year in the first round. Like you pencil it or pen it in. 30 home runs, 200 counting stats, done. 310, 320 batting average.
Yeah, absolutely. Taylor Ward is another. That's probably more of like the value pick who you can get in every draft. He just does everything well. He makes really good decisions. He makes good contact. He hits for power. Like I think that's always the players who are pretty good at everything. I think get slept on a lot. And like the platonic ideal of that is Freddie Freeman. He's never going to lead the league in homers, but he's always going to make good decisions. He's always going to get on base. He makes contact. He hits for power. But like I think those players, when they're not very good at everything and are merely just good at everything, I think they tend to get undervalued.
Yeah.
And then let's see. I just have so many players to choose from. Jake Berger, big favorite of mine. Big, starting first, third baseman, definitely quarter infield target. I think the dude's gonna mash. Dude just hits tanks. I love it.
Okay, we got time for 3 quick pitchers, Justin.
Really, really quick.
Give me the names.
Blake Snell. I think everyone laments the walk rates, but the dude strikes out the world. Joe Ryan. It's a very slow fastball, and that terrifies people. But the way, like his release and the movement he gets and the way he locates it is so good. I'm buying Snell and Ryan wherever I can.
Nice. I can't thank you enough for chatting with us about stats. That is the Kyle Bland at BLANDLYTICS on Twitter and Blue Sky. I'm Sam at SamFBB1. I'm your favorite game show host, and I do things with Palazzo Podcast and with the Dynasty Guru. So, Justin, man, how was your break? How you feeling?
I'm ready to try to make it through the last hour.
You got this, brother. You got this.
I believe.
It's been a long day. I kind of forgot, and I think I forget every year just how long of a day, a 12-hour day, even if I'm not on every single episode or I guess they're not episodes, hour. It's a long day of sitting in my office and chatting.
I don't know how you do it. It's insane. Like after an hour, my voice is shot. I need to go lie down. I don't know how you do it, man.
Hey, I got to give a shout out to my league mates at NWPL, Ken and Sean. Thanks for being with me this hour. Sorry, had to do it.
There we go. Remind everybody where you guys can be reached on social media. Plug anything you got going on. Kyle, go ahead and lead us off.
Yeah, so I'm at Blandalytics on Twitter and Blue Sky. I do a lot of my work at Pitcher List, so you can find my work on the player pages there. Subscribe for the fanciest charts and the prettiest stats. So go ahead and check us out there.
And Sam.
Like I said, I'm at SamFBB1. You can find me on Blue Sky, and I do things with the Palazzo Podcast and with the Dynasty Guru.
There we go. Appreciate you guys coming on. Really appreciate you, Sam, for coming on and hosting another one. And you're going to host 2 more tomorrow to give me more of a break, which is really, really appreciated. Don't know how I would have made it through this day if I was hosting all 12 hours. But we have some really, really good people coming on next. Some amazing people, some great people, some might say. We're going to talk some NFBC content, which is usually my favorite panel because I learn the most and apply the most from that. Before we do that, I want to remind everybody, as it starts to get darker in my office, as we start approaching nighttime here on the West Coast, to donate. Fantasy Cares, donorbox.org/TGFBI-2025 to get you entered into the raffle to win amazing prizes. Every dollar you donate to Fantasy Cares goes to them and gets you a raffle ticket for jerseys and bobbleheads and subscriptions to Patreons and sites within the fantasy industry, t-shirts, hats, whole bunch of stuff we're going to be giving away at the end of the weekend. So please make sure you are donating. We are up over $6,000 at this point, raised through Podapallooza and TGFBI participants and satellite participants. Really, really appreciate everybody who's been watching, everybody who's been donating, and especially all the people who've been giving their time to come on and talk fantasy baseball and help raise money for this cause. I love Fantasy Cares. They're a fantastic organization. And we're going to be going all day tomorrow. So, and we got some amazing panels. I'll talk about some of those at the end of this hour. But first, let's bring in some heavy hitters. I had to bring in someone who was retired, someone who doesn't even talk on podcasts anymore. My buddy, Toby, Bat Flip Crazy. Great to see you, my friend.
Great to see you too, Justin. Wow, I'm retired. I didn't even know that. It's
I don't even see you around anymore.
I know. I'm sorry.
We used to hang out a few times a year. We would draft against each other, or we would go to a ball game, or and I never see you anymore, brother.
I know. I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry. I've kind of moved into the shadows and, just baking sourdough bread now occasionally. So that's about all I do these days.
There we go. I'm going from an old friend to a new friend. We have Dan from FTN. Dan, it's great to finally meet you. Love all your content at FTN. Welcome to Podapallooza.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm really excited to do this. I'm going to be in some really great company. I hope I can hold up my end.
And then from an old friend to a new friend to one of my best friends, I got Dave McDonald of Rotosaurus and Friends of Fantasy Benefits. How you doing, my friend?
Good, man. Good. Yeah, I think Toby is just too busy doing his sourdough bread and eating apple fritters for us. He just doesn't love us anymore.
Well, I'm glad we're
It's a tough competition between you guys in those two things,
No,
I can't imagine it's that close, but
no, not close.
I brought you guys together so we could talk some NFBC leagues because I want to do better. Like I've been getting better and better, but I need to get even better than that. One of these days, maybe even try to take down an overall. And so I'm banking on your guys' knowledge to make me a little bit better and make the listeners a little bit better here. So we're going to jump into that. But before we do, I want to remind everybody where you guys can reach on social media and kind of plug any work you are doing. I know you're not really doing work anymore, Toby, but where can people find you on social media?
I'm always doing work, Justin,
Yeah.
At Batfoot Crazy is where you can reach me on social media. I pretty much just exclusively post the CLQ entrance. And so that's about all I do these days on social media, but I'm occasionally on podcasts when people will have me.
And you guys have the first CLQ auction this year, right? In Vegas?
Yeah, we do. It's going to be on Friday, March 21st at 4 p.m. Pacific time. And so that'll be broadcast, I think, on a couple different places. So it should be a lot of fun, generate some interest, really hoping, that we can get over, we had 201 participants last year. I'm hoping we can get over that threshold this year and see the contest grow a little bit because I think it's going to be a lot of fun.
It's really, really cool what you kind of put together there. So I'm interested in following on. Unfortunately, the 21st is my anniversary, so I don't know that I'll be able to follow on the day of. Otherwise, it may be my last anniversary, which is why I'm not going to Vegas this year. So
yeah, I'll have to send Danielle a message just to see if you can, make it instead. I'm sure she'll appreciate that.
I'm sure she'd love that. Dan, why don't you remind everybody where you can reach on social media and plug what you do in the industry?
Well, it's right there on the screen at Red Fox Roto on Twitter. And I joined FTN with Vlad and Lucas Beery and all the great team we have there. Mike Mager as well. There's others. I know I'm forgetting someone. It's like an Oscar speech. But I've been there since January. I was doing a big preseason series on stolen bases. I wrote an article about the 80th and 90th percentile category targets. So we'll be able to talk about that tonight, I believe. And that's where you can find me.
Awesome.
And a CLQ participant as well. Am I right, Dan?
You are right. Yes, I'm back for year number 2.
One of these years, I'll join the CLQ. Not going to be this year, but one of these years.
You, Justin.
I know. You want my easy money, is what it is. Dave, want to remind everybody where you can be reached and talk about what you do.
You can find me at RunDMCD on Twitter. I have an account on Blue Sky, but I don't really check there very often. And hey, Sam. And you can find me on Friends with Fantasy Benefits whenever Justin decides that he's going to grace me with his presence for the podcast, which has not happened for the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, I apologize for that. It's been a rough few weeks with TGFBI and Podapallooza getting rolling, but we will get back to recording on Monday and be talking about a whole bunch of stuff to get people ready for all their drafts, but especially their NFBC drafts. We'll have a huge NFBC focus, especially with, I believe, the first main event happening today, right?
That's
so there's going to be some ADP and some drafts to start to discussing in the high stakes world, which everybody loves to overreact to. So we will definitely be chatting about that on Monday night. Plus, we have some Earth leagues to recap as well.
It would be great if they would put the Earth ADP out there, but for whatever reason, Jeff refuses. I don't get it. But
I don't know what's going on there, but we'll that's a discussion for a different time. Let's talk about NFBC leagues, your high stakes leagues, especially KDS. That's the first thing you got to do for an NFBC league after you register and your league fills. You got to figure out how you're going to set your KDS. Toby, do you have a specific KDS strategy or preferences this year?
Yeah, I mean, this year there's kind of a top 4 for me, I think, that are pretty clear. Whenever I'm doing it, like, it's always hard because you kind of are playing this game of chicken where you're like, I really want to get guys that I want, and I also want those guys in the second round. I feel like there's a little bit of a drop off towards the end of the second round this year. So it's a little bit of a give and take. I'm pretty happy regardless of where I end up in the draft. But I do think that the top 4 for me, like Bobby Witt, Shohei Ohtani, J Ram, and Aaron Judge are like a pretty clear top 4 for me. And so I'll probably put those guys first and then figure it out. Probably actually go towards the middle. There's a couple guys I would prioritize. So it just depends a little bit, but wherever I end up, I'm happy.
What about you, Dave? Do you have a specific strategy? For me, there's a top 3. For Toby, there's a top 4. How do you like to look at your KDS for this year specifically?
Yeah, I look a little, and I know the further into the draft you get, the less reliable ADP is, but I look a little further down. I kind of look at the first 6 rounds, and maybe some of that you're like, okay, you can't really tell in round 5 or 6, but I just like to have an idea. Do I want to be at the front end of the draft, the back end of the draft, or the middle? So I look at basically the first 6 rounds or so, and I try to figure out, okay, where am I going to get my resources from? Where am I going to get different positions from? What falls to me at these different rounds that I like this start of. I definitely like to look at least like the first 3 rounds. I think you have a pretty good idea of who's going to be there. And it like Toby said, it kind of changes year to year. I generally like to be in the middle, but it kind of depends on where I'm going to be getting my first 2 picks from that kind of determine that. Like this year, kind of talk about how the ends have kind of felt a little bit better than in other years. So I haven't completely settled on a strategy yet, but I like a lot of the outfielders to go in the first several rounds, and I've noticed I need to get different positions though. I need to figure out a way to get the Bobby Witts, the J Rams, the guys who have different positions than outfield, because it's too easy to fill up on that early, and that's something that I'd rather be thin on outfield than heavy on outfield early on.
And as Jake mentioned, the first one is rolling right now, and War Dog is in it, so we'll know we get a full board here pretty soon, to the dismay of probably all of his league mates. But and then Spore said I should explain what KDS for those who might be unaware. I think that's a really good thing. KDS stands for Kentucky Drafting System.
Kentucky Derby style.
Kentucky Derby style. Thank you.
One of the words.
I got one of the words, the most important word.
Yep.
And this allows you to pick or at least try to pick your draft order. So a lot of leagues, it's randomized, and you kind of get stuck with what you get stuck with. But KDS allows you to rank your favorite options of where you want to draft 1 through 12 or 1 through 15, depending on the depth of your league. And this, there is strategy that kind of goes into this. If you don't like drafting on the ends, like I don't really like drafting on the ends, you can try to pick in the middle, and that's usually where I try to pick. Though, like Dave said, I think this is one of the better years to pick on the ends. Dan, what is your KDS strategy for this season?
Well, I haven't done any one thing consistently. I do draft a volume of leagues, so you kind of like to try to get into different spots of the draft, get yourself different players up high. But as I move towards some live OCs and eventually my main, like Dave, I try to map out maybe the first 5-6 rounds, kind of get a feel for where I want to get, my batting average base, where I want to get my power and speed, my ace, my 200 strikeouts, my closer. Usually it takes about 5-6 rounds, and that's where I want to have a pretty good idea of where I'm headed. So if I look at ADP from the last week or so, kind of figure out about where guys I like are going, it'll pretty much tell me, if you look at the ADP board, if I look straight down, some of my guys are in that range. That's about where I'll try to place my KDS.
Well, you mentioned ADP, and I think that's a good discussion that I didn't put on the rundown. How important is ADP to you? And I know it changes pretty rapidly at this time of year. Do you care that much? Because I hear a lot of guys in the NFC, especially in the high stakes world, go, I throw ADP out the window. I'm not worried about ADP. I'm going to get my guys. That's not always true for most of those people. Where are you at in terms of how valuable ADP is for you?
It's definitely valuable as a guide. It gives you an idea. Of course, it means average draft position. So on average, where a guy might be taken. So it does help you kind of map out where some of the tiers might end, where some of the category heaviness might end. And that can guide you towards getting some guys from those groups before it dries up. But as far as ADP, like actually for drafting, it's very loosely used in my case. If you got a guy you like and you believe in him, take him. Don't try to wait until ADP or try to get him after. Just go and get him. Have him on your team because that's the guy you want.
Toby, what about you? Where are you at on ADP?
Yeah, I mean, ADP is great. It's the market. It's the market, right? Like, it just tells you. I think Dan did a good job of framing it in terms of like it's the average draft position, and I feel like it's a really good and helpful guide. And I think when we look at a lot of research, the market is actually better than a lot of individual players at identifying like where people should go. I think there's always some exceptions to that, and I think you're really trying to take advantage of those. There's a lot of game theory involved too, though, where it's like, okay, well, I could get this guy who's a better value and jump ADP, but then I could also try to get this guy who's closer in ADP to where we are in the draft, who's also really good with the hope of getting the guy coming back around. So I think there's like a game theory element of that. Actually, Clark Olson talked about that, the main event winner, in a recent podcast that he did over on the Pulled Hitter Pod. And I thought that was like a really good point where sometimes it feels really bad because you miss out. But like theoretically, again, like that's a real decision you should think about and make a judgment on. One thing just to the KDS point that I think is going to be super interesting once we start seeing the main event boards is I've seen in some of the higher dollar draft champions league that pitching has been starting to move up. And so it's going to be really interesting because right now in the drafts that I've done previously, it's like if I would really like to focus on hitters in those first two rounds because I like the pitchers a lot in 3 and 4, and I didn't like the hitters at all in 3 and 4. So it's going to be fascinating to see if those, like if the Crochets, the Gilberts, the Sales of the world are moving up now that we're seeing that they're healthy and good. Is it going to kind of flip where you see a lot of pitchers going there and then the hitters in 3 and 4 are going to be really good? So I think there's going to be a really interesting dynamic that develops there.
Especially now that we're starting to see arms kind of go out like Kirby and Cole, that lessen that top end of that pool. I was saying like a week ago, I was saying on a podcast that this has been remarkably healthy year for starting pitchers. And then a week later, all of a sudden, we're starting to lose those guys that we normally lose at the back end of February or come into camp and you hear, this guy's already hurt. We're now starting to lose those guys. So that pitching rise is going to continue and probably be pretty strict because it really hadn't hit until just recently. Dave, what about you?
Mr. Pocket Aces is not taking any starters in the first 2 rounds, huh, Toby?
I haven't done pocket aces in a number of years, Dave. I really don't want to disappoint people, though. Like, I feel, so maybe I'll do it this year just for the sake of it. But I only have one more snake draft left.
I'm just playing, man. No, I know you can't be beholden to a strategy that you have in any one particular year. It changes from year to year. So what's the question again?
ADP.
Yeah, ADP. How useful is it? How do you use it?
It's
so on and so forth.
It's such a nuanced question, right? It's a lot of what Toby said. It's you use it. Like Dan said, use it as a guide. Like Toby said, you can kind of try to game theory things out. Like, okay, I like both these guys. This guy has a better chance of coming back to me, so I'm going to take this guy first, even though I would take this other guy first if I only could have one of them. So, there's no correct answer. It depends on every league. I like to use as a guide. I look at the mins and the maxes too. If there's a guy that you have to have, like for whatever reason, if you're building a team and you have to have a certain guy, you have to look at where he's going in his min, and who's more likely to fall. There's going to be guys who you're like, okay, I really like this guy, but he does fall in some drafts, and there's a lot of other guys that I like in that area too. All right, maybe let him fall, see if he falls back to you. It just depends on your roster construction and what you absolutely need compared to what you want. Like those are two very different things. Like if I need this guy, if I have no steals going into round 10 and Xavier Edwards is on the board, I might need him. Whereas there might be someone there that I just merely want. So, I use it as a guide, but it's so nuanced. You have to. There's a million things that come into play.
Yeah, and for me, I don't really care very much about ADP. One of the things that I got told early on in my NFBC days, and I've heard some other smarter people say versions of it since then, is that ADP is a mixture of a lot of losing teams and very few winning teams in the overall data. And so I tend to use ADP as a tiebreaker. If there are two guys that I think are similarly valued, I'm going to take the guy now that has the higher ADP because I think there's less chance I'm going to get back to it. He's going to get back to me in the following round. But I honestly don't care nearly as much about ADP as I think other people do, just because I don't care as much what groupthink is going to do. I care more about what my values say I should do. You were mentioning roster construction there, Dave. How do you approach roster construction in NFBC leagues as opposed to like your Yahoo or Fantrax or things like that?
Yeah, in NFBC, you will see pitchers get a boost come main event time. Like whatever the ADP is now, pitchers are going to go up, especially as there comes more and more injuries. It's the pool is more limited. People are starting to feel that. Guys will be moved up. I think Crochet will definitely be a second round pick come late March, things like that. I just feel like I still want to go hitters early. I think back when Toby used the pocket aces, it kind of was different times because you had like prime Cole and DeGrom when they were healthy and dominant on a different level. Like I know that you guys might really like Skeens and Scooble, but I don't think it's at the same kind of level where you can kind of do that and build from there as well. Like you're not getting the same dominance of categories that Cole and DeGrom were kind of giving you. I really like starting hitters because I think that the hitters that you get in the first few rounds, they're so stable. Like you're not busting on these guys. Even if they're not giving you the value of wherever you picked them, they're probably not, going to be busts. Like they're not going to be really bad. Whereas you could draft a starter in the first 2 rounds, guy throws 98 miles an hour. Those guys don't tend to hold up, and they can go down at any point. And when they do, it's like, okay, you just lost your first or second round pick. That's not how I want to build. I think there's so much value in the starting pitching as the draft goes on. I really want to get my hitters early and then just kind of like attack different clusters of pitching that I really, really like where, there's a bunch of guys going that I really like these guys. So I have multiple targets where, okay, this guy might be gone, but I still have these guys to choose from. So I like to start with hitting and then go to starting pitching kind of after that. I like to get one good closer and then take there's usually like a couple spec guys a little later in the draft that I like. I like to get one like solid kind of guy that I feel good about and then maybe take a shot or 2 late. I try to fill non-outfield positions early. Especially I'm looking at like in the back half of the draft for each position and figuring out, okay, what players do I feel good about at different positions? Second base, if I feel like there's not a lot of good options after pick 130 or something, then I want to make sure I get my second baseman in those first 130. Shortstop, very top heavy. You want to make sure you get a shortstop early. If you disagree though, okay, you're going to wait and hold off on that till later. But you need to be looking at it from like a back to front way where you're looking at what you can get later and then building in the front what you can't get in the back. And then I'm also balancing risks. So I'm looking at I don't want a bunch of playing time risks. I don't want a bunch of health risks. You don't want to throw all these things together and just hope it works out. Because you can have a bunch of guys be out at the same time. I'm looking to, if I take a risk at shortstop, let's say I take a guy like Seager, who I really like. Early, I'm going to make sure that my middle infield is also a shortstop, but one who I feel is solid. So, and I'm also going to take a solid second baseman so that when Seager misses some time, I now have someone who can step in and I don't have to replace multiple positions there. So I think you have to kind of just everything in balance.
What about you, Toby? How do you kind of approach roster construction in these kind of leagues?
I really target high-risk guys early in drafts with significant injury histories. That's generally the way that I like to start off drafts. No, I think there's a couple pieces to roster construction. Obviously, I think a lot of what Dave mentioned about roster construction in terms of positions, and I love what he said about thinking about who you like at the back end of the draft. Like, are there corner infielders like this year? I like corner infielders, so maybe I want to wait on that. Maybe it's middle infielders, or maybe you think those dry up a little bit early. So I definitely think being aware of that. I am actually really interested in Dave's thing about outfielders and not wanting to fill his outfield spots early. I find that that's somewhat interesting, Dave. Not as like a criticism, but just as a point of discussion. Just because I feel like, for me, I look at the outfield and I look at the number of platoons that are there, and I really want to be prioritizing outfielders generally earlier in the draft. Not to say I want to fill all 5 spots, but I think I want to have a couple at least really strong outfielders in there, if not more. So maybe that's something that we can touch on a little bit later. But I think there's also like the roster construction that goes into how you build your teams and how you're adding different categories. So just to the point of Dave mentioned, if you need Xavier Edwards somewhere, right? Like, if you need Xavier Edwards somewhere, you're probably building it wrong in my sense that I also want to diversify how I'm getting different categories so that I don't want 4 guys that are getting me, 140 stolen bases. I mean, it's not terrible to spread it through 4 guys, but if one of them gets injured, all of a sudden you're losing a huge chunk of them. So wanting to spread that out. And so also thinking about that, categorical scarcity and the balance. And I think I always try to build teams so that they're adaptable, because there's always going to be injuries. There's always going to be those things. So the most, the most balance you can build it, I think makes it adaptable and makes it change. Although I think this year is slightly different just because of the way the categories lay out.
What about you, Dan?
Well, I feel like roster construction is kind of equal parts preparation and drafting. So in order to really put a team together well during the draft, you have to be well prepared and know at every position the players that you like in the early rounds, the middle rounds, and the late rounds. Because you never know what's going to happen in a draft. Some drafts, you don't know what position you're going to be picking, and you might not get your favorite first round guy, or you might not get a guy on the back end of the 3rd round that you really wanted. So you have to take someone else, and then you have to pivot to a different target. So it's about knowing where the position tiers drop off. And like Dave said, knowing if you think third base is really shallow, it's top heavy, get one of those guys. Don't leave yourself scrambling for a third baseman later. If you get to the end of the draft and you need to fill catcher and third and corner, but you're short on stolen bases, okay, you've kind of backed yourself into a corner there. You're probably not finding speed from third base or catcher at that point. So it's about knowing how all the puzzle pieces look, and then during the draft, putting them actually all together in a way that makes sense. So you have an image at the end that looks like a good team. It's hard to do. There's a lot of variables involved. But kind of the more you practice through drafting and just having that experience of being on the clock, making those decisions, I think the easier it becomes.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think that drafts are often a puzzle that when people are making mistakes is they're trying to fit the wrong pieces together at the wrong time. And, you know, piggybacking off of what Dave and Toby both said, working back to front is often the best way to figure out those pieces of the puzzle. Knowing what you're going to like late and might be available for you kind of later, the middle, later parts of the draft can inform your decisions early on. And that's something I did not do in my TGFBI draft that's currently going on. And now I'm running into problems because I did not take enough outfielders early on. I did not take the right shortstops early on. And now I'm paying the price in rounds 18 and 19 where I'm going, oh man, I don't have a shortstop that I really like. And there's not much available left in the draft that I'm going to enjoy having to roster all year. But to Toby's point about balance, for me, I really like to stay as balanced as possible early on. I don't want to rely on rabbits. I don't want to rely on average only players or power only players as a way of building my team. And the more balanced I can stay at the beginning, the more options I have of building that puzzle together properly as the draft goes on. Dan, you mentioned kind of at the start of the show that you wrote an article on the 80 percentile and 90 percentile targets. So let's talk about that real quick. How important is it to kind of aim for those thresholds, aim for those targets as you're going through a draft?
I would say it's very important. At the 80th percentile, if you hit 80% of total available league points, so say it's a main event, 150 points available. If you get to 120, really good chance you're going to win that league. And then for the 90th percentile, if you're hanging around 90, you're probably competing for that overall. So they're fantastic targets to have. But in the article I wrote about how we kind of use them. I don't want to say wrong, but we use them in a way that doesn't really align with how we treat the rest of our player analysis and things like that. Because a lot of times we just plug in the 80th percentile from the last year or the 90th, and we just go. But the league environment is always changing. The 80th and 90th percentile marks are not going to be the same from year to year. So in my article, my method was to just kind of look at league trends, what's happening, our strikeouts going up, our homers going up, our stolen bases going down. The example I used when I wrote it was actually batting average. How I think it was 1999 or 2000, the league batting average was 271. And it's just been moving down, down, down ever since. I think last year it ended at 243. Now, in 7 of the 25 years in between, average actually did go up from one year to the next, but the trend obviously is down. So I think in the 12-team OC, I want to say the 90th percentile batting average last year was 260. But if you look where the trend is going with batting average decreasing, pitchers gaining velocity and just gaining so much more knowledge about the art and science of pitching, they're just getting so much better. Maybe we should anticipate batting average most likely is going to be lower again. So you might move 260 as the 90th percentile target in the OC down to 258. It's somewhat arbitrary, but just anticipate what direction it's moving in rather than where it was. And then the kind of decisions that can affect could be the difference between winning your league or not, competing for an overall or not. And in the article, the example that I used was if you believe the target will actually be a little lower, maybe mentally, if you're ahead of the pace in homers and runs and RBI, and you need a corner infielder, and you're around 175 and you see Goldschmidt and Luis Arias, you're a little short on batting average. Maybe Arias looks like gold. Hey, he can boost my batting average. Perfect fit. But is he really? You don't need to hit 80th percent or 90th percent in every category. So that might be an opportunity to push that advantage that you have in the homers and the counting stats, knowing that maybe the target for batting average isn't going to be as high, and you don't need Arias. Goldschmidt hitting 245 to 250 will be just fine for the team that you have. Don't weaken yourself in 3 other categories just to feel better about one.
Dave, you're nodding along. Do you agree with this?
Yeah, I mean, I try to draft as many guys who are balanced as possible, because if you are in the draft, you want to position yourself so that there's nothing that you need at any point, so that you can kind of every draft is going to give you certain gifts. There's going to be someone who falls to you that at some point that shouldn't, and you have to be in a position where you can accept that. And if you are in a position where you can't because you either have a position filled or you don't need that resource that they bring to the table, then it's a lot tougher to make that pick. So I try to stay as balanced as possible throughout the draft.
What about you, Toby?
Yeah, I'm definitely an 80th percentile drafter. Like I have the 80th percentiles in front of me, and I'm always aiming in that direction and trying to get to 100% or as close to as 100% as I can. I mean, for people who have drafted using the 80th percentiles for a while, it's actually possible to do, I think, earlier in the draft season where maybe there's a little bit more of a clear value like that's on the table. I think the ADP kind of narrows down and it becomes really challenging to get close to that. But I feel like it's a really good guide. I used to be pretty rigid in terms of like the way I approached it, and I was like, I need to be balanced across. Like if I'm doing well, like to Dan's point, like if I'm doing really well in homers, then like I need to go and get somebody who has speed so that these 80th percentiles are closer. Because like theoretically, you know, I think there's all the discussion about like projections and blah, 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 blah. But the thing is like an individual projection has a lot of variance in it. Batting average has the most variance. And so I think we see that in a league-wide context too, as it goes up and down. Like, you know, I think 2 years ago it was much higher, and this year it kind of regressed back to where it was headed in previous years. And so there's more variance there. But if you use projections to draft your whole team, then it also narrows the error bar as well, because you're essentially creating a meta projection of all of your players together. And so you're more likely to get closer to that median. So I do think that for me is an effective way of drafting, but I have become less rigid and more adaptable, to Dan's point of like, it's okay to be at the 95th percentile in homers and the 70th percentile in speed. And one of the things that helped kind of like crystallize that for me was a couple of years back, you know, when Brian Slack and Dylan and Nick Sackett won the overall title, I think he was 75th percentile in speed. And so that kind of opened my eyes like, oh, I mean, like, you know, here's a team that won the overall with 75th percentile in one of the categories. And then I think last year too, Clark Olson was pretty close to 75th percentile in saves too. And so it was just absolutely dominant in those other categories. So I do think that there's something to be said for flexibility, moving in the right direction, like adapting and getting the best value. And I think to Dave's point, you know, I think it's a really good point to try to keep all of your draft options open as you go through so that you can take advantage of that. And not being rigidly tied to steals, especially with the knowledge that there are some available late and there may be some coming from the minors later in the year.
The beauty of having this this segment of Podapallooza in the last segment on the day that the main event is first kicking off is I actually now have 1/3 of the main event board that was tweeted out by NFBC without names to keep people's anonymity a little bit there. I don't know if you guys have any early thoughts. You're obviously seeing this probably for the first time, but Crochet goes at the beginning of the second round. We see 4 pitchers go in the second round, of course, Skeens and Scooble going. So we are seeing that pitching moving up, and we do definitely see a lot of yellow throughout this board. I think Crochet is going to be one of those guys who might be a first-round pick come late main event season.
I can see it.
He could, yeah.
I think he was drafted in the first round of a recent high stakes draft.
The draft champions.
Draft champions, yeah.
You know, obviously you guys haven't had a chance to like study the board or anything. Are you guys
Langford in the second round? Holy shit!
I'm sorry, say that again.
Langford.
Yeah, I saw that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that's
that person is not a projections drafter. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say.
No, I love Langford as much as the next guy, but not as much as that guy.
O'Neal Cruz in the second round.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, There's some nice guys falling to the middle of the third. I'll say that, and I really love the start of Tatis and Vlad from the 14 spot. That's really nice.
Yeah, that is a fun draft. We need to dig into this one tremendously or anything like that, because it is the first draft, and the first main event draft can be kind of crazy in its own without its own individual ADP. But I just thought that was interesting when I saw that Crochet. We were talking about Crochet being a second rounder come late main events, and it looks like he may be closer to a first rounder here pretty quick. We were talking there about kind of the 80% targets, and I think a lot of people use those 80% targets to try to take advantage, or not take advantage, but shoot for that main event overall title or whatever league overall title it is. I have not been a guy who drafts necessarily for the overall. I know that's a mistake. Or is it a mistake there, Dan? Should I be drafting more for an overall as opposed to just winning my league?
Well, if you're drafting in the NFBC, main event, OC, draft champions with an overall component, a lot of your entry fee is going towards that overall. So I think if you're not drafting with the overall in mind, you're just kind of conceding that money is gone. If you want to just play a standalone league, have more money stay within the league pot, that's probably a better ROI for you if you're avoiding the overall completely. So yeah, I think if you're on the NFBC, there is an overall component, and you know a lot of money is going towards it, you should definitely be drafting with that in mind and trying to build a competitor.
And not to say that I don't draft a balanced team in order to compete for an overall, and in spite of the fact that I've not yet cashed for an overall, I have come fucking really close in the auction championship a few years in a row. But it's just never been something that I necessarily game plan around. I think that is a mistake on my part, because like you said, there is so much of the money going into that overall pot. So Toby, tell me what I'm doing wrong. What do I need to do to take that next step and be an overall champion as opposed to just a league champion?
Step 1, win your league. Step 2, win the overall.
There you go.
That's it. Yeah, I mean, I think it's like, you don't want to, I think you always focus on the league first, like, it's not like if you're competing for the overall, like, things have to go your way, it's not like you draft a team and it's like, it's necessarily competing for the overall, like, right off the get-go, right? Like, there are 90th percentile outcomes that are being hit. There is some luck involved with the players that are going on. So I think originally the way that I think about it is, you're trying to win your league, but you don't want to preclude yourself from taking down the overall, right? Like, you don't want to take that out of consideration. And that's why it's important to build a balanced team beyond just like roster construction reasons. I think you do have to compete. Like, 75th is still a high percentile to get, in a category for the folks that have won before. And then the other ones, they're 90 plus. So again, I feel like, go for your league, but build a team that can win the overall if things go right on the right side of variance.
If I could just jump in for 1 second here. The article I wrote about the percentile targets, I kind of addressed this, where they're not just a draft tool, they're an in-season tool, because you can take those targets that you have and divide them into weekly chunks and give yourself weekly goals. So what I wrote was, early in the season, don't compete against your league. Your team is going to look really different at the end of the year, but so is your competitor's team. So try to meet those weekly targets. As long as you do that, you'll know if you're on an 80% pace, a 90% pace. And as the season goes on, then you'll know pretty quickly, maybe, if you have an overall contender or not. And if you know you don't, you can shift your focus to the league, to your league standings, and then you can start making fab and start sit decisions based on that. But if you're using the targets to draft, keep using them early in the season, and that can help you stay on pace. If not for the overall, it'll give you an advantage in your own league.
Dave?
Yeah, I think one of the things that I need to do better, despite I have finished in the top 10 twice in the last 5 years, but I never keep track of my weekly targets, and I think I need to. It was something I was thinking about earlier today, actually, when I saw Steve Goodwin put out the 80 and 90 percentile targets, and I'm like, okay, maybe you draft for the 80% targets, especially because like if you're using projections, which I loosely use projections, but not like Toby. I don't use them the same way.
They don't sleep in bed with you at night.
No,
Projections,
we're
like
not.
they do
Yeah,
with
we're
me.
not bedfellows at this point. But
Okay.
I look at them as like kind of like ADP. Like I look at them as like a guide to kind of keep me on track. But I think they're inherently conservative, right? Like they're meant to be like a 50% outcome. So obviously you're gonna have guys who outperform. Well, you're gonna have guys who underperform too. So if you draft according to 80% and then maybe in season manage according to 90% percentiles, maybe that's kind of how you approach it. And granted, like Dan said, there might be some differences this year. Maybe the batting average isn't as high this year. Maybe who knows?
We get a bouncy ball again for some
you
reason.
never know. The fuckers change this every year. You never know what ball you're gonna get, what atmosphere, or the humidors. I don't know. So I guess we'll see once we get going. And you can always adjust these things. But I think I need to pay closer attention to kind of like what they were both saying, keeping track of this on a week-to-week basis and seeing, okay, where am I according to where I should be relative to everybody else in the main event. And I really don't. I don't pay attention to that stuff, and I should.
Well, and I think we've had a few mentions now about in-season management, and we've got about 15 minutes left before we got to wrap it up. And so I do want to talk about in-season management because your draft is the foundation of your house and maybe the frame of your house as well. But the rest of it is the in-season work that you do. And Fab is definitely something I'm still working on for my own personal game. So, Toby, how do you manage your Fab spending in NFBC? Are you one of these guys who's going to go hard early? You kind of spread the wealth? What are your tricks to fabbing in the NFBC world?
Yeah, I'm pretty soft all the way around. I'm not going hard at any point. I mean, if there's difference makers, but I think like the reason why 95% of players are available in Fab is because they are generally like pretty much replacement level, And so I think a lot of times it's looking at matchups, like upcoming matchups for pitchers. It's looking at upcoming matchups for hitters, trying to get on those a little bit early so that you don't have to pay the premium the upcoming week. I think those are some of the strategies. I do think that sometimes there's pitchers that jump out. I think one of the challenges over the years has just been that the players are so sharp, right? Like it used to be that you'd be like, oh, so-and-so had 12 swinging strikes on 80 pitches the other night. Let's see how he does in the second start. But now it's like you got to go after that person now and on Sunday Fab. So I think that there are difference makers sometimes that come up. I oftentimes, for me, it won't necessarily be a rookie or somebody who's got maybe a little bit more variance, but like a veteran. I think probably the best buys are guys who you're getting maybe like 3 or 4 weeks before they return from an injury, but they're really good players and they are difference makers. I think that's one thing that I've adjusted slightly recently to like focus a little bit more attention on them, because I really do think that those guys, how good they are, and you're going to, and you're just hoping that, whatever injury they had doesn't impact their production when they come back. So I think those are generally like how I do it, but I really tried to limit. I think like every year I might have 1 or 2 teams that has a $200+ bid at some point in time, but I'm mostly staying in that like 40 and under range when I'm going after players. And oftentimes like you'll just get that thing like, this guy's special, this guy's special, this guy's special. And I feel like every time at the end of the year when you look back at it, you're like, remember when I spent like $37 on like that guy? Like, what happened there? So I'm very conservative, if you will, on when it comes to Fab.
One of the things I learned losing to Scott Genstad in multiple main event leagues was it 2022? I think it was that like he got a lot more bang for his buck when he didn't overspend on guys. And my $300 bids that didn't pan out really crushed me in those leagues. And so that's definitely one of the things I've learned to do is kind of spread things out. One of the other things I do now too, largely based on the advice of Todd Whitestone, who has been on Podapallooza a few times, is do kind of what Dan was talking about with the stats in terms of tracking kind of weekly targets, but doing that with Fab. Dan, is that something that you do? Do you budget yourself kind of a weekly allowance and generally stick to that, or are you more aggressive in Fab?
Nope. I have no budget week to week. It's all week to week. It depends on what's available and what your needs are. But in general, early in the season, I'm looking for those impatient drops, where maybe someone drops somebody who was taken in the 18th, 19th round, and you think they are good for the rest of the season. Any player you can get early that you think can stay on your team and be a starter for the rest of the season, be willing to spend on them early. And don't be afraid to spend on a player you think can be impactful for your team. It's not always going to work out, but if they fill specific needs, or you think they fill specific needs, and I say this because I spent $257 on Noel V. Marte in my main last year, go for it. It might not work out, but a lot of times your most impactful ads are the ones that, I won my main based not on Noel V. Marte. It was a $13 Xavier Edwards, a $6 Otto Lopez, a $2 Luke Weaver, $10 on Jason Foley when he got the job back in Detroit at the end of the year. Those were the moves that won me the league. It wasn't spending the big money. But if you can spend the big money and get a guy that, finishes top 100 at the end of the year, a profar like last year, that's going to have a huge impact too. So it helped to know that value in Fab can really come from any dollar amount. You don't have to be in on the biggest guys of the week, but just be aware of the matchups, upcoming schedules, things like that can help you identify players that you can get cheaper that can be just as useful to your team as the high dollar guys that everyone wants to bid on.
You would think I would learn my lesson because, picking up one of those guys that someone got impatient with is one of the reasons why I won my auction or one of my 2 auction championships in 2023 when somebody dropped CJ Abrams and I was able to pick him up and he went on that unreal tear in the second half of the season. But last year I dropped Brenton Doyle after the first week of the season only to watch someone pick him up in my league and go on to win the league. So you know what, that I need to be more patient myself when it comes to some of those guys, especially ones that I've targeted as like, hey, I think this guy could be a real difference maker down the stretch, and not give up on him after a week or two. Dave, what is your Fab strategy you like to adhere to?
Yeah, so kind of like Toby, what I've realized about myself is I do much better when I stay away from the big bids. A lot of those big bids end up busting. It's a lot of prospects that get called up and they're not ready or they don't perform right away. You've got a lot of closer specs, guys that you think are the closer. Maybe they are, maybe they're not, but you have to pay up for them as if they are. And last year my biggest hits were right in that kind of $5 to $40 range. Those are most of my big hits, and even up to like $60, $70. If you feel really good about someone, I've hit on a lot of those as well. Last year Rooker and Schwellenbach picked both of them up for between $20 and $40 each. I got Eugenio Suarez. Someone dropped him when he was cold. Knowing the type of hitter he is, he's very streaky with his contact rate. He's the kind of guy who will go on cold streaks, but then go on a hot streak right after. I picked him up for $4, and he went off after that. I think he had like a 300 average from the time that I had him on my team. So just for me personally, knowing how active I am in Fab and how many times I pick guys up, I can't afford to be throwing down $150, $200 bids on guys. So I just think that that's the range that I want to stay in. I don't want to throw out a lot of bids above, $70 pretty much. You want to spend most of your Fab in the first half of the year, because that's where you're going to get the biggest impact. These are the guys who, if you pick them up in April, May, they're going to be on your team for longer. They're going to impact your team for longer. And the dollars spend more at that point, because later on in the season, there's going to be people who drop off. They're not going to be active anymore. There's going to be people who don't have a lot of money left. So you don't need a ton of fab left late in the season. But at the same time, you do need money left in September. September is kind of like a game within the game because it's completely different than the rest of the season. You've got guys getting called up. You've got a bunch of injured guys getting shut down early, non-competitive teams. They don't have any reason to push guys who, might be injured or whatever, old, who knows. You have to have enough money left to survive in September and thrive. So, I mean, you don't need a ton. Like, I think $50 you should be able to get by. But even if you have up to like 100, but what you don't want is to have like $250 left in September. That's way too much. You don't need that. You want to be spending that money early in the year, first half of the year. Make your, especially April when guys are coming up and are not coming up, but you're going to find guys who you didn't think were as good as they are. You're going to have guys like Brent Rooker. Every year there's someone who breaks out. And you notice it in April, and you want to be spending that money in April. I'm not saying spend like 70% of your money in April, but that's where you should be more aggressive than in the rest of the year.
Well, especially because you get to keep them for longer, right? Like they can have a greater impact on your overall stat totals. So that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, definitely a place I need to make sure that I am improving my game. Especially as Paul mentioned, they were in on him and Jason were in on Doyle, and I didn't listen. It's not that I didn't listen. I just,
you never listen.